Chapter 1. Traveling to the Pokémon World. Night. Su-Chi was lying in bed, holding the latest Pokémon Sword and Shield game console. As the Master Ball was thrown, Su-Chi successfully captured Eternatus. Yes, I finally caught Eternatus, Su-Chi exclaimed joyfully. Glancing at the time, it was almost 3 o'clock. It was getting late, so Su-Chi put down the game console, lay down, and started to sleep. Just as Su-Chi fell asleep, a strange white light flashed. The Divine Lottery system was binding. Binding host completed, preparing for world traversal, confirming host consciousness to the Pokémon world, target confirmed, beginning traversal. The next day, Su-Chi opened his eyes, ready to get up, but suddenly he looked at everything in front of him. What was going on? Where is this? Su-Chi looked at the wooden attic in front of him, the Snorlax alarm clock by the bed, and the Pokémon decorations all over the room. Did I cross over? Is this the Pokémon world? A surge of memories suddenly flooded into Su-Chi's mind. So that's it. I have arrived in the Pokémon world, and I am in a place called Pallet Town, known as the starting point. I have become a 6-year-old child. In this world, I'm also called Su-Chi, and I'm a child adopted by Professor Oak. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. It's also a wish come true. That's right. Su-Chi had fantasized countless times about coming to the Pokémon world, as Su-Chi got dressed in a blue outfit, paired with his handsome face and slightly tousled hair, covering his forehead, adding a touch of charm to his already attractive face. He couldn't help but praise himself for being so good-looking. He walked out of his room and arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory. Ah, Su-Chi is here. Hello, Grandpa. Today is the day of the Pokémon summer camp. I've packed your backpack. Make sure to take it. You and Gary will set off soon. 8t this moment. Su-Chi remembered that today was the day of the Pokémon summer camp. He wondered if he would meet Serena, the cute girl who was the female protagonist of the 6th generation of the anime. She was the dream girl of countless Pokémon fans. Just then, Gary's voice interrupted Su-Chi's thoughts. Let's go, Su-Chi. We might miss the bus. Oh, okay. Then Grandpa, we are off to be safe on the road, Professor Oak's loving voice echoed. Turning around, he began to cry, I'm going to have instant noodles for lunch again. Got it. On the bus, Su-Chi looked out the window at this unfamiliar world. In the distance, he saw Pidgey and Butterfree flying through the sky, while Rattata, Oddish, and Teddiursa roamed the grass. This was the Pokémon world, and it truly looked just like in the anime. At that moment, Su-Chi thought about the backpack Professor Oak had prepared for them. It had a large space, containing a Pokeball and some antidotes and healing potions. Professor Oak was really thoughtful, but he didn't know what kind of Pokemon it was. Just then, Gary leaned over and said, Grandpa prepared the starter Pokemon for us. Mine is Squirtle. You can take a look, but it's best to take it out in a place where there are no people since we are still underage to receive Pokemon. Okay, I know. The starter Pokemon? Hopefully, it would be Charmander. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, the Pokémon summer camp. After getting off the bus, they arrived at the reception center, where many children were already gathered. All right, everyone, quiet down. I am the head of this Pokémon summer camp. You can call me Professor Komoko. Now I declare that the Pokémon summer camp activities have begun. Today, everyone will get to know each other. We will now divide into teams. The first team, Gary, Su-Chi, Ash, May, and Serena. No way. I'm in a team with the 2 main characters. Hello, my name is Serena. I'm from the Kalos region. Nice to meet you. A girl with golden hair and a pink hat smiled as she appeared in front of Su-Chi. Su-Chi was taken aback, thinking how cute she was. Hello, I'm Su-Chi from the Kanto region. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm May from the Unova region. May said coldly from the side. Hello. Everyone introduced themselves. As for Gary and Ash, they had played together since childhood, so they didn't need to introduce themselves. Why isn't Ash with us? Oh, sorry, I overslept, Ash said with an apologetic face. Just like in the anime, Ash hadn't changed at all, he was still so clueless. Chapter 2. Opening the system. At night, Su-Chi went outside. Come on, let me see the Pokemon that Grandpa Oak brought. Boom! A red head popped out, and the flame on its tail symbolized vibrant life Charmander. Charmander tilted its head, curiously looking at the human in front of it, wondering if this was its trainer. Charmander, let's work hard together from now on. Let's become stronger. Charmander let out a cry, and the flame on its tail burned even brighter. Ding! The system detected that the host possesses a Pokemon. The lottery system is officially activated. System, isn't this the standard feature of a traveler? Introduce your functions, Su-Chi said. This system is a lottery system. By completing tasks issued by the system, the host can obtain lottery tickets. Task difficulty is divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, and higher levels, corresponding to the lottery tickets of bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and epic. I see. So as long as I complete the system tasks, I could draw lots, Su-Chi murmured. Then, system. What are the prizes? The system's prizes are mainly determined by the world the host has traversed. The host can view them in the system. As soon as the words fell, a light blue virtual screen appeared in front of Su Chi. He saw a huge roulette wheel on the screen, connected to a joystick, resembling a slot machine. The screen included Pokémon, Pokémon eggs, various evolution stones, and even Mega Evolution stones. This is too extravagant, Su Chi said in shock. Just by taking the Pokémon in the system out, a newbie trainer could challenge the Elite Four, provided they knew how to command them. The system also included some second-tier and first-tier gods, like the legendary birds and legendary beasts from the Kanto and Johto regions, as well as first-tier gods like Lugia and Rayquaza, detecting the existence of a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it, Su Chi said excitedly. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Garchomp Mega Evolution Stone, and a Premium Water Stone. It turned out to be the quasi-legendary Garchomp. The Garchomp in the anime, used by Sharona, indeed had the power of a divine beast. The system space is now open. All Pokemon obtained by the host can be stored in the system space. So I can carry all my Pokemon with me without being restricted by the league, right? Yes, host, but you can only carry 6 Pokemon balls with you at a time. I see. This makes things much more convenient. Come out, Garchomp. Chomp. The Garchomp, standing about 2.3 meters tall, exuded an imposing presence, worthy of being compared to a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Charmander, standing nearby, quickly hugged Su Chi's leg in fear. Charmander, don't be afraid. Garchomp is my Pokemon, you two need to get along well. Charmander looked at the big guy in front of it, thinking that such a powerful Pokemon meant that its trainer was not bad at all. Charmeleon's heart burned with fierce determination, vowing that one day it would become as powerful as Garchomp, and the flames on its tail burned even brighter. All right, Charmeleon, from now on we are all partners. Let's get to know each other. Garchomp, let's work hard together from now on. Shark, Garchomp happily called out. Su Chi recalled Garchomp and Charmeleon. Looking at the Pokeball, Su Chi said seriously, let's work hard together and strive towards becoming Pokemon Masters. The Pokeball shook slightly, as if responding to Su Chi. After saying that, he went back to rest. A dreamless night passed. The next day, the summer camp was about to officially begin. Good morning, Su Chi. Good morning, Shigeru. Where are the others? Su Chi asked Shigeru. They all went to gather. Today is the first day, let's go. They arrived at the summer camp center. Professor Oak had been waiting for a long time. All right, today's summer camp activity is to observe the lives of Pokemon. Everyone will act according to the groups from yesterday. Remember, do not act alone, and definitely do not venture into dangerous places or deep into the forest, as there are powerful and dangerous Pokemon there. Is that clear? Everyone replied in unison. Understood, as Su Chi listened with a puzzled look, holding a Master Ball. Even if he encountered powerful Pokemon, they could only be captured by him, and there was no danger to speak of. Let's go, everyone, have fun, Ash said happily. They went outside, and the entire summer camp was mainly on the west side of Pallet Town, which also belonged to a breeding area of the Oak Research Institute. Watching the anime, Su Chi knew that Professor Oak had a large breeding area for the Pokemon he studied, and for Ash and Shigeru's captured Pokemon, he didn't expect it to be this vast. Professor Oak was really wealthy. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Su Chi and the others saw many Pokemon, including ordinary Pidgey, Metapod, and Caterpie. Most of the Pokemon here were gentle in nature, and of course, they were also quite weak. Su Chi, let's have a Pokemon battle. A Pokemon battle. Ash, the battle fanatic, exclaimed in surprise, since he had only seen Pokemon battles on TV. Keep it down. This was prepared by my grandfather, afraid we would encounter danger in the wild. I see. Sigh. Having a good grandfather is just unavoidable, Ash said, looking dejected. All right, in a few more years you can get your own Pokemon. Su Chi said that he thought to himself. The Master Ball could capture Pokemon that have defeated legendary beasts, so enjoy it while you can, Ash. Let the battle begin. Go, Squirtle. Shigeru threw out his Pokeball. Charmeleon, go. Squirtle, use Bubble. Charmeleon, dodge and use Scratch. Charmeleon swiped Squirtle away with a sharp claw. Now Charmeleon, use Fire Fong. Squirtle fell down. Su Chi won. You won, Shigeru said with a downcast expression. Su Chi walked over and patted Shigeru's shoulder, saying, don't be discouraged, with success comes failure. Keep it up, I believe in you. Yeah, good bro. Shigeru, regaining confidence, said, I will definitely surpass you. Su Chi, you're too amazing, congratulations. Ash and Serena said, all right, let's go observe Pokemon. Chapitre 3, Encontrer danger, capturer Gyarados. After a morning of observation, Su Chi felt a bit bored. He had gone around and seen everything, and besides some weak Pokemon, there really wasn't much to see. Some Pokemon around were treated as practice targets for Charmeleon, which Su Chi thoroughly defeated. It would be better to check deeper to see if there were any rare Pokémon. Su-Chi turned to everyone and said, "Why don't we go look elsewhere? There's nothing much to see here, just weak Pokémon that I heard that the Pokémon deeper in the forest are rarer and stronger." Rarer Pokémon. Ash's eyes lit up for someone like him who loved rare Pokémon. This was a tempting lure. "What do you all think?" Su-Chi asked everyone. "Sure." Ash was the first to decide. "I'm fine with it," Shigeru said. "Okay," Mei said coldly, responding with just 2 words. "I'll follow you, but you have to protect me." Su-Chi, looking at Serena's round, big eyes, Su-Chi felt a strong urge to protect her. "No problem, Serena, your safety is in my hands." And so, everyone set off towards the deeper part of the forest. As they walked deeper into the forest, the surroundings gradually became dimmer, the tree crowns growing larger, and the wide forest became empty. The quiet atmosphere made everyone a little scared indeed. For children around 6 or 7 years old, the environment here was quite frightening. Serena quietly tugged at Su-Chi's sleeve and said, "Why don't we go back?" "It's fine, Serena, they'll protect you." Su-Chi gave her a determined look. Thank you, Su-Chi, I believe in you." The group walked for about half an hour and arrived at the Katsuna River, which runs through Pallet Town. "Look at this big river, the rushing water flows like a green ribbon, continuously moving. My grandfather said that the legendary Pokemon Suicune lives in Katsuna River," Shigeru said seriously. "Suicune, the legendary Pokemon," Ash exclaimed excitedly. Even the usually stern Mei showed some emotion, her lips slightly parted. "According to legend, Suicune is the embodiment of the North Wind, possessing the magical power to purify all pollution." Su-Chi spoke up. "Wow, that's amazing." Ash's eyes sparkled like shining stars. Su-Chi thought of Suicune from the anime, its body being blue with white diamond-shaped spots on its torso. It had a blue gem-like headpiece surrounded by white, wind-like ribbons, showcasing its graceful figure. Its body bore blue and white patterns, reflecting the imagery of water and wind. Just thinking about it excited him. One day, he would definitely capture it. "Let's keep going," Su-Chi said. Just then, a loud splash echoed in their ears, and a Gyarados leaped out of the lake, roaring angrily at everyone. "It's Gyarados, everyone run." Su-Chi quickly grabbed Serena and ran. "Damn it, how did we run into Gyarados?" Shigeru and the others were so scared they took a few steps back, unable to stand still. Gyarados opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of flames. The massive flames surged toward the people on the shore. "It seems we can't avoid it. You're the one, Garchomp." Garchomp, use Dragon Breath. Shark. Garchomp opened its mouth and unleashed Dragon Breath. The 2 attacks collided, creating a cloud of dust. Seeing that someone was still resisting, Gyarados roared and unleashed Hyper Beam. Garchomp, dodge and use Iron Head. Garchomp jumped to avoid the Hyper Beam and struck Gyarados, sending it crashing back into the water. Now, use Dragon Breath. Gyarados, in turn, used Waterfall, creating a large wave. Dragon Breath and the wave collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Garchomp, use Rock Smash. The Rock Smash hit Gyarados, causing it to cry out in pain. Garchomp, use Rock Slide. A massive rock fell towards Gyarados, and Gyarados toppled down. Go Pokeball. The Pokeball hit Gyarados. The Pokeball shook 3 times, ding. Gyarados was captured at 8T this moment. Shigeru and the others were still in shock. Su-Chi, this is your Garchomp, Xiao Mao asked in shock. "Yeah, but I hope everyone can keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Otherwise, it's too unbelievable for a 6-year-old to have a Garchomp. The league would definitely send someone to investigate. Although they wouldn't know about the system, it's better to avoid trouble and not reveal too much too soon." "Sui, Jodamasin. You're truly my idol," Xiaoji said, looking at Su-Chi with admiration. Su-Chi felt a chill in his heart. "I'm a straight guy." All right, as long as everyone is okay," Su-Chi reassured them. "But when did you get your Garchomp, and how is it so strong?" Xiao Mao asked in confusion. After all, he and Su-Chi had grown up together, and now Su-Chi had such a powerful Pokemon without telling him. "To be honest, Garchomp is a Pokemon I saved. At that time, he was very weak, and I rescued him, and then he became my Pokemon." Su-Chi said seriously, although he himself didn't quite believe it, but it was more than enough to fool these kids. It was really lucky that Ash believed Su-Chi's words without question. "Thank you, Su-Chi," Jinya said. "I will look up to you, train powerful Pokemon, and then battle with you." Confidence sparkled in Jinya's eyes. "All right, I'm looking forward to that day," Su-Chi said, looking at Jinya's confident face, and couldn't help but think of Shinji from the anime. Speaking of which, their names are quite similar. It was getting late. Let's head back. Everyone passed through the forest and returned to the summer camp activity center. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared on the surface of the Katsuna River. It was Suicune. It's surprising that such a small human could have such a powerful Pokemon. Perhaps he could solve that matter. Time was almost up. After saying that, it disappeared from the water's surface. Chapter 4. The beginning of the journey before long. The month-long Pokémon summer camp was about to end. Suchi and Serena were about to part ways with Jinya, who was returning to the Unova region, and Serena would return to the Kalos region. After spending such a long time together, they got to know each other well and became good partners. To be honest, no one wanted to part. As the sun set at the airport, "Goodbye, Suchi. I look forward to seeing you next time," Serena said with tears in her eyes. Suchi felt a pang in his heart. "Goodbye, Serena." After all, it was impossible to say there were no feelings, friendship, after spending so much time together. At this moment, Jinya also walked over and said goodbye everyone. Ash and Gary also had tears in their eyes. Jinya and Serena boarded their respective flights. The planes flew across the sky, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. "All right, don't be sad. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Let's head back," Suchi said, comforting the two, who were still just kids. In the next 4 years, Suchi used his knowledge of Pokémon from his past life to help Professor Oak solve many problems and even publish the 7 evolution methods of EV, a discovery that caused a sensation throughout the Pokémon world. Dr. Bratano from Kalos and Dr. Otamaki from the Hoenn region both sent letters and calls, hoping Suchi could go to their places to help them research Pokémon issues. Suchi declined the kind offer, stating that he did not plan to engage in Pokémon research for the time being, which left both professors feeling regretful. Over the next 4 years, Suchi's Charmeleon successfully evolved into a Charizard after continuous battles. During this time, the system issued 7 missions, 5 bronze missions and 2 silver missions, all of which involved helping Professor Oak with Pokémon research or challenging Pokémon. During this period, Suchi captured a giant Onix located in Mayacha Mountain and a Horsia in the Kozna River. Both of these Pokémon possessed quasi-elite force strength, which was quite fortunate, as it is rare to encounter such strength in the wild. Several bronze missions rewarded him with some evolution stones, which were not particularly valuable. The silver missions rewarded him with a blue-green Pokémon egg and a shocking monster, which had already evolved into a shocking beast. Now, Suchi had a Charizard, a Garchomp, a Horsia, a giant Onix, a Gyarados, and a shocking beast, along with a Pokémon egg. Suchi believed that with his current lineup, he could at least make it to the top ranks of the Pokémon League. Tomorrow was the day to receive Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, one could start traveling at the age of 12. The next day, as expected, after the other participants received their Pokémon, Ash, the true protagonist, hurried in, dressed in a green pajamas with messy hair, and shouted as soon as he entered, "Professor Oak, I overslept. It's all my mom's fault for not waking me up." Just like in the anime, Ash smoothly received a Pikachu, which then gave him a shocking greeting. However, it must be said that people in the Pokémon world have excellent physical conditioning. After the electric shock, Ash seemed completely fine. Professor Oak earnestly explained the usage of the Pokeballs and Pokédex to Ash. Ash exclaimed, "Yay, I have my own Pokémon now. Hello, Pikachu." Pikachu shot him an annoyed glance and gave him another electroshock massage. "What the? I didn't do anything to provoke you," Ash stammered. Professor Oak then approached Suchi and Shigeru, saying earnestly, "From now on, your journey relies on you to continue. I've upgraded your Pokédex to the national version, so make sure to do your best." "Okay, Grandpa," Suchi and Shigeru replied in unison. "Of course. Any Pokémon you capture must be sent back to me for research." During these 4 years, Professor Oak had thoroughly studied Suchi's 5 Pokémon, and he was very impressed with Suchi's abilities. At less than 10 years of age, he had managed to acquire so many strong Pokémon. Shigeru also did not have the same experience as in the anime, where he was surrounded by a harem chanting his name. Over the 4 years spent with Suchi, Shigeru had matured and become more composed. "Suchi, let's work hard together and aim to become Pokémon masters." At this moment, Xiao Mao is still striving towards the goal of becoming a Pokémon master. Let's do our best and meet at the competition," Suchi replied firmly. "Seeing you two so ambitious brings me great joy. Keep it up, kids." Professor Oak looked at the two with great anticipation. And so, Suchi's Pokémon journey officially began. Meanwhile, our Ash is still at the research lab bickering with Pikachu. Sigh, the gap is just that big. Suchi and Xiao Mao walked out of Shinshin Town. Suchi was called to a stop by Xiao Mao. "What's wrong? Is there something?" "Well, before we leave, how about a friendly match?" The fire of competition ignited in Xiao Mao's eyes. Over the past 4 years, Xiao Mao's Squirtle had evolved into a Blastoise, and he had captured several decent Pokémon. Although he had never won a battle against Suchi's Pokémon, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. "All right, let's do it. Go, Garchomp. Come out, Blastoise." Over the 4 years, the two Pokémon had fought often and were very familiar with each other. Garchomp used Stone Edge. Sharp rock blades surged toward Blastoise. Blastoise countered with Hydro Pump. A massive water column deflected the Stone Edge back. Garchomp rushed in and used Brick Break. Suis Teeth. The Brick Break hit Blastoise's shell. Blastoise, are you alright? Xiao Mao called out worriedly. Blastoise, it responded to Xiao Mao, indicating it was fine. Alright, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. But Garchomp didn't give him the chance and used Earthquake instead. With a loud rumble, the ground cracked open and Blastoise's body sank into it. Now's the time. Garchomp used Dragon Rage. After a series of explosions, Blastoise stood up, panting. Not bad. You didn't lose your fighting ability, Su-Chi said. Garchomp was ready to finish the battle with its final move, Dragon Rush. After the explosion, Blastoise was left in circles, having lost its ability to fight. I still couldn't win against you. It seems I need to become stronger, Xiao Mao said. I'll call it day, Su-Chi. Goodbye. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, Xiao Mao said with a determined expression. All right, let's both work hard. Su-Chi replied to Xiao Mao. After they finished speaking, the two parted ways, promising to meet again when they had both grown stronger. Leaving Jinshin Town, Su-Chi took out his Pokédex to check the path to Nibi City, marking the first stop on his journey to the gym. Chapter 5, Nibi Gym. Encounter with Wuxiong. After walking for almost an hour, Su-Chi still hadn't exited the forest, and it seemed he was lost. I'm so hungry and tired. Su-Chi's stomach growled. After walking for another half an hour or so, suddenly, a lewd man by the roadside called out to Su-Chi. Su-Chi instinctively took a few steps back. That boy over there, yes, I'm talking to you. Come over and take a look at a middle-aged man who waved at Su-Chi. Su-Chi walked over and asked unhappily, Who are you, uncle? I'm a stone merchant. Come take a look. I have all kinds of evolution stones. If you're lucky, you might even find Pokémon fossils for sale. And those are quite valuable. Su-Chi looked at the man in front of him, squinting his eyes at the buzz cut. Isn't this Wu Neng, the unscrupulous businessman father of Xiao Gang? Uncle, since the stones here are so valuable, why don't you sell them yourself instead of selling them to me? In the animation, Wu Neng gave Xiao Ji a harsh lesson with the broken stone in his hand. Ah, well, young man, I see there's a connection between you and this stone, so I'll sell it to you at a lower price, Wu Neng said, a bit flustered. Uncle Wu Neng, your poor acting skills can only fool others, Su-Chi said. Ah, who is Wu Neng? I don't know him. I don't know who you're talking about. Uncle Wu Neng, you should go back to the gym. Are you just going to leave Xiao Gang and the others behind? Su-Chi said with a bit of frustration. Is Xiao Gang the one who sent you to find me? No, I'm a Pokémon trainer from Jinshin Town, currently challenging the gym. Trainer, sich. I have no face to go back. The gym is a complete mess under my management, and I'm in so much debt. How can I face them? Wu Neng lowered his head in shame. Uncle, running away won't solve the problem. You need to face the issues when they arise. You left, and Xiao Gang had to hold up the gym by himself. Do you have no sense of responsibility? Yes, you're right, but what can I do now? Xiao Gang is doing very well. My return would only add to his troubles. Uncle, I think you should go back and see them. They all miss you very much. Miss me? Did Xiao Gang tell you that? Su-Chi told a kind lie. Well, sort of. Let's not think too much about it. We should hurry to Nibi City. Wu Neng was somewhat moved by Su-Chi's words. To be honest, it seemed that Su-Chi had a talent for persuasion. Su-Chi smiled and said, Follow me. Uncle Wu Neng waved his hand. Ding, mission released. Mission level gold. Successfully challenged the Nibi Gym. Reward: 1 gold lottery ticket, 2 bronze lottery tickets. The mission was released. This was the first time the system had issued a task since Su-Chi embarked on his journey. A gold lottery ticket. He wondered what he could draw from it. He hoped it would be a powerful Pokémon. So he secretly checked. Following Wu Neng's lead, Su-Chi finally made his way out of the forest. If it weren't for Wu Neng guiding him through such a winding path, he wouldn't know when he would have found his way out. Upon arriving at Nibi City, Wu Neng said to Su-Chi, Thank you, young man. I haven't asked your name yet. Uncle, my name is Su-Chi. Nice name. Let's go to the gym together. Following Wu Neng, they arrived at the Nibi City Pokémon Gym, which was primarily based on a rocky background, complemented by the exclusive Pokémon Ball emblem of the Alliance. This was the Nibi Gym. They pushed the door open and walked in. Is anyone here? I'm a Pokémon trainer here to challenge the Nibi Gym. I shouted loudly. A Pokémon trainer? Haha. It's been a while since a trainer came by. A squinty-eyed young man approached from a distance. This was Xiaojang. As Xiaojang walked over, he spotted Wu Neng at first glance and immediately froze. His squinty eyes widening a bit. Father, is that really you? Is it really you? It's me, son. I'm back. Where have you been all these years? The younger siblings miss you a lot. Xiaojing cried excitedly as he hugged Wu Neng. I'm sorry, son. I was useless before, but now I'm back. Xiaojiang embraced his father, and the two of them began to cry uncontrollably. After a while, I couldn't help but interrupt them. All right, there's a challenger here too. Can we save the emotional talk for later? Suchi really couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was almost in tears himself. I'm sorry. I forgot about you for a moment. Xiaojiang said. Let me introduce you. This is Suchi, a trainer from Jinshin Town. Thanks to his encouragement, I have the courage to come back and face everyone again. Suchi, thank you for helping me find my father. Xiaojiang gratefully took Suchi's hand. No problem, Suchi said, pulling his hand away. Wow, your grip is really strong. Can we start the gym challenge now? Of course, but as the gym leader, I want to go easy on you just because you helped me find my father. Haha, that's only natural. My Pokémon are no slouches either, Suchi confidently replied. Then I'll be the referee for you. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Wunong, Suchi said. Okay, let us start the Nibby Gym Challenge. The challenger from Jinshin Town, Suchi, versus the Nibby Gym leader, Xiaojiang. The match is 3v3. During the challenge, the challenger can switch Pokémon, but the gym leader cannot. Let us begin. Go, Geodude. Geodude, huh? Then you're up, Dratini. The beautiful figure of Dratini emerged from the Pokeball and flew into the air. Is that really a Dratini? Both Xiaojiang and Wunong were somewhat shocked. A rookie trainer actually possessed such a rare Pokémon. Xiaojiang couldn't underestimate this trainer anymore. Suchi looked at the surprised expressions of the two and thought to himself, you'll be even more surprised soon. Haxorus, use Rain Dance, he commanded, and immediately rain began to pour over the battle arena. Although the opponent was strong, we cannot give up. Geodude, use Harden, then use Self-Destruct. Haxorus, dodge and use Hydro Pump. Because of Rain Dance, the power of Water-type moves is greatly increased. With one Hydro Pump, Geodude was knocked out. Brock recalled Geodude and said, not bad, very strong. Next is this guy, Golem. Haxorus, Dragon Rage. Golem used Rollout to evade. Golem curled up its body and moved at high speed to avoid Dragon Rage. Haxorus, use Surf at maximum power. Let us see how you block this. Haxorus created a massive wave that swept across the entire battlefield. Golem, Brock shouted worriedly. After the Surf, Golem lost its fighting ability. Good job, Golem. Next is you go. Onix. Brock sent out his ace, Onix. Return. Haxorus, Suchi recalled Haxorus. Since the opponent is using Onix, we'll use Onix too. Go Onix. A giant Onix appeared. Larger than Brock S. Onix by more than double. What a huge Onix! Brock exclaimed. Could this be the giant Onix from Mia T Mountain? Wunong remarked with keen insight. That's right, this Onix is indeed the giant Onix from Mia T Mountain, Suchi confirmed. With this confirmation, Wunong understood that his son would definitely not be able to defeat Suchi, as he had also wanted to capture this Onix back in the day, but had to give up due to insufficient strength. Onix, use Rock Throw. Brock commanded. Onix swept its tail to clear the rocks, and with a single swipe of the giant Onix's tail, all the rocks were sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. Such a strong Pokémon, Brock gritted his teeth and said, Onix, use Tail Whip. Suchi ordered. The massive tail sent Brock's Onix flying. Onix, Brock shouted worriedly. Onix hasn't lost its fighting ability yet. The giant Onix will finish it off. Use Earthquake. Suchi shouted. After the Earthquake, only Brock's Onix lay on the ground. Onix has lost its fighting ability, so the winner is Suchi from Pallet Town. Onix, you've worked hard, Brock said. That was truly an exciting match. You both did great, Wunong commented. Father, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings, Brock said apologetically as he understood how great the gap between him and Suchi was. No, Brock, you did wonderfully. It's just that Suchi is too strong. Almost like an experienced trainer rather than a newcomer, Wunong said. Uncle Wunong, you flatter me. Suchi thought, how can I not be strong with the system? He humbly replied on the surface, I might just be a bit lucky. Unbeknownst to him, Brock seemed to have taken 1,000 points of damage. Suchi, this is the gray badge from Nibby City. Take it. Suchi took the gray badge from Zhao's hand, a gray badge made of hexagonal metal resembling gray rocks. Suchi shouted like Ash, I got the gray badge. Go for it. Suchi, I believe you can stand at the peak of this world, Xiaojiang said. Okay. Thank you for your encouragement. I will do my best, Suchi replied. After finishing the gym challenge, Suchi went to the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon. Congratulations, host, for completing the golden task and successfully challenging the Nibby Gym. The task rewards have been issued. Would you like to draw a lottery? Start the lottery. The lottery panel began to spin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a champion-level Metagross, 10 Dragon-type energy cubes, and a Leaf Stone. Other rewards were not important. He actually drew a Metagross, the champion Daigo's signature Pokémon from the anime. I really love you, System Dad, Su-Chi said shamelessly. Host, please have some self-respect, the system replied. Su-Chi heard someone calling him from a distance and turned around to check. It was Ash, that silly guy waving at him. Chapter 6. First Encounter. Team Rocket appears. Su-Chi, it's really you. Ash ran towards Su-Chi, followed by a beautiful girl with orange hair, pulling a charred bicycle that had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Su-Chi thought this must be Misty. To be honest, Misty was indeed pretty, just a bit on the small side, but with long legs. She was simply a straight guy killer. Ash, you also came to Nibby City. Are you here to challenge the gym? Su-Chi asked. Gym? What gym? I don't know. Ash replied with a puzzled look. Su-Chi really didn't expect Xiaoji's IQ to be so low. After explaining it to him, he learned that in order to participate in the league conference, one must collect the 8 badges recognized by the league. And only then can they challenge the Pokémon League Conference. And Nibby City is the location of the gray badge. I see. I didn't know that before. I thought that as long as I caught Pokémon, I could directly participate in the league conference. Su-Chi was completely defeated by Xiaoji's brainless behavior and quickly changed the subject to ask what Xiaoji was doing here. Xiaoji explained that his Pikachu was seriously injured, and he had come to the Pewter City Pokémon Center for treatment. Because of Pikachu's Thunderbolt, he accidentally damaged Xiaoxia's bicycle, and now Xiaoxia was pestering Xiaoji to compensate her for it. However, Xiaoji had no money, so Xiaoxia was following him around. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, this is Su-Chi, a very skilled Pokémon trainer. Hello. The two greeted each other. Then Xiaoxia said, but don't think you can get away with it. If you don't compensate for my bicycle, I will follow you everywhere. All right. Su-Chi couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted their conversation, directly taking out his Pokédex to transfer the necessary alliance coins for the bicycle to Xiaoxia's Pokédex. Xiaoxia felt a bit embarrassed and said, but you didn't break it, so you don't need to compensate. Su-Chi smiled and said, it's okay. Xiaoji and I are from the same place. His matters are my matters too. Just accept it. Su-Chi, thank you so much, Xiaoji said almost in tears, pulling Su-Chi's hand to wipe his eyes. Seeing his snot-covered face, Su-Chi withdrew his hand in disgust and said, I just finished challenging the Pewter Gym and need to go to the Pokémon Center. Let's go together. The three of them arrived at the Pokémon Center, and Nurse Joy was as beautiful as in the anime. Nurse Joy, please help me heal my Pokémon. Thank you. Sure, trainer, Nurse Joy smiled. No wonder Xiaojang was so infatuated with Joy. Who could resist such a beauty? Nurse Joy, is my Pikachu healed? Su-Chi and Xiaoji asked. It's healed, but you need to take good care of your Pokémon. It was seriously injured, Nurse Joy said somewhat reproachfully. Yes, it's all my fault for not taking care of Pikachu properly, Xiaoji said, showing a guilty expression. Nurse Joy brought Pikachu over. Pikachu, Xiaoji said worriedly, hugging it. Pika, Pikachu slowly opened its eyes. Now, because Xiaoji had selflessly shielded it from the attack of a Spearow, Pikachu gradually began to accept this trainer from the bottom of its heart. This is the Pikachu god, Su-Chi thought, looking at it, its yellow appearance, zigzag tail, and the 2 electrical symbols on its face. Defeating a first-level god, one couldn't help but admire our Xiaoji. Pikachu, this is Su-Chi, a trainer who also came from Pallet Town with me. Pikachu turned its cute little head and looked at the boy in front of it. It had a good impression of someone from the same place as its trainer. Hello, Pikachu, Su-Chi said, reaching out a hand to gently pet Pikachu's little head. Just then, Nurse Joy came over and said, Mr. Su-Chi, your Pokémon has been healed. Su-Chi retrieved the Pokeballs for Hakron and Onyx, thanked them, and turned to Ash and Misty, saying, it's getting late. Let's stay at the Pokémon Center today. Okay, Ash and Misty replied. Just as the three were about to ask Nurse Joy for a room, a loud explosion was heard from above. They looked up to see a man, a woman, and a Meowth standing on a giant hot air balloon. Ash angrily asked, who are you? Jessie, since you asked so sincerely. James will generously tell you. Jessie, to prevent the world from destruction. James, to protect world peace. Jessie, to bring about love and truth. James, to be the charming and adorable villains. Jessie, I'm Jessie, James, and I'm James. Jessie, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. James, a white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Meowth, that's right. Rocket team, you are the infamous rocket team, Misty said with a serious expression. You little brat. How dare you call us infamous? Jessie shouted angrily. James urged her to show them their power. Go, Weezing. Use self-destruct and steal their Pokémon. Steal our Pokémon? Dream on. Su-Chi threw out a Pokeball. Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Garchomp, such a rare Pokémon. James exclaimed, his eyes wide. Weezing used Mud Bomb, and Jengar used Poison Sting, But it was all in vain as Su-Chi's Garchomp knocked them out with a single Dragon Rage. What a powerful Pokémon. It must belong to our rocket team. Meowth shouted excitedly, then pressed a button to release a mechanical arm to try to grab Garchomp. Garchomp jumped to avoid it and used Air Cutter. Pikachu, you go too. Thunderbolt. Misty also sent out her Pokémon, Starmie, which used Water Pulse, shattering the rocket team's mechanical arm with 3 direct hits. Oh, this doesn't look good. The 3 members of the rocket team sense trouble and prepare to flee. Don't let them get away. Misty shouted. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Garchomp, Dragon Dive. Ash and Su-Chi commanded. A massive explosion followed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The rocket team turned into 3 dazzling shooting stars and disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a lingering feeling of annoyance. Are you all okay? Nurse Joy hurried over to ask. I've already notified Officer Jenny. She'll handle the rest. We're fine. I guess we'll have to find a hotel for tonight. Su-Chi replied. After a while, Officer Jenny arrived in Nibby City, asked Su-Chi and the others a few questions, took notes, and thanked them for their help. Otherwise, the Pokémon at the Pokémon Center would have been stolen. She also mentioned applying for a reward from the League for them. After handling the Pokémon Center incident, the 3 walked out, found a hotel, booked 3 rooms, and prepared to rest. In his room, Su-Chi called Professor Oak to inform him that he had obtained the Nibby City Gym badge. To his surprise, Professor Oak told him that Green had called 2 days ago to say he had received the gray badge and was already on his way to Hualan City. Ugh, it's all my fault for getting lost. Otherwise, I should have been heading to Hualan City too. After a brief chat with Professor Oak, he hung up, took a hot shower, and prepared for bed. He had a dreamless night. Chapter 7. Lost in the forest training the next morning, Su-Chi got dressed, cleaned up, and stepped out of his room, bumping into Ash and Misty. The 3 greeted each other and headed to the dining hall to eat together. Su-Chi released his Pokémon and bought them Pokémon food. I have to say, powerful Pokémon have big appetites. Su-Chi spent a whole 3,000 League coins, which was quite a burden. Thankfully, he had a wealthy grandfather. Professor Oak never lacked money. The League allocated hundreds of millions for research each year, and he also earned quite a bit from publishing Pokémon research papers. Otherwise, Su-Chi would surely go broke. After breakfast, Su-Chi bid farewell to Ash and Misty and continued on his journey. They arrived at a dense forest, which was eerily quiet, with only a few bug-type Pokémon scattered among the trees. Su-Chi released his Garchomp to accompany him, not because he was scared, but simply because he missed it. After walking for an hour and seeing the forest in front of him lead back to the starting point, Su-Chi, who was terrible with directions, felt defeated. He took out his Pokédex to check. It only showed his current location and specific place names, but not a detailed route map. Looking around, the forest seemed endless. It seemed he would have to spend the night there. That night, Su-Chi took out his sleeping bag and found a clean patch of ground, gathering a pile of dry branches before releasing Charizard. Charizard, give me a mini flamethrower, Su-Chi said. Charizard opened its mouth and let out a small flame, instantly igniting the branches. At night, Su-Chi gazed at the countless stars in the night sky and began reflecting on his 4 years in the Pokémon world, recalling Professor Oak, Gary, Ash, and all the experiences he had gone through. Garchomp, Charizard, let us train hard together tomorrow, working towards our goals, Su-Chi suddenly exclaimed, startling the 2 Pokémon beside him. Garchomp, roar! Su-Chi's Pokémon howled at the sky, filled with fighting spirit. After a night's rest, the next morning, Su-Chi got up early. The morning air was refreshing. He greedily inhaled the scent of grass and trees. In his previous world, there was no air this fresh. He picked some berries to fill his stomach and had to admit that these berries were quite useful, not only for Pokémon, but also for humans. After eating a few orange berries, Su-Chi felt very full. Su-Chi took out several Pokeballs. Come out, everyone! Charizard, Onix, Garchomp, Electivire, Metagross, Gyarados, and Dragonair appeared in the clearing. The massive bodies of the Pokémon instantly filled the open space in the forest. Su-Chi looked at the Pokémon in front of him with an overwhelming sense of pride. Garchomp, you will battle Charizard. Charizard, your power and defense are good, but your skill strength is not enough. Follow Garchomp and learn well. Su-Chi assigned their training methods. The quality of Pokémon obtained from the system's lottery was impressive, with top-tier physical attack, melee, and defense capabilities. Gyarados, you will battle Dragonair. Pay attention to your stamina and attack speed. Gyarados is limited by its size and doesn't move quickly enough. Su-Chi recalled how he had seen Garchomp's weakness during their battle in the Cosna River, where even Garchomp's Dragon Claw couldn't be avoided in the water. Practice hard, everyone. Gyarados let out a roar and then turned to battle Dragonair. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt to attack Onix and Metagross. Metagross, Being Steel-type, you need to enhance your electric resistance. Electabuzz, you need to train your electric-type moves. Onix is not afraid of electric-type attacks. You need to ensure Onix takes damage. Alright, everyone start training. Onix, you'll have to work a little harder, Su-Chi said apologetically, looking at the disgruntled Onix. Onix thought, you're so high and mighty, using me as a meat shield. Young man, I advise you to be kind. You'll regret it. Everyone went off to train, and Su-Chi took out the egg he won from the system lottery, wondering when it would hatch. Looking at the blue-green egg, he speculated whether it would be a Riolu or a Gibble. Regardless, both Pokémon were destined to be powerful, and Su-Chi was excited about either. Egg, please hatch quickly, Su-Chi said while gently stroking the egg. It seemed to have heard his words, as it wobbled slightly but then became still again. At that moment, a shadow flashed by, and the egg in front of Su-Chi vanished into thin air. Su-Chi was taken aback and suddenly realized, shouting loudly, "Thief, put down the egg!" Upon hearing Su-Chi's voice, everyone hurried over, but the shadow had already vanished. Based on Su-Chi's judgment, it must have been a flying-type Pokémon, moving at incredible speed. The group split up to search, and Charizard and I teamed up. So, with 6 Pokémon and 1 person, we spread out to find the egg thief. Charizard, fly up and see if you can spot it. Roar. Charizard took to the sky, searching everywhere. The other Pokémon also began to look around in the nearby woods. Suddenly, a series of air slashes attacked Charizard in the sky, causing it to cry out in pain. Charizard, are you okay? Su-Chi shouted in concern. Roar. Charizard responded, indicating that it was fine. Then, a giant Beedrill appeared before them. Its size was larger than a normal Beedrill, with sharper eyes, and most importantly, it was a shiny Pokémon with a purple body and golden feathers on its head, making it look even more imposing. So it's a Beedrill, Su-Chi said angrily, staring at the Beedrill. The Beedrill did not respond and launched a hurricane attack directly at Su-Chi. Charizard, let's use Hurricane 2. Charizard flapped its wings, creating a strong wind, and the two attacks collided, holding each other off for a few seconds, with Charizard clearly gaining the upper hand. It blew the Beedrill down to the ground. Once on the ground, the Beedrill suddenly took off again, launching several air slashes at Charizard. Charizard, use Fire Blast. A massive flame in the shape of a large character collided with the air slashes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Charizard, now's the time. Use Meteor Mash. Charizard's right claw glowed, striking the Beedrill and sending it flying. The Beedrill crashed into a tree behind it, creating a crack in the trunk, and struggled to get back up, propping itself up with its wings. Su-Chi looked at the Fearow in front of him, feeling an undeniable desire to capture it. Who wouldn't want such a strong, shiny Pokémon? Fearow, why did you steal my Pokémon egg? Su-Chi asked, although the Fearow stood up. It was covered in wounds and too weak to fight. Looking at the Pokémon trainer in front of it, it lowered its head powerlessly and fell to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Su-Chilian quickly ran forward, took out the healing spray and potion from his backpack, and gave them to it. Hearing the sounds of the previous battle, the Fiercebite land shark and the others rushed over. Upon seeing the Beedrill in front of him, he realized it was the egg thief. After a while, Beedrill slowly woke up, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it saw the 6 Pokémon and 1 person staring at it, which made it quickly back away and bump into the tree behind it. Beedrill, why did you steal my Pokémon egg? Where did you put the egg? Su-Chilian immediately questioned as he woke up. Seeing that the man in front of him didn't seem dangerous, Beedrill gestured with its wings, and after a while, Su-Chilian roughly understood its meaning. It turned out that Su-Chilian and the others had intruded into Beedrill's territory. This Beedrill had heard the sounds of Su-Chilian's battle, which disturbed its sleep, and in anger, it flew over. However, upon seeing that these Pokémon were not easy to mess with, it decided to steal the egg in retaliation. After listening to its explanation, Su-Chilian felt a bit embarrassed, as it was indeed his fault. He apologized to Beedrill. I'm sorry. We didn't know this was your territory. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. Can you return the egg to us now? Beedrill nodded and spread its wings to fly away. After a moment, it returned with the egg and handed it back to Su-Chilian. Thank you, Beedrill. How about you join us on our journey? Let us become stronger together, Su-Chilian said, pulling out the catchphrase from the anime that Ash often used, looking at Beedrill with sincerity. Beedrill looked at the man in front of it and agreed. A smile appeared on Su-Chilian's face. Indeed, Master Ji's words were effective. He then took out a Pokémon ball, and Beedrill gently tapped it with its head. A red light engulfed Beedrill, shaking a couple of times before stopping. Yay! I caught Beedrill. Everyone cheered for Su-Chilian, howling in excitement. Su-Chi released his Pidgeot and said that he was very familiar with this forest. asking it to lead them out. The Pidgeot flew in a circle in the air and then headed in one direction, while Su-Chi recalled his Pokémon and quickly ran forward. Chapter 8. Moonview Mountain, Team Magma. After spending 2 days in the forest, Su-Chi finally emerged from it and arrived outside. It seems that capturing the Pidgeot had its benefits. He no longer had to worry about getting lost, as there was someone to guide the way. Su-Chi took out the Pokédex and opened the map to see where he was. He had just left the dark green forest, and his next stop was Crescent Mountain. After crossing Crescent Mountain, he would reach Hualan City. Thinking about the water ballet performance of the Hualan sisters, Su-Chi couldn't help but feel excited. Changpu, Munin, and Inghua were each stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so. After walking for a while, Su-Chi saw the towering Crescent Mountain in front of him. In the animation, Crescent Mountain was famous for its abundance of moonstones, and there was a huge premium moonstone in the transmission area, which attracted many people. Many had come to Crescent Mountain hoping to find that giant moonstone, but almost everyone returned empty-handed, and gradually, fewer and fewer people came, dismissing it as a rumor. Only Su-Chi, who had watched the animation, knew that there really was a massive premium moonstone in Crescent Mountain, guarded by a group of Psyduck and Piku. Entering Crescent Mountain, Su-Chi walked along the path and came across a cave about 2 meters high. Looking at the smooth rock walls around him, Su-Chi thought this was a man-made cave, likely created in search of the premium moonstone of Crescent Mountain. However, according to the rumors, they had been around for many years. How could there still be people coming here? Su-Chi entered the cave, which was pitch black with no light at all, and a breeze occasionally blew through the cave. In the darkness, the sounds of big-mouthed bats and ultrasonic bats echoed, adding a sense of terror to the cave. Su-Chi took out his flashlight to observe the surroundings. After walking for a while, he still hadn't reached the end. Who could be digging such a large tunnel here? Suddenly, the stone beneath Su-Chi's feet cracked open, and a mole rat burrowed out, attacking Su-Chi. He quickly released his Charizard. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, Su-Chi shouted. The green Dragon Claw directly sent the mole rat flying, crashing heavily against the rock wall, rendering it unable to fight. Still trying to ambush others? Su-Chi said disdainfully. Who is here? A young man's voice came from afar. A man dressed in a white lab coat approached Su-Chi, looking wary. I'm a traveling trainer. I came across this cave while passing by and decided to take a look. Who are you? Su-Chi replied. Hearing Su-Chi's words, the man's expression softened slightly, and he smiled, saying, So you're a trainer. We are researchers from the Pokémon Research Institute in Nibi City. We're here for investigation and research. Researchers from the Institute? Su-Chi was taken aback, as in his memory, aside from Dr. Zhenghui from the mysterious lighthouse, there seemed to be no other research institutes around here. Su-Chi felt a sense of vigilance in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained a clueless expression. Pretending to be in awe, he said, Researchers from Nibi City, that's impressive. The man slightly smiled, thinking that Su-Chi was just a clueless rookie trainer, and he had worried for nothing, believing he had been discovered by the League. However, this rookie was not bad, managing to defeat his Sandshrew. He was a kid with some potential. Can I visit your research base? Su-Chi continued to act innocent and harmless. Visiting our base, well, all right. But you mustn't tell anyone, okay? The man clearly seemed a bit flustered. Of course, Su-Chi replied, but in his heart, he thought he would check out what they were up to. It wouldn't be an evil organization like Team Rocket, would it? It would be just perfect to take them all down, report to the League, and earn a reward, especially since he was short on money lately. Su-Chi followed the man for a few minutes and arrived at a spacious open cave, where dozens of huge incandescent lights illuminated the area brightly. Su-Chi came from the dark environment, and for a moment, the light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. After adapting for a while, he opened his eyes and saw many people operating various instruments. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over and sternly questioned a man about why he had brought the child here. The man leaned in and whispered a few words in the other's ear, and both of them revealed a coincidental smile. Hello. I am the director of this research institute. You can call me Qingli. Hello, I am Su-Chi. What research are you doing? We are studying the magical creatures in the cave, so we specifically moved the research institute here. Su-Chi clearly did not believe such words. Yuijin Mountain was home to common magical creatures like Sandshrew, Diglett, and Geodude, which had been thoroughly researched decades ago. They certainly had some unspeakable secrets. Su-Chi looked around at the people, who were all nervously calculating something, seemingly searching for something. So he secretly observed. Su-Chi, come over here. A clear and friendly gesture was made. Su-Chi followed to see what he was up to. At the end, a huge detection device appeared before Su-Chi. with two large cylindrical antennas connected to many large machines. Seeing this, Su-Chi thought these people must be searching for that rare moonstone. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred nearby. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash shouted, followed by Misty, Brock, and a Jigglypuff. What is Ash doing here? Su-Chi wondered to himself. Damn it, how did they all come out? Qingli shouted with a somewhat ferocious expression. A massive electric current shattered the machines here, causing a huge explosion, and Su-Chi covered his face to shield himself from the blast. Su-Chi, what are you doing here? Ash asked in confusion. I saw them acting sneakily, so I came to see what they were up to. They are Team Magma, an evil organization that specializes in capturing Pokémon and disrupting world peace. Su-Chi then realized that it was the Team Magma, which didn't appear much in the original animated series. What about you? How did you end up here? Ash said. Xiaoxia, Xiaojiang, and I came to Moonview Mountain and encountered a Jigglypuff. We didn't expect to run into Team Magma. They wanted to capture the Jigglypuff, and we were outmatched and captured by them. Luckily, Pikachu stole the guard's keys when he wasn't paying attention, and that's how we escaped, Ash explained. Haha, since you've already been discovered, there's nothing left to hide. I originally heard from E-Village that you have a pretty strong Charizard, and I wanted to make use of it, but it seems I won't have the chance now, Qingli said with a gloomy expression. Go Houndoom, use Darpulse. Go! Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Suishouti Loudly. Garchomp's Dragon Rage directly took down Houndoom. Garchomp, such a rare Pokémon, should belong to me. Everyone attack. The members of Team Magma unleashed their Pokémon. Nidoking, Zubat, Infernape, Spearow, Rapidash, Scyther, and Bagon. Seeing so many Pokémon, Xiaoxia said worriedly, what should we do? We should find a way to run. She broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaojiang also suggested, how about we retreat first and think of a plan? Trying to run? How could that be possible? Now that you know our Team Magma's secret, you all must die here today. This is your day of demise. Qingli said with a sinister laugh. I think today is actually your day of demise, Su-Chi said seriously. Chapter 9. Defeating Team Magma, the Ritual of Pikachu. After Su-Chi finished speaking, he released his Charizard in Metagross. The Garchomp used Dragon Breath, Charizard unleashed Fire Blast, and Metagross fired Hyper Beam. The three attacks collided with the Lava Team, causing a massive explosion. The Lava Team, along with their Pokémon, fell to the ground. Ash and his friends were stunned, unable to close their mouths. Could this really be the power of a rookie trainer? Seeing the shocked expressions on Ash and his friends, Su-Chi laughed and said, Haha, basic skills are essential. Quick, call the police. I'll leave the rest to Miss Junsha. Su-Chi recalled his Pokémon. What does basic skills mean? Ash tilted his head in confusion. After a while, many police officers arrived and were thrilled to see so many criminals. This was a huge achievement. Miss Junsha walked over and said to Su-Chi and the others, It's you. Thank you so much. You are truly brave young people. This Miss Junsha was the one they had met at the Pokémon Center in Nibby City. Su-Chi scratched his head awkwardly and said, It's okay. This is what we should do. Miss Junsha chimed in with a tinkling laugh. In any case, I still want to thank you. Without your help, I don't know how long these criminals would have been able to roam free. I will apply for a reward for you from the Alliance. Beautiful lady, could I take you on a date? Xiao Gang's youthful heart erupted again as he knelt on one knee, holding Miss Junsha's hand. Junsha was a bit taken aback by this sudden scene, but it was thanks to Xiaoxia that she managed to stay composed. All right, look at the occasion, she said, pulling Xiao Gang's ear and leading him away. No, Miss Junsha, I will wait for you. My heart will always belong to you, Miss Junsha. Xiao Gang's voice echoed, but no one paid him any more attention. All right, don't mind him. He might have a problem with his head, Su-Chi said with a sigh. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's withdraw. Team, move out. A large number of police officers escorted the members of the Fire Rock team out. After Miss Junsha left, Pippi, who was under Xiao Ji's feet, suddenly jumped out, waving its short arms and pointing in one direction repeatedly. Are you saying we should follow you? Su-Chi asked. Pippi nodded affirmatively. The group followed Pippi to a rock wall, where Pippi used its command skills, and a strange colorful circle suddenly appeared on the wall. Pippi jumped inside, and everyone followed suit. They found themselves on a huge platform, where a massive stone radiating a mysterious white light stood. Su-Chi thought it must be the enormous precious moonstone in transit, which was likely the direct target of the Fire Rock team. Below, dozens of Pippi were standing, along with an elderly Pikachu. Xiaoxia exclaimed with starry eyes, Wow, so many Pippi. They're really adorable. I like them so much. Thank you for your help. It allowed us to avoid a disaster. Suddenly, the old Pikachu spoke. This Pikachu can talk, Xiao Ji said excitedly. In the anime, There is indeed a talking Pikachu on Moonview Mountain, and it must be this one. It's no problem. Protecting Pokémon is the responsibility of us trainers. No need to be polite, Su-Chi replied. In any case, you have helped my clan. You are our benefactors, the Pikachu said and waved its hand, causing 4 moonstones to detach from the giant moonstone and fly into their hands. The largest piece in Su-Chi's hand is the moonstone. Looking at the glowing moonstone, Su-Chi marvels at the wonders of nature's power. However, how is the moonstone used? Xiaoji asked in confusion. The moonstone can help Pokémon evolve. For example, the Clefairy in front of us can evolve into Clefable with the help of the moonstone. Su-Chi explained to Xiaoji and the others. I see. Xiaoji suddenly understood. Su-Chi, you know so much. Su-Chi thought to himself, isn't this obvious? I've been chasing Pokémon for over 10 years, so of course I understand these common knowledge. I'll give you the moonstone as my token of gratitude, said the leader of the Pikachu tribe. Leader of the Pikachu tribe, I want to ask, what was that command from Pippi just now? Su-Chi asked in confusion. That was to prevent the moonstone from being exposed to the world and taken away by those with ill intentions. I used my psychic abilities to create this isolated space, making it impossible for people to find it. But I still don't know who leaked the news about this place. As more and more people are coming here to search for the moonstone, the leader of the Pikachu tribe replied. I see. No wonder no one has found this place all these years. This also explained the doubts in Su-Chi's mind. Our tribe's evolution ceremony is about to begin. Everyone take a look, said the leader of the Pikachu tribe. Evolution ceremony? What evolution ceremony? Ash couldn't help but ask. The evolution ceremony is our tribe's ritual for Pippi to evolve into Pikachu, the leader of the Pikachu tribe explained. Soon, dozens of Pippi held hands and began to dance a mysterious dance. The light of the moonstone grew brighter, illuminating the entire space, and one by one, the Pippi emitted the light of evolution, dazzling everyone to the point they could hardly open their eyes. When the evolution ended, all the Pippi had evolved into Pikachu. Su-Chi exclaimed, it's so amazing. There are such evolution methods. Although I've seen such a miraculous scene in animations, seeing it in reality still leaves me speechless. After the ceremony, Su-Chi and his companions bid farewell to the Peacock's tribe and left Moon Viewing Mountain. They arrived at Route 2, and Ash invited Su-Chi, saying, Su-Chi, join us. Let's travel together and become stronger. Ash looked at Su-Chi with determination. Su-Chi declined Ash's invitation, saying, forget it. I prefer traveling alone. I enjoy growing continuously during my journey, and I'm not used to having companions join me. Seeing Su-Chi refuse his invitation, Ash's fighting spirit was ignited as he said, all right, but I will do my best too. Next time, let's battle. I will definitely defeat you. Su-Chi smiled and said, okay, I'll wait for you. By the way, how did you manage to successfully challenge the Nibby Gym? Ash touched his nose and proudly said, of course, it was with my strength. Just ask Brock. Brock scoffed and said, that's because I felt sorry for you and went easy on you. Only you would think to use Pikachu to battle in my rock gym. Hearing this, Su-Chi couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Ash, the master of reverse attributes, was still as reckless as in the anime. When they reached the intersection, it was time for everyone to part ways. Goodbye, everyone, Su-Chi said as he gradually disappeared from sight. Goodbye, Su-Chi, Ash said, watching Su-Chi's fading back, his heart igniting with a blazing fighting spirit. Pikachu, let's train hard and become stronger together. Pikachu also looked firmly at Ash, looking forward to their next encounter. Chapter 10. Challenge the Hualan Gym, Water Ballet Hualan City, a beautiful city standing by the coast of Kanto. Hualan City is primarily known for tourism, and the tourism industry is one of its main pillars. Many tourists come to Hualan City, mainly attracted by the water ballet performances of the Hualan Three Sisters. The water ballet performance is the main source of revenue for the Hualan Gym and a major attraction for visitors. The Acanthus Three Sisters rely on the revenue from the Hualan Gym to generate significant tax revenue for the league every year. Even though it has become the worst gym in the Kanto region, it still remains operational and has not been disbanded. After bidding farewell to Ash and Su-Chi, I arrived at Hualan City. Looking at this beautiful city, the streets were filled with billboards featuring posters of the Hualan Three Sisters. Ding! A golden mission has been issued. Defeat the Hualan Gym. Reward: 1 golden lottery ticket and 1 silver lottery ticket, and activate scouting mode. What is scouting mode, system? Su-Chi asked. Answering the host, the scouting system can view the specific data of Pokémon, including their qualifications, talents, height, and more. Oh, I see. This feature is pretty good. Su-Chi smiled. Su-Chi came to his senses and looked at the posters. thinking to himself that the popularity of these three people was indeed high. Suchi eventually arrived at the Hualan dojo, and from a distance, he could hear the bustling crowd. Goodness, almost all the people in line were men, and they were all lecherous uncles. There really weren't any handsome guys like Suchi. Suchi also bought a ticket. Those three sisters are really ruthless. A ticket costs 5,000 alliance coins. How much gold do they have to absorb in a year? As for why Suchi bought the ticket, of course, it was to watch the water ballet. No, it was for the dojo challenge. After waiting in line for a long time, Suchi finally entered the Hualan dojo. Looking around at the venue's decorations, he saw posters of water ballet everywhere. The poster of the three sisters squeezing the ball made Suchi blush. I was, of course, talking about volleyball. Anyone who thinks otherwise can go face the wall. Arriving at the audience stand, Suchi saw the full view. The huge audience seats were almost full, resembling a fan club support in his previous life. In the center of the arena, a massive glass tank stood, filled with sun corals and goldfish swimming freely. As the time approached, more people arrived, and the water ballet officially began. The lights in the center of the dojo dimmed, and a spotlight flashed. The Iris sisters made a glamorous appearance, each striking a pose that outlined their perfect figures and proud curves. This sparked a howl from the audience. The eldest sister spoke first. Thank you everyone for coming to watch our Hualan Sisters water ballet performance. We hope you all enjoyed. Then came the second sister, Peony, thanking everyone for their support. The youngest sister, Sakura, blew a kiss to the entire audience, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a climax, with cheers erupting from the crowd. The water performance began. The three jumped into the water sequentially, and as the performance started, the audience gradually quieted down to watch. The three in the water continuously changed their dance poses, paired with gorgeous costumes and Pokémon, and Suchi now understood why water ballet was so popular. It was truly beautiful. The three swayed in the water like mermaids. No, they looked much better than mermaids. At least the waves were visible, making Suchi want to stand up. After 3 hours of performance, it concluded perfectly, and the three bowed to the audience, thanking them for watching. This water ballet performance was officially over. Seeing the performance end, Suchi walked down from the audience stand and went to the backstage of the Hualan dojo. The three sisters saw a cute little brother and thought he was there for autographs. Iris walked over and asked, "Little brother, are you here for an autograph?" Looking at Suchi's delicate features, Iris's girlish heart fluttered. "No, I'm here to challenge the dojo," Suchi said seriously. "Challenge the dojo? Little brother, we are very strong," Sakura and Peony said, walking over. Then let's see who's stronger," Suchi replied with a smile. "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Suchi," he answered. "Suchi, that's a nice name." Arriving at the battle arena, Sakura said, "Little brother, you go first. Then I won't be polite. Go, Haku Dragon." The three sisters were shocked. A 10-year-old boy had such a precise Pokémon. "Go, Goldfish." Sakura sent out first. Haku Dragon used Ice Beam on Goldfish, knocking it out in one hit. Even the surrounding water was frozen. Goldfish lost its fighting ability. Next up was Peony. "Go, Gem Starfish." Haku Dragon, Water Tail. Gem Starfish was knocked into the water by the massive water flow and lost its fighting ability. "Gem Starfish," Peony shouted worriedly. Finally, the eldest sister, Iris, stepped up. "I have to admit, you are really strong, little brother Suchi. Can we not add little brother to it?" All right. No more talking. Let's start," Iris said with a smile, waving her hand. "Go, White Sea Lion. Use Ice Beam." "Haku Dragon, we will also use Ice Beam." The two ice beams collided. But Suchi's Haku Dragon was drawn from a system lottery, its strength being at the king level with excellent qualifications, while the White Sea Lion was simply too weak, getting knocked back and falling into the water. The White Sea Lion quickly recovered and used Water Gun, but Haku Dragon dodged and used Tidal Wave, creating a massive tidal wave in the water, sweeping the White Sea Lion away, causing it to lose its fighting ability. Suchi won 1v3. Here you go. This is the symbol of defeating the Hualan Dojo, the blue badge. "Little brother, you are really amazing. I look forward to your performance at the Alliance Conference," Iris said. Thank you for your kind words," Suchi thought as he walked out of the Hualan Dojo, looking at the blue badge in his hand. Its pure color resembled a sapphire. He still needed 6 more badges. Next, he had to head to Kii City, Suchi thought, putting away the badge. Just as he was about to head to the Pokémon Center, he heard Ash's loud voice, "Suchi, wait for us." Turning around, he saw Ash and the others running towards him. "Did you just arrive in Hualan City?" Suchi asked. "That shouldn't be. Even if you took the second highway slowly, you should have arrived by now." After saying that, he noticed Ash looking angrily at Misty and saying, "It's all Misty's fault. We said we were coming to challenge, the Hualan Dojo, but she insisted on not coming and even ran off in the wrong direction to the mountain road. Brock and I had to go look for her. At this point, Su-Chi remembered that in the anime, Misty ran away from home because she didn't want to see her three sisters. Iris wanted Misty to take over the dojo, so they could go perform globally. But Misty was unwilling, so she had no choice but to run away. Now, bringing her back, she definitely wouldn't want to. Su-Chi walked over to Xiaoxia and said, Xiaoxia, actually I know that the leader of the Hualan Gym is your sister. The leader of the Hualan Gym is Xiaoxia's sister. Both Ash and Brock were surprised. How do you know? Did they tell you? Xiaoxia asked in astonishment. Yes, that's right. I am their younger sister. I don't want to inherit the gym. I want to travel. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon master, Xiaoxia said with certainty. Xiaoxia, you can prove your strength. Only you can protect your own dreams, right? Su-Chi said seriously, looking at Xiaoxia. Chapter 11. Duel with Shigeru, a 6v6 battle. Thank you, Su-Chi, Xiaoxia said, regaining confidence thanks to Su-Chi's encouragement. The group returned to the Hualan Gym. Sister, it's you. You finally come back. Are you here to inherit the gym? My sisters and I can finally go on a world tour, Sayaka said happily. Sister, I told you I won't come back to inherit the gym. Now I want to prove my strength to you. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon master, not to be a gym leader, Xiaoxia said angrily. Xiaoxia, don't be so naive. If you want to become a water-type Pokémon master, we all know that it's better to not aim too high and to inherit the gym steadily. The three sisters urged Xiaoxia in turn. Making others do what they don't want to do is just for your own interests. You three sisters are really doing a great job. Su-Chi mocked the three of them. Since that's the case, let's see your true abilities in battle. Xiaoxia took out a Pokeball. All right, I want to see how much Xiaoxia has improved after being away for so long, Sayaka said. Go, White Sea Lion. Let's go, Gyarados. Gyarados. How do you have such a strong Pokemon? The three asked in shock. Sisters, I haven't been idle during this time, Xiaoxia replied. Gyarados used Ice Fang, and two huge icy fangs bit down on White Sea Lion, causing it to lose its fighting capability. The following match with Peony and Sakura's Goldeen and Staryu was easily won with Water Tail and Hydro Pump. Xiaoxia won effortlessly. Xiaoxia, you've really changed. All right, we won't oppose you anymore. We look forward to your achievements, Sayaka said with an unnatural expression, as her and her sister's dream of traveling the world was shattered. Thus, Xiaoxia finally gained her sister's approval and set off on her journey with Ash and the others. After bidding farewell to Sayaka and her sisters, they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. Thank you, Su-Chi. Here, your Gyarados. Xiaoxia returned the Pokeball of Gyarados to Su-Chi. After all, Xiaoxia's strength was evident. She only had a Goldeen and a Staryu, along with a sometimes unreliable Psyduck. Without the Gyarados that Su-Chi had lent her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Haha, you're welcome. I hope you achieve your dreams and step onto the path of becoming a water-type Pokémon master, Su-Chi said to Xiaoxia. Yes, I will work hard, Xiaoxia nodded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of longing. Su-Chi, long time no see. Shigeru. Su-Chi turned around and saw Shigeru, who had been traveling for a long time. Long time no see, Su-Chi said. How many badges have you collected? Shigeru asked. 2, the gray badge and the blue badge. I have 3 badges, Shigeru said proudly. Su-Chi thought to himself that he had wasted several days due to getting lost in the forest, which delayed his arrival at Crescent Moon Mountain and the Hualan Gym. Otherwise, he would have reached Leaf City long ago. Su-Chi, let's battle. I promised I would definitely win you next time we meet, said Shigeru. Hearing that they were going to have a Pokémon battle, Ash, the battle enthusiast, became very excited. All right, how about a 6v6 battle? Su-Chi suggested to Shigeru. I couldn't ask for more, Shigeru replied, looking very happy. So, the group headed to the battle arena at the Pokémon Center. It was afternoon, and there were still quite a few people at the Pokémon Center. Hearing about the 6v6 battle, many gathered to watch the match. Su-Chi, let me show you our strength. Go Blastoise! Shigeru called. Blastoise, which had evolved from Squirtle during those 4 years, appeared. Blastoise, huh? Then you go, Charizard, Su-Chi replied. Seeing Charizard come out, Shigeru was a bit surprised. Using Charizard to battle was somewhat of an insult to him, and Shigeru felt a little angry. Even Ash, the master of type advantages, looked puzzled, while Brock calmly said, Su-Chi's Charizard is trained very well. It seems to have at least the strength of a near champion. Shigeru might lose this battle. Brock's insight as a gym leader was commendable. Blastoise, Hydro Pump attack, Shigeru commanded. Charizard dodged and used Dragon Claw, avoiding 2 Hydro Pumps and hitting Blastoise instead. Blastoise cried out in pain. Blastoise used Surf. A massive wave surged toward Charizard. Charizard, take to the skies. Shigeru ordered as Blastoise charged forward. The huge wave engulfed Charizard, but Charizard hugged Blastoise and flew up using seismic toss. In the water, Charizard lifted Blastoise high and slammed it down onto the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Charizard used Thunder Punch to finish it. Charizard's fist crackled with electricity and struck Blastoise directly. Blastoise fell to the ground, unable to battle. Blastoise! Shigeru shouted worriedly. He recalled Blastoise and looked at its Pokeball, saying, "You did well, Blastoise. Thank you for your hard work. Next up is this kid. Go, Skarmory." Shigeru sent out. Skarmory, a steel type? Sui murmurith. I've never seen Skarmory before, Ash commented. Skarmory, a steel and flying type, was quite rare in the Kanto region. At a critical moment, Brock explained it to Ash. Charizard. Return. Su-Chi recalled Charizard and sent out Metagross. Metagross. This is your first battle. You need to do your best. Hannah. Metagross replied. Skarmory, Steel Wing. Skarmory charged. But Metagross used Protect, creating a green shield in front of it. Skarmory crashed into the shield. Skarmory used Continuous Air Slash. Seeing that Steel Wing was ineffective, Shigeru resorted to a war of attrition, but he underestimated Su-Chi's Metagross, which was a Pokemon drawn from the system lottery and not so easily defeated. The Continuous Air Slash was blocked by Metagross. Now, Metagross Meteor Mash. Metagross directly knocked Skarmory out of battle. Watching his Pokemon defeated, Shigeru gritted his teeth and said, I have to admit, Su-Chi, you are really strong. Go Houndoom. Shigeru sent out Houndoom. Seeing Houndoom, Su-Chi recalled the impressive battle power of Shigeru's Houndoom from the anime. It could be said to be his trump card. Su-Chi recalled the Gyarados. Go Hakron. A snake-like blue figure appeared on the field, and Hakron's presence shocked everyone, as there were very few Pokemon like this in the Kanto region. Hakron, use Hydro Pump. Wind Speed Dog, use Quick Attack to dodge. It was clear that Hakron was faster. The Hydro Pump hit directly, soaking the Wind Speed Dog completely. Wind Speed Dog, use Flamethrower. Commanded Xiaomao. Hakron Dragon Breath. The two moves collided, causing an explosion that kicked up a large cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Su-Chi and Xiaomao used their hands to shield their faces. Haklong charged forward, using Dragon God's Dive, while Wind Speed Dog and Noxious Charge were unleashed simultaneously by the two. The two of them spoke in unison. Suddenly, two beams of light collided, followed by a loud explosion, and smoke filled the air. Wind Speed Dog lost its fighting ability, and although Haklong was injured, he remained standing in the arena. The two of them recalled their Pokemon. Xiaomao looked at the battle situation before him, having lost 3 times in a row, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 12. The battle ends, sparking Xiaomao's efforts. Go Kingler. Xiaomao sent out his 4th Pokemon. It's your turn now, Mega Sharpedo. Everyone could see that Su-Chi and Xiaomao were not on the same level at all. The Pokemon they brought out were vastly different in caliber. One was ordinary, while the other was a well-bred starter Pokemon, a quasi-divine Pokemon, creating a huge gap between them. But Xiaomao didn't care about that. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Mega Sharpedo completely ignored it and used Crunch. Mega Sharpedo burst through the bubbles and struck Kingler on the top of its head, knocking it out cold. After all, Mega Sharpedo was Su-Chi's strongest Pokemon, bar none. Watching his Kingler fall without a fight, Xiaomao considered giving up but still wanting to save face. Sent out his 5th Pokemon. Nidoking, show him what you've got. Nidoking, dragging its massive body, let out a roar, showcasing its might. Nidoking is well trained, right? But there's no way you can defeat me, Su-Chi said confidently. Go Onix. As soon as Onix appeared, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, everyone could see that this Onix was much larger than a normal one, more than twice the size. The appearance of the gigantic Onix sent the crowd into a frenzy, with many discussing how there could be such a large Onix. The massive Onix raised its head high, looking down at Nidoking. Seeing such a large Onix and its sharp gaze, Nidoking was instantly frightened, wanting to go home and find its mom. Nidoking, pull yourself together and don't be afraid, Xiaomao said to Nidoking. After hearing Xiaomao's words, Nidoking felt a little reassured and faced Onix's eyes, gradually becoming sharper. Very good, Nidoking, use Mega Punch. The punch hit Onix, but Onix merely roared, as if to say, is that all you've got? Not very comfortable. Nidoking felt like it had taken 1,000 points of damage and thought, are you kidding me? Onix, be serious. Use Earthquake, Su-Chi commanded. Onix swung its tail, and the ground beneath Nidoking shook violently, causing Nidoking's massive body to sink into the ground. Onix used Rock Slide, and several large boulders appeared around it, attacking Nidoking. Nidoking was sent flying by the boulders, crashing against the wall of the Pokémon Center, losing its fighting ability. My last Pokémon go Alakazam. Alakazam, a Psychic-type Pokémon, is indeed a good choice. But this is where it ends for you. Go, Electabuzz. Thunderbolt. Suchigan didn't give Xiao Mao a chance and directly started fighting. Hoodie, teleportation. In an instant, Hoodie disappeared from the spot, and 100,000 volts missed. Hoodie used Psychic Force. The Psychic Force hit the electric beast, instantly causing it to fall into chaos, starting to use electric attacks everywhere, completely unable to hear Suchigan's words. Suchi was a bit anxious and shouted loudly, "Electric Shock Beast, pull yourself together and break free from the control of the mental force." Unfortunately, the Electric Shock Beast was in a state of confusion and couldn't hear Suchi's words. Taking the opportunity, Hoodie used telekinesis to throw it away. Hoodie's eyes glowed blue as the telekinesis activated, lifting the Electric Shock Beast and throwing it down. The Electric Shock Beast fell heavily to the ground. Perhaps sensing the pain, the Electric Shock Beast regained consciousness, but it was also injured from the previous attack. "Are you okay, Electric Shock Beast?" Suchi asked. The Electric Shock Beast gave Suchi a determined look to indicate that it was fine. "Great job," Suchi exclaimed happily to the Electric Shock Beast. The Electric Shock Beast then used its electric field ability. With a roar, it unleashed a massive amount of electricity from its body, surrounding the entire arena. Hoodie was affected by the electric field and felt paralyzed, with sparks of electricity flickering all over his body. What Suchi wanted was this effect. Using an electric field to cover the entire arena not only increased the power of the Electric Shock Beast skills, but also solved the problem of Hoodie's extremely fast teleportation speed. "Haha, I'm really smart," Suchi thought to himself. "Hoodie, use Shadow Clone." I have to say, this move by Xiao Mao is indeed quite good. Using Shadow Clone to confuse the enemy, while also compensating for the paralysis effect caused by the electric shock, leading to Hoodie passively taking hits. However, this was useless for Suchi. The Electric Shock Beast used its most powerful thunder attack, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with huge bolts of lightning striking down at Hoodie. All of Hoodie's clones were shattered, and Hoodie was instantly exposed in front of Suchi, hit by a bolt of lightning, collapsing to the ground and turning as black as coal, losing its combat ability. At this point, all 6 of Xiao Mao's Pokémon had lost their combat capability, and Suchi achieved a complete victory. After the battle, everyone present was happy for Suchi. At that moment, Xiao Mao walked over and sighed. "I lost, and I lost terribly. Suchi, thank you for helping me realize my shortcomings. I will continue to work hard." Seeing the dejected look on Xiao Mao's face, Suchi comforted him for a while. After their conversation, Xiao Mao bid farewell to everyone and set off on his journey again, vowing to work hard and redeem himself, promising that next time he would definitely win. At this moment, Ash and his friends walked over. "That was really exciting. Suchi, you're amazing. How do you have so many powerful Pokémon?" To this, Suchi can only explain, maybe it's just luck. I've been really lucky. Suchi certainly couldn't say that he had the help of a system dad. Then, Ash asked, "Suchi, what are your plans next?" "I plan to go to Leaf City to continue challenging the gym," Suchi replied. "Why don't you travel with us? It would be great to have company, and with your strength, you could share some experience with me. Is that okay?" Ash looked at Suchi with anticipation. "I'd rather not." Suchi declined Ash's kindness, mainly because having a system was sometimes inconvenient, and also because being around Ash often led to trouble. Throughout several generations, he was either with Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, or Team Skull. Suchi didn't want to get involved with this misfortune god. There was no benefit in sticking with him. "Also, Ash, it seems you haven't challenged the Hualan gym yet," Suchi kindly reminded him. "All right," Ash suddenly realized. "It's all Xiaoxia's fault. After finishing her business, I completely forgot about challenging the gym." The 3 of them hurried to the Hualan gym. After bidding farewell to Ash and his group, Suchi then remembered the reward for challenging the Hualan gym from the system. "System, I want to draw all the prizes." The spinning wheel began to turn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a bottle of talent enhancement liquid and a Chincho. What? A Chincho? A Pokémon that is both ugly and useless. It's even less popular than a Magikarp. I at least used a silver lottery ticket, and this is what I got. Ding. Detection mode activated. Please confirm receipt. On the system panel, a disc-like object appeared below the lottery machine. Suchi immediately used it to check the ugly fish he had just drawn from the system. Chapter 13, Investigation Mode activated, departing for Dry Leaf City. You wouldn't know until you looked, and once you did, you would be shocked. Name, Ugly Fish Qualification. Champion, Hidden, Trait, Water Tail Skills. Bounce, Impact, Last Struggle, Poison Sting. Awakening Power. Goodness, this ugly fish actually has champion potential, which cannot be ignored, and it also has a skill like Awakening Power. I told you. Products from a system are always top-notch, absolutely trustworthy, Su Chi said happily. Dog, you weren't saying that just now. There's also a bottle of qualification enhancement liquid. System, please introduce its function. Ding, responding to the host, the qualification enhancement liquid can ignore qualification limits and raise any Pokémon's qualification to champion level. Here, let's clarify the specific levels of Pokémon. Ordinary, Elite, Epic, Legendary, Semi-King, King, Champion, Gym Leader. There are also level 1 gods, level 2 gods, level 3 gods, and mythical beasts. For example, Arceus and Giratina are level 1 gods. So powerful, Su Chi was a bit shocked. If he could draw more qualification enhancement liquids, wouldn't he be able to soar directly, filling the entire team with champions? Even the Dan Emperor would have to sing conquer. Who should I use it on? Aside from the Pokémon drawn from the system lottery, there's only Charizard, Pidgeot, and Gyarados left. After thinking it over, Su Chi decided to give it to Charizard. Why get to Charizard? There's no way around it. Charizard is very popular, and most importantly, the old Charizard is Su Chi's first Pokémon. Su Chi has a deep bond with Charizard, unparalleled. Pidgeot, Gyarados. So does love disappear? When using people, there's no hesitation, but when giving benefits, you just pat your butt and leave. Su Chi released the Charizard and handed the aptitude enhancement liquid to it. The Charizard looked at the green liquid in front of it, unsure of what it was. However, trusting Su Chi, it accepted it. Don't worry, this is the aptitude enhancement liquid. Drink it, and your aptitude will be raised to the champion level. The Charizard tilted its head back and drank the aptitude enhancement liquid. However, there appeared to be no visible change. The Charizard used Flamethrower, and Su Chi observed if there was any improvement in the move. To his surprise, the Flamethrower had become much stronger, and he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a hint of golden flames within it. The power was astonishing, directly blowing apart the walls of the Pokémon Center. Su Chi couldn't help but express his regret upon seeing this. Why do you have to experiment with this move? It seemed like another expense. Name, Charizard, Qualification, Champion, Ability, Solar Power, Skills, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Steel Wing, Origin Power, Earthquake. Looking at Charizard's improved qualifications, Su Chi felt a sense of satisfaction. After 4 years of companionship, both he and Charizard had grown together. Seeing Charizard's growth made Su Chi very happy. Like watching his own child grow up. After covering the cost to repair the wall, Su Chi left this sorrowful place and continued his journey towards Leaf City. After walking for more than a day, Su Chi arrived at a forest when suddenly a boy jumped out. Come fight me. It turned out he was a trainer in the forest, targeting passersby for Pokémon battles to strengthen his Pokémon's combat abilities. Most importantly, there was a prize for winning. Hearing about the prize, Su Chi's eyes lit up. He was too poor. Although he could ask Professor Oak for help, Su Chi was not someone who relied on others. Thus, he accepted the boy's challenge. Go Teddy Ursa. Su Chi found it somewhat amusing to see this Pokémon. He activated his detection and discovered that it was just a cute little one with ordinary qualifications, which diminished his desire to battle. However, for the sake of money, he decided to deal with it casually. He released his Electabuzz and used Thunderbolt, resolving the matter in one move without any hesitation. Seeing the scorched Needle Bear, the boy quickly ran over, picked up the Needle Bear, hurriedly paid him, and disappeared before Su Chi's eyes. Along the way, Su Chi encountered many trainers like this. Basically, each one was resolved smoothly with a single move. Su Chi raked in a large sum of money, thinking that it would be great if more people like this came along. After walking for a long time without encountering any trainers, he found it a bit strange that he hadn't met anyone. Did they all hear of my fame and no one dared to come give me money? It seems I need to be a bit more low-key. Just then, a building appeared in front of Su Chi, featuring Gothic architectural style, with a huge display screen on the roof announcing a 99-game winning streak. Seeing this made Su Chi smile, as he realized this was the territory of the Beast Master, Xiaoming from the animation. He then entered the room, and upon seeing someone enter, Xiaoming said, "Are you here to challenge me? If you lose, I will achieve my 100th consecutive win." He then burst into laughter. Su Chi, seeing his confidence, said, "You're so sure you'll win. Aren't you afraid of losing?" The word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. Xiaoming replied with a proud look, completely disregarding Su Chi. "All right, Then I'll see what qualifications this guy, with 99 consecutive wins, has to say that. Su Chi was clearly provoked by Xiao Ming's words. The two arrived at the battle arena. Xiao Ming confidently said, "Let me show you my trump card. Go." Sandshrew, give him a taste of defeat. A well-trained Sandshrew jumped out. Soon you'll be questioning your life," he continued. "Electrike, it's your turn." Electrike turned and jumped into the battle arena. You're actually using Electrike? You're really a newbie trainer. Don't you know about type advantages? Your electric type is weak against my ground type. Using Electrike against my Sandshrew? Let me teach you a lesson and continue my winning streak," Xiao Ming said proudly. Su Chi didn't want to listen to his nonsense. The electric beast used Thunder Punch and struck at the Sandshrew. The Sandshrew used Dig to evade it. Xiao Ming directed. It seems Xiao Ming is not completely brainless. Su Chi thought he would take the electric beast's Thunder Punch head-on. However, his plan didn't succeed. The electric beast was faster and hit the Sandshrew before it could successfully dig, sending it crashing into the wall. Xiao Ming anxiously watched the Sandshrew, experiencing such a significant defeat for the first time. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't understand why there was such a big gap despite being peers. "Get up, Sandshrew, come on," Xiao Ming said nervously. The Sandshrew stood up strong. "Well done, Sandshrew," Xiao Ming said happily upon seeing the Sandshrew rise. The Sandshrew used Mud Bomb, throwing several clumps of mud at the electric beast. However, it was ineffective. The electric beast dodged and used Iron Tail, easily avoiding the attack and striking the Sandshrew with its shiny tails, knocking it out instantly. "I lost," Xiao Ming said in disbelief as he looked at the situation before him. His proud Sandshrew was defeated in just 2 moves, and the one who defeated it was a boy almost the same age as him. "Xiao Ming, you should recognize your shortcomings. Being complacent and stagnant will only dull your potential as a trainer. The world is so big, you should go out and see. There are many powerful Pokémon trainers out there, and many who are stronger than you." After hearing Su Chi's words, Xiao Ming also recognized his shortcomings and humbly said to Su Chi, "Thank you for your guidance. I didn't expect to be taught by someone my age." "Thank you, but I still don't know your name." "My name is Su Chi. I'm glad to see you re-evaluating yourself," Su Chi said, looking at the humble Xiao Ming. Su Chi suddenly thought of the weight training device that Xiao Ming used when training Pokémon in the animation and asked Xiao Ming, "I heard you have a set of weight training devices for Pokémon that can enhance their resistance and increase their speed. Is that true?" "Of course I do. I have several sets. I'll give you one." Xiao Ming generously turned around to another room and brought out a set of weight devices. Looking at the metallic and high-tech weight device in front of him, Su Chi could tell it was worth a lot of money. Su Chi thought to himself, to just give away such an expensive device, that's really extravagant. "Thank you, Xiao Ming. As the saying goes, a short hand is from a person, a short mouth is from a person." Su Chi changed his expression, looking as if he had seen a close brother. The main reason was that it was too expensive. One set costs 1 million Alliance coins, which is not something an ordinary family can afford. Chapter 14. Training of Riolu, the Power of Aura. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ming, Su Chi continued walking towards the edge of the forest. After walking for a long time, Su Chi released his Pidgeot to prevent getting lost. "Pidgeot, go see which direction we should head." Pidgeot flew out, circled around, and returned, leading Su Chi to fly in one direction. After a long time, there was still no end in sight, so Su Chi recalled Pidgeot. "I'm not going any further. It's too tiring," he said, noticing that it was getting late. "Let's rest here for the night." Su Chi set up a campfire and took out vacuum-packed food to heat up. After dinner, around 7 p.m., Su Chi lay on the ground looking at the starry sky. Suddenly, his backpack emitted a bright light, flickering on and off. Su Chi quickly opened the backpack and found that the Pokémon egg was about to hatch. He watched as the egg gradually cracked open, revealing a blue puppy-like Pokémon in front of him. Looking at the Pokémon, Su Chi couldn't contain his inner joy. "Riolu, it's actually Riolu." Riolu opened its eyes and looked at Su Chi. "Daddy," Su Chi heard a voice call out in his ear. "Who is it? Who called me?" There was no one around, only the newly hatched Riolu in front of him, but it hadn't spoken. Could it be the power of Aura? Su Chi thought. In the Pokémon world, every Riolu possesses the power of Aura, which has a magical ability to communicate with the trainer's heart. The strong bond created between a Pokémon and its trainer through this connection can lead to a qualitative leap in strength. Riolu also masters its exclusive skill, Aura Sphere, and as its power increases, the strength of the Aura Sphere also grows. However, to have the ability to communicate with its trainer's heart right after hatching shows that this little one is indeed extraordinary. No wonder it's a Pokémon egg drawn from the system lottery. Suchi opened the investigation to see the strength of this Riolu. Name, Riolu qualification, King ability, Heart of a Hero skills, double jump, strike, aura sphere, critical hit, power up, quick attack, enhanced punch. Born with aura sphere and such strong aura power, it truly is a remarkable Pokémon. Suchi looked at the standing Riolu and said, I'm not your dad. I'm your trainer, got it? From today on, let's work hard together and become stronger, okay? After saying that, Suchi extended his hand. Riolu smiled and high-fived Suchi, acknowledging this trainer. That night, Suchi cuddled with the newly born Riolu and fell asleep in the sleeping bag. After all, the baby had just been born and wasn't ready to go into a Pokeball yet. The next morning, Suchi woke up early while Riolu was still asleep. Suchi gave a pat. Get up, we need to set off. Reluctantly, Riolu got up. After getting ready, the two walked out of the forest. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw the exit. Suchi stepped out and enjoyed the long-awaited sunlight. There was very little light in the forest, filled with large trees, but visibility was still decent. Outside the forest, they still had a distance to go to reach Withered Leaf City. Riolu, let's train. Let's work hard together. Suchi turned around and said to Riolu, Riolu. It called out twice. Suchi found a clear spot. Come out, Charizard. Charizard appeared in front of Riolu, and the newly born Riolu, having never seen such a large creature, quickly dove into Suchi's arms. Suchi couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't be afraid. Riolu, this is our partner, Charizard. Come out and say hello. After hearing Suchi's words, Riolu cautiously peeked out its little head and looked at the dragon-like creature in front of it, sensing no malice. It jumped down from Suchi and curiously approached Charizard. Sizing it up, Riolu's courageous heart surged, and its body radiated blue light, with waves of aura power spreading like ripples. Suchi was shaken back a few steps by the force. Seeing how powerful Riolu's aura was, Suchi was determined to train Riolu well and make it one of his ace Pokémon soon. Riolu, use Aura Sphere to attack Charizard, Suchi commanded. Hearing Suchi's words, Riolu gathered Aura Sphere with both hands and shot at Charizard. Charizard opened its claws, and a green protective shield appeared in front of it, blocking the Aura Sphere. Riolu, keep using Aura Sphere, Suchi continued. His usual training method involved constant battles. Real combat could improve experience and reveal shortcomings. Sure enough, after a few attacks, Riolu was panting heavily and could no longer continue the assault. Suchi noticed Riolu's weakness. It was lacking stamina. However, considering that Riolu had just been born, this was already quite impressive. Suchi thought of the gravity device he got from Xiaoming. He then helped Riolu put on. As soon as Riolu wore the gravity device, his body bent under the weight. It was really too heavy. Meanwhile, Sui, the old six, was cheering him on. Why don't you try wearing it? Come on, Riolu. I believe you can do it. Suchi kept encouraging him from the side. Riolu braced himself, sweat dampening the fur on his forehead, struggling to support himself on the ground, and stood up strong. Riolu proved himself to Suchi. Well done, Riolu. In the following time, Riolu continued to adapt to the weight of the gravity device. He attacked Charizard, and when he got too tired, he would take off the gravity device to rest, repeating this cycle. After spending a week in this land, Riolu's special training was over. Now it's time to test our results. The duo re-entered the forest, searching for Pokémon battles everywhere. Go, Riolu. Aura Sphere. A blue energy ball hit a Beedrill by the roadside, causing it to crash into a tree. Suddenly, there was movement in the nearby grass, and a group of Beedrills emerged, glaring fiercely at Riolu and Suchi. Suchi suddenly remembered that Beedrill is a swarm Pokémon, and when one appears, many come along. However, it will be a good target for training for Riolu. Riolu used Shadow Clone, and in an instant, there were over a dozen Riolu on the field, continuously launching blue energy balls at the Beedrill swarm, knocking all of them down. But soon, the Beedrill got back up. Riolu's attacks were still a bit weak. All the Beedrill attacked Riolu in succession, and Riolu was stung by the Beedrill's poison stingers, causing it to be poisoned, with purple bubbles forming all over its body. Riolu, are you okay? Suchi rushed over, worried, and picked up Riolu. Riolu, it weakly called out. Pull yourself together, Riolu. Suchi shouted. Seeing the Beedrill in front of him, Suchi felt a bit angry. Charizard, use Primal Power. Several green energy balls shot toward the Beedrill swarm, and all the Beedrill instantly lost their fighting capability. Suchi quickly took out the antidote from his backpack and administered it to Lyle, who then recovered from the poisoning. Seeing Lila back to normal, Suchi finally felt relieved. Chapter 15. Re-encounter with the trio. Battle at the Withered Leaf Gym. Upon seeing Lailu recover, Su-Chi let out a sigh of relief. He then recalled his 2 Pokémon and continued on his way to Withered Leaf City. After about another day of travel, Su-Chi finally arrived at Withered Leaf City. This city can be said to be very representative of the Kanto region. Not only is it by the seaside, but it also has various themed streets and snack streets. Most importantly, the Saint is about to host a cruise sightseeing tour, and the organizers have invited people from various regions to participate. However, Su-Chi, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this so-called sightseeing tour was merely Team Rocket's cunning scheme aimed at capturing all the Pokémon on board. But that was for later. The sightseeing tour was still a few days away. Su-Chi's first stop was the Pokémon Center. After walking all day, he was too tired and handed over Lulu and Charizard to Nurse Joy for recovery. After his Pokémon were restored, Su-Chi booked a room at the Pokémon Center and fell asleep. The night was filled with twinkling stars, and Su-Chi was still in a dream. Suddenly, a mechanical hand quietly opened the window and reached inside. In the distance, Team Rocket's Meowth was operating the mechanical arm, using a telescope to try to take the backpack that Su-Chi had placed beside him. The mechanical hand quietly approached Su-Chi, picked up the backpack that was at the foot of his bed, and stealthily attempted to take it outside. Its purpose was clear. It was after Su-Chi's Pokémon. In fact, Su-Chi had already woken up the moment the window was opened. He just stayed still to follow the trail. Su-Chi's Pokémon are put into the system space every night in order to prevent such things from happening. Su-Chi got up and followed the mechanical hand outside. He wanted to see who was bold enough to steal his Pokémon. He saw the mechanical hand reach out beyond the wall, and Su-Chi easily climbed over the wall and jumped out. His agility was impressive. Once outside, he saw 2 people and a Meowth appear in front of him, clearly startled that Su-Chi had chased them out. Musashi and the others were taken aback. "Team Rocket, it's you again." Su-Chi shouted angrily at Team Rocket. "Oomph. The little brat has been discovered," they thought, and since Su-Chi recognized them, Team Rocket dropped their pretense. Kojer proudly declared, "Any Pokémon targeted by Team Rocket is sure to be ours." Su-Chi was quite angry listening to such shameless remarks. He directly sent out his Gyarados. "Ha! Musashi and Kojiro laughed. "Let's show you the Pokémon we got for Boss Sakaki. Today, we're going to take all your Pokémon." Thinking of the mocking from that glasses girl next to Boss Sakaki made Musashi grit his teeth in anger. "Just wait. When I present all of Su-Chi's Pokémon to Boss Sakaki, I'll get promoted and see if I can push you out. Go, Scyther. Charizard, teach it a harsh lesson." The 2 Pokémon emerged, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su-Chi looked at the Pokémon in front of him and thought that these 2 were well-trained and were definitely not comparable to the likes of Abra or Grimer. "Go, Electabuzz." Su-Chi released the electromagnetic beast. Thunder, Hyper Beam, Suikamandith. The water cannon combined with thunder produced outstanding results. Both Bashikadura and Charizard were charred from the electric attack, but fortunately, their levels were high enough that they did not lose their fighting capability. Bashikadura stood up and used Earthquake, while Charizard rallied a bit and prepared to use Overheat. Bashikadura stomped, causing the ground to tremble, and Overheat was directed at Gyarados. Gyarados and the electromagnetic beast suffered significant damage from the earthquake. Seeing the approaching Overheat flames, Gyarados countered with Flamethrower, and the 2 attacks collided, resulting in an explosion. The electromagnetic beast used Thunderbolt against Charizard, while Gyarados unleashed Flamethrower on Bashikadura. Su-Chi shouted, as the 2 types were perfectly countering each other. Bashikadura and Charizard were heavily injured and lost their fighting ability, collapsing to the ground. The 3 members of Team Rocket saw the situation was dire and hurriedly recalled their Pokémon to prepare for a getaway. As they were about to flee, Su-Chi said, "Leaving so soon? Let me send you off." Su-Chi grinned mischievously. The electromagnetic beast used Thunderbolt, and Gyarados unleashed Dragon Rage. The 2 attacks sent Team Rocket flying, turning them into 3 dazzling shooting stars, leaving behind the remark, "What an annoying feeling." Su-Chi resolved the issue with the Rockets and retrieved his backpack. Looking at the backpack, which was intact and undamaged, he felt relieved that it was fine. The quality was indeed impressive. The backpack prepared by his grandfather was truly top-notch. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Su-Chi was so exhausted that he fell asleep immediately. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Su-Chi got up and settled in. Today, he was going to challenge the Leaf Gym. Thinking about the gym leader, March, and that rookie trainer named Bao Bao, Su-Chi thought, "Let me give you a surprise." Su-Chi arrived at the Withered Leaf Gym and walked inside. A trainer ran out holding their Galarian Meowth, looking like another defeated challenger. "Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." The gym leader, Makis, usually dealt harshly with trainers who came to challenge him, using ruthless tactics. and he was particularly arrogant, acting as if he were unbeatable. Today, Su-Chi came to teach him a lesson. Su-Chi entered the dojo and saw a chubby, greasy middle-aged man standing there, wearing a gaudy pink shirt. Just looking at him makes one want to give him a beating. Another baby came in. Baby, are you here to challenge the dojo? Don't cry if you lose, haha. All right, enough nonsense, let's get started. Ma Chi-shur looked at the young man in front of him, feeling something indescribably different. Young man, my dojo is a place where the outcome is decided in one match, so don't say I didn't warn you. Go, my ace Raichu. A determined and battle-ready Raichu emerged from the Pokeball. It's decided, I'll use Garchomp. Cross-cut. Su-Chi didn't give it a chance, and just wanted to quickly resolve the battle. Raichu was taken out in one hit. The process was so fast that Machoke didn't even have time to react before the fight was over. So strong. After a while, Machoke blurted out 2 words. After ending the battle, Machoke handed the orange badge of the Leaf Gym to Su-Chi. Su-Chi didn't say much to him and turned to leave, believing that he should be able to recognize his own issues through this experience. In the original work, Ma Chi-shur, after his proud Raichu was defeated by Ash's Pikachu, humbly accepted Ash's teachings and became a stronger Pokemon trainer. Su-Chi returned to the Pokemon Center and saw Ash and his friend checking in. Hello, Ash. Su-Chi greeted the 3 of them. They turned around and, upon seeing Su-Chi, walked over. You're here too. Did you challenge the gym? Ash asked. I've already challenged it. Look, this is proof of defeating the Leaf Gym. The orange badge, Su-Chi said, taking the orange badge out of his pocket and handing it to Ash. This is the orange badge, Ash exclaimed, looking amazed, and, after examining it, he returned it to Su-Chi. Ash instantly became confident and turned to Misty and Brock, saying, We won't wait until tomorrow. We'll challenge the gym this afternoon. Ash, I heard that the Raichu of the Leaf Gym's leader, Marge, is quite tough to deal with. You need to be careful and prepare your Pokemon well before going, Brock advised earnestly. Ash didn't care about that. He was determined to go to the Leaf Gym. Ash, you should listen to Brock. The Leaf Gym is quite deep waters, and you might not be able to handle it, Su-Chi added, taking the opportunity to chime in. Ash, who usually wouldn't listen to others, felt he should heed Su-Chi's words, considering his strength. Reluctantly, Ash agreed but still hoped Su-Chi could help him train his Pokemon, to which Su-Chi agreed. In fact, Su-Chi was right. In the original story, Ash faced a tough time against Marge's Raichu at the Leaf Gym. The group trained in the battle arena outside the Pokemon Center for the entire afternoon until they went out for dinner in the evening. After dinner, Misty suddenly showed interest and said, I heard that the SS and cruise ship is going to hold a large event in Leaf City in the next few days. Let us participate. That sounds like a good choice. We don't have much to do anyway. I heard a lot of people from different regions will attend this event, so we'll definitely get to meet more Pokemon breeders, Brock said, stroking his chin. There will surely be many Pokemon from other regions. Ash said happily. After all, he had lived in the Kanto region since childhood and had only seen Pokemon from other regions on television. He was eager to see them in reality. Of course, people from all regions will come, Misty said, looking at Ash with disdain for his naive excitement. Are you coming along, Su-Chi? Ash asked Su-Chi. Of course, I will go. I want to spar with Pokemon trainers from all regions, Su-Chi replied. Thus, over the next 2 days, Su-Chi and Ash trained together while Misty dragged Brock around the city shopping. One must say shopping is truly a woman's nature. Misty bought a pile of things every day before returning to the Pokemon Center, perfume, lipstick bags. As for why Brock followed her, it was obviously a chance to see some pretty girls. After all, cosmetic stores and bag shops were always crowded with female customers, so he naturally became Misty's assistant. Su-Chi also suspected that so many things could be handled, and couldn't help but admire Xiao Gang's strong willpower. After 2 days of training, Xiao Ji was ready to challenge the gym. Su-Chi accompanied Xiao Ji to the gym, while Xiao Xiao was still on her way shopping with Xiao Gang. Upon entering the gym, Ma Chi-shur was still training Raichu. When he saw the trainer arrive, he walked over, and upon seeing Su-Chi, Ma Chi-shur greeted him with a smile. After all, he was the one who had defeated him in one move. Su-Chi responded to him, patting Xiao Ji on the shoulder and saying, This is my friend who came to challenge the gym today. To challenge the gym? Well, let me see your strength, Maki said confidently. Ever since he was defeated by Su-Chi last time, he reflected on himself and recognized his mistakes, so he specifically strengthened his training. Xiaoji also looked confident. After all, training with Su-Chi, a powerful champion-level trainer, there was no reason not to get stronger. Arriving at the battle arena, he said, Go! Pikachu! Pikachu jumped down from Xiaoji's shoulder. Pika! Pika! Pikachu, huh? Go, Raichu! Show him the power of our evolved form. Pikachu looked at its evolved form, Raichu, and a fighting spirit ignited on its face. Pikachu had always believed that it could get stronger without evolving. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Raichu, let's use Thunderbolt too. The two electric attacks clashed in midair, suddenly exploding. Raichu didn't give a chance to breathe and use thunder. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a huge lightning bolt struck towards Pikachu. Pikachu, insert your tail into the ground. Xiaoji said confidently. What? Makis was shocked for a moment, but quickly reacted. What an amazing trainer. He actually thought of using the tail to disperse the electricity into the ground. After the thunder, Raichu was panting, clearly exhausted. Now, Pikachu Electric Ball. This was a new move that Su-Chi had helped Pikachu train in the past few days. Pikachu's tail gathered electric light, forming an electric ball that shot towards Raichu. Makis anxiously shouted, Raichu dodge. However, the electric ball was faster. The training of these past few days was not in vain. Raichu was knocked away, causing an explosion. Raichu struggled to stand up, wanting to continue fighting. Pikachu delivered the final blow, using Quick Attack. Pikachu dashed towards Raichu, and Raichu was knocked down, losing its ability to battle. Pikachu, we won. Xiaoji excitedly picked up Pikachu. Pika, Pika, Pikachu happily rubbed its face against Xiaoji's. You are an excellent trainer. Just as impressive as that young man. Makis walked over and said. However, Xiaoji didn't dare to be too proud. No, I'm still far behind Su-Chi, Xiaoji said, scratching his head shyly. Su-Chi felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. After all, with his system, he was truly the main character. Ash successfully obtained the orange badge, and the two said goodbye to Maki and returned to the Pokémon Center. Misty and Brock were back, and they asked, Did Ash get the badge? Of course I did, Ash said proudly as he took out the orange badge. But this is thanks to Su-Chi's help. If it weren't for him training Pikachu these past few days, I wouldn't have been able to win this gym battle. Hearing Ash's words, Su-Chi walked over and patted Ash on the shoulder, saying, Ash, you've grown. By the way, it seems that the Saint is starting tomorrow. Have you bought your tickets? Su-Chi asked. Not yet, Misty said, lowering her head in shame, realizing she had forgotten. Never mind, never mind. Let's all get some rest and go buy them together tomorrow. Everyone agreed, and then they returned to their rooms, having a dreamless night. The next morning, everyone hurriedly set off, taking a taxi to the harbor. Upon arrival, they got out of the car and saw a massive crowd. Everyone was there to see the most luxurious cruise ship in Kanto. In the distance, the cruise ship docked at the pier was about several hundred meters long, exuding an air of luxury. Su-Chi looked at the cruise ship and thought, the rocket team is really wealthy. It's making me want to join them. Just look at the high-ranking members in the original work. They all have luxurious houses and beautiful women, plus powerful Pokémon support. However, low-ranking members like Musashi and Kojiro won't enjoy such perks. In the distance, the Rocket Trio, who were dressing up and selling takoyaki, suddenly all sneezed at the same time. Who is cursing us? Meowth said while covering its nose. It must be that glasses girl, Musashi said angrily. After their last mission failed, the three were severely reprimanded by Boss Sakaki, and their funding was cut off, leaving them no choice but to sell takoyaki here where there were many people. That's right. I feel the same way. Just thinking about how Meowth can cuddle up to Boss Sakaki makes me grind my teeth in anger, Meowth said. The four bought tickets and boarded the cruise ship. I have to say, the ticket price was really high, 20,000 Alliance coins. If it weren't for the money Su-Chi made in the forest, he might have considered getting off the ship. Su-Chi boarded the ST Anu just to thwart the rocket team's conspiracy. Once inside the cabin, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. The interior was filled with gold and splendor. Onyx pillars, crystal chandeliers, golden floors, and walls inlaid with cat's eye stones, all exuding luxury. The tables were laden with various pastries, fruits, high-end drinks, and dishes for everyone to enjoy for free. Ash rushed over, starting to eat and drink heartily, vowing to get his money's worth, while the others shook their heads and walked away, looking at Ash, who was indulging himself. At that moment, Su-Chi spotted a person wearing a mask. Wasn't it the Ice-type champion, Kona? Su-Chi recognized her immediately, mainly because her impressive figure was hard to miss, along with her red hair. Kona had visited the Research Institute to see Professor Oak when Su-Chi was young, so he remembered her well. Auntie Kona, Su-Chi said cautiously. Kona was momentarily taken aback and evasively replied, Little brother, you must have mistaken me. How could I be a champion? It's me, Su-Chi. Don't you recognize me? Su-Chi said. Kona looked closely at Su-Chi's face, and after a while, she reacted. You're Professor Oak's grandson, Su-Chi. What are you doing here? I'm now a Pokémon trainer, traveling to collect badges. I just got the orange badge in the Withered Leaf City. Chapter 17. The intense battle on the Saint Anu Kona, Su-Chi said cautiously. Kona was momentarily taken aback and evasively replied, "Little brother, you must have mistaken me. How could I be a champion? It's me, Su-Chi. Don't you recognize me?" Su-Chi said. Kona looked closely at Su-Chi's face, and after a while, she reacted, "You're Professor Oak's grandson, Su-Chi. What are you doing here?" I'm now a Pokémon trainer, traveling to collect badges. I just got the orange badge in the Withered Leaf City. I heard there is a sightseeing cruise performance, so I came to check it out. What about you, Annie Kona? Little Chi, I have to tell you, this place is actually controlled by the Rocket Team. This is part of their conspiracy to take away everyone's Pokémon. I came here because I received a notice from the Alliance to disrupt their operations. Su-Chi then realized why Kina had come here. It turned out that she had already known about the Team Rocket's conspiracy. Su-Chi pretended to just find out and said, "What should we do? We can't just sit and wait." "Don't worry, the people from the Alliance have surrounded the area. But it seems they have quite a few people this time." Kina comforted Su-Chi by patting his shoulder. "What we need to do now is help everyone avoid having their Pokémon stolen. Not everyone has arrived yet, so they shouldn't show up for now. You need to stick close to me." "Okay, Aunt Kina, sweetie plave." Kina still thought of Su-Chi as a rookie trainer. Little did she know that he might be able to defeat her now. After eating and feeling full, Ash put down his hands and got up to look for everyone. Seeing Su-Chi walking with a beautiful woman, he asked, "Who is this, Su-Chi?" This is my sister." "Sister? We live in the same place. How come I didn't know you had a sister? Just got recognized? Is that a problem?" Su-Chi said, feeling a bit irritated at Ash's thick-headedness. Just then, Misty and Brock walked over. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Brock couldn't hold back. He knelt on one knee and said to Kina, "Would this beautiful lady be willing to spend a lifetime with me?" "Get lost," Kina coldly replied, displaying her aloof demeanor as a champion. Startled, Brock immediately stood up. This woman was not to be trifled with. Ding! Diamond mission released. Defeat Team Rocket. Reward: 1 epic lottery ticket, 2 gold lottery tickets. This was Su-Chi's first encounter with a diamond level mission. It seemed that Team Rocket was not simple. After about an hour of eating, everyone had arrived, and the cruise ship began to set sail. People cheered and went to the deck to enjoy the sea view. Su-Chi looked at the beautiful ocean, sapphire-like, with a few ocean Pokémon occasionally jumping out. Suddenly, many people in black clothes with an embroidered logo jumped out from the cabin behind them. It was Team Rocket. Someone on the ship recognized Team Rocket's logo. Upon hearing that it was the evil organization Team Rocket, everyone instantly panicked and began to scatter, trying to escape. 2 individuals in white R-marked uniforms, a man and a woman, stepped forward from Team Rocket and said to everyone, "Don't be afraid. We are senior executives of Team Rocket. We don't kill people. We just want to borrow your Pokémon. If you all obediently hand over your Pokémon, you can leave." An uncle in a suit leaned on a dragon-headed cane and said to the senior executive, "You Team Rocket are notorious. Who would believe you? Notorious, huh?" The Team Rocket executive sneered, "Then let you suffer a bit. Go, Houndoom, use flamethrower." Houndoom opened its mouth and shot a flame towards a man. Lickitung, Ice Punch. Seeing someone in danger, Kina no longer hid and released Lickitung. Lickitung's Ice Punch directly pierced through the flamethrower and knocked Houndoom out, rendering it unable to fight. Su-Chi thought to himself that the Ice King's strength was indeed formidable. "Kona, how could the Alliance members appear here?" A senior officer seemed a bit flustered. "What are you afraid of? She's just one person, and we have so many. Everyone attack." Another senior officer said with a cruel smile. The members of Team Rocket took out their Pokémon: Nidoking, Shuckle, Abomasnow, Beedrill, Charmeleon, Vaporeon. The Pokémon of Team Rocket were released. "Go, Bankira. Up. Desert Dragonfly." 2 senior officers from Team Rocket also released their top-tier Pokémon. Walrein, Frostless, Ninetales, you all go too. Kona also brought out her second-tier Ace Pokémon. "Great Pokémon, but can you defeat all of us?" The Team Rocket officer sneered. Everyone looked anxious. After boarding the ship, their Pokémon had been taken away, supposedly for a pleasant journey. They never expected it was actually a scheme by Team Rocket. Among the crowd, the Team Rocket trio felt like crying. Has the boss forgotten about us? He didn't inform us about such a major operation. It feels like we're being abandoned. Kona the King, how can you fight against so many of us alone? Kona looked at the situation before her and realized it was dire. Although the Alliance members were present, she couldn't T-signal them. What to do? Everyone attack together, the senior officer ordered. Waves of attacks were directed at Kona's Pokémon. Even the strongest Pokémon could hardly withstand it. Kona's Pokémon managed to block several attacks and defeated some of the opposing Pokémon. But there were still more coming, including 2 Pokémon of the King level, Desert Dragonfly, and Bankira. Just then, Su-Chi stepped forward and said, "You bunch of scum. Let me put an end to you." Garchomp, Gyarados, Electivire, Dragonair, Charizard, Metagross come out. One by one, Pokémon of champion level appeared before everyone. While Onyx would not participate in the battle, as it was a bit hard to let go. Looking at the Pokémon in front of them, both Team Rocket and Kona were stunned, including Sakaki, who had been hiding in front of the monitors. Is this the kind of power a teenager can possess? Am I dreaming? Garchomp, Dragon Breath. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Electivire, Thunderbolt. Dragonair, Ancient Power. Charizard, Flamethrower. Metagross, Psychic. Su-Chi said to the Pokémon. In an instant, all the attacks poured down, and all of Team Rocket's Pokémon fell, leaving only Banjira and Desert Dragonfly still holding on. Team Rocket couldn't help but exclaim how such strong Pokémon were not on their side. Banjira, Earth's Fury. Desert Dragonfly, Sandstorm. The two said angrily. Charizard used Dragon Claw on Desert Dragonfly, while Garchomp used Dragon Rage on Banjira, Su-Chi said. Charizard's Dragon Claw tore through the Sandstorm and struck Desert Dragonfly, while Garchomp directly knocked Banjira out of combat ability. Team Rocket, you have lost. Su-Chi looked at the defeated Team Rocket. Looking at the boy on the screen, Sakaki's lips curled up slightly. Check the boarding list and see what this boy's name is, Sakaki instructed his subordinate. Yes. The glasses girl turned and began operating on the computer. Report, boss, his name is Su-Chi. Su-Chi, hee. Someone like him should serve our Team Rocket. Find a chance to talk to him, Sakaki ordered. Okay, boss, the glasses girl replied respectfully, having also noticed Su-Chi's strength and the enticing Pokémon he had. Chapter 18. Battle with Kona. Su-Chi's strength after defeating Team Rocket. Kona signaled to the League, briefly reporting the situation here. Soon, a large number of League personnel arrived and took away Team Rocket members. With Team Rocket captured, the sinking of the St. Anu was naturally averted. Everyone returned to Leafless City. Just off the ship, Ash and the others let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Team Rocket's trash is really inhuman. Misty said angrily. But we really need to thank Su-Chi. You saved us all. Everyone from the ship came over to thank Su-Chi. The man leaning on a dragon-headed cane walked over and said to Su-Chi, "Thank you, kid. Without you, we would have been in trouble today. Here is a check for 10 million League coins." The man casually took out a check. Su-Chi calmly accepted the money, feeling that it was only right since he had saved his life. After taking the money, Su-Chi and the others returned to the Pokémon Center. Aunt Kona, I would like to challenge you to a battle, if that's okay? Su-Chi suddenly asked Kona. Kona was clearly taken aback by Su-Chi's sudden challenge. And after a moment of surprise, she smiled and said, "Little brother Su-Chi, your strength is well recognized. I might not even be your opponent right now." Aunt Kona, to be honest, I have my own selfish reasons. Although my Pokémon are strong, battles can't be won solely on Pokémon. They also require careful direction from the trainer. I know I still lack some experience, so I want to battle you to strengthen my bond with my Pokémon. I hope you can accept. After hearing Su-Chi's heartfelt words, Kona felt she couldn't refuse anymore and smiled, saying, "All right, I accept your challenge. But please wait a moment." She then walked to the Pokémon transmission device in the Pokémon Center and requested the Alliance to send over a few Pokémon. These are few Pokémon I have kept in the Alliance for a long time. They're old friends of mine. It's time to let them stretch their muscles. Kona explained to the curious crowd. Su-Chi thought to himself, I said that being able to sit in the position of the Alliance's champion means that Pokémon definitely have more strength than this. I can hardly wait for the champions battle. Ash, this battle maniac, said excitedly. The group arrived at the battlefield. Kona took out her first Pokeball and said, "Go." Milotic, a beautiful serpentine figure appeared before everyone. Milotic is known as the most beautiful Pokemon. In the anime, Kona has never used this Pokemon, so it must be one of her trump cards. Go, Gyarados. Su-Chi sent out his first Pokemon. Kona looked at Gyarados and said, "I saw this child's fighting power on the cruise. Su-Chi, you have trained it very well," Kona said, looking at Su-Chi with great interest. Gyarados, use Flamethrower. Gyarados spewed out a massive flame from its mouth. A water-type Pokemon can actually use Flamethrower. Su-Chi, what other surprises do you have for me? Kona said excitedly, becoming even more interested in Su-Chi. Milotic, use Surf. A huge wave extinguished the Flamethrower. Watching the Flamethrower being put out, Su-Chi thought, as expected of Champion's Pokemon, its power is truly formidable. Gyarados, use Ice Beam. Milotic couldn't dodge in time and got frozen. Gyarados seized the opportunity and used Ice Fang. Gyarados opened its mouth wide, and the massive icy fangs bit down on Milotic, causing it to let out a painful scream. Milotic, upon hearing Milotic's scream, Kona shouted with some concern. However, Milotic had not yet lost its fighting capability. Good job, Milotic. Use Waterfall and jump up. Upon hearing Kona's words, Milotic created a surge of water with its tail and jumped up. Milotic, use Blizzard. Gyarados, let's use Hyper Beam. After a moment of stalemate, Milotic was unable to withstand it and was knocked out by Gyarados' Hyper Beam, losing its fighting capability. Kona recalled Milotic, saying, "Thank you, Milotic, you worked hard." "Next is you, Swampert." A white Swampert jumped out. "It's a shiny Pokémon," Brock said. The chance of encountering a shiny Pokémon like this among the starter Pokémon is very low, which also reflects how Kona's luck and strength as a champion complement each other. This Swampert is huge, with golden fins on its head, making it look even more fierce. As soon as it appeared, it intimidated Gyarados. It's known that Gyarados is usually very aggressive, and there are not many Pokémon that can intimidate it, which is enough to prove that this Swampert is indeed extraordinary in strength. Su-Chi activated the investigation mode. Name: Swampert, Shiny, Qualification, Champion Trait, Torrent Skills, Hydro Pump, Earthquake, Rage of the Earth, Awakening Power, Oath of Water. It actually has champion-level qualifications. It seems he can't underestimate it. However, Su-Chi didn't understand why Kona, with a Pokémon of champion strength, would be content with just a Elite Four position. As if sensing Su-Chi's doubts, Kona explained, "I'm not after power. I just want to do my part to contribute to the league." Kona smiled slightly, brushing her hair back, appearing charming and alluring, yet still radiant. Watching this, Brock's heart raced. "All right, let's continue. Swampert, use Hyper Beam." The Gyarados felt a bit scared, and Su-Chi quickly commanded, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam." Against a Pokémon of Swampert strength, we need to unleash our strongest attack right from the start. Gyarados, encouraged by Su-Chi's words, was about to unleash Hyper Beam. But the opponent's skill struck Gyarados at an incredible speed and with tremendous power, causing Gyarados to lose its ability to battle immediately. Su-Chi looked at the incapacitated Gyarados, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the first failure he had experienced since arriving in the Pokémon world, and the huge disparity left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied, with an indescribable feeling inside. However, Su-Chi did not back down. Battle should be like this. An unbroken string of success would only make one lose themselves in the joy of victory. Only by experiencing failure can one continue to grow. Su-Chi was filled with motivation and fixed his gaze on Kona, saying, "Aunt Kona, come and see our strength." Gyarados, go. As soon as Gyarados appeared, it was incredibly imposing, with its sharp teeth and strong muscles showcasing its might. Seeing Gyarados, Kona also felt its extraordinary presence and warned Swampert, "Swampert, be careful of Gyarados." Kona was alerting Swampert. Su-Chi couldn't wait any longer. Cross-cut Sharpedo, Suikamundith. A layer of green light shield appeared in front of Swampert. Sharpedo's cross-cut collided with the shield. "Keep using cross-cut," Su-Chi shouted loudly, watching Sharpedo's continuous attacks. Kona smiled and said, "Su-Chi, I admit you're strong, but you can't take down my Swampert." "Oh really?" Su-Chi smiled slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the shield in front of Swampert, and it continued to expand. "What?" Kona was shocked. How could Sharpedo's cross-cut break through Swampert's defense? That's not scientific. Finally, after several attacks, Sharpedo broke through the shield and knocked Swampert down hard on the ground. "Don't give him a chance to get up. Use Meteor Shower." Sharpedo unleashed a barrage of meteors from the sky, rendering Swampert unable to fight. Seeing Swampert lose its fighting ability, Kona's expression darkened. After all, Swampert was his starter Pokémon, the one he had spent the most time with, and one of his top combat powers. It really hurt to see it defeated like this. Kona, feeling a bit angry, said to Su-Chi, "Su-Chi, let's settle this with a decisive battle. Let's both use our strongest Pokémon." Seeing Kona so serious and angry, everyone was shocked. Provoking a champion is not a good idea. Su-Chi's fighting spirit was also ignited. "All right, let's settle this with one battle. Lycanroc, you can keep going." Lycanroc is also full of fighting spirit. It turns out that Lycanroc is your strongest Pokémon. It seems you're going to lose. Kina appeared to be very confident about the Pokémon he would send out next. "Losing? That's impossible," Su-Chi said with a smile. Chapter 19, Mega Evolution shows its might, shocking everyone. Kina took out a Pokeball and said, "Go, Regice." Regice, the legendary Pokémon. Su-Chi didn't expect Kina to actually have a legendary Pokémon. Reg's body is composed entirely of ice spikes and ice columns from Antarctica, resembling crystal. Its face is a pattern made up of 7 yellow dots. Reg's legs are conical, maintaining balance with the 2 conical tips, and each of its cylindrical arms ends with 3 crystalline fingers. The moment it appeared, Its imposing aura shocked everyone. The powerful icy aura of Regice filled the arena, showcasing its might. Su-Chi, do you think you can still win? Kina said with a half-smile, looking at Su-Chi. Su-Chi's face also showed a serious expression. Indeed, the legendary Pokémon was not easy to deal with. But at this point, he could only brace himself and go for it. The three people standing beside him were worried about Su-Chi. What should we do? It seems like Su-Chi is about to lose. After all, it's a legendary Pokémon, and King Kona is too strong, Xiaoqing said with a long face. On the battlefield, the two Pokémon had already begun a fight. The Biteland Shark used Dragon Dive, its massive dragon-like figure diving toward Regice. Regice, catch it, Kona said. Regice extended its pillar-like arms and firmly trapped the Biteland Shark. Dragon Dive had no effect on Regice at all. Regice used Absolute Zero. Blizzards and icy energy flew out in front of Regice, completely freezing the Biteland Shark and forming an ice sculpture. Seeing the Biteland Shark trapped in ice, Su-Chi anxiously shouted its name, his eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Kona spoke up. Su-Chi, little brother, just admit defeat. Losing to me is not shameful. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider the Biteland Shark. Do you want to see it suffering like that, frozen in ice? Su-Chi looked at the frozen Garchomp in the eyes, feeling unwilling to just give up. He clenched his fists tightly. It seemed as if Garchomp heard his words, desperately trying to break free from its restraints, but it was all in vain. Seeing Garchomp not giving up and continuing to struggle. How could he give up? Garchomp, we have one last move, Mega Evolution. Su-Chi shouted to the sky. Su-Chi took out the Mega Evolution Stone, and a colorful beam of light emitted, shining in harmony with the Mega Evolution Stone on the neck of the Garchomp, unleashing enormous energy. The ice on Garchomp's body continuously melted, and its body grew larger, with its two hand blades becoming more than twice their original size. Overall, it reached about 2 meters in height. A brand new Mega Garchomp appeared before everyone. Everyone was shocked. Kona murmured, "Is this the legendary Mega Evolution? How is it possible? Just now, it was only proposed that Pokémon might master a more powerful evolutionary form." Even Dr. Bratano from the Kalos region, who made the proposal, had no clue, yet a novice trainer has now used it. Kona was astonished. Ash and the others had already been dumbfounded when Regice appeared, and now the emergence of Mega Evolution directly overturned their worldview and shocked their understanding. This is Mega Evolution. Brock, who had some knowledge, had heard others mention this kind of evolution before, and he exclaimed, "What a discovery! Su-Chi actually possesses this kind of power. Garchomp, show them our strength." Dragon God Dive. Garchomp jumped up, and a huge dragon shadow charged towards Regice. Garchomp's speed of attack from above was extremely fast, and its skills had qualitatively improved compared to before. Regice withstood for a moment before being slammed against the wall, instantly creating a huge hole in it. Everyone saw the Garchomp, which was like a different person compared to just now, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome." Su-Chi was also shocked, not expecting the strength of the Mega Evolution Garchomp to be so formidable. Regice slowly stood up. After all, it was a level 2 legendary Pokémon, and its strength was still considerable. "Regice, use Absolute Zero," Kona said. This move was the strongest move of Ice-type Pokémon. Garchomp, counter with Dragon Rage. Su-Chi raised his arm and swung it upwards. Garchomp unleashed a Dragon Rage that directly countered Regice's Absolute Zero, and then the Dragon Rage hit Regice as well. After taking 2 attacks, Regice could no longer hold on. The 7 dots on its head dimmed, losing its ability to fight. "Garchomp, we won." Su-Chi excitedly embraced Garchomp. Garchomp also reverted from its Mega Evolution form and happily hugged Su-Chi. Ash and his friends were also very happy to see Su-Chi's victory. After the battle, Kona and Ash approached Su-Chi, with Kona saying, "Su-Chi, you are truly outstanding. Are you interested in joining the league now?" "Join the league? But I'm still traveling." "You can join the league as a Pokémon inspector. With your strength, you can easily get approved. I can help you with this. And since you just helped the league capture Team Rocket, having a league identity means Team Rocket won't dare to retaliate openly against you. Plus, as a Pokémon inspector, you don't have to stay at the league center for long periods. Once a year is enough, so it won't take up too much of your time." Su-Chi thought about Kina's words and felt they were quite good. On one hand, he could receive a salary, and on the other hand, the Rockets posed a significant risk. So he agreed to Kina's suggestion. The Pokémon inspector is one of the most envied professions in the league. Second only to the champion, Ash said with envy. Indeed, league inspectors are enviable. but they also require strong abilities and must protect the public at the first sign of danger. Kinna then said goodbye to the others and returned to the league. The group had been tired all day and also went back to their rooms to rest. In his room, Suchi called out the system to prepare for a lottery draw. The system began the lottery. The lottery machine on the system panel started spinning. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn Articuno, Bloodline Purity 100, a Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard, and a bottle of Quality Enhancement Liquid. The epic lottery ticket is indeed powerful. Even divine beasts can be drawn. If it were a higher level lottery ticket, could legendary level beings or even top tier gods be drawn? Suchi thought happily. However, what does this bloodline purity mean? Ding! Report to the host. Articuno is a species Pokémon classified by bloodline. The higher the bloodline purity, the stronger the ability. The reward drawn by the host is of the highest level and possesses great power. I see, with the system drawing a 100 bloodline Articuno. Suchi's strength has improved once again. Suchi took out the qualification enhancement liquid, preparing to reward Gyarados for its multiple battles in the past few days. Suchi took advantage of no one being around to walk out of the room and released Gyarados onto the grass outside. Gyarados looked at Suchi with some confusion, wondering why he was called out when he was still sleeping. This is a quality enhancement liquid for you, Suchi said. It can elevate your strength to a new level. Without hesitation, Gyarados gulped it down in one go. Suchi activated the investigation mode. Name, Gyarados. Qualification, Champion. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Water Tail, Oath of Water, Flamethrower, Hyper Beam, Ice Foam. Seeing Gyarados upgraded to Champion qualification made Suchi very happy, and he recalled Gyarados. He took out the Pokeball for Articuno from the system lottery, which even came with a Master Ball to catch Articuno, giving Suchi an advantage. Come out, Articuno. A beautiful blue figure flew in the sky, surrounded by a gust of cold wind. Suchi felt a bit chilly and quickly asked Articuno to come down. It was too cold, truly the strongest in its lineage. From now on, we will be partners. Let's work hard together, Suchi said to Articuno. Caw-caw. Articuno happily responded to Suchi, and the system lottery was absolutely loyal to Suchi. Suchi returned with the frozen bird, turned around, and went back to his room to rest. That night, Suchi had a wonderful dream. Chapter 20, Misty Forest, Encountering Sunday. The next morning, Suchi got up early again. It was time to prepare for departure. Sui stretched la city. After having breakfast with Kona, Xiaoji, and the others, Kona left first, telling Suchi that his Pokémon Inspector credentials would be sent to him by Messenger Hawk. It must be said that the delivery method in the Pokémon world is really convenient, with direct and fast home delivery. After bidding farewell to Kona, Suchi said, "Let's go together. We all happen to be challenging the Golden Gym." Yaothi replied, "To Suchi." Suchi thought for a moment and agreed. After all, having more people on the road means more support. "Okay, then please take care of me," he said. "Great." Xiaoji jumped up happily. With that, the four of them packed their things and set off on their journey. As they walked, they arrived at a dense forest. What a scary forest. Why is it so dark here? There's hardly any light, and I can't even see the shadows of Pokémon, Xiao Xia said, a bit frightened. "It's okay. We will protect you, so there's no need to be afraid. It's normal for the sunlight not to reach here because the trees are so tall. But it's strange that we can't see a single Pokémon in such a big forest," Suchi said, feeling a bit puzzled. Hearing Suchi's words, Xiao Xia asked, "There can't be ghosts here, right? How could that be?" "At most, there would just be ghost-type Pokémon," Xiao Gang replied. "Ghost-type Pokémon?" Xiaoji said excitedly. "You know, I've mostly interacted with water-type Pokémon, but I've never seen ghost-type Pokémon before." Just then, a fog suddenly rose in the forest. The group was puzzled about where the fog came from, wondering if there really were ghosts. Suchi remembered that this was the Pokémon Academy established in the forest to train students' outdoor battle abilities, which was quite an investment. It must have cost a lot to create such dense fog. Xiaoxia felt scared as the fog grew thicker, making it hard to see anything around them. At this moment, Suchi said to everyone, "The fog is getting heavier. Be careful not to get separated. It's dangerous to get lost in the forest. You never know when a powerful Pokémon might appear. The real world is not like the animation. If we encounter a fierce Pokémon, we might end up in serious trouble." For Ash and his friends, it was indeed dangerous, but for Suchi, it was a piece of cake. He could capture any Pokémon he encountered directly. Just then, they heard crying coming from the distance in the forest. Xiaoxia, frightened, said, "Hey, did you hear someone crying?" She curled up like a cat. "Let's move forward. I want to see who's trying to scare us." Suchi's words acted like a shot of confidence for everyone, and the four continued to walk forward to see who was there. As they approached, they found a 6 or 7-year-old boy who was quite good-looking. Instantly, Xiaoxia's maternal instincts kicked in, and she squatted down to ask, "Little friend, what's your name? What are you doing here? Where are your family?" The little boy looked up at Xiaoxia and said, "My name is Zheng Tairang, and I'm a student at the nearby Pokémon Academy. I was left behind because my performance in outdoor training didn't meet the standards." Everyone was angry upon hearing this. After all, they were classmates. And how could they just leave someone behind like that? Only Suchi knew that this Pokémon Academy was specifically established for wealthy kids. They were arrogant and only knew how to talk big. He planned to teach them a good lesson when they encountered them, so they would understand that there are always people better than them. Suchi squatted on the ground and said to Zheng Tailang, "Take me to the Pokémon Academy to have a look. We will help you seek justice." Forget it, they are very strong. Especially Yongtai and Zheng Kuz Aberang and Walking Grass. You can't beat them. Suchi couldn't help but laugh inwardly upon hearing this. The two of them sounded like side characters. It seemed he would have to educate them well. "Take us there, and we will definitely help you get your revenge," Suchi said confidently, looking at the boy. "All right, but it's so foggy now that I can't tell the direction," the boy replied. "That's easy. Let Bai Jiao blow it away," Suchi shouted. Bai Jiao used a strong gale to disperse the fog. Bai Jiao spread its wings and flapped them. With a roar of the wind, the fog was cleared in just a few seconds. Zheng Tailang looked at Suchi in shock, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. Suchi, on the other hand, enjoyed the attention, feeling quite pleased. "All right, Zheng Tailang, lead the way." Dieng Doi Long responded. The group followed Zheng Tailang for about half an hour, and soon a luxurious gate appeared, adorned with golden threads and enameled decorations, looking extremely precious. They entered the courtyard. As soon as they went in, they heard an annoying voice stop. "Zheng Tailang, if you don't have my permission, how dare you come back? We haven't let you go back yet," another voice chimed in. Suchi and the others looked over to see two children angrily questioning Zheng Tailang. Suchi thought to himself that these must be the two people that Zheng Tailang mentioned. "You two are Yongtai and Zheng Ku?" Suchi asked. "You are quite perceptive. It seems our fame has spread this far." Yongtai and Zheng Ku laughed recklessly. "We are here to seek justice for Zheng Tailang. You left him in the forest without caring about his safety. Are you even human?" Xiao Xia said angrily. Upon hearing Xiao Xia's words, the two realized that these people were looking for trouble, and immediately said, "He deserves it." Sister Sheng Dai said that those who fail their tasks are weak and unworthy of entering the Pokémon Academy. Hearing this, Suchi couldn't hold back anymore. "If that's the case, let me see your strength." Upon hearing that Suchi wanted to fight, the two became even more arrogant. "Be careful, or we'll make sure your mother won't recognize you," they shouted in unison. "Go, Abalong and Walking Grass," the two commanded. "Beats out, give them a good lesson. Use Air Slash." The fierce storm sent Abalong and Walking Grass flying, crashing hard against the wall and losing their combat ability. Seeing their Pokémon lose so quickly, the two became a bit flustered and stepped back. "Now you're scared," Suchi laughed. The two quickly ran back, shouting, "Sister Dai, we've been beaten." "What are you shouting about?" A short-haired girl walked out from the center of the academy. "This is Sheng Dai, not much different from the original story. The bear is still so small." Sheng Dai walked over to Suchi and said, "So, you defeated them. You don't seem that impressive." "Not impressive? You'll know when you try," Suchi said with a mischievous grin, thinking that one should respond to impolite people with even more outrageous words. Sheng Dai realized what Suchi meant and blushed with anger. "You shameless." "Miss Sheng Dai, what I meant was to have a Pokémon battle. Why are you calling me shameless?" Suchi said innocently and naively. Sheng Dai became even angrier and fiercely accepted Suchi's challenge. Only Xiaoji was confused, wondering why Sheng Dai got so angry over a single sentence from Suchi. The world of women was truly incomprehensible. Chapter 21. The Principles in Trustment. Ghost-type Pokémon, Sheng Dai took out a Pokeball. "Go, Fire Horse." A white horse with flames on its back emerged from the Pokeball. "Beatsao, it's your turn." Suchi sent out Beatsao. "Beatsao, Beatsao." Beatsao circled in the air and flew to the battlefield. Sheng Dai shouted loudly, "Fire Horse, show him what we've got. Use Flamethrower." Beatsao, use Air Slash to cut through it. This Fire Horse was actually quite well trained, but it was still lacking compared to Suchi's Beatsao. Sigh. Being too strong is also lonely, Suchi thought, covering his face. Several air slashes cut through the flamethrower and struck the Fire Horse, which let out a painful cry and lost its combat ability. As the head of the Pokémon Academy, Sheng Dai had never experienced such a defeat. She could hardly believe it. She immediately called for the other students of the Pokémon Academy, and a dozen people rushed out. Clearly these were the little thugs following this head girl to cause trouble. Everyone, attack together. Give him a good lesson. Sheng Dai pointed at Su Qi and commanded. This is nonsense. Stop it. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dragon-headed cane walked over from a distance. Su Qi focused his gaze and realized that this was the man who had given him a check after the rockets had attacked. How did you end up here? A middle-aged man walked over, his face filled with anger, and said to Sheng Dai, What have you done? You are such a jerk. This is the lifesaver your dad told you about. Dad? You are Sheng Dai's father? Su Qi asked in surprise. Dad, he's your lifesaver? Sheng Dai also questioned in confusion, looking at Su Qi with disbelief, as she considered him just a playboy. The man, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone, said, I sincerely apologize, everyone. My daughter has caused you trouble. He then introduced himself. I am Yudo Shinichi, and this is my daughter Yudo, Sheng Dai. Sheng Dai, come over and apologize. Yudo Shinichi said sternly to Sheng Dai. Sheng Dai walked over awkwardly, her previous arrogance completely gone. I'm sorry, Sheng Dai said softly, struggling to say the 3 words that were difficult for her. It was understandable, having received all kinds of privileges growing up without ever experiencing any grievances. It was not easy for Yudo Sheng Dai to say I'm sorry. I didn't hear that, Xiao Xia said angrily, turning her head to the side. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Sheng Dai shouted loudly, her face flushed and tears welling up in her eyes, showing how hard it was for her to say it due to her pride. All right, I reluctantly forgive you, Su Qi said, trying to ease the situation. By the way, I haven't asked what you are doing here, Mr. Yudo. I'm a principal of this Pokémon Academy. Principal? No wonder you are so wealthy, carrying 10 million alliance coins with you. No wonder Sheng Dai is so arrogant here, Su Qi thought. After resolving Sheng Dai's matter, Yudo Shinichi scolded her harshly and told her to reflect on herself. Sheng Dai, feeling embarrassed, ran back to the academy. Afterwards, Yudo took everyone to the principal's office and once again apologized, explaining that he would discipline her strictly. At this moment, Su Qi said, Principal Yuding, you invited us in, so there must be something you want to discuss. Principal Yuding was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression darkened as he turned and walked toward a statue in the room, lifting his hand and gently twisting it. A secret door opened in response. Yuding turned to the others and said, Su Qi, please come in. I'm sorry to trouble everyone to wait here. It's fine, we trust them. Let them come in too. All right, as long as you trust them. Please follow me, Yuding said. The group entered the secret room, which was not large, about 40 square meters. In the center of the room lay a Pokémon egg, and aside from that, there was nothing else, making the room feel somewhat empty. Now, can Principal Yuding speak? Su Qi looked at Yuding. You all look, Yuding pointed to the Pokémon egg in front of them. Inside a glass case, there was a red and white Pokémon egg with some yellow spots, emanating a strong warmth. Even from a distance, one could sense its intense heat and inexplicable powerful energy. What kind of Pokémon egg is this? How can it have such powerful strength? Ash asked. Next, Principal Yuding's words stunned everyone. This is the Pokémon egg of Ho-Oh, Yuding said with a serious expression. How is that possible? Brock exclaimed in surprise. It is well known that Ho-Oh is a legendary Pokémon, and according to those who have witnessed it, there is only one in this world. How could it have offspring? Brock said. We are also unclear about that. It was discovered in a cave by the Zafuchi family and my Yuding family in Yuanju City. According to the discoverers, it was due to a massive explosion nearby. When the people checked afterward, the cave was filled with red light, and after the glow faded, they saw an egg, so they brought it back, Yuding explained. But how can you be sure this is Ho-Oh's egg? Su Qi asked, puzzled. Principal Yuding adjusted his glasses and said, Actually, at first, we didn't know either. But many people from both families looked through some ancient documents and finally found records stating that Ho-Oh undergoes a rebirth every 1,000 years, transforming back into a Pokémon egg. And the bell tower in Yuanju City has had legends since ancient times that whenever Ho-Oh is reborn, if it cannot hatch, the entire Kanto and Chengdu regions will face a great disaster. A disaster? What kind of disaster? Su Qi said gravely. Yuding shook his head. We are not sure either. We just know that there may be a great calamity, but no one knows exactly what it is. Then why did you call me here? Su Qi asked, confused. Listen to me. In the transmission of Yuanju City, whenever a disaster is about to occur, a boy with the power of Aura will arrive with his exceptionally strong Pokémon to resolve the calamity. The power of Aura? You mean me? But I don't have it, Su Qi replied. Su Qi is currently powerless. Simply put, he's just a handsome vase. No, you do have it, Yuding said confidently. Look at the Pokémon egg of the Phoenix King. The heat it emits has been increasing since before you arrived. Plus, Your Pokémon are all extraordinary. I believe you are the hero who will save everyone, Yuding said seriously to Su-Chi. Wave guidance. Su-Chi looked at his hands, thinking that the power of wave guidance was within him, but why had he never discovered it? Could it be that Yuding was wrong? Perhaps Xiaoji could be the one. After all, in the animation, the bond evolution between Ji and the Ninja Frog is somewhat similar to the power of wave guidance. Ding! It has been detected that there is indeed hidden immense energy within the host, with an estimated strength of 100 for the power of wave guidance. After hearing the system's words, Su-Chi was somewhat confused. Since the system refers to it as hidden power, how could he activate this power? Ding! To answer the host. The host must merge with the soul of the original body, which has caused the power of wave guidance to fall into a dormant state. To activate it, simply drink the All-Purpose Awakening Potion. The All-Purpose Awakening Potion sounds impressive just by the name. How can I obtain it, system? Ding! The host can obtain designated item lottery tickets by completing specified tasks. There is this feature too? Why didn't the system mention it earlier? The host didn't ask. The system replied coldly and without emotion. All right, forget I said anything. Su-Chi learned about the power of wavelength from the system here and said to Principal Yuding, Principal, since you believe in me, I will definitely take on my responsibility and awaken the wavelength power as soon as possible. Good. Yuding smiled at Su-Chi. Then the egg of the Phoenix King will be entrusted to you. I look forward to its successful hatching to resolve this disaster. I will definitely do it, Su-Chi said as he took the egg. But you must be careful. The Phoenix King is different from other Pokémon. You absolutely cannot let anyone else know. Yuding told the four. We will definitely keep it a secret, everyone replied. If there is nothing else, Principal Yuding, we will continue our journey, Su-Chi said as he bid farewell to Principal Yuding. Wait a moment, Yuding stopped the departing group. Actually, I have one more thing I would like to ask for your help. What else is there? Su-Chi asked. There is a powerful ghost-type Pokémon living in this forest. It often comes out to scare our students. Several students have been frightened to the point where they no longer dare to come to school. You know this is a noble school, and this greatly affects the school's reputation, so I hope you can subdue it. A ghost-type Pokémon. There really is a ghost-type Pokémon here. Upon hearing this, Ash was excited. Chapter 22. Subduing the Ghost Pot Plant, the Night Owl. Without looking back, Ash ran out excitedly. Ash, wait for us. Seeing Ash so eager, Misty could only call out helplessly. The group then bid farewell to Principal Yuding and left the Pokémon Academy. Everyone hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Ash urged the group at the door. All right, Ash, can you find it? Ghost-type Pokémon are usually elusive. Take it slow. We don't want to get separated. Misty advised Ash, who looked anxious. Misty is right. Let us stick together, Su-Chi said. Ash calmed his excited heart. The group began searching for the ghost-type Pokémon in the forest. They walked for an unknown amount of time. There is nothing here. Could it be that Principal Yuding was mistaken and there isn't a ghost-type Pokémon at all? Misty complained weakly, feeling both tired and hungry after walking for so long. At that moment, fog suddenly began to appear in the forest. Su-Chi and the others looked around as the fog grew thicker, quickly obscuring their vision until everything was white. What's going on? Misty suddenly said in fear. Pidgeot, come out and use Hurricane to clear this fog. Pidgeot spread its wings and blew away the fog around them. But soon a large amount of fog gathered again, covering them once more. This fog is strange. Su-Chi frowned and said to the others. The fog surrounded them again, and it became thicker, making it nearly impossible to see anything except for the ground. What should we do? This fog is so thick we can't even tell the direction. We won't be trapped here forever, will we? Misty said, trembling a bit in fear. At that moment, several ghostly flames suddenly appeared in the fog, causing Misty to scream. Don't be afraid. Su-Chi noticed something and said to the three, Look, the ghostly flames in the fog seem to be the ghost-type Pokemon's move, Will-O-Wisp. It seems so, Brock said. 9 purple flames are swirling around. It's too coincidental for this to happen in nature. Perhaps this fog was created by it, but to create such a large fog, this Pokemon's ability is not to be underestimated. Pidgeot, use Aerial Ace towards the ghostly flames. Pidgeot flew towards the ghostly flames at high speed, and a blue energy surged as it attacked. There was a loud noise, and the area fell into silence. Pidgeot's figure emerged from the fog. Pidgeot used Hurricane. I want to see what kind of Pokémon it is. As the fog cleared, a Pokémon appeared before them, emanating purple flames with a misty, transparent body covered in green eyes. It's a Gengar, a ghost-type Pokémon. It's a very rare Pokémon, Brock said. Hearing Brock's words, Ash couldn't wait any longer. Gengar, come and battle me. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika-Pie. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder, ready for battle. A bolt of electricity shot towards Jengar, but Jengar suddenly vanished, and Pikachu's thunderbolt struck the ground, scorching the earth. Ghost-type Pokémon can become invisible at any time. Be careful, Ash, Brock warned. Yeah, I'll be careful. Pikachu, watch your surroundings, Ash replied. Pikachu lowered its head, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow ball came flying from Pikachu's left side. Pikachu dodged, but Pikachu didn't react in time and was hit by the shadow ball. Pikachu got back up, and Jengar reappeared. Pikachu used Quick Attack, charging at Jengar, but Jengar vanished again, causing Pikachu to crash into a tree. Suddenly, Jengar appeared behind Pikachu, launching several ghostly flames towards it, resulting in an explosion, and Pikachu was knocked out. Pikachu. Ash hurriedly picked up Pikachu, looking angrily at Jengar. He handed Pikachu to Brock for treatment and took out a Pokeball. Go Butterfree. Use Sleep Powder. The yellow Sleep Powder flew towards Jengar, but Jengar evaded it and used Dark Pulse to knock out Butterfree. Butterfree also lost its fighting ability. What a strong Pokemon. Ash said to Su-Chi. It's too strong. I can't defeat it. It seems I have no chance. In truth, Su-Chi didn't want to hurt Ash's confidence. So he could only silently think to himself that it wasn't that Jengar was too strong, but that Ash was too weak. Su-Chi activated the investigation mode. Name, Ghost Potted Plant, Qualification, Near King, Trait, Oppression, Skills, Wave of Evil, Shadow Ball, Intimidate, Will-O-Wisp, Dream Eater, Mist. Near King Qualification? I'll take it. Su-Chi smiled slightly. Go, Charizard, use Flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth and released golden flames, but the Ghost Potted Plant swiftly dodged. This Ghost Potted Plant is really fast. It seems I'll have to outsmart it. Charizard used Flamethrower on the surrounding area, and soon Charizard took to the air, breathing fire to encircle the area. The raging flames burned fiercely, revealing the Ghost Potted Plant, which, being a Ghost-type Pokémon, was most afraid of fire. With flames surrounding it, it had nowhere to hide. The Ghost Potted Plant looked a bit angry and launched a wave of evil at Charizard. Charizard countered with Flamethrower. The two energies collided, creating a massive explosion. Charizard used Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glowed green, forming a gigantic dragon claw that grabbed the Ghost Potted Plant. The Ghost Potted Plant twisted in pain, its eyes misaligned. Charizard delivered the final blow with Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Pulse hit the Ghost Potted Plant, and after a cloud of smoke, surprisingly, the Ghost Potted Plant still hadn't lost its fighting ability. The Ghost Potted Plant hit again, and Charizard remained alert to its surroundings, as Su-Chi instructed. At that moment, Charizard's ears perked up, sensing movement behind it, and it suddenly turned around, executing Dragon Claw. The Ghost Potted Plant was knocked away and crashed into a tree, losing its fighting ability. I must say, the old Charizard's strength is evident. The Ghost Potted Plant still needs some proper training. Su-Chi threw out the Pokeball and successfully captured the Ghost Plant. Su-Chi still has to rely on you. Ash is really unreliable. While praising Su-Chi, Misty didn't forget to poke fun at Ash. Ash felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying nothing. Actually, it's no big deal. Now that this problem is resolved, let us go back and inform Principal Uding. All right. The group returned to the Pokémon Academy and told Uding that the Ghost-type Pokémon had been captured. Uding was surprised and said, Really? Thank you so much. Su-Chi told Principal Yutong that it was a ghost bonsai causing trouble, but he thought it should be unintentional. After all, it had been subdued by Su-Chi now, so it still needed protection. Principal Yutong didn't mind, as long as it didn't affect the school. After everyone said goodbye to Principal Yutong, they exited the Pokémon Academy. Just now, Su-Chi had asked Principal Yutong for a map of the forest. Everyone looked at the map, and Su-Chi said, We are not far from the exit now. We just need to pass through a territory of the Noctowl to get out. Speaking of Noctowl, Su-Chi recalled the shiny Noctowl from the animation, which was a very clever Noctowl. Chapter 23. Riolu Evolution. As everyone walked forward, they arrived at the Noctowl's territory. I've heard that Noctowl have a bad temper and are very sensitive to others entering their territory, said Brock. It's fine. We'll try to avoid them and not get noticed. Su-Chi thought only of getting out to the city quickly. He didn't want to stay in this forest for even a moment longer. The group quietly passed through the Noctowl's territory, walking cautiously, as Noctowl's ultrasonic waves were too powerful. Any carelessness could alert them. Moreover, Su-Chi didn't want to subdue them. In his mind, that shiny Noctowl was the best. Just then, Ash accidentally stepped on a dry twig, and with a snap, it sounded particularly loud in the quiet forest. Whoa! A large number of Noctowl noticed the group and flapped their wings to attack. Seeing that the Noctowl had discovered them, Su-Chi and the others stopped hiding and took out their Pokémon to fend off these creatures. Looking at the Noctowl in front of him, Su-Chi said, "Ooh, let us practice on them. Go, Riolu." Ash sent out his Charmander, Brock sent out his Onix, and Misty released her Starmie. Flamethrower, Bind, Water Gun, Ayuru, Ohasfer. Several attacks were launched in succession, and over a dozen Noctowl fell, but more and more Noctowl appeared. The Noctowl unleashed Hurricane and Air Slash, and the dense attacks knocked down the Pokémon of the group. Charmander and Starmie were directly knocked out. Misty and Ash recalled their fainted Pokémon. Misty said to Su-Chi, "Su-Chi, hurry up and use your Pokémon to drive them away." Su-Chi smiled faintly and said, "No need to rush. Let Lucario grind for experience." After saying that, he turned to Lucario and instructed, "Lucario, use Aura Sphere after using Shadow Clone." A dense barrage of Aura Spheres rained down, knocking all the Noctowl to the ground. Ash looked at Lucario and said, "That's too strong. My Charmeleon was one shot, but Su-Chi's Lucario took out all the Noctowl. Is this the difference?" After defeating the Noctowl, Lucario seemed a bit tired, panting as it stood there, beads of sweat constantly dripping from its head. Just then, a series of air cuts flew towards Lucario, who was standing there unprepared, and Su-Chi was caught off guard as well. Lucario was directly hit and sent flying. "Lucario!" Sui exclaimed witty. A large Noctowl flew out from the dense forest. Name: Noctowl. Quality: Legendary. Ability: Keen Eye. Skills: Air Slash, Shadow Ball, Confusion Ray, Hypnosis Wave. Quick Attack, Brave Bird. "It seems the skills it has are quite impressive," Su-Chi said while looking at the system panel. At this moment, Lucario also stood up, its gaze fixed on the Noctowl flying in the air. The Noctowl, seeing its fellow kin being beaten and left with battle scars, became very angry. It roared and charged towards Lucario using Brave Bird. "Lucario, dodge and use Aura Sphere." Lucario leapt to avoid the Brave Bird, and the Aura Sphere hit the Noctowl. What Su-Chi didn't expect was that this Noctowl did not suffer from the brief inability to attack after using Brave Bird. Instead, it used Brave Bird again, hitting Lucario hard and causing significant injury. Brave Bird could be said to be one of the strongest moves in the flying type, and Lucario was not feeling good after being hit. Lucario tried desperately to stand up, but due to heavy injuries, it couldn't get up. "Lucario, come back," Su-Chi said as he took out a Pokeball, ready to recall Lucario. Lucario looked at Su-Chi with determination, indicating that it could still fight. Su-Chi then remembered that Lucario's ability is justified, which means it only grows stronger with battle. How could it flee without fighting? "Lucario, I understand." Su-Chi smiled and said, "Lucario, Aura Sphere." Lucario struggled to get up, gathering a blue Aura Sphere in its palm and launching it at the Noctowl. The Noctowl easily dodged it, and several Shadow Balls were fired at Lucario, knocking it back down to the ground, dirt splattering all over its body. Just as the Noctowl was about to use Brave Bird again, Lucario's body began to glow, and everyone looked on in surprise at the radiant light. "It's evolving," Brock exclaimed. In the glow of evolution, Lucario's form continued to rise. After the light faded, a Lucario, exuding a sense of battle spirit, appeared before everyone. With its handsome, tall figure, a cold expression, and prominent bone spikes on its chest, it was Lucario. Su-Chi looked excitedly at the upright Lucario. Lucario turned and nodded at Su-Chi, then looked back at the Noctowl, its gaze sharpened. The Noctowl also sensed an increased danger from the Lucario before it. Name: Lucario. Qualification: Champion Ability, Heart of Courage Skills, Aura Sphere, Double Team, Bone Rush, Force Palm, High Jump Kick. Having learned Bone Rush, Su-Chi watched Lucario. Lucario used Bone Rush, jumping up and swinging a bone stick that appeared in its hand, hitting the Noctowl on the head. The Noctowl cried out in pain, and a Wave Mirage surged toward Lucario. The Wave Mirage could trap Pokémon in an illusion and attack indiscriminately. Lucario struggled to block it, and as it began to look dazed, Su-Chi shouted loudly, "Lucario, stay focused." Hearing Su-Chi's words, Lucario snapped back to attention. Blue light began to radiate from Lucario, its eyes turning bright red, and waves of aura spread out from its body, creating ripples. Lucario's momentum continued to rise. Seeing Lucario's transformation, Su-Chi and the others were also in shock. This is the power of aura, a truly powerful and mysterious force, Brock said, his eyes filled with envious stars. In the distance, the Noctowl looked at Lucario in astonishment. "Lucario, Ohasfer, Suikamandif." Immediately, Lucario condensed an Aura Sphere in its hand that was twice the size of the previous one and launched it. The Aura Sphere flew swiftly, hitting the Noctowl and causing it to lose the ability to fight. Su-Chi looked at the situation before him with a bit of surprise. The enhancement of Lucario's aura power after its evolution was quite significant. However, the stronger Lucario became, the stronger Su-Chi's own strength was as well. And he genuinely felt happy for Lucario. After the battle, Su-Chi recalled Lucario, and everyone looked at the fallen Noctowl scattered on the ground before embarking on their journey. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw the exit and all ran out together. Outside, the bright sunshine shone down on them, and it had been a long time since they had enjoyed such sunlight. Xiaoxia was extremely excited. For a girl, staying all day in the cold, damp forest could cause her skin to wrinkle. "We finally made it out," Su-Chi said. At that moment, a sound echoed from the sky. Coo coo. Everyone looked up to see a messenger bird descending, delivering a backpack to Su-Chi, which bore the logo of the Pokémon League. "This is a messenger bird from the Pokémon League," Su-Chi said. "Coo coo," the messenger bird replied, indicating yes, and then flew away. That was quite efficient. Su-Chi opened his backpack and found a Pokémon League prosecutor's badge inside. The golden League emblem, combined with the black leather made of an unknown material, appeared solemn and sacred, making it look quite prestigious when taken out. "This is the badge of a Pokémon prosecutor," Ash and his friends said with envy in their eyes. "From today on, I'm a Pokémon prosecutor," Su-Chi said, feeling an inexplicable sense of responsibility as he looked at the badge in his hand. After putting the badge away, he noticed there was something else inside. Likely the league reward Aunt Kenna mentioned. Opening the box, he saw a golden badge of the champion and a simple device lying there. Su-Chi recognized the badge of the champion. It was the item that allowed Slowpoke to evolve into Hippo King. It could be said to be very rare. Su-Chi picked up the device, looking puzzled about what it was. At that moment, Xiao Gang said, "This seems to be a simple energy cube manufacturing machine." An energy cube manufacturing machine? Su-Chi was somewhat shocked. The alliance was really generous. An energy cube manufacturing machine costs around 50 million alliance coins, which is quite extravagant. Chapter 24. Seeing the business opportunity, the huge toxic stinging jellyfish. Now, with this energy cube manufacturing machine, a significant amount of money could be saved, Su-Chi thought. It's not that Su-Chi couldn't afford it. It was just a bit too expensive, which was painful for someone like him who loved money. Now, he didn't have to worry about this expense, and perhaps he could even make a small profit from it. Su-Chi put all these items back in his backpack, and the group set off towards Golden City again. After walking for half a day, they arrived at a coastal city. Xiaoxia asked, "Is this Golden City?" Xiao Zhang looked at the map and said, "According to the map, this should be Lamperky City. It's right by the sea, and the tourism industry here is very developed." Speaking of tourism, Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, and she pulled everyone to go shopping. Ding! An epic quest has been issued. Capture the giant poisonous jellyfish. Reward: designated item lottery ticket and epic lottery ticket. Seeing the suddenly issued quest, Su-Chi couldn't hide his excitement. "This is great. It's like a pillow for a sleepyhead." He was just thinking about how to obtain a designated quest lottery ticket, and now it's delivered to his door. Wait a minute, Su-Chi thought to himself. Why is the system so kind? It gives me exactly what I need. Ding! The system detected the host's thoughts, and it will change the quest rewards based on the difficulty and the host's current needs. Oh, I see. You are so considerate, my system dad. The three of them, Xiaoji and the others, looked at Su-Chi, who was grinning foolishly and wondered what he was laughing about. At this moment, Xiaoxia reminded Su-Chi, "Hey, Sui, what are you laughing about?" Su-Chi came back to his senses and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." The three looked at Su-Chi in confusion, but said nothing. They arrived at the Pokémon Center in Lamperky City, where they handed over their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for recovery. After settling everything in the 4 rooms, they went to the shopping store opened by the Pokémon League, where the products were affordable and of good quality. With the official backing, there were no counterfeit goods, and everyone felt assured while shopping. Su-Chi took the opportunity to check the prices of several types of Pokémon energy cubes. Previously, Su-Chi was quite poor and rarely fed Pokémon energy cubes, mostly substituting them with human food or berries. Energy cubes are expensive, but they also provide great benefits for Pokémon. Good energy cubes not only enhance the power of a Pokémon's skills, but also benefit their speed and overall growth. Su-Chi glanced at the item bar displaying the energy cubes. Wow! The cheapest energy cubes for general and fighting-type Pokémon cost over 30 million Alliance coins per bag. Those for Dragon and Ghost types cost hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins. Su-Chi seemed to see a business opportunity and purchased some raw materials needed for the energy cubes for his Pokémon. After buying, Su-Chi realized that different Pokémon required different raw materials for their energy cubes, which naturally led to price fluctuations. Take Dragon-type Pokémon, for example. Their energy cubes not only needed prickly pear fruit, but also dragon berry fruit and ancient relic soil. Prickly pear fruit and dragonberry fruit were already quite valuable, while ancient relic soil was even rarer. The existence of ancient relic soil around the gathering places of dragon-type Pokémon made it very difficult to obtain. And even in the territories of dragon-type Pokémon, the stock was scarce. Things that are rare are precious. This led to high prices, and dragon-type energy cubes were very beneficial for dragon-type skills like Dragon Star Cluster and Dragon's Breath. Without hesitation, Su-Chi returned to the Pokémon Center, went to his room, took out the energy cube manufacturing machine, adjusted the raw material ratios, and began to make energy cubes. Before long, several red energy cubes were produced. Su-Chi looked at them, which were almost identical to those for sale, casually picked one up, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. A sour and astringent flavor flooded his mouth, and it was too unpalatable. "Hey, Kron, come out and try this." Sui summoned Kron. Hey, Kron sniffed the energy cube in front of him, found the smell acceptable, and directly wrapped a few energy cubes with his tail and put them in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste was quite good. After finishing the energy cubes in his mouth, Heikron looked eagerly at the energy cubes in Su-Chi's hand. "All right, you can have them all." Heikron happily finished eating and then continued to look at Su-Chi, wanted to ask if there were more and still wanting to eat. "You can eat a lot. Luckily, I didn't give you any before, but it's right to make up for it now." Su-Chi created many types of energy cubes and released all the Pokémon, watching them eat. Su-Chi increasingly imagined the scene of himself becoming rich. Then, Su-Chi left the Pokémon Center again to buy more materials and began processing them in his room. He kept enough for his own Pokémon and took the rest to sell, but he needed to find a different place to sell them. The previous location had too many people who saw him when he was buying, and now carrying so many energy cubes to sell would definitely raise suspicions. Su-Chi arrived at the unofficially operated elf shop, where he sold for about 1.5 million Alliance coins. Su-Chi walked out of the store, looking at the Alliance coins stored in the Pokédex, thinking that this was too profitable. The raw materials costing over 200,000 were sold for such a high price. Su-Chi felt very pleased. After returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash and the others had also come back early. Su-Chi distributed some of the energy cubes they needed. Brock asked, "Is this made by that machine?" The three of them expressed their gratitude, as energy cubes were quite expensive. They took back their Pokeballs. Just then, many people who treated Pokémon suddenly appeared in the Pokémon Center, most of them being water-type Pokémon. Nurse Joy was a bit overwhelmed, and Su-Chi and the others approached her and asked, "Nurse Joy, is there anything we can help with?" Seeing that they were eager to help, Nurse Joy was very happy. "Thank you so much. The Pokémon Center is short-staffed. You can help me spray healing potions on some of the less seriously injured Pokémon." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Everyone said a few words and then got busy. After a few hours, it was getting dark. The group sat on the ground, exhausted. How could there be so many injured Pokémon all of a sudden? Ash asked while sitting on the ground. At that moment, Nurse Joy came over, thanked Su-Chi and the others again, and explained the situation. It turned out that Granny Jinhua from Lanpiki City wanted to build a water resort hotel and was planning to invade the habitat of the tentacle. Among the tentacle, there was a giant tentacle that had been protecting its kin from harm. However, Granny Jinhua had been looking for powerful trainers to defeat the giant tentacle to achieve her goals. As a result, the tentacle often came to the coast to cause widespread destruction, injuring countless people and Pokémon. After hearing Nurse Joy's words, Ash, who loved Pokémon, couldn't stand it any longer and angrily scolded Granny Jinhua for how she could do such a thing, destroying the homes of Pokémon for her own selfish desires. At this moment, Su-Chi also remembered that in the original work, Granny Jinhua was a complete merchant who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Chapter 25. Subduing the Giant Venomous Jellyfish. Su-Chi came up with a good plan that could not only prevent Granny Goldenflower from coveting the territory of the poisonous sting jellyfish, but also make a significant profit. Su-Chi shared his plan with a few people, and they couldn't help but smile knowingly. The next morning, the four of them said goodbye to Miss Joy and arrived at Grandma Jinhua's office building. It must be said that Grandma Jinhua is really wealthy. The entire building is decorated in a lavish and extravagant manner, exuding a sense of opulence. Just as they were about to enter, several bodyguards stopped Su-Chi and the others, demanding, "Stop! What are you doing here?" Su-Chi said, "I heard that Grandma Jinhua is looking for trainers who can defeat the venomous jellyfish, so we came to talk to her." A few bodyguards couldn't help but laugh and said, "You little brat think you could defeat the venomous jellyfish?" Don't even think about it. Su-Chi didn't want to talk to this small fry, so he directly released his Gyarados. With a furious roar, Gyarados scared a few people to the ground. Su-Chi looked at the few people in a sorry state and thought to himself, a dog's eye looks down on people. He then walked into the building, and the few bodyguards quickly called to inform Granny Jean about what had happened downstairs. Su-Chi and a few others took the elevator to the top floor. After getting off the elevator, they arrived at the only office on the top floor. Before Su-Chi could approach, an elderly lady in her 60s, her face lined with wrinkles and adorned in gold and silver, emerged with two handsome male secretaries, leaning on a cane. Seeing Su-Chi and the others with smiles on their faces, she quickly said, "So these are the trainers, right? I've heard from my subordinates that they were being thoughtless, and I've already given them a good talking to, dear." Su-Chi looked at the elderly lady whose face was full of wrinkles when she smiled. In the animation, she was not this friendly and would fire her weapon at the venomous jellyfish. Today, he planned to take advantage of her. Although he thought this in his heart, Su-Chi still politely said, "You must be Granny Jinhua. We heard that you offered a high price to have someone eliminate the venomous jellyfish. So we specially came to solve the problem for you." Upon hearing that they were indeed there to help her, Granny Jinhua's smile widened even more, and she quickly said, "That's great. As long as you help me get rid of that annoying venomous jellyfish, I will give you 100 million alliance coins." Hearing Granny Jinhua mention 100 million, Xiaoji was so excited that he almost exclaimed. Su-Chi remained unfazed and said, 100 million? That's too little. The profits from the stinging jellyfish alone amount to at least 2 billion alliance coins. Do you really think you can send us off with just 100 million? Since there's no sincerity, I think it's better to just forget it. Granny Jean saw that Su-Chi and the others were about to leave and quickly tried to keep them. She was already troubled by the stinging jellyfish and just wanted to resolve the matter quickly. "All right, how much do you want?" Su-Chi replied, "I want 2 billion. 2 billion? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Granny Jean exclaimed, her hair nearly standing on end from anger at Su-Chi's demand for 2 billion. Su-Chi just wanted to trick this vicious old woman. "Since you are unwilling to offer even 2 billion, then forget it, let's go," he said as he immediately stood up and was about to walk out. Just as Su-Chi and the others were about to leave, Granny Jean called out to them, "All right, I agree, 2 billion it is. But you have to give me the money first. After all, we can't run away from here either," Su-Chi said. Granny Jean thought it made some sense, and he didn't dare to cheat himself. Fine, the secretary will transfer 2 billion to him. Seeing the 2 billion in the account, Su-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Yes, received. Next, it would depend on Granny Jean to lure it out. "No problem, just watch me." Then Granny Jean made a phone call, and a few loud explosions were heard outside, like the sound of bombs. Granny Jean looked at the confused crowd and explained, "The population of the poisonous jellyfish clan is huge, and as long as we bomb their kin, they will definitely not sit idly by." Granny Jean had a fierce expression that seemed somewhat terrifying. Su-Chi felt a surge of anger upon hearing these words. You really aren't a decent person. But he still had to maintain appearances. "All right, I'll take care of Granny Jinhua from here. Xiaoji, you all head back first." Xiaoji and the others exchanged knowing smiles and left the building. Then, Su-Chi summoned Charizard and climbed onto its back. Charizard broke through the glass and flew out. It spread its wings and soared through the shattered glass. "Oh no, my glass!" Granny Jinhua exclaimed anxiously as she looked at her broken glass, which was precious crystal glass she had spent a lot of money to build. Su-Chi wouldn't pay attention to that old woman. The fire dragon arrived at the coast and saw a giant toxic sting jellyfish standing on the water surface, surrounded by many small toxic sting jellyfish that had lost their fighting ability and were floating on the water. When it noticed someone approaching, the toxic sting jellyfish swung its massive poisonous tentacles at Su-Chi. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, shooting out a huge fire that struck back at the poisonous tentacles. The toxic sting jellyfish winced in pain, extending its tentacles and glaring angrily at the human in front of it, then launched a poisonous sting towards Su-Chi. The fire dragon dodged and retreated to avoid the sting attack. "Come out, Sharpedo, Haxorus, Metagross, Articuno." Su-Chi released several of his absolute trump cards. The Garchomp from the Dragonstar cluster, the Breath of the Dratini, the Destructive Beam of the Metagross, and the Articuno using Absolute Zero. Upon hearing Su-Chi's command, several Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously, and several beams of energy struck the Tentacruel. The Tentacruel fell in pain, creating a massive wave. In the distance, Granny Jinhua was watching through binoculars with her subordinates. Seeing Su-Chi take down the Tentacruel, she quickly instructed her subordinates to bring the yacht closer, as she wanted to personally capture the Tentacruel. The yacht sped towards the Tentacruel, arriving beside it as it lay on the ground. Granny Jinhua was overjoyed and yelled at the Tentacruel, "You stinky jellyfish are blocking my way to make money. Let's see if I don't tear you apart." She then prepared to have someone deal with the Tentacruel. Just then, the Tentacruel suddenly woke up, extending its massive tentacles to knock Granny Jinhua's yacht away. It then used Tidal Vortex, creating a giant whirlpool that pulled Granny Jinhua and her subordinates down to the ocean floor, and thus they met their demise. Suchi looked at this scene without any pity, because this was the best outcome for Jinhua. In fact, all of this was planned by Suchi. The day before, Suchi had sent Harklong and Bollock Dragon to dive into the water to find the giant Tentacruel to cooperate with him. But the Tentacruel did not trust Suchi at first. Then Suchi weighed the pros and cons with it, and explained that he indeed disapproved of such harm to Pokémon. He also showed the Tentacruel his identity as a prosecutor of the Pokémon League, although it might not understand. Seeing the strong condition of Suchi's powerful Pokémon allowed it to sense the goodwill of this human, and thus it agreed. In this way, it was killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he get the money, but he also managed to recruit this Tentacruel. Suchi thought to himself that he was truly clever. Then, Suchi took out a Pokeball and said to the Tentacruel, "The crisis here has been resolved. Do you want to travel with me and become stronger together?" The Tentacruel looked into the sincere eyes of the human in front of it, hesitated for a moment, and extended a tentacle to touch the Pokeball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the designated task and receiving one designated item lottery ticket and one epic lottery ticket. Hearing the system's prompt, Suchi thought he could finally awaken the power of the wave. Chapter 26. The duel at the Golden Gym. The system immediately conducted the lottery, and Suchi was so excited he couldn't wait. Ding! Designated item lottery ticket. Please confirm the designated item. Omni Awakening Potion, Suchi said. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Omni Awakening Potion and perfect level, beautiful scales. Suchi took out the Universal Awakening Potion, a crystal-like bottle engraved with strange patterns. After opening it, Suchi gulped it down in one go. After drinking it, Suchi felt an intense heat throughout his body, as if he had boundless strength. His body began to emanate a pure blue light, and rippling waves spread out from around him, filling the area with immense energy. Suchi felt very comfortable, and the surrounding waves were pushed back several meters by the energy emanating from him. Suddenly, a blue energy beam erupted from Suchi, shooting straight into the sky. This scene was witnessed by many, and the massive energy wave was detected by multiple parties. In the distance, at the Pokémon League, the Elite Four were gathered for a meeting. All four were shocked by this powerful energy. What is this? Could it be the legendary Pokémon appearing? Otherwise, who could unleash such tremendous power? The Dragon-type Elite Four member, Dato, said to the others. The others nodded in agreement. Then, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, Kikiko, said, "Dato, could you please go investigate this?" All right. After saying that, he got up and left. In HN City, Sakaki received a report from his subordinates. Looking at the massive, heart-pounding energy beam, a wicked smile appeared on Sakaki's face. Such a powerful Pokémon should belong to Team Rocket. He turned around and opened a video communication, saying, "Go investigate, FN." "Yes," replied a man dressed in black with his face covered. In the foggy forest, Waito, who was teaching Side-Eye and others, saw the energy erupting from Suchi and said, "The awakening is so fast. It seems the choice was correct." As the energy beam dissipated, Suchi, panting, looked at his body, which had become more resilient with defined muscles and six-pack abs, and he had grown 5 to 6 centimeters taller. It's not safe to stay here for long. With such a strong energy burst, the League is sure to have noticed. Suchi recalled the Pokémon, leaving Charizard. "Charizard, fly back." Suchi rode back to the Pokémon Center on his Charizard. As for the rest, let the League guess. Everyone had been waiting at the Pokémon Center for Suchi's return, and when he arrived, Ash asked, "Did you solve the problem, Suchi?" "Don't worry, Granny Jinhua won't develop that water area anymore," Suchi replied, not revealing that Granny Jinhua had perished in the belly of a fish, as that would be inappropriate for minors. He only told everyone that Granny Jinhua had left Land Polky City for another place. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Misty said, "Now I can relax. I was worried that Granny Jinhua would start capturing those Pokémon again as soon as we left." With this issue resolved, everyone went back to rest. The next morning, they packed their things and set off again. As they passed Route 4, Golden City was already in sight. The Golden Gym, that little girl with psychic powers. Let's see whose psychic abilities are stronger. With the help of the system, Suchi successfully awakened 100 waves of power. At the same time, Su-Chi learned from the system that the wave power can not only communicate with Pokémon, but when developed to the extreme, it can easily achieve flight, control objects, teleportation, wave attacks, and more. The group arrived in front of the Golden Gym. Overall, the Golden Gym was filled with a terrifying and eerie atmosphere. Misty felt a bit scared, saying, "Why is it so terrifying here? I've heard that many trainers have mysteriously disappeared after challenging the Golden Gym." "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su-Chi reassured Misty with a confident look, which gave her a little courage. The group walked inside, and a young man walked out from the gym. "You want to challenge the Golden Gym? You must first get past me," he said, taking out a spoon and staring at it with a flushed face. "What are you doing?" Ash asked, staring at the man in front of him. The man stared for a while, and soon the spoon bent slightly. Seeing the spoon bend, the man said excitedly, "Of course, I'm demonstrating my superpower. If you want to challenge our Golden Gym, you have to be as impressive as me." Su-Chi looked at the boy in front of him, who was even more of a weeb than Xiao Ji, feeling speechless. He took the spoon from the boy's hand, activated his wave guiding power, and the spoon instantly broke into two halves. The man was shocked to see the spoon split in an instant and asked in disbelief, "How are you so powerful? Do you have superpowers too?" Su-Chi replied directly, "It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak." After saying this, he walked straight into the depths of the dojo, leaving the man looking bewildered. "You're here," said Nasi, sitting in the golden chair. Su-Chi looked at Nas, who was holding a creepy doll with two braids tied up and her head down, making it hard to see her face. Su-Chi spoke, "You are the master of the Golden Dao Pavilion, Nasi." "That's right, just like you. I haven't encountered someone like me in a long time. Let's begin. If you win, the badge is yours, but if you lose, you have to stay and keep me company." A strange smile appeared on Nasi's face. "Sure, but if you lose, you have to stay here and play with me forever," Nasi said, her excited smile sending chills down one spine. Nasi casually threw out a Pokeball. "Go, Kecleon." A fox-like Kecleon crouched on the ground, motionless. "Go, Lucario." "Lucario, Aura-Sphère." Kecleon teleported. Kecleon disappeared in an instant, and Lucario's Aura Sphere struck the ground. "Kecleon, use Psybeam," Nasi suddenly commanded. Kecleon appeared behind Lucario, and the Psybeam shot toward Lucario. Lucario used Force Palm to jump up, its body glowing red, evading the Psybeam. "What?" Nasi was somewhat shocked, as no one had ever been able to dodge this move from her Pokémon. Everyone else let her defeat them with it, obediently turning into dolls. "Lucario, use Bone Rush." Lucario quickly approached Kecleon and knocked it flying with its bone stick. "Kecleon." Nasi couldn't help but let out a cry. This was the first time Nasi had encountered failure. "You have great strength. Hypno, it's your turn." "Hypno?" Su-Chi looked at the Hypno before him. Nasi's Hypno in the anime was not to be underestimated. "Then go Jengar." Nasi looked at Su-Chi's Jengar, wondering if he was trying to counter with type advantage. "But you have no chance of winning," she laughed eerily. Suddenly, her whole body glowed red as she raised her head. A breeze stirred around her, and streams of energy fell onto Hypno, causing its power to surge, and its eyes turned bright red. "Jengar, Shadow Ball." Hypno used Psychic to send it back. Hypno emitted red psychic energy, sending Jengar's Shadow Ball right back at it. Su-Chi looked at the Alakazam. Name, Alakazam. Qualification, King, Pseudo-Champion. Ability, Psychic. Skills, Teleport, Psybeam, Confusion, Dazzling Gleam, Origin Power. After looking at Alakazam's stats, Su-Chi was somewhat impressed by Nasi's psychic ability to give Pokémon such a significant boost. It was simply a bug. However, this alone wouldn't work. The Trevenant used Mist. The Trevenant unleashed a mist that enveloped the entire area, and its figure disappeared into the fog. Nasi looked at Su-Chi's little trick with disdain, sneering at the use of mist to interfere with his psychic's judgment. She thought it was too foolish. Alakazam, from the upper right, used Dazzling Gleam. Alakazam swung its spoon to unleash Dazzling Gleam, dispersing some of the mist, but hitting nothing. "What?" Nasi was shocked and involuntarily stood up, saying, "How is this possible? How can my judgment be wrong? What is going on?" Su-Chi took advantage of her daze, and the ghost-potted plant used a nightmare. The nightmare hit Hudi, and Hudi fell down. It was now time to consume dreams, and after the attack, Hudi had already lost its fighting ability. Chapter 27. Naz's Awakening. Golden City Temple Fair. "I lost. How did I lose?" Naz couldn't believe her eyes. "You indeed lost, but not to me. You lost to yourself. You were too arrogant, unaware that there are mountains beyond mountains. I also have superpowers, and my energy is stronger than yours. While you were judging the position of the ghost potted plant, I had already communicated with it using wave guidance," Su-Chi said to Naz in front of him. "I see. Naz said as the doll in her hand slipped away. I understand now. Thank you, Suchi. This is the golden badge, proof of defeating the gym. Naz handed the golden badge to Suchi. At that moment, Ash ran out. Miss Naz, I'm also challenging the gym. Please battle me. Naz looked at the boy in front of her and smiled. No need. Casually taking out a badge and giving it to Ash. Ash looked at the badge in his hand, thinking it was so easy, no need to battle anymore. Naz said, Suchi's strength is very strong. I believe that you who travel with him are also very strong. Ah, it turns out it was thanks to my own luck. Suchi thought, looking at Ash, who got the badge without doing anything, and really wanted to say, good dog. After everyone thanked Naz, they walked out of the golden gym, and Suchi and the others found that the gym didn't seem so eerie and terrifying anymore. Let's go. Let's head back to the Pokémon Center, Suchi called everyone. Everyone replied. Suchi restored the Ghost Bonsai and Lucario. He also made energy cubes for a group of Pokémon. Watching everyone eat with great enjoyment reminded him of the hardships when there was no energy cube maker. Sigh. Then he went to the restaurant with Ash and the others for a meal. At the dining table, Brock said, I heard that the Golden City Temple Fair, which is held once every 3 years, will open tomorrow. Should we go take a look? Suchi thought that at the temple fair, he might encounter the ghost as from the young girl Gorge. After all, in the original work, Xiaojing was so infatuated that he just followed her. Moreover, this ghost had been alive for over 1,000 years and could speak, and he suddenly wanted to capture it. Sure, since there's nothing else to do after challenging the gym, let's go take a look and relax, Suchi said. Then let's all go together, Xiaoxia said, excitedly at the thought of shopping wildly. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Xiaoxia's voice came out, everyone, wake up. Suchi was still sleeping when he heard the commotion from Xiaoxia. Reluctantly, he got up and settled himself. The group walked out of the Pokémon Center, and all around them, the streets were decorated with lights and banners. As they strolled down the street, they were surrounded by unfamiliar delicious foods and beautiful sights. Xiaoxia was busy buying things in front of various stalls, including a bunch of taiyaki and takoyaki. While everyone was browsing, Suchi kept an eye out for any sign of Ghastly, as he could still use his supernatural abilities to find Ghastly disguised as a human. However, after a long time of walking, despite the bustling crowd, there was no sight of Ghastly. Eventually, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by stalls selling goods. Suchi looked around and suddenly spotted a statue of a girl on the cliff. This was the girl's gorge. Perhaps they were right here. Suchi said to everyone, let's go up the mountain and take a look. What's so interesting up there? It's better to stroll around down here, Xiaoxia replied, puzzled. Well then, maybe I'll just go by myself. I heard there are many powerful Pokémon in the mountains, Suchi said, trying to persuade them. Powerful Pokémon? Ash couldn't help but feel excited. I'll go with you. Xiaoxia, Xiaogang, you could just hang out here, he added. Xiaogang naturally agreed, as there were no pretty girls on the mountain anyway. Suchi, hurry up, Xiaoxi urged. They arrived. The two of them reached the top of the mountain, where the scenery was beautiful, standing by the sea, with high mountains and dense forests, and the surroundings were very quiet. They could only see some Pokémon that liked to live in dark places, like Drowsy and Miss Smagius. There was no sound at all around them, but Suchi thought that this was exactly the kind of environment that Ghost-type Pokémon prefer to live in. We're the powerful Pokémon here. You can't be lying to me, Ash said angrily to Suchi. How could I lie? I'm telling you, there's a very strong Ghastly living here. Catching it and winning the league competition is definitely not a dream, Suchi said, painting a big picture for Ash. Ghastly does exist, but it's not yours. Just then, Suchi received a call from Misty, who was anxiously shouting on the other end. Brock is missing. Suchi suddenly realized that Xiaogang might have been deceived by the ghost of the girl. He was blinded by lust. Suchi told Xiaoxia to wait for him at the foot of the mountain on the phone. After finishing, he grabbed Xiaoji and instantly teleported to the foot of the mountain. Xiaoxia was stunned to see the two suddenly appear. Suchi did not explain much to her and directly released Charizard and Pidgeot, instructing them to search for Brock with all their might. The two Pokémon began to search for Brock everywhere. In a short while, Pidgeot and Charizard returned, and Suchi communicated with the Pokémon through the power of Aura, confirming Brock's location. It turned out that Brock had been taken to a young girl's abandoned house in the woods. Although the girl had already died, her soul remained, waiting for her lover to return, and she firmly believed that her lover would come back. The three of them rode on Pidgeot and Charizard and arrived in front of the cabin. There, they saw a dilapidated wooden house, the surrounding wood long weathered, with some parts already moldy beyond recognition. Suchi and the others walked in and saw Xiaogang talking to the air by himself. Xiaogang's face was flushed as he spoke to the empty space. making one wonder if he had gone crazy over a woman. Ghost, go. Use Dark Pulse. Su Chi said. The Dark Pulse was countered by a wave of black mist. A Ghastly appeared before everyone. It's Ghastly, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. For Xiaoji, Su Chi and the Ghastly he mentioned were the important goals of this journey. Name, Ghastly, qualification, champion, ability, curiosity, skills, protect, Dark Pulse, mist, phantom force, mysterious guard. Ghostly Claw. Su Chi looked at the ghost, who was surprisingly using a fairy-type deceptive space, and thought to himself that he really had become an old monster living for 1,000 years. Xiao Gang also woke up from the commotion, realizing he was in a broken wooden house. Wait, wasn't he just flirting with a beautiful girl? How'd he end up here? Xiao Gang, come here quickly. You've been bewitched by a ghost. Xiao Xia said angrily. At that moment, the spirit of the girl suddenly appeared. Xiao Gangkoan. Xiao Gang, seeing the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly reacted and rushed over. The ghost looked at the human in front of him with anger, glaring fiercely at Su Chi, and said, Kid, you are ruining our plan. Su Chi looked at the ghostly figure before him and said, Is your plan to absorb others' yang energy? You. Wait a minute, the girl spoke up. I came here to see my husband. Today, seeing Xiao Gangkoan has also fulfilled my wish. Goodbye. The girl's figure slowly dissipated. Thank you, ghost. Thank you for 1,000 years of companionship. As the girl disappeared, Ghost's expression also suddenly became despondent. Su Chi spoke up. Does Gaisai still want to stay here? Why not go out with me and take a look? Gaisai looked up at Su Chi, wondering if he wanted to subdue him. Let's see your abilities then. All right. Su Chi recalled the ghost bonsai and said, Go, Articuno. The mythical beast, Ghost C, looked at Su Chi in shock, truly a powerful trainer. Then Ghost C used Ghost Claw to attack Articuno, but Articuno dodged and used Absolute Zero. Articuno evaded the attack from Ghost Claw, and the icy storm hit Ghost C, instantly knocking it out. Well, it seems you can't do it either, Su Chi said as he took out a Pokeball to capture Ghost C. Chapter 28, Challenge. Mysterious forces appear. Su Chi subdued Ghost C, and the girl's soul found peace. Su Chi and others returned to the Pokémon Center, after resting for a night. The next morning, Su Chi, are you really not traveling with us? Haha, no. Even though I've traveled with everyone for so long, I'm still used to going alone. After all, traveling alone allows me to continuously hone myself and become stronger. It's such a pity Xiaoji still wants to travel with Su Chi and enjoy some free battle training and energy block meals. However, Su Chi won't give him that opportunity. If fate allows, we will meet again. Bye-bye. As he said this, Su Chi walked out of the Pokémon Center. He stepped on Route 6 and arrived at a desolate grassy area. Come out. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Su Chi said. After that, two people wearing special glasses and uniforms jumped out from the woods behind him. Kid, you actually noticed us. Not simple at all. Let me formally introduce ourselves. We are members of the Black Organization. He is Black Rock, and I am Black Panther. Black Rock, Black Panther, you guys are indeed quite black. Su Chi teased the two of them. So we want. Why are you following me? Kid, hand over the Pokémon egg of the Phoenix King, and we can spare your life, Black Panther said. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. You got the wrong person. Big brother, he says he is not the one. Did we really get the wrong person? Let us just find a place to eat. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Do you believe everything he says? Black Panther looked at his foolish brother, furious. Su Chi was amused by the two clowns in front of him. What kind of silly organization sends these two to steal the Phoenix King's egg? But how do they find out? Kid, hand it over, or we'll have to make a move. Well, go ahead and try. Go, Garchomp. Hey Yin and Hey Bao were instantly shocked. Such a strong Pokémon. The captain didn't mention this. No matter. Grimer, Beedrill. Grimer, use Mud Bomb. Beedrill, Fury Attack. Garchomp, use Dragon Breath to take them out. Garchomp opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon-shaped Dragon Breath, knocking the two Pokémon away, rendering them unable to fight. Big brother, it's too strong. Let us run. Hey Yin and Hey Bao said. Hey Bao turned to Su Chi and said, Big brother, actually we misunderstood. How about we don't fight and you just let us go? Su Chi couldn't help but laugh at these two brothers. If I let you go, fine, but tell me who sent you. The older brother replied, Actually, we came on our own, not because the captain sent us. Oh, the captain. What organization do you belong to, and why do you want the Phoenix King's egg? The older brother said, We can't say. If we do, the captain will kill us. If you don't say, you'll die now. Ligriga oila ishak. No, we'll talk. We belong to the Black Organization, and we are here to capture powerful divine beasts to dominate the world. Su Chi looked at them in confusion. One of them wanted to dominate the world. It seemed there was still a lot I didn't know about this world. All right, you can leave now. Thank you. Thank you. The two brothers hurriedly wanted to leave. You're welcome. Lyolsh, Dragon's Fury. After a burst of explosions, the two flew into the sky, side by side with the sun. The Black Organization seems to have gained another formidable enemy. Suchi took out the Pokémon Pokédex and called Aunt Kona, explaining what had just happened. The Black Organization, Aunt Kona's voice came through the phone. She had heard of this organization, but the specifics were unclear. They seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. And the Alliance was also investigating. I learned from Yudo that the Ho-Oh Pokémon egg is with you. So remember to protect yourself and the egg. If you encounter something you can't handle, call me. Okay, Aunt Kona, Suchi said before hanging up. What kind of organization doesn't he even have a lead with the Alliance? Suchi recalled carefully. There was no such organization in the anime, which was strange. Never mind. Suchi recalled his Garchomp and continued walking forward. On the other side, the Black Rock and Black Panther brothers were having a video chat. Captain, he's too strong. We can't beat him. Useless. Too good for nothings. You can't even catch a child. What use are you? Boss, he has a Garchomp. It's too powerful. We can't withstand even one attack, Black Panther said, feeling wronged. A Garchomp, a quasi-legendary Pokémon, is so rare that a child can handle it. It seems I need to collect more information. The headquarters only provided the address without specific details, Sai. Forget it. You two go gather intel on him. But don't act yet. Yes, Captain, the Black Panther brothers replied respectfully. Big brother, you scare me to death. It's fine. Let's go eat. All you think about is eating, you good for nothing. Aren't we good for nothings? Didn't he the captain say we are? You. Black Panther looked at his brother, somewhat speechless. Forget it. Let's eat. Suchi arrived at a small town and took out his guidebook to look at the place called Inkwash Town. It really did have the essence of an ink wash painting, with the town built against the mountains, showcasing a beautiful landscape of clear mountains and water. Suchi walked into the town, and the atmosphere around him was filled with joy. What was happening here? Suchi was a bit confused. He randomly pulled someone and asked, Are you a trainer from Pallet Town? I'm just passing through here. Is there an event going on? The person replied, We're about to have the once every 5 years ugly fish swimming competition. If you have an ugly fish, you can participate in the competition. Just go to the Pokémon Center to register. The prizes are quite generous. Not only is there a reward of 1 million Alliance coins, but I heard there are also Pokémon prizes this year. Suchi listened to the competition and decided to participate, not for the 1 million reward, as he already had 2 billion Alliance coins and didn't care about such a small amount of money. He arrived at the Pokémon Center and said, Miss Joy, I would like to register for the ugly fish swimming competition. Please help me with the registration. Sure. Please tell me your name and take out your ugly fish for numbering. After completing the registration, Miss Joy said, Mr. Suchi, your number is 22. Okay, thank you. However, I must remind you that your ugly fish is a bit small. Most competitors have trained their ugly fish to be much larger and stronger, so you might not have an advantage. That's okay. I'm just here to have some fun, Suchi said with a smile. Could you please give me a room as well? Sure. Suchi returned to his room, looking at the Pokeball of his ugly fish, thinking to himself that he would surprise everyone tomorrow because his ugly fish was not weak. The next morning, Suchi woke up early. The ugly fish swimming competition was about to begin. After having breakfast, Suchi arrived at the competition venue. Chapter 29, Evolution of Milotic, Ancient Civilization. Looking around, Suchi saw that many people were already preparing for the competition. The water was filled with ugly fish, as expected. Suchi went to the edge of the water and released his ugly fish. It immediately attracted everyone's attention because Suchi's ugly fish looked very normal. In contrast, the other competitors' ugly fish were all plump and robust, while Suchi's ugly fish was of normal size. At this moment, a competitor standing nearby said to Suchi, Kid, are you here to make a joke? Bringing such a weak, ugly fish to compete. Suchi mandan fast. Thinking that there are indeed people who get slapped in the face everywhere. Suchi said, Oh really? Let's make a bet. If I win, you have to swim naked for a lap. Haha, sure, the man confidently replied, believing he would definitely win. Then if you lose, you have to swim naked for 3 laps. No problem, Suchi smiled at him. 10 minutes later, most of the participants had arrived, and the organizers began to introduce the rules. The competition would be won by the first person to retrieve the glass blue ball located at the finish line and return to the starting point. Now, the competition begins. At the sound of the signal, over 50 ugly fish started to swim forward. It must be said that the other participants' ugly fish swam extremely fast, while Suchi's ugly fish had already fallen far behind. Haha, with your ugly fish, you think you can win? Get ready to swim naked, the man said, looking triumphant. It's not certain who will win until the end, Su-Chi replied confidently, watching his ugly fish. At this moment, Su-Chi's ugly fish had completely fallen behind the other Pokémon. You can still win? Don't make me laugh. The people around looked at Su-Chi with mocking expressions. Indeed, under normal circumstances, one would definitely lose in this situation, but Su-Chi was not an ordinary person. Su-Chi took out the beautiful scales and threw them at the ugly fish. What is that? Almost all the contestants looked at Su-Chi, filled with confusion. The beautiful scales landed on the ugly fish, and it instantly erupted with the light of evolution, blinding everyone. It actually evolved. The ugly fish can evolve too? Everyone was puzzled. It was no wonder. The people here basically had no understanding of the evolution mechanism of the ugly fish, as it needed beautiful scales to evolve. And beautiful scales were extremely expensive and hard to come by. Once the ugly fish finished evolving, a beautiful Milotic appeared before everyone. Milotic raised its head and let out a long cry, splashing countless water droplets, leaving everyone stunned. Wasn't the ugly fish the ugliest Pokémon in the world? How could it be so beautiful after evolving? The surrounding ugly fish also dared not approach Milotic anymore. With a swift flick of its tail, Milotic dashed towards a glass ball, successfully capturing it and returning to the starting point. Others were still frozen in place, and by the time they reacted, Su-Chi's Milotic had already won. How about that? My Pokémon won. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Su-Chi said, looking sharply at the man. The man was a bit flustered. He had originally thought Su-Chi was just a naive kid who would surely lose, but he didn't expect this to happen. This doesn't count. Your ugly fish evolved during the match. This doesn't count at all. This violates the rules of the competition, the man said angrily. Su-Chi had already thought of this possibility. Since you won't jump down, I'll help you. Milotic used Water Tail to knock him into the water. Milotic swept its tail, and the man was knocked into the water. Su-Chi ignored him. After successfully collecting the prize, Su-Chi left the town and continued on his journey. Beep, beep, beep. The phone function of the Pokédex rang. Su-Chi took out the Pokédex, and the words Professor Oak appeared on the screen. Why would Professor Oak suddenly call me? Su-Chi answered the phone. Hello, Grandpa, what do you need me for? On the other end, Doctor. Dama's voice came through. Xiao-Chi, I heard from Xiao-Ji that you already have more than 6 powerful Pokémon. I have something to ask of you. Sure, Grandpa. What is it? I want to be polite then. On your way to Yuhong City, you will pass by a fossil base. Dr. Kelly Duo, there's my student, and he is studying ancient Pokémon. Recently, he discovered a batch of fossils. Moreover, there's an underground cave where living ancient Pokémon have been found. I hope you could go help him capture these Pokémon. Ancien Pokémon. No problem, Grandpa. Leave it to me. All right, then I'm counting on you. After hanging up the phone, Su-Chi looked at the fossil base in the Pokédex, not far from here. Ancient Pokémon. I wonder if there will be a fossil pterodactyl. Ding! Epic quest released. Explore ancient ruins and find the mysterious key. Quest rewards. 2 epic lottery tickets. System mall unlocked. The system notification was quite a shock to Su-Chi. After all, the system hadn't issued a quest in a long time. The last time. The Golden Gym didn't release any tasks either. Ding! Explaining the host confusion. The system releases tasks randomly, and as the host strength increases, lower-level tasks are no longer issued. This is something. Even a mosquito is meat. How can it not release tasks? What a strange operation, Su-Chi complained. Forget its system. Please introduce the system mall. Ding! The system mall is based on the host's accumulated battle value from Pokémon battles. Victories in battles will yield battle value. And the stronger the battling Pokémon, the greater the battle value earned. Keep it up, host. Battle value. It seems I need to fight more, Su-Chi smiled. Putting the Pokédex away, he was too lazy to walk and release Charizard. Su-Chi rode on the back of Charizard and flew towards the fossil base. After flying for about 30 minutes, a large research base located near the Fire Rock Valley appeared before Su-Chi. Su-Chi let Charizard fly down, and Charizard landed on the ground. Su-Chi saw a group of researchers dressed in white lab coats. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses walked over and said, You must be Su-Chi, right? I'm Kelly Duo. Nice to meet you. Su-Chi looked at the man in front of him and thought, Isn't he a bit too young? However, he still politely shook his hand. Then, Karido pointed to the huge research base behind him and said, This is the fossil base we discovered. The life detector has detected a large number of living Pokémon inside, and there may be many ultra-ancient Pokémon. On the outside, we found many Pokémon fossils. Come and see. Su-Chi and Dr. Karido walked to the entrance of the fossil base and received a fossil from a working researcher. This spiral-shaped fossil, is it a fossil of an ammonite? Su-Chi asked. That's right. You're indeed the grandson of Professor Oak. Your insight is remarkable. We have discovered a large number of ammonites and spiky ammonites here. And this, Koridohandi Sui Afase. Suchi took a look and was shocked to see that it was an ancient armor, as ancient armors are extremely rare. In their evolved form, the ancient war dragon is even more powerful. That's right, this is the only fossil of ancient armor we have discovered. But according to the instrument's detection, its life energy has not completely disappeared. This means that the ancient armor could potentially be revived with current technology, Suchi said. Yes, that can be understood that way. Sui, follow me. Chapter 30. The Emergence of the Ultra-Ancient Relics. Dr. Corrido took Suchi deeper into the base. In front of Suchi stood a massive super-ancient ruin. Although it had endured the test of time, it still exuded an air of majesty. Suchi began to use the power of aura to examine the entire ruin. As the aura surged, the entire ruin appeared in Suchi's mind. The ruin was immense, with only a small portion visible on the surface. Inside, it was a maze of interconnections. Suddenly, Suchi caught a distinct aura. Such a vast life force, as if an endless stream of energy was gathering around it. Suchi couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Could it be a divine beast? But would an epic-level mission issued by the system be worthy of a divine beast status? Dr. Corrido watched as Suchi stood there in a daze, thinking that Suchi was stunned by the grandeur of the ruin, confirming that he was still just a child. He then called out to Suchi, "Are you all right?" Suchi came to his senses and said, "I'm fine." "Dr. Corrido, you call me here to explore this ruins, right?" "That's right. We've discovered a tremendous amount in this ruins, so we suspect there are many living Pokémon here. However, our strength is insufficient, and we can't let the League know for now. After all, the more people know, the less safe it will be. By the way, Suchi, what about your Pokémon?" Dr. Corrido asked with some suspicion. Suchi smiled slightly, realizing that he still doubted my strength. "Not showing my skills. Does he look down on me?" "Charizard, Garchomp, Onix, Metagross, Gyarados." Suchi released 5 Pokémon, and they all looked fiercely at Corrido. This was what Suchi had just communicated to them through the power of aura. Seeing the shocked expression on Dr. Corrido's face, Suchi secretly chuckled. But on the surface, he still said, "Dr. Corrido." Corrido awkwardly smiled and replied, "Your Pokémon are truly powerful." Then Suchi, Corrido, and several accompanying personnel began to enter the ruins. The first challenge before them was the entrance to the ruins. According to Corrido, this door was made of a special alloy material, mixed with some special energy, making it very difficult to open. Suchi touched the big door, and a rough, sandpaper-like texture brushed past his fingers. "Everyone, step back," Suchi said to the crowd. A few people looked at Suchi with some confusion, but they still obediently stepped back. Fire-breathing dragon, explosion, fierce bite land shark, dragon's rage, big rock snake, origin force, Metagross, destruction beam. Gyarados, you also use destruction beam. Several beams of energy bombarded down, stirring up huge clouds of dust and explosion sounds. Everyone was left coughing from the blast. After the thick smoke cleared, a massive hole appeared in front of everyone. Suchi looked at the cave in front of him and thought, if the door won't open, then I'll open it with my fist. Dr. Corrido, realizing this could be a problem, hurriedly walked over to Suchi and said, "Doing this will disturb the ancient Pokémon inside. It's fine. If they come, we'll fight. If they don't accept it, we'll take them on. Let's go." Suchi took the lead and stepped inside. Corrido and the others followed him in. Once inside, everyone finally took their first real look at the true nature of this ruin. In the distance, there were many unknown objects, all dark and shadowy. As they walked closer, they discovered that these were many Pokémon eggs, but they had already turned to fossils. Corrido exclaimed excitedly, "What a big discovery! This is the first time so many Pokémon fossils have been unearthed at once. All right, let's keep moving forward. There should be more ahead." As everyone was walking forward, suddenly a gust of wind howled overhead, making a hoarse sound. Suchi focused his eyes and saw the enormous meat-bone wings, the black-gray body, and the sharp teeth and beak. This was not a fossil pterosaur, was it? The fossil pterosaur opened its gaping mouth and waved its wings, sending countless sharp stones flying toward the crowd. Charizard used its steel wings to break through these stones, with its wings shimmering in silver light. Charizard soared into the air and quickly broke all the sharp stones apart. Charizard charged forward and embraced it, using a throw from Earth. Charizard slammed the fossil pterosaur hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The fossil pterosaur struggled to stand up, and Charizard delivered the final blow, shooting flames. The fossil pterosaur collapsed to the ground. Go Pokeball! The Pokeball shook 3 times, and the fossil pterosaur was successfully captured. Dr. Karido walked over, praising Su-Chi for his impressive feat of capturing the fossil pterosaur. Can you let me study the fossil pterosaur? Karido said, his face full of desire. His gaze was like that of an old man seeing a cute girl. However, it was understandable. According to the current timeline, this should be the first live fossil pterosaur discovered in modern human history, and it had been captured by someone. Such a significant research topic was undoubtedly a first for modern science, making it hard not to get excited. However, Su-Chi was not going to let him study it. If he wasn't careful, it might end up being donated to the league, and he would gain nothing. No way. My Pokémon cannot be used for your research. Su-Chi directly refused. Karido pleaded several more times, but seeing Su-Chi's resolute expression, he eventually gave up. Everyone continued forward, passing through a narrow passage until they arrived in a large hall. The walls in front were covered with incomprehensible tadpole script, and a towering monument stood in the center of the hall. Su-Chi clearly sensed that the power was coming from there. At this moment, Corey shouted excitedly, "A great discovery! Truly a great discovery!" Su-Chi walked over, wondering what the doctor had found. From the text on the stone wall, we can see that this should be the temple of Celebi. Celebi has the superpower to traverse time and space and bring life. In the eyes of ancient people, Celebi was a symbol of the god of life and time. Su-Chi thought, where did the god of life and time place Xerneas and Dialga? Dr. Corey continued, in ancient times, whenever a great disaster struck, Celebi would come to save everyone. Therefore, this grand hall was built to commemorate Celebi. Celebi naturally descends into the world once every 1,000 years, and receiving Celebi's blessing brings mysterious benefits to people. System, what is a mysterious blessing? Ding! Mysterious blessing. A special power possessed by certain legendary Pokémon. Enhances luck and heals damage. Enhancing luck and healing damage. Such an amazing thing must be mine, Su-Chi thought. The content on the wall ended here. So it turned out to be Celebi's temple, and what I felt just now was indeed Celebi's energy. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Finally caught up with you, little brat." 3 people and a Meowth emerged from the shadows. How did Team Rocket end up here without me noticing? Su-Chi stared at the few people in front of him. "Ha, we tracked you down using Lord Doran's Surskit," Musashi said smugly. "That's right, this time it was Lord Doran who came out. All your Pokémon belong to Team Rocket. Can one Surskit really pinpoint my location?" At this moment, the man standing in the middle of Team Rocket spoke up. "Let me introduce myself. I am Doran, one of the Elite Four of Team Rocket. I come on the orders of Boss Sakaki to formally invite you to join Team Rocket and dominate the world together." He had a greasy, flashy face that looked disgusting, and then he awkwardly bowed. Su-Chi really didn't want to see him at all, dominating the world, brainless. When Su-Chi rejected his invitation, Doran's face began to twist grotesquely, becoming like a tangled mass of dough. "Very well, you dare to refuse my invitation. Then let me show you what it feels like to be rejected. Go, Sulip." A Sulip appeared before Su-Chi, wearing a helmet filled with many unknown objects. Su-Chi looked at the Sulip and realized how it had tracked him down. "Aren't you afraid of exhausting your Pokemon's body and causing it to die? Ha. As long as I can achieve my ultimate goal of dominating the world, it's worth it to lose as many Pokémon as it takes." A dark smile appeared on Doran's twisted face. Upon hearing this, even the trio of Team Rocket felt a bit incredulous. "Let me show you the new product that combines our high-tech with Pokémon. Sulip, enhance your psychic power." Sulip's eyes turned blood red, lifting Charizard and slamming it against the wall. "Charizard, Charizard, come back first." Su-Chi took out a Pokeball and recalled Charizard. He then raised his head, looking at Doran with anger. "You madman. Today, this place will be your grave." "My grave? That's the funniest joke I've heard." Sulip. "Psychic strong power. Go, Articuno." Articuno spread its wings, and a cold wind swept around. Everyone instinctively covered their faces and looked on in shock. "A legendary Pokémon. Su-Chi actually has a legendary Pokémon." "What?" Doran looked incredulously at the Articuno in the air, and then his shock was replaced by excitement. "What luck! To have Articuno willingly obey you, but it will soon belong to Team Rocket. Articuno, use Ice Beam, Suikamandith." Articuno opened its beak, and a massive ice beam shot out, directly hitting Sulip's psychic power, freezing Sulip into an ice sculpture. "Sulip," Doran shouted, "what a waste. I put so much effort into training you." But Sulip was now frozen and could hear nothing. After all, Articuno's skills are not something ordinary Pokémon possess. "Musashi, Kojiru. Go." "Doran, we can't. If you can't even handle this little brat, how can we? Doran scolded angrily. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Doran, pay the price for your actions. Articuno, absolute zero. A fierce storm surged toward Doran, who became flustered and instinctively wanted to run. At that moment, a wall of light suddenly appeared in front of Doran, blocking the absolute zero. A humanoid figure slowly walked in from the outside cave. Doran looked at the humanoid creature with excitement. Boss Sakaki, you finally sent someone. The figure appeared, surrounded by purple and white, with sharp eyes calmly gazing at Su-Chi, as if sensing a hint of threat from the young man. Is it Mutwo? Team Rocket has already created it? Su-Chi also looked at Mutwo. The two sides stared at each other. The others were confused. What kind of creature is this? A new Pokémon? Especially Dr. Karido, who was astonished, exclaiming it was a major discovery, a major discovery. Mutwo glanced at Su-Chi for a moment, ready to turn around and leave with Doran, causing Team Rocket's trio to panic. Isn't Boss Sakaki going to save them? What a waste of effort. Just then, the altar of Shalebi suddenly emitted a bright green light, blinding everyone in the darkness. Even Mutwo, who was about to leave, squinted slightly, looking at the altar with a serious expression. A green figure emerged from the center of the altar, with light blue eyes and deep dark circles, radiating a holy aura, resembling a fairy. It was Shalebi. Shalebi appeared at this moment. Could it be that a new disaster is about to descend? Dr. Karido said anxiously. Su-Chi looked at Shalebi, and, in a daze, he realized he had arrived at a mysterious place surrounded by green light screens, like a space from another dimension. Where is this? Su-Chi looked around. The chosen human. A childlike voice came from nearby. Su-Chi turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was Shalebi. Shalebi flew in front of Su-Chi. Why do you say I'm the chosen human? Su-Chi asked. Hee, you have a special energy fluctuation about you. This has been passed down since ancient times. Those with special energy will inevitably stop this disaster from occurring. What kind of disaster? Su-Chi asked in confusion. The disaster is related to the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King needs your power to be reborn. If the Phoenix King cannot hatch in time, the entire Guangdong region will turn into a sea of fire. Shalebi said softly. Related to the Phoenix King? What should I do? Su-Chi asked. You need to find the 3 feathers left behind by the Phoenix King. I have one here. The rest you must find yourself. This is the mysterious key that can open the altar. There you will find the powerful strength you need. Shalebi said before suddenly disappearing. The people outside only saw Su-Chi and Shalebi suddenly vanish, and then saw Su-Chi appear alone. Su-Chi regained his senses and looked at the mysterious key and the phoenix feather in his hand. His gaze suddenly became firm as he silently thought. I will definitely stop this disaster from happening. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 2 epic lottery tickets. The system mall is now successfully unlocked. I completed the task. This one was too easy, Su-Chi thought. Su-Chi stood up and saw that the few people at the door had disappeared. At that moment, Dr. Calijuo and others walked over to ask Su-Chi what had just happened and how he and Shalebi suddenly vanished. Su-Chi did not hide it from him and told him about the impending disaster. Karido and the others were also taken aback. And then Karido said, if this is true, the impact would be too great, and it must be reported to the Alliance and the teacher. Su-Chi didn't care what he said. After all, relying solely on his own efforts was definitely not enough. Moreover, there was a mysterious organization he didn't know about trying to steal the Phoenix King's egg, and he still needed to continue to improve his strength. Su-Chi remembered the rockets and asked the doctor, Doctor, what about the rockets? The doctor replied, Oh, they took the opportunity to run away while you were gone. But what exactly was that Pokémon? I've never seen a species like that before. Su-Chi didn't want to explain to him and decided to let him explore it slowly on his own. Doctor, just now, Rabbi handed me the key to open the altar and took out the mysterious key. A bronze key, intricately carved with patterns, appeared before everyone. This is the mysterious key to open the altar. Dr. Calijuo adjusted his glasses, took the key, and examined it closely. All right, doctor, let's open the altar first. The few of them approached the altar, where there was a keyhole at the bottom of the square altar. Calijuo inserted the key. Soon, a sound emanated from one of the walls, slowly opening. Everyone looked around. Chapter 32. The Shocking Discovery. The Ancient War Dragon. The scene before them shocked even Su-Chi. The altar was filled with chrysanthemum stone beasts and sickle helmets, as well as their evolved forms. Calijuo was stunned and hurried over with his assistants, continuously shouting, A great discovery! A great discovery! Su-Chi looked at these Pokémon, noticing that they were not dead but simply in a deep slumber. Discovering so many living ancient Pokémon was indeed a groundbreaking discovery, so it was no wonder that researchers like Karido were thrilled. However, what puzzled Su-Chi was the whereabouts of the Pokémon that had helped him enhance his combat power. It couldn't possibly be among these. At that moment, Karido excitedly shouted, "Su-Chi, come here!" Su-Chi walked over and asked, "Dr. Karido, what have you discovered?" He looked at where Karido was pointing. Su-Chi gazed out and saw it was the ancient war dragon. In the center of the arena, there was actually a living ancient war dragon. Su-Chi raised his hand to touch it, and the ancient war dragon seemed to suddenly gain strength, opening its eyes and staring at everyone. Dr. Karido stepped back repeatedly, saying, "This is the awakened ancient war dragon." The ancient war dragon moved its body slightly, and at that moment, Su-Chi heard the voice of the ancient war dragon. "Are you my master?" Su-Chi was taken aback. Is this the protagonist's halo? It recognizes its master right away. The ancient battle dragon looked at Su-Chi. "That's right. I am your master," Su-Chi said as he took out a Pokeball and captured the ancient battle dragon. After all, this was given to him by Dialga, and he thought to himself, why not take it? The ancient battle dragon was thus subdued by Su-Chi. Karido, who was standing aside, quietly watched as the ancient battle dragon obediently submitted to Su-Chi, feeling that his entire worldview had been shaken. According to ancient texts, wasn't the ancient battle dragon known for its brutal nature? Could history be wrong? Su-Chi released the ancient war dragon, checking its information. Name, ancient war dragon. Qualification, Sect Master. Trait, combative. Skills, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, Mysterious Guardian. It's actually a Sect Master level Pokemon. This is Su-Chi's first Sect Master level Pokemon. Even the system lottery drew a champion. I didn't expect that Shalabi would give me such a big gift. But at the same time, it also indicates the horror of the disaster. There isn't much time left for me. I must quickly improve my strength. Su-Chi also asked the ancient battle dragon why it chose him as its master. The ancient battle dragon said that in its time, there was a terrible disaster that nearly exterminated all the Pokémon in the forest. It was Shalabi who saved it and told it to wait for the arrival of a human who could understand its speech. After that, at the end of the ancient era, Shalabi brought it and a large group of ancient Pokémon to this place, and the rest was waking up to see Su-Chi. So that's how it was. Su-Chi roughly understood the situation. Shalabi truly is a Pokémon that can traverse any time and even has foresight. No, maybe it had already seen that disaster, Su-Chi thought. Su-Chi retracted the ancient war dragon and turned to bid farewell to Dr. Kalido. Dr. Kalido wanted to study Su-Chi's ancient war dragon further, but Su-Chi declined. Su-Chi walked out of the base and came outside. Su-Chi greedily took a breath of air, enjoying the sunshine. After all, staying underground for a long time was quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, a green light emitted from Su-Chi's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the blessing of Shalabi. The blessing of Shalabi. It turns out that Shalabi has already bestowed a mysterious blessing upon himself. Afterwards, Su-Chi said to the system, "System, draw a lottery." A slot machine appeared, and the system interface began to spin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the aluminum steel dragon and the shiny Gekuga. Su-Chi was shocked by the system, suddenly obtaining 2 Pokémon, including a shiny Greninja and an Alolan Steelix, which is also quite good. Su-Chi released 2 Pokémon, a robust steel dragon with a silver metallic body that showcased its strength, and a Froakie that was blue-black with a hint of a cold, dominating aura reminiscent of Hattori Hanzo from a movie in his past life. "Hello," Su-Chi said, extending his fist to bump with both Pokémon. Name, Steel Dragon. Qualification, Champion Ability, Steadfast Skills, Energy Ball, Metal Sound, Meteor Mash, Cannon Beam, Solar Beam, Thunderbolt. Name, Froakie. Qualification, Champion Ability, Torrent Skills, Water Shuriken, Surf, Substitute, Double Team, Hydro Pump, Quick Attack. Su-Chi was very satisfied that his combat strength had increased once again. Su-Chi recalled 2 Pokémon. System, open the system shop, Su-Chi said. Then, an invisible beam of light appeared in front of Su-Chi. The products were dazzling and varied, including even Arceus, but it was too expensive. Su-Chi only saw countless prices of 9. There were life gems, 18 tablets, first-level gods and second-level gods, but he couldn't afford any of them. However, Su-Chi was curious about where the Arceus for sale came from, wondering how there could be so many Arceus. Ding! The host need not doubt the system shop. All products inside are genuine. Please feel free to purchase, the system replied. The items belong to the system are obtained from other parallel worlds. So the host need not worry. Parallel worlds? Could there be more than one Pokémon world? Ding! The vast world is layered and overlapping. The world is constantly evolving. Su Chi found the system's words very reasonable, as there were so many people traveling through worlds, and it would be troublesome if he encountered one. He decided to quickly earn battle points and continued on his journey. Su Chi was walking on the road when he suddenly encountered a pair of twin sisters who challenged him. Su Chi was overjoyed, truly a perfect match for her excitement, and happily accepted their challenge. "Go, Bellissime!" the two shouted together. The two not only looked identical, but also used the same Pokémon. "Greninja, it's your first battle." Greninja appeared on the field, its blue-black figure radiating a chilling aura. "I've never seen such a Pokémon before, but it's so cool," the two exclaimed. Indeed, women could never escape the influence of handsome creatures. "But we won't hold back, Bellissime, Leafblade." The two Bellisimes unleashed numerous leaves that shot towards Greninja at high speed. Greninja dodged and used Water Shuriken. Greninja suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in midair, holding a massive Water Shuriken, poised to strike. Greninja threw the Water Shuriken, and the immense blade of water slashed towards Bellissime. After a loud explosion, both Bellisimes lost their fighting ability. "Bellissime!" The two sisters rushed over to pick up their Bellissime and ran away. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 battle points." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 battle points." "What? 2 Bellisimes equal 100 battle points?" "Ding! Bellisime's strength is too weak. The system calculates battle points based on the opponent's battle strength." "All right." Su Chi recalled Greninja and continued on. Along the way, Su Chi encountered many challenges, earning 1,000 battle points, a modest gain. However, Su Chi found it strange that so many trainers had appeared in this usually rare forest. At that moment, Su Chi noticed a large crowd gathering ahead. Chapter 33, Pokémon Challenge Tournament. Su Chi took a look and found that 2 people were battling Pokémon, and it was clear that a winner was about to be determined. The uncle's Naira was clearly stronger, while the opposing BB Bird was at a disadvantage. "Naira, use Shadow Ball," the uncle shouted. "BB Bird, dodge," the girl called out anxiously. But it was no use. BB Bird's fighting ability had reached its limit and couldn't evade. Naira's Shadow Ball hit successfully, and BB Bird lost its fighting capability. The girl ran over to retrieve BB Bird. The uncle looked around proudly, exuding an "I am the strongest" attitude, which made Su Chi feel quite displeased. The uncle then said, "Now it's time to give me the Pokémon Challenge badge." The girl handed the uncle a golden badge with silver borders. "Pokémon Challenge?" Su Chi couldn't help but voice his thoughts as he watched the scene. Someone beside him turned to explain that the Yuhong City Pokémon Challenge was about to be held, and the organizers had issued 20 golden badges. Only those who collected all 20 badges within the specified time would qualify to participate. Su Chi understood after hearing the man's explanation and murmured, "Yuhong City. Isn't that the same city as the gym I want to challenge?" He had just been lacking an opportunity for Pokémon battles, and this was truly a gift that had come to him. Su Chi couldn't help but smile knowingly. He then pushed through the crowd and approached the uncle, saying, "I'm here to challenge you. I want the qualification for the Pokémon Challenge." The uncle looked at Su Chi, who was only in his teens, and couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. "You think you can win against me, little brother?" Su Chi was not angry upon hearing this. Since he started traveling, he had heard such words many times. The only way was to make them convinced through his actions. "Go, Charizard!" As soon as Su Chi's Charizard emerged from the Pokeball, it shocked everyone. After all, Charizard had undergone numerous battles and enhancements from the quality liquid, making it far beyond its former self. That overwhelming and deadly aura was enough to make weaker Pokémon tremble. Seeing such a strong Pokémon, the uncle also sensed Charizard's extraordinary nature and smiled. This kid must be from some prestigious family. Otherwise, how could he possess such a powerful Pokémon at such a young age? However, no matter how rich a family is, it's impossible to give him 6 such Pokémon at once. Let me wear him down in a war of attrition. "Kid, do you dare to have a 6v6 battle?" As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers erupted in excitement, eager to see the spectacle. Sure, Su Chi probably guessed his intention and secretly smiled, thinking to himself that he would play along and accumulate some battle points. The uncle saw Su Chi's prompt agreement and thought that such a quick response must mean he was just a novice, and he would teach him a lesson. "Go, Nola." Nola had already taken considerable damage from the previous battle and was clearly going to be cannon fodder. It felt pitiful for it. "Nola, use Fury Swipes." Nola jumped up, sharp claws appearing on its hands as it clawed at Charizard. "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Charizard's claws gleamed with green light as its massive dragon-shaped claws easily grasped Nola and threw it aside. Nulla directly lost its ability to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 battle points. Seeing Nulla lose its fighting ability, the uncle remained calm, recalled Nulla, and said to Nulla's Pokeball, Nulla, your sacrifice was worthwhile. Next go Onyx. Onyx use Rock Slide. Charizard, use Dragon Claw to smash the rocks. Charizard roared and charged forward, using its claws to shatter the rocks. Now, Charizard, use Dragon Rage. A massive dragon-shaped figure with a gaping mouth struck Onyx, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 battle points. The uncle didn't expect his Onyx to be taken down in a single hit. After all, it was his ace Pokémon, so he could only recall Onyx. The uncle was clearly a bit angry and forcefully threw out another Pokeball. A Monferno burst out. As soon as Monferno appeared, it began to bounce around, its eyes fixed on Charizard, full of battle intent. Su-Chi looked at the fiery monkey in front of him and thought, as expected of a fiery monkey, it truly lives up to its name, so combative. It reminded Su-Chi of Ash's fiery monkey, which he eventually handed over to someone else. It was really speechless, a true master of release, unlike himself, as he could never release any of his Pokémon. Charizard looked at the fiery monkey with disdain, completely disregarding it. Charizard unleashed a massive fire blast. Su-Chi, seeing the power of Fire Blast, hurriedly urged the fiery monkey to dodge. The fiery monkey, upon seeing Charizard's disdainful gaze, couldn't hold back and actually took the Fire Blast head-on. However, it was severely injured and looked like it wouldn't be able to withstand another attack. Su-Chi was somewhat impressed by this fiery monkey, not knowing if it was stubborn or just plain foolish. Charizard ended. Use Iron Tail. Charizard's tail flashed with light and struck the fiery monkey, sending it flying into a tree, knocking it out of the battle. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 battle points. Watching his 3 Pokémon fail one after another, the uncle felt a bit embarrassed. He boldly said, Kid, are you brave enough to switch to another Pokémon? Switch one? Alright, as you wish. Sweetie Gold Charizard. Seeing Charizard being recalled, the uncle instantly regained his confidence, saying, Let me show you my true strength. Go Spearow. Su-Chi also took out a Pokeball. Go Lucario. What kind of Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before, and the people around were discussing it, especially the girls, who looked at Lucario with starry eyes. After all, who could resist a handsome and strong Lucario? The uncle didn't care about all that. He decided to take the first strike, based on the principle that something unseen must not be that great. Spearow, Hurricane. Spearow flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that made everyone squint. However, Lucario remained unfazed, staring resolutely at the Spearow in the air. Lucario, Bone Rush. Upon hearing this, a bone appeared in Lucario's hand, and it jumped up, swinging its arm to strike hard at Spearow's head. Spearow, feeling the pain, landed on the ground, feeling a bit dizzy, truly lacking in martial ethics, attacking the head instead of the body. Su-Chi didn't care about that, taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Lucario, Aura Sphere. The blue aura sphere gathered in Lucario's hands hit the Pidgeotto, and after a loud explosion, Pidgeotto lost its fighting ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 battle points. The uncle didn't expect this Pokémon to be so strong. Strong enough to drive him a bit crazy. He then took out a Master Ball, the corner of his mouth lifting into a slight arc, saying, Let me show you the Pokémon my brother gave me. Go! Chapter 34. Challenge comes to an end. Yuhong Gym. Go! Hydreigon, a Pokémon with 3 heads, dark blue in color, emerged, exuding an aura of evil. No wonder a Master Ball was needed. It turned out to be a Dark-type Pokémon like Hydreigon. It seems that with his strength, it would be quite difficult to make Hydreigon obedient. Su-Chi thought it was such a powerful Pokémon that it needed a Master Ball to capture. The 3-headed dragon used Dark Pulse, but the 3-headed dragon ignored him and directly used Dragon Dive, charging towards Lucario. I have to say, this 3-headed dragon is quite strong. Lucario dodged and used Aura Sphere. Lucario easily avoided the 3-headed dragon's Dragon Dive, and several Aura Spheres hit the 3-headed dragon. The 3-headed dragon let out an angry roar, and its 3 heads launched Shadow Balls at Lucario. Lucario used Bone Club to break through the Shadow Balls and got close to deliver a Bone Rush. Lucario knocked aside the incoming Shadow Balls and struck one of the 3-headed dragon's heads, causing it to become dizzy. Use Aura Sphere continuously. Suikamandi Laudi. The other 2 heads of the 3-headed dragon unleashed Dark Pulse, colliding with the Aura Spheres and creating an explosion, filling the surroundings with thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything. Suchi looked at the thick smoke in front of him and smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the opportunity has come. Lucario used its aura to sense the positions of the 3 evil dragons. Lucario closed its eyes, and the locations of the 3 evil dragons appeared in its mind. Suchi was connected to Lucario's aura and naturally felt it. Lucario, the continuous aura missile. After a few aura missiles, the 3-headed evil dragon fell to the ground, losing its combat ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 battle points. My 3-headed evil dragon. The uncle roared in disbelief that his 3-headed evil dragon was so weak, actually losing to such a small child. He lost the will to fight, recalled his 3-headed evil dragon, and walked up to Suchi. He handed the golden badge to Suchi and said, I lost. You're qualified to participate in the qualifying match. After speaking, he left without looking back. Seeing that the outcome was decided, the crowd found it uninteresting and dispersed. At this time, the girl from before walked towards Suchi, shyly said, Hello, my name is Mei E. Thank you for earlier. Mei. Suchi took a good look at the girl in front of him. She was indeed beautiful, with red lips and white teeth. And her big eyes looked just like those in anime. I'm Suchi, a trainer from Jinshin Town, currently traveling to collect gym badges. Gym badges? Are you going for the Rainbow Badge in Yuhong City? Mei asked. Yes, my next stop is indeed the Rainbow Gym. Then let's go together. My home is in Yuhong City, Mei said happily. All right, let's go together. Suchi thought that having a pretty girl like Mei by his side was quite pleasing. Thus, the two of them passed through the forest. As soon as they exited the forest, they saw the bustling Yuhong market. When they arrived in Yuhong City, Suchi looked around at the lively crowd. Mei said, Suchi, are you going to challenge the gym first? Mei took Su to the Rainbow Gym. Suchi looked at the perfume shop in front of him and walked inside. The shop was filled with beautiful women trying out perfumes, and the enchanting fragrance made Suchi feel quite refreshed. For a girl like Mei, perfume was a deadly weapon, and she couldn't stop looking at the counter. Suchi was speechless. Shopping girls had no eyes for anyone else. A woman approached Suchi and said, Little brother, are you here to challenge the gym? I am Eliga, the gym leader of the Rainbow Gym. Hello, I'm a trainer from Viridian City, Suchi replied. Viridian City, Eliga exclaimed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Suchi looked at Eliga in front of him. Of course there's no problem, but just before you arrived, there was a trainer from Viridian City who just finished challenging the gym, and his Pokémon are well trained. Suchi, hearing Eligia's words, thought could it be Xiao Mao? Suchi quickly asked, Is the trainer here to challenge me, Little Mo? I think that's the name, replied Eligia after thinking for a while. Sure enough, it was him, and he had gotten ahead again. Eligia, let's get started, Suchi said anxiously. Follow me. Eligia turned around and led Suchi to the back of the perfume shop, where they took an elevator to the Rainbow Gym. As soon as they entered, Suchi was stunned by the scenery before him. A glass semicircular dome, surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers. This truly is a grass-type gym. At that moment, Eligia said to Suchi, the Pokémon from earlier has already been taken to recover, and now I will send out my trump card. Little brother, my grass-type badge won't be easy to get. Indeed, most gym trainers do not use their trump card Pokémon to challenge trainers. They usually use a second-tier Pokémon for fun. Otherwise, how would ordinary trainers get badges? But today, Suchi, the Hanging King, would teach her a lesson. Newbie trainers should not be underestimated. Eligia looked at Suchi confidently, silently mourning for him. After all, what could he do with such bad luck? Go, Scyther. Scyther, huh? Then you go, Gyarados. Gyarados' appearance shook the arena slightly. It seemed that its diet had improved recently, causing it to gain weight. Gyarados, I didn't expect you to have such a strong Pokémon, but using a water-type Pokémon to battle against a grass-type Pokémon, little brother, you will be at a disadvantage, Eligia kindly reminded Suchi. It's okay, Suchi said. Looking at Suchi's confident expression, Eligia couldn't help but think to herself. Another newbie just starting out, clearly clueless. Let me teach you a lesson. Scyther, Swords Dance. Scyther spun its body, raising its physical attack. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Gyarados, use Flamethrower, Suchi shouted loudly. What? Eligia was shocked. It exceeded her understanding that a water-type Pokémon could learn fire-type moves. That's not scientific. Flamethrower directly hit Scyther, turning it into a charred mess as it fell to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 battle points. Another 300 battle points. He had accumulated quite a bit during this time. Scyther, Eligia said with concern as she recalled Scyther. Eligia became serious and said to Su Chi, "It seems I can't underestimate you anymore. Go, Servine." A beautiful and noble snake Pokémon appeared. Its red eyes appeared even more stunning. "You haven't seen this before, have you? This is the Unova region's starter Pokémon, my companion for many years," Eligia confidently said. "Name, Servine. Qualification, Champion. Ability, Contrary. Skills, Leaf Storm, Light Screen, Leaf Tornado, Grass Oath, and more." Su Chi looked at the panel of the Monarch Serpent, which was filled with advanced grass-type skills. This Monarch Serpent was very strong. Taking the initiative, he commanded Gyarados to use Flamethrower, a massive column of fire shot towards the Monarch Serpent. The Monarch Serpent countered with Leaf Storm, waving its tail to create a swirling storm of leaves that blew back the Flamethrower, forming a fire tornado that charged towards Gyarados. Su Chi didn't expect such a bold move. Gyarados used Dig to evade. Gyarados quickly burrowed underground to avoid the attack of the fire tornado. It emerged behind the Serperior and used Ice Fang. Gyarados suddenly burst out of the ground, its icy teeth sinking into Serperior's body, causing Serperior to fall in pain. Serperior stood up and used grassy terrain. Alicia said, Serperior roared towards the sky, causing the ground to tremble, and several gigantic plants burst out from the ground. They rushed towards Gyarados and struck it repeatedly, causing Gyarados great pain. Gyarados used Hyper Beam to destroy these plants. Gyarados opened its mouth wide, and a massive beam of energy instantly incinerated the plants. Chapter 35. Encountering Xiao Mao again, the challenge begins. "What? Your Gyarados can still withstand my grassy terrain attack? You don't know much yet." Gyarados now used Hyper Beam again. The massive energy beam instantly slammed Serperior against the wall, creating an explosion. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've earned 500 battle points." "My Serperior." Alicia recalled Serperior and said to Su Chi, "You're really amazing. I lost. Serperior can be considered my strongest Pokémon, and I didn't expect this couldn't stop you." Alicia walked over, holding a colorful badge. "Here, this is proof of defeating me, the rainbow badge." Su Chi took it over and thanked her. Then he walked out. Eligia watched Su Chi take the elevator away and turn around to say, "It seems his strength is indeed impressive. My Monarch Snake couldn't defeat him even with the advantage of attributes. Mr. Yuding was right. I hope he can perfectly resolve that matter." Yuding stepped out beside her, laughing, "Of course. The human chosen by the Phoenix King will definitely be the right one." Su Chi walked out of the Rainbow Gym and went to the perfume shop. He saw Mei and a few staff members chatting there, laughing and enjoying themselves. Su Chi walked over and said, "Let's go, the dojo challenge is over." "So soon?" Mei wanted to stay a little longer, but now she seemed a bit shy. Su Chi noticed something was off when he saw her holding several shopping bags filled with expensive perfume. The salesperson next to them teased, "Handsome guy, just buy it for your girlfriend. She tried so many and really likes them." "Ah, she's not my girlfriend," Su Chi hurriedly explained, feeling flustered by the salesperson's words. He quickly settled the bill and dragged Yi away, leaving a few employees giggling behind them. Once outside, Yi felt a bit embarrassed to look at Su Chi, as she had truly forgotten to bring money and only remembered after the checkout. "I'm sorry for making you spend money, but I will definitely pay you back," she said. The two exchanged contact information using their phones. As Yi watched Su Chi's departing figure, a wave of emotion stirred within her, gazing affectionately at his back. Of course, Su Chi was completely unaware of this. Su Chi arrived at the Yuhong Pokémon Center, handed over the Gyarados to Nurse Joy, and booked a room. Su Chi was about to walk into the room when he heard a voice behind him, "Su Chi." Su Chi turned around to see Xiao Mao. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they couldn't help but embrace each other with excitement. "I just heard at the Rainbow Gym about a trainer from Viridian City who had just finished a challenge. I guess it must be you," Su Chi said. "I just arrived in Yuhong City to challenge the gym." "Have you finished your challenge, Su Chi?" Xiao Mao asked. "I completed the challenge," and saying this, he took out his badge case. "Oh, you got the golden badge. Nagi's psychic Pokémon are too strong. I directly gave up on the golden gym." Xiao Mao exclaimed in surprise. "Maybe I was just lucky," Su Chi replied. "How about another Pokémon battle, 1v1, to settle this?" Xiao Mao looked at Su Chi with determination and fighting spirit. Su Chi looked at Xiao Mao's eyes filled with fighting spirit and naturally couldn't refuse. The two arrived at the battle arena, and Xiao Mao took out a Pokémon ball, saying, "Show me your strength." "Go, Dazzling Duck." A duck with flames on its head appeared in front of Su Chi. "Go, Greninja." "Greninja? What kind of Pokémon is that?" Xiao Mao quickly took out his Pokédex to check. Greninja, the ninja Pokémon, moves like a ninja, skillfully playing with opponents, and uses water shuriken to strike them. "So it's Greninja," Xiao Mao said, looking at the Pokémon in front of him. Dazzling Duck, Flame Punch. Greninja, dodge and use Water Shuriken. Greninja swiftly dodged Dazzling Duck's attack, and a massive Water Shuriken hit Dazzling Duck. Dazzling Duck knelt on the ground in pain, and Xiao Mao noticed beads of sweat forming on its face. Dazzling Duck, Odd Flash. The Odd Flash shot towards Greninja, who used Double Team and fired water pulses. Numerous Greninja figures charged at Dazzling Duck, and one Greninja jumped up, unleashing several water pulses that knocked Dazzling Duck out of fighting capability. Ding! Congratulations! The host has gained 300 battle points. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, and Xiao Mao stepped forward, saying, I still can't beat you. Haha, let's work hard together. Su Chi said earnestly to Xiao Mao. By the way, are you going to participate in tomorrow's Pokémon challenge? Xiao Mao asked. Of course. Let's cheer each other on tomorrow, Su Chi said, extending his fist. Okay. The two bumped their fists together. After resting for a night, the next day arrived. The Pokémon challenge was about to begin. The rule was that 20 people who had obtained the golden badge would participate. Xiao Mao and Su Chi arrived early at the challenge venue and registered their information with the staff. An hour later, the competition officially started. The battle was set in a water arena. Su Chi faced a boy with a middle-part hairstyle. Go, Gyarados! The boy opposite sent out a Kingler. Su Chi looked at the weak Pokémon and felt a bit reluctant to battle, but he decided to go for it for the sake of the competition. Gyarados, use Water Jet. A column of water hit the Kingler directly, rendering it unable to fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 100 battle points. The middle-parted boy was very angry to see his pride, Kingler, defeated so easily. Go, my Pokémon Seeking. Seeking used Hail. Many ice blocks rushed towards Gyarados, but Su Chi wanted to end the battle quickly. Gyarados unleashed Flamethrower. The Flamethrower melted the incoming ice blocks and continued towards Seeking, which fell directly into the water, causing a cloud of white mist to rise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 200 battle points. The middle-parted boy gave up without further fighting. Just like that, Su Chi advanced to the next round. Outside, Xiao Mao had also finished his battle and, unsurprisingly, won. Next up was the top 10 to 5 competition, and both Su Chi and Xiao Mao emerged victorious. Su Chi advanced directly to the final match without competing. There were 3 people left, Su Chi, Xiao Mao, and a girl named Xuanzi. The draw was fortunate as it matched Xiao Mao against Xuanzi, leaving Su Chi until the end. Su Chi temporarily went to the audience seats to watch the match. Xuanzi sent out a Swablu. Su Chi guessed that she might be a trainer from the Hoenn region, as Swablu is relatively rare in that area. Xiao Mao sent out one of his aces, Blastoise, and after a few rounds, Swablu was knocked out. Xuanzi sent out her second Pokémon, and a huge shadow appeared on the field. It was a Dusknoir. Su Chi looked at the Night Demon Giant. Name: Night Demon Giant. Qualification: King trait, Mischievous skills, Dream Eater, Nightmare, Wave of Evil, High Speed Movement, Will-O-the-Wisp, Psychic Power. It seems like Xiao Mao is in trouble. Su Chi looked at Xiao Mao with a bit of concern. Chapter 36. Winning the Championship. Departing for the Wilderness Area. Night Demon Giant. High Speed Movement. The Night Demon Giant instantly vanished from its spot. What? So fast, Blastoise needs to be careful. Xiao Mao said anxiously as he watched the Night Demon Giant disappear into thin air. At that moment, the Night Demon Giant appeared behind Blastoise and used Nightmare. The Night Demon Giant's eyes turned blood red, and a cloud of black mist surrounded Blastoise, causing it to fall to the ground. Blastoise! Xiao Mao shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Blastoise couldn't hear anything now. The Night Demon Giant delivered the final blow with Dream Eater. Dream Eater directly struck Blastoise, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Xiao Mao recalled Blastoise and sent out Go Furfrou. Su Chi saw Xiao Mao send out his Speed Dog, clearly intending to win with its speed. The Speed Dog, with a flash of lightning, was ordered directly by Xiao Mao. Sun Zi smiled slightly, as if he could see through Xiao Mao's thoughts. The Night Demon Giant concealed itself, suddenly disappearing from its original spot, causing the Speed Dog to miss its target. The Speed Dog raised its head, vigilantly looking around. The Night Demon Giant appeared behind it like a phantom. Night Demon Giant, Dark Pulse. Sun Zi shouted. A Dark Pulse hit the Speed Dog directly, slamming it against the wall. The Speed Dog struggled to get back on its feet. Seeing this, Sun Zi said to Xiao Mao, I didn't expect your Pokémon to be quite strong. Night Demon Giant, Shadow Ball, take it out. The Speed Dog was hit and lost its fighting capability. The 2 consecutive defeats put immense pressure on Xiao Mao. He took out his last Pokeball, saying go Duckbull Fire Dragon. Duckbull Fire Dragon, Flame Punch. Xiao Mao commanded. Night Demon Giant, catch it. Sun Zi confidently replied. The Night Demon Giant stretched out its arms to catch the Duckbull Fire Dragon's flame punch. What? Now it was Xiao Mao who was shocked. The Duckbull Fire Dragon was firmly held by the Night Demon Giant. The Night Demon Giant used Nightmare, enveloping the Duckbull Fire Dragon in a cloud of darkness, causing it to fall asleep and look very uncomfortable. Let's finish it, Dream Eater. The Duckbull Fire Dragon lost its fighting capability. With just one Night Demon Giant, Sun Zi defeated Xiao Mao's 3 Pokémon, and Xiao Mao lost this battle terribly. Xiao Mao, feeling down, walked to the spectator area, where Su Qi, noticing his unhappy expression, quickly comforted him. It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. Don't worry. Watch me take revenge for you. Su Qi reassured Xiao Mao. Well, it's up to you, Xiao Mao replied, knowing Su Qi's strength. As they reached the final match, the audience's enthusiasm was very high, and the match officially began. This time, the battle took place on a rocky terrain. Sun Zi looked at the small Su Qi and said, "You should just surrender. My strength is not something you can defeat." Su Qi looked at the woman in front of him and said with annoyance, "You won't know if you can win unless you try." Upon hearing this, Sun Zi thought Su Qi was arrogant and needed to be put in his place. "Big Mouth Baby, go for it. You can do it, Ancient Dragon." As soon as Ancient Dragon appeared, its fierce expression scared Big Mouth Baby, causing it to fall to the ground and retreat a few steps. Sun Zi, however, remained unfazed, thinking that this unfamiliar Pokémon might be all show and no substance. It must be said that some women always have an inexplicable confidence, believing they are exceptionally powerful. Who do you think you are, my Zhulan champion? Ancient Dragon unleashed its dragon might. With sharp eyes and a ripple of energy, Big Mouth Baby was directly blasted away and slammed against the wall. "Damn it, Big Mouth Baby, Shadow Ball," Sun Zi commanded. A few Shadow Balls hit Ancient Dragon, but they were ineffective as Ancient Dragon's defense was incredibly strong. Those attacks were merely tickling it. Ancient Dragon used Dragon Claw to finish it off, revealing a fierce expression as its hands glowed green, knocking Big Mouth Baby out and rendering it unable to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 battle points. Is this your Pokémon? Not impressive at all. Su Qi mocked Sun Zi. Sun Zi's face flushed red. She would not allow anyone to belittle her like that. Nightmare Giant, tear him apart. Sun Zi released Nightmare Giant. Nightmare Giant, Dark Pulse. Ancient Dragon, Mysterious Guardian. Dark Pulse was easily defended against. Ancient Dragon, Dragon Starfall. Ancient Dragon launched a full area attack, which was particularly effective against the fast-moving Nightmare Giant. Nightmare Giant was hit by the meteors and fell to the ground. Ancient Dragon, Dragon's Fury. The massive dragon-shaped figure struck Nightmare Giant, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 battle points. So many battle points, truly a money-making machine. Su Qi secretly rejoiced. Sun Zi, seeing her formidable Nightmare Giant defeated, looked incredulous, but her expression quickly turned to anger. "Go, Miss Magius." "Bari, Miss Magius is full of battle spirit." Su Qi looked at the magic wall doll, which seemed to be cultivated well. "Ancient Battle Dragon, come back. It's time for a quick battle. Garchomp, go." Garchomp cross-cut. The double blades of Garchomp struck the magic wall doll's light wall, and both sides were locked in a stalemate for a moment. The light wall began to crack, and Garchomp increased its strength, breaking through the light wall and sending the magic wall doll flying with the cross-cut. Garchomp close combat. After 2 moves, Garchomp slammed the magic wall doll against the rocks. The magic wall doll, regain your composure. The voice of Sun Zi came through. The magic wall doll struggled to stand up. However, Su Qi would not give it that opportunity. Garchomp, Dragon Breath. After an explosion, the magic wall doll lost its combat capability. Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 battle points. I lost. Sun Zi couldn't believe the current situation. How could he lose so completely? The competition ended with Su Qi winning the championship, Sun Zi as the runner-up, and Xiao Mao taking 3rd place. After the awards ceremony, Sun Zi approached Su Qi with a fierce expression and said, "You are the strongest person I have ever encountered. I must defeat you." Su Qi looked at Sun Zi, who had a serious expression and didn't want to discourage her. After all, it was impossible for her to win against herself, given that she was invincible with her system. After saying goodbye to Sun Zi, Su Qi returned to the Pokémon Center with Xiao Mao to rest for the night. The next day, Su Qi got up early, had breakfast in the restaurant, and prepared to say goodbye to Xiao Mao. Su Qi arrived at Xiao Mao's room, and Xiao Mao was just about to go out. Seeing Su Qi walk in, He asked where Su Chi was headed next. Su Chi said, "Next, I'm going to Qianhong City to get the pink badge. What about you?" "Me? I'm going to the wild wilderness area to capture some powerful Pokémon," Xiao Mao said excitedly. The wild wilderness area, Su Chi recalled carefully, is the place where Haxorus and Dratini live. "I should go take a look too," Su Chi said to Xiao Mao. "Why don't we go together? I also want to take a look." "Sure." Xiao Mao was naturally eager for this opportunity. Thus, the two set off on the road to the wild wilderness area. Chapter 37. Discovering the ultimate abyss after walking for a long time, they saw a lush green meadow where various Pokémon were leisurely roaming about. Not far away stood a wooden cabin, which, according to Su Chi's memory, was the residence of the ranger guarding the wild wilderness area. Ding! An epic quest has been issued. Explore the ultimate abyss within the Hakron Cave and seal the rift of the ultimate abyss. The quest reward is a random ultimate beast and 5,000 battle points. Isn't the ultimate abyss something that only exists in the Alola region? How could there be an ultimate abyss in the Kanto region? Ding! The ultimate abyss is distributed across Kanto, Johto, the Orange Islands, Kalos, and the Alola region. Due to the unstable spatial structure of the Alola region, ultimate beasts often come to the Pokémon world through the ultimate abyss. Other regions have stable spatial structures and do not easily create rifts. If they don't easily create rifts, then what is going on this time? Su Chi asked. Ding! Please investigate it yourself, host. All right, I'll have to put in some effort for this reward. Xiao Mao, seeing Su Chi standing still, thought he was staring blankly. He shook Su Chi's shoulder and asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" Su Chi came to his senses and said, "Ah, it's nothing. Let's go." The two entered the room, and Su Chi raised his hand to knock on the door. "Who is it?" A rough yet slightly lazy voice came from inside, indicating that the person was still sleeping. When a middle-aged man opened the door and saw the two young boys, he asked, "What are you doing?" Su Chi said, "We are here to catch Pokémon in the wild area." The uncle, who originally came to catch Pokémon, turned around and went back to his room. After a while, he came out with 2 boxes, each containing 30 green Pokéballs. He handed them to you and said, "These are the wild area Pokéballs. It is regulated that you can only catch up to 30 Pokémon and cannot use other types of Pokéballs. So please hand over any other Pokéballs to me, and I will give them back to you when you leave." Su Chi and Xiao Mao took out the empty Pokéballs and handed them to the uncle. The uncle said nothing and went back to the room with the Pokéballs, looking like he was going to continue sleeping. Su Chi and Xiao Mao walked past the fence and officially entered the wild wilderness area. Su Chi immediately used the power of the wave to search for the Harklong Cave, carefully scanning the surroundings. After a while, he wondered why he hadn't found it. It shouldn't be like this. Su Chi's wave guide can now detect a range of at least 1,000 meters. Could it be that it's not in this area? Su Chi turned around in confusion and looked around. Over there, Xiao Mao had already encountered a flying mantis and successfully captured it with his wind speed dog, marking his first Pokémon captured in the wild area. Xiao Mao picked up the Pokéball containing the flying mantis and turned to Su Chi, saying, "Look, I've already captured my first one." Su Chi looked around at the Pokémon, finding them too weak to spark any interest. After all, with the system's lottery and the Pokémon in the shop, he really didn't care for ordinary Pokémon. The two continued walking and passed by Riverside. Suddenly, Xiao Mao pointed at Su Chi and said, "Look, what Pokémon is that?" Su Chi focused his gaze and saw a creature with snow-white fur, a calm and elegant expression, and reddish-brown eyes, topped with a knife-like feature on its head. Could this be Absol? Comparable to mythical beasts and Pokémon. Su Chi had wanted one for a long time. Name, Absol qualification, King ability, Blood Moon skills, / Energy Ball, Shadow Clone, Mysterious Guard, Critical Hit, Mental Blade. Although its King level strength is a bit weak, I have a qualification enhancement liquid. I didn't expect to find an Absol here. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Su Chi turned to Xiao Mao and said, "Xiao Mao, this Pokémon is too strong for you to handle. I'll take care of it." Xiao Mao naturally trusted Su Chi's words and stepped back to cheer him on. "Go Charizard." Absol became very angry when it saw a human trainer trying to capture it, and it positioned itself in an attacking stance, thinking, "You want to capture someone as noble as me?" Charizard Dragon Claw. Charizard flew towards Absol at high speed, and its claws struck Absol, who had no time to evade and was knocked aside. However, this only provoked Absol's ferocity further. The blade on its head glinted, and it unleashed several quick attacks towards Charizard. Charizard, use Air Cutter. Su Chi commanded. Charizard spread its wings and swung them repeatedly, sending several blades of air towards Absol, resulting in 2 attacks exploding in midair. Absol's eyes turned red as it fired a Psycho Cut. Charizard, Let's respond with Dragon Rage. The two powers clashed. But in the end, Charizard had the upper hand, and Absol was knocked to the ground by Dragon Rage. Absol tried to get back up, but Su-Chi wouldn't give it that chance. Charizard used Blast Burn. After a series of explosions, Absol lay on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 450 battle points. Su-Chi threw out a Pokeball, and after shaking a few times, Absol was successfully captured by Su-Chi. Su-Chi released Absol and administered medicine to it. As Absol gradually woke up and saw Su-Chi applying the medicine, it thought of Su-Chi's confident gaze and his powerful strength, accepting him as its trainer in its heart. After finishing the medication, Su-Chi said to Absol, "Let's work hard together from now on." After recalling Absol, the two of them stood by the river. Su-Chi suddenly remembered that in the animation, Haxorus's dwelling seemed to be in the river, so he used the aura to probe the riverbed. Various water-type Pokémon were spotted as he continued to explore, and it came into view. Su-Chi opened his eyes and thought to himself that this must be Hakalong's residence. He then told Xiao Mao that he wanted to take a look at the river bottom. When Xiao Mao heard this, he immediately said he wanted to go too. After some back and forth, Su-Chi agreed to let Xiao Mao come along. The two jumped into the water, creating a splash. As they swam underwater, Su-Chi pointed towards the blue hole for Xiao Mao, and they swam in that direction. They entered the blue hole, which was bottomless, and Su-Chi began to explore using his wave guidance. Su-Chi saw two hacker dragons circling around a crack in the ground that was emitting a colorful halo. Su-Chi was delighted and began to swim downwards at a faster pace. Xiao Mao saw Su-Chi speeding up and wanted to swim over quickly as well, but unfortunately, his physical condition was not enough, so he could only watch Su-Chi swim away. Su-Chi saw Xiao Mao struggling to swim back, pulling on his arm as they both swam towards the bottom of the river. Upon reaching the riverbed, they found themselves in a natural underwater cave, isolated from the outside world by the water vapor. Two Hakron dragons appeared somewhat frightened at the sight of humans. How to seal this? Su-Chi looked at the ultimate anomaly before him. Ding! Please purchase a sealing sticker, host. Do I have to buy myself? What the heck? Su-Chi opened the system mall to search for sealing stickers. He was shocked to find that it cost 3,000 battle points. All his efforts over the past few days seemed wasted. Ding! The host task rewards are sufficient to compensate, right? You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the kid. I'll buy it. Su-Chi was about to stick the sealing talisman in his hand when suddenly the ultimate began to expand, as if something was about to come out. Chapter 38, Ultimate. Tentacles emerged one by one from the ultimate, and Su-Chi and Xiao Mao stared intently. It was a jellyfish-like body floating in the air, having just arrived from an unknown place, observing for the fourth time. Su-Chi was well aware of the dangers posed by Void Wudgide. This ultimate beast had nearly killed Lillian's mother by taking her to the ultimate space in the animation. The consequences of him going outside were unimaginable. The two Hakron beside him still couldn't recognize the danger before them, and even approached Void Wudgide. Suddenly, Void Wudgide extended its tentacles, wrapping around the two Hakron. Their faces instantly changed, as if they were about to suffocate. Su-Chi, seeing this, released the Gyarados. The Gyarados used Water Sword to cut off the tentacles of the illusionary Wide-Eyed. The Gyarados unleashed a series of Water Swords, continuously severing the tentacles of the illusionary Wide-Eyed. Hakron was released, and the illusionary Wide-Eyed, in pain, retracted its other tentacles. It shot a psychic beam at the Gyarados, but the Gyarados dodged and used Iato Slash. The Gyarados swiftly evaded, its arms glowing brightly, and the Iato Slash struck the illusionary Wide-Eyed to the ground, rendering it unable to fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 battle points. Su-Chi looked at the fallen Suwu-Ida and prepared to throw it back into the ultimate abyss. Just as Su-Chi picked up Suwu-Ida, the ultimate abyss not far away began to distort and expand continuously, and one after another, Suwu-Ida ran out from the ultimate abyss. Su-Chi looked at the scene before him and thought it was a bit tricky. So many Void Wide-Eyed. He had really poked the nest of Void Wide-Eyed. Just then, a gigantic Void Wide-Eyed emerged from the cave, far larger than the others. Its tentacles were not the purple-white color of the other Void Wide-Eyed, but a dark red. It fixed its gaze on Su-Chi, as if it knew he was the greatest threat. Name: Void Wide-Eyed, Ultimate Beast, Qualification, Sect Leader Trait, Beast Enhancement Skills, Mental Paralysis, Venom, Awakening Power, Telekinesis, Power Gem. The strength of a Sect Leader level. It seems difficult to deal with. Xiao Mao had a serious expression, took out a Pokeball, looked at the void wide-eyed in the air, and turned to Su Chi to ask what to do now. Su Chi replied, "We can only defeat them and send them back to where they belong. But this is too much." Xiao Mao couldn't help but feel worried. The sky was densely packed with Suwu Ida. The Suwu Ida from earlier had already awakened and was flying towards the giant Suwu Ida, saying something rapidly. After hearing this, the giant Suwu Ida's several star-shaped eyes emitted a red light. Seeing the situation was not good, Su Chi commanded his Greninja to use Water Shuriken. Greninja jumped high, and the massive Water Shuriken gathered its sharpness before being thrown at Suwu Ida. The Water Shuriken suddenly stopped mid-air, as Suwu Ida used telekinesis to control it. The Water Shuriken then turned and attacked Greninja, who dodged and countered with Water Pulse. Greninja swiftly evaded, causing the Water Shuriken to hit the ground and create an explosion. Greninja's Water Pulse struck Suwu Ida, but it had no effect. Suwu Ida was completely enraged and let out a series of roars, prompting other Suwu Ida to begin attacking Su Chi and his companions. Seeing this, Su Chi immediately released the Ancient Dragon and the Articuno, while recalling the Frogadier. "Let me show you my strength. I'm not to be underestimated." Articuno, Blizzard, Ancient Dragon, Dragon's Fury. The two attacks launched simultaneously, creating a violent explosion. Almost all the Nihilego fell from the sky. After the smoke cleared, the massive Nihilego was still floating in the air, having barely been affected. As expected of a leader-level Pokémon, this is interesting, Su Chi smiled. Articuno, Absolute Zero. Ancient Dragon, Dragon Meteor. With attacks from a level 3 god and a leader-level Pokémon, even the strongest Pokémon couldn't withstand it. And Nihilego lost its fighting capability and fell down. Su Chi took out a Pokeball and threw it, reasoning that such a powerful Pokémon should be easy to capture. The Pokeball hit the body of the Ultra Beast Nihilego, but there was no reaction. Huh, what's going on? Why isn't the Pokeball responding? Ding. The standard Pokeball cannot capture Ultra Beasts. It is recommended that the host purchase an Ultra Ball. Yes, that's right. Su Chi suddenly remembered that in the anime, the scientists specifically developed the Ultra Ball to capture Ultra Beasts. Su Chi opened the system mall and saw that 300 battle points were not expensive. With his current assets, he could still afford it. Su Chi bought an Ultra Ball and captured the Ultra Beast Nihilego. After resolving this matter, Su Chi looked at the ground covered with Nihilego and released his own Nihilego. He asked it to guide them back to their home, and Nihilego nodded and flew away. With his ability to understand the wave guidance, Su Chi could comprehend what they were saying, which was essentially telling everyone to return. After that, one by one, the Nihilego drilled back into the Ultra Wormhole. Su Chi took out a sealing sticker and completely sealed the Ultra Wormhole. After finishing this task, Su Chi bid farewell to the two Horseas and swam out of the blue hole, while the two of them swam back to the shore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an epic level mission. Mission reward: Ultra Beast Guzzlord, 5,000 battle points. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su Chi thought this trip was incredibly worthwhile, as he not only captured an Ultra Beast like Nihilego, but also gained Guzzlord and 5,000 battle points. However, it was tough on Xiao Mao, who had followed him for nothing. Back on the shore, Xiao Mao gasped for breath and said to Su Chi, "This trip was too thrilling. I've never seen such a Pokémon before." Su Chi explained, "That is an ultimate exotic beast, a Pokémon that lives in another space." I see. Xiao Mao thought about the feeling of helplessness he experienced when facing so many Virizion, which deepened Su Chi's brilliant image in his heart. He vowed to take Su Chi as his goal and work hard to surpass him as soon as possible. The two spent a day in the wild area, and during this time, Su Chi did not capture any other Pokémon. Having these three was enough. On the other hand, Xiao Mao continuously battled and captured over a dozen Pokémon, which was quite impressive. By evening, the two returned to the Ranger Uncle's cabin, retrieved their Pokeballs, and turned to thank him. After bidding farewell to the wild area, they walked to a fork in the road, with the sun setting in the west. Su Chi said to Xiao Mao, "Where are you going next?" "I plan to go to the Evergreen Forest. I've heard there's a powerful Scyther there, and I want to capture it. What about you?" Xiao Mao replied, "I'm planning to challenge the Shallow Ping Gym to get the gym badge. The gym badge should be easy for you to obtain, so goodbye." Goodbye. Su Chi and Xiao Mao each embarked on their own journey. Chapter 39, Forest Training. Level 1, Divine Descent. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mao, Su Chi arrived at the wild forest. Su Chi sent out his Pidgeot to scout the surroundings, and the Pidgeot returned to inform Su Chi that the forest was too vast to exit for the time being. Su Chi actually likes the forest quite a lot. In the forest, The land is vast, and the population is sparse, making it the most suitable place for special training. Su-Chi found an empty space and released all of his Pokémon, which seemed to almost fill the entire area. Su-Chi called everyone to get to know each other. This was also the first time Su-Chi saw the gluttonous king, with its huge blue mouth, a small head on top, and a black-blue body that looked frightening. Its massive mouth resembled an abyss. Su-Chi thought to himself that such a Pokémon deserved his high standards. Name: Gluttonous King. Qualification: Champion ability, Massive consumption skills, Sleep Dream, Agent Turret Bite, Earthquake, Poison Spike Bomb, Dragon Claw. Not bad skills, Su-Chi commented as he looked at Gluttonous King's panel. Gluttonous King, please guide me in the future, he said. Ah, Gluttonous King responded, squinting its eyes with a strange expression that sent a chill down one's spine. All the Pokémon got to know each other, especially Gluttonous King and the Ultra Beast Nihilego, who seemed to sense a similar aura from each other and appeared quite pleased. Most of the other Pokémon, which were mostly system rewards, got along well, but only Absol jumped onto a nearby tree to lie down, seemingly disliking the lively environment. This left the other Pokémon a bit puzzled. After finishing his introduction, Su-Chi's first Pokémon, Charizard, walked over. Roar, roar, come down, Absol, Charizard called out. But Absol opened its eyes, glanced at him, and then turned its head to sleep in the opposite direction. At this moment, Su-Chi approached Charizard and said, "All right, you go back. Absol's nature is like this, so don't mind it." Hearing Su-Chi's words, Charizard obediently returned. Su-Chi sat on the ground, took out the Pokémon egg of the Phoenix King from his backpack, and examined it carefully. There were no signs of movement at all. What exactly is a disaster? And what consequences will it bring? These divine beasts only speak half of the truth, keeping people in suspense. Su-Chi reached out to touch the egg, and suddenly the egg trembled for a moment before instantly returning to silence. Su-Chi put the egg back into the backpack, stood up, made energy cubes for the other Pokémon, and conveniently started fire. Su-Chi took out the self-heating food he bought in Yuhong City and started eating it. It tasted pretty good. After finishing his meal, Su-Chi officially began today's special training. With the whole afternoon ahead, he started assigning tasks. Numerous Pokémon stood obediently to the side, listening. Charizard, Lucario, and Electivire, your speed is impressive, but your stamina is still lacking. You need to train your endurance well. Go to the forest and move some stones for strength training, and by the way, put this on. Su-Chi took out the weight device he got from Xiaoming. The three Pokémon were quite motivated and responded before heading off to train. Gyarados and Dragonair, your speed advantage isn't obvious, so let Greninja train you. Sharpedo, your overall strength is good, but you should focus on improving your skill power, so train on your own. Metagross, Absol, and Pidgeot, you'll attack Onix to strengthen your skill power. Onix, you can bear with a bit. Su-Chi specially purchased a metal coat from the system shop to compensate for his Onix. This item allows Onix to evolve again. Su-Chi brought the metal coat close to Onix's body. Onix was enveloped in a glowing light of evolution, and after the light faded, Steelix appeared before everyone. After the evolution, Steelix's head became larger, its gaze more menacing, and its body shone with a dazzling metallic luster, significantly enhancing its defense. Subsequently, the four Pokémon began their training. As for the other Pokémon, since their strength was already sufficient, Su-Chi decided to let them manage themselves. Su-Chi just saw an item in the system mall that is very suitable for the frozen bird, the Uncertainty Fragment. It allows the frozen bird to switch forms into the frozen bird, significantly boosting its ice-type skills. He had just spent 1,000 battle points on a metal film, leaving him with 4,000 points, which is just enough to buy the Uncertainty Fragment. At this moment, the frozen bird was still perched on a branch, motionless, as if it were asleep. Su-Chi called out, and the frozen bird flew down from the branch, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. The power of this divine beast is indeed not to be underestimated. Su-Chi handed the unstable fragment to Articuno. As soon as Articuno made contact with the fragment, it automatically fused into its body. Articuno instantly felt a surge of immense energy erupting within, letting out a howl that pierced the air, causing Su-Chi and the surrounding Pokémon to cover their ears. The nearby training Pokémon also sensed this terrifying power and turned their gazes towards Su-Chi. Soon, a chilling aura emanated from Articuno, its feathers fluttering in the wind as the cold gradually enveloped the area, causing frost to form on the ground. Articuno's form began to change. Its feathers grew longer and shifted from light blue to deep blue, while ice crystals sprouted from its wings and snowflake patterns appeared on its forehead. Articuno gradually adapted to this power, slowly returning to its previous appearance. and the surrounding chill began to dissipate. Now back to its original form, Articuno's gaze became sharper. Su-Chi glanced at the data of the Articuno. Name, Articuno. Qualification, Level 3 Divine, Level 1 Divine. Trait, Pressure, Skills, Absolute 0, Blizzard, Hail, Roost, Brave Bird. Such data left Su-Chi in shock. This meant that the Articuno, in its frozen state, had power comparable to a Level 1 Divine, which was a great surprise for Su-Chi and significantly boosted his own strength. Su-Chi was naturally very happy. Congratulating you, Articuno. Articuno looked at its trainer, chirping joyfully, flying into the sky and continuously circling. Su-Chi is genuinely happy for it. The frozen bird also wants to test its own strength and calls over the ancient war dragon for a battle. And the ancient war dragon, full of fighting spirit, is not afraid at all. Su-Chi naturally wanted to see the power of a level 1 god, the Articuno, using Ice Beam. The ancient war dragon unleashed Dragon Rage. Articuno entered an ice-lock state, and both Pokémon unleashed their moves. Ice Beam didn't hold back at all and directly countered Dragon Rage, freezing the ancient war dragon as well. This was so powerful that it shocked Su-Chi. After all, the ancient war dragon was a master-level Pokémon. Yet couldn't withstand a single move from Articuno. The gap between level 3 and level 1 gods was indeed significant. Su-Chi used the power of the Wave Guide to free the ancient war dragon from its frozen state. The ancient war dragon finally recovered and indeed looked quite frozen. After training for an entire afternoon, everyone was tired. Su-Chi called everyone back, gave them energy cubes, and started eating himself. After the meal, Su-Chi recalled his Pokémon, leaving only Charizard, mainly because its tail flame was relatively warm, allowing him to sleep more comfortably. At night, the stars twinkled in the pitch-black sky, and meteors occasionally streaked across. Su-Chi and Charizard were in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a head emerged from the nearby bushes, a dark figure with only 2 red eyes visible, staring at Su-Chi. Chapter 40, Guardian Ho-Oh's Feather. Who? Since Su-Chi gained the power of Aura, his brain had become very sensitive. Su-Chi stood up and fixed his gaze on the bushes, where there was a rustling sound, as if something was stirring inside. Su-Chi put on his clothes, and the Charizard also woke up, ready for battle as it looked at the bushes in front of him. Suddenly, the bushes stopped moving, and the surroundings fell into silence. Su-Chi emitted the power of the wave, and a blue wave aura surged towards the bushes like ripples in water. Su-Chi wanted to see what it was. As the wave guide spread freely, a creature with a tuft of red mane on its head, black all over, and a pair of round blue eyes appeared in Su-Chi's mind. It was hiding in the bushes. Isn't this a Zoroark? A popular non-legendary Pokémon, just like Lucario. Su-Chi quietly approached, while Solgaleo was very alert, seemingly sensing that Su-Chi was getting closer. Whoosh whoosh. Solgaleo quickly moved, tried to escape into the forest. Su-Chi looked at Solgaleo in front of him and could not let it go. After all, this was a rare opportunity to encounter a mythical Pokémon. Su-Chi grabbed his backpack and jumped onto the back of Charizard, saying, "Charizard, quickly chase after it." Charizard spread its wings and flew above the forest, while Su-Chi began to use the power of Aura to search for Zorua's figure. In Su-Chi's mind, a small figure was indeed moving rapidly. Su-Chi smiled slightly and found you. He then commanded Charizard to fly to the left, and so Su-Chi chased in the air while Zorua ran on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Zorua clearly began to tire, and its speed started to slow down. Su-Chi noticed that Zoroark's speed was slowing down and figured that it must be exhausted. A Pokémon with the stamina of a Charizard would definitely not be able to keep up with it. Zoroark was panting heavily, looked back, and realized that no one was behind it. It gradually slowed down and began to rest against a tree. Little did it know that Su-Chi had been waiting behind it for a long time. Su-Chi extended his hand in an attempt to catch Zoroark, who clearly flinched and dodged Su-Chi's grasp. Turning around, Zoroark tried to flee but collided with the wide belly of the Charizard, causing its head to spin a bit. Looking up, Zoroark saw Charizard making a frightening expression to scare it, which made Zoroark collapse in fear. It shrank back, only to bump into Su-Chi's foot. Seeing both a wolf in front and a tiger behind, Zoroark lost its fear and assumed an aggressive stance, glaring fiercely at Su-Chi. It seemed to want to take advantage of Su-Chi, thinking him an easy target. However, it was mistaken. Su-Chi was not an ordinary person. Zoroark unleashed a dark energy ball towards Su-Chi, who raised his hand to create a thick barrier with his aura, rebounding the shadow ball back. The shadow ball hit Zoroark, He was caught off guard by the fact that the human in front of it could reflect its own skill and was knocked down without any defense. Zoroark propped itself up, warily watching Su Chi, who was also observing Zoroark. Name: Zoroark qualification, near champion ability, free spirit skills, transform, quick attack, shadow ball, shadow claw. Trick room. Not bad talent. Su Chi thought with a smile as he looked at Zoroark's data. After all, who would want a Zoroark with such good potential? Ding. Task released. Obtain Ho-Oh's feather. Reward: 5,000 battle points, 2 epic lottery tickets, and 1 random Pokémon. Ho-Oh's feather. Could it be in this forest? That's great. While Su Chi was checking the system task, Zoroark seized the opportunity to escape. In a flash, it disappeared. And Su Chi was determined not to let this Pokémon get away, ordering Charizard to pursue it. Zoroark fled further and further, gradually running deeper into the forest, where the trees became denser. Charizard landed on the ground, and Su Chi, along with Charizard, began to move forward slowly. The pitch-black night did not hinder their progress at all. Ever since Su Chi obtained the aura power, his vision surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to see clearly even at night. Additionally, the aura power acted like a form of perception, enabling him to sense everything around him, even noticing an ant crawling by. Su Chi and Charizard walked further away when suddenly 2 shadowy orbs came flying towards them from the darkness. Charizard, use flamethrower. Sui Xiaoteeth. The flamethrower collided with the shadowy orbs, creating an explosion. As the smoke cleared, a tall figure stood on a branch not far away. Su Chi took a closer look and realized it was Zoroark. First the small one, now the big one. Zoroark jumped down, and Charizard assumed a battle stance, staring at Zoroark. However, Zoroark did not continue the attack. Just as Su Chi was confused, a voice echoed in his mind. Chosen human, heir of the aura power. Welcome to your arrival. This was the 3rd time Su Chi had heard the phrase chosen human, the first 2 times being from Principal Yuding and Shalebi. Did Zoroark also know about this disaster? Su Chi asked, "How do you know and what are you?" Zoroark replied slowly, "I am the guardian of the Ho-Oh's feathers. I have been waiting for a long time." Hearing Zoroark's words about the Ho-Oh's feathers made Su Chi very happy, because with 3 feathers, Ho-Oh could successfully hatch, which was undoubtedly great news. Zoroark extended a hand in a gesture of invitation and said, "Please follow me," and then walked ahead. Su Chi followed Zoroark forward and walked for about 10 minutes, when a cave appeared in front of him. Zoroark beckoned Su Chi to go inside. Su Chi and the Charizard walked in, and the cave was pitch black. Su Chi asked, "Where is this? Is a place to store feathers?" Zoroark replied without looking back, "That's right. Ho-Oh's feathers are hidden here." "Hidden? Is there someone else who covets Ho-Oh's feathers?" Su Chi asked in confusion. Zoroark answered, "It is said that Ho-Oh's feathers have the ability to bring the dead back to life and bring endless good luck. To prevent anyone from stealing them, I have to keep changing locations. 3 years ago, a group of people dressed in black found out about Ho-Oh's feathers from somewhere. At that time, I could only escape and hide here to avoid disaster. People in black, could they be from the Black Organization? Where did they hear the news? They really are a persistent threat. It seems a battle is inevitable," Su Chi thought. Inside the cave, little Zoroa was still playing nearby. Upon seeing Su Chi and her mother enter, she quickly hid behind Zoroark. Su Chi naturally pretended not to see, but at that moment, Zoroark spoke up, "Chosen human, I hope you can take my child away. My time is running out, and I hope to entrust it to you. How could this be?" Su Chi released his aura to investigate and found that Zoroark was being eroded by a mysterious force, nearly out of energy. Little Zoroa looked at her mother with tearful eyes, while Zoroark gazed at her child with tenderness. Turning to a spot in the cave, she released a burst of red energy, and a strange black hole appeared. Zoroark took a beautifully crafted box from within and handed it to Su Chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ho-Oh's feather. Mission complete. Mission rewards distributed. Hearing the system's notification, Su Chi looked at the box in his hand. This was Ho-Oh's feather. Su Chi gently opened the box. Chapter 41. The Black Organization Strikes. A sacred light emanated from inside the box, illuminating Su Chi's face. He felt a warm aura spreading throughout his body, making him feel very comfortable, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Soraya and the fire dragon also sensed this warm and sacred power. The colorful feathers shimmered with a golden hue. And as Su Chi looked at the Phoenix King's feathers in the box, it seemed that the Phoenix egg in his backpack was also feeling this power, vibrating continuously. Su Chi felt a strange movement on his back, and quickly put down his backpack to take out the Phoenix King's egg. The egg was shaking continuously, and the feathers in the box seemed to be attracted and flew over. The feathers landed on the Phoenix King's egg, creating ripples. And the power of the feathers was infused into the egg. The Phoenix King's egg seemed to be more vibrant. Seeing this, Su-Chi took out the phoenix feathers he had been keeping with him. The feathers were drawn over and landed on the egg together. Suddenly, the egg burst forth with light, dazzling everyone to shield their eyes, and then the light disappeared. The egg returned to silence. Su-Chi gently picked up the egg and observed it carefully, looking left and right, but it seemed that apart from the spots on the eggshell becoming redder, there were no significant changes. Su-Chi used the power of the waveguide to infiltrate the egg. A bird-like life form was developing inside, radiating a strong vitality. Thump, thump, thump. Su-Chi could hear the heartbeat of the Phoenix King and withdrew his waveguide power. He looked at the egg in front of him and then put it back in his backpack. At this moment, Zoroark spoke up. The 2 feathers of the Phoenix King have been found. Now only the last one remains, and the Phoenix King can successfully hatch. My mission has not been in vain. As it spoke, its breath became weaker and it collapsed to the ground. Zorua, seeing its mother fall, quickly ran over and nestled in her embrace. Su-Chi and Charizard also crouched down, looking at Zoroark. Is there any way for the system to save Zoroark? Ding. It is recommended that the host purchase the life gem. What? It's so expensive. How could I possibly afford it? Ding. Aside from that, there is no other way to save it. It is recommended that the host purchase the Soul Tower. Soul Tower? What is that? Su-Chi asked in confusion. Ding. The Soul Tower can collect souls after humans or Pokémon die and place them inside. The souls within the Soul Tower can remain undying for a long time. And once the host has enough money to purchase the life gem, they can directly resurrect the life. There is still hope after all. It seems I need to work hard to earn battle points next. Purchase the Soul Tower. Purchase successful, consuming 5,000 battle points. 5,000. That's painful. Su-Chi took out the Soul Tower, a glass-like tower structure that has a sense of technology. Su-Chi said to Zoroark, "This item can preserve your soul after you die. I will definitely revive you in the future." Zoroark's eyes brightened as he replied, "Is there really such a treasure? You won't deceive me, will you?" "It's true, Zoroark. I will keep it by my side and grow together with it. You will definitely have a day to see it again in the future." Zoroark, feeling weak, said, "Thank you. I entrust my child to you." After saying this, he looked at Su-Chi and lowered his head. Zoroark died. Su-Chi brought the Soul Tower close to Zoroark, and a blue void energy entity that looked exactly like Zoroark shot out from within Zoroark and dove into the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower flashed with light, and Su-Chi saw a small figure of Zoroark inside, eyes closed and motionless. This was Zoroark's soul. Su-Chi placed the Soul Tower into the system space. He picked up Saria, who was still immersed in the pain of losing her mother, her eyes glistening with tears. "Saria, let's live together from now on," Su-Chi said. Saria looked up at him, and Su-Chi's gentle gaze brought a warmth that surged from the depths of her heart. Nestled in Su-Chi's embrace, Saria felt an unprecedented warmth and fell into a deep sleep. Su-Chi noticed this and asked the Charizard to let him go. Thus, Su-Chi and Charizard quietly watched over the sleeping Saria. Charizard, like a caring father, placed Saria on his back. Suddenly, a series of intense explosions rang out from outside, shaking the entire cave. "What's going on? Who is causing trouble outside?" Su-Chi said angrily. The loud explosions also startled Saria, who hid on Charizard's back. Charizard extended its claw to pat her head, signaling that she didn't need to be afraid. "Saria, return to your Pokeball for now," Su-Chi said as he took out a Pokeball and recalled Saria. Then, Su-Chi turned to Charizard and said, "Let's go out and see who is causing the disturbance." Su-Chi and the Charizard walked out of the cave, and they saw that outside stood a crowd of people dressed in black. Su-Chi recognized 2 of them. It was indeed the 2 fools, Black Panther and Blackrock. Upon seeing Su-Chi emerge, the 2 quickly pointed at him and said, "Captain, it's this kid. The Phoenix King's egg must be with him. The boss really didn't make a mistake. Ha ha." The 2 laughed recklessly. In the middle of the court, a man wearing a black mask stood on the back of a blood-winged dragon, quietly looking at Su-Chi. "Hello, Sui." The man's voice was a bit hoarse. "Let me introduce myself. I am a senior member of the Black Organization, and my name is Black Dragon. We would like to borrow the Ho-Oh egg from you. I wonder if you can lend it to me?" You must be dreaming." Su-Chi knew that if the Ho-Oh egg fell into the hands of these people, they would definitely use it to destroy the world. Su-Chi would not let them succeed. "Hee, since you are unwilling, I will take it myself." Black Dragon then commanded, "Everyone, grab the Ho-Oh egg, go." At Black Dragon's order, All the members of the Black Organization took out their Pokeballs, summoning various Pokémon. Nidoking, Beedrill, Arbok, Zubat, Houndoom, Grimer, Shelder. Numerous Pokémon launched an attack on Su-Chi. Su-Chi scoffed and said, "Is that all you've got?" Charizard Air Slash. Charizard spread its wings, unleashing countless blades of air towards those Pokémon. All the Pokémon of the Black Organization were knocked down to the ground, losing their fighting ability. What? Black Dragon looked at his defeated subordinates and was a bit shocked. "Captain, we already said this kid is very strong," Blackrock added. "Useless. I have to take action myself." Black Dragon commanded, "Bloodwing Dragon, use Oblivion Beam." The Bloodwing Dragon released a violent burst of energy towards Charizard, which used Mystical Shield to block the attack. A green light shield appeared in front of Charizard, and the Oblivion Beam struck it, causing Charizard to involuntarily take a few steps back, managing to block the Bloodwing Dragon's attack. What? Such a strong Pokémon? Black Dragon had originally planned to take out Charizard in one hit, but he was caught off guard. The Bloodwing Dragon, having used Oblivion Beam, temporarily became stiff and unable to move. Su-Chi commanded, "Charizard, use Flamethrower." The fierce flames surged towards the Bloodwing Dragon, knocking it to the ground and burning its entire body. Charizard then used Dragon Breath to finish it off. With a single Dragon Breath, the Bloodwing Dragon, which was still trying to get up, lost its fighting capability. Chapter 42. Team Rocket appears. The showdown with Mutwo, my Bloodwing Dragon. "Kid, you're asking for death." The Black Dragon was clearly a bit angry. On one hand, Su-Chi had defeated his proud Bloodwing Dragon, and on the other hand, how could such a small child possess such strong power? Had he wasted all these years? This was an insult to him, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation. The Black Dragon recalled the Bloodwing Dragon and took out 5 Pokeballs. "Come on, my precious ones." Vanjura, Desert Dragonfly, Black Lugia, Mischievous Bomb, and another Shinado. An all-star lineup. The Black Dragon thought, "Now, let's see my strength." Su-Chi saw that the opponent had released so many powerful Pokémon, so he decided to stop holding back. "Go, Garchomp, Aerodactyl, Greninja." The Black Dragon looked at Su-Chi's Pokémon with eyes almost sparkling. What kind of luck did this kid have to get so many rare and powerful Pokémon, and even one he had never seen before? Hee, they're all mine now. Bandit, Earthquake, Desert Dragonfly, Sandstorm, Black Lugia, Flamethrower, Mischievous Bomb, go and self-destruct on them. Shinado, use Moonlight. As Su-Chi saw the Mischievous Bomb rolling towards him, he knew he couldn't let it self-destruct. To be honest, the self-detonation of Mischievous Bomb was quite powerful. This Black Dragon was so ruthless, starting off with a big move. No sense of martial ethics. However, Su-Chi wasn't afraid of him. When the Mischievous Bomb came rolling in, Su-Chi had already thought of a countermeasure. He raised his hand, and the power of the wave surged forth, forming a massive blue hand that caught the Mischievous Bomb and threw it back. It landed right on Black Dragon and his companions. What? It can be played like this? Black Dragon was almost in tears, cheating. The Mischievous Bomb exploded beside Black Dragon, and Banjara, who was protecting him, was directly blown away and lost its combat ability, while the other Pokémon also suffered. As a result, Black Dragon's 3 Pokémon had already lost their fighting capabilities, and the remaining 3 were injured to varying degrees from the self-detonation of the Mischievous Bomb. Black Dragon stood up in anger, looking at Su-Chi, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He couldn't understand how a human could possess such incredible abilities. Was it psychic power? Su-Chi looked at the disheveled Black Dragon and smiled, directly saying, "Ancient Battle Dragon, Destructive Deathlight, Greninja, Water Shuriken, Mega Garchomp, Primordial Power." 3 Pokémon gathered energy and launched an attack towards the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon could only watch as Su-Chi's Pokémon attacked it, completely unable to fight back. At that moment, a light barrier blocked the attack from Su-Chi's Pokémon. Su-Chi looked up and saw a humanoid Pokémon floating in the air. Before long, a helicopter flew over, the door opened, and a man dressed in a black suit, with a golden ring on his finger, a shrewd look in his eyes, and a hint of menace, appeared in front of Su-Chi. Su-Chi couldn't help but voice his confusion. "Sakamaki? Haha, good eye, no wonder I chose you. Young man, join our rocket team. I believe in you. As long as you join us, money, status, beautiful women, whatever you want, we can provide." Join you? Don't you know my identity? Identity? En alliance prosecuteur? That's nothing. As far as I know, you just became an alliance prosecutor, right? I don't mind. As long as you serve me sincerely and are absolutely loyal to me, I can pretend your past doesn't exist. Do you think that's possible? Su-Chi looked at Sakamaki, his eyes revealing a determination and defiance. Sakamaki felt a bit annoyed by Su-Chi's lack of recognition, but he didn't explode. Young man, think it over. Mute-Wo. As soon as Sakamaki's words fell, Mute-Wo appeared in the space in front of Su-Chi. Its powerful aura startled Black Dragon and the others nearby. Black Dragon thought to himself, what kind of Pokémon is this? It's so strong that I can't even look directly at it. Mute-Wo calmly looked at Su-Chi, and suddenly it vanished, reappearing behind Charizard and sending it flying. In the blink of an eye, before Su-Chi could react, Charizard was slammed into a tree, leaving a deep dent. Mute-Wo rushed forward and used a two-stage kick, sending Charizard high into the air. Mute-Wo then conjured Shadow Balls and struck Charizard for both sides, causing explosions to erupt in the air. After the explosions, Charizard had lost its fighting capability. This was the first time Su-Chi faced such a terrifying enemy. Mute-Wo's extraordinary speed made it impossible to keep up. Su-Chi looked at Mute-Wo's data. Name, Mute-Wo qualification, level 2 God ability, Calm Mind skills, Psychic Agility, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Meteor Mash. No wonder it's powerful as a level 2 God. After defeating Charizard, Mute-Wo did not continue attacking. It seemed to be waiting for Sakamaki's command. It was unclear what kind of mind control Sakamaki had over it to make it act as his lackey. Mute-Wo merely stared quietly at Su-Chi, while Sakamaki's lips curled into a slight smile, already envisioning Su-Chi bowing to him under his authority, which made him even happier. However, he was wrong. Su-Chi recalled Charizard and said to it, "You've worked hard, Charizard. I will avenge you. Go, Articuno." Articuno spread its stunning figure and made a grand entrance, its blue silhouette bringing a chilling wind that made everyone instinctively shrink their necks. Articuno, a legendary Pokémon. What great luck. I'm really looking forward to your joining us, young man. Sakamaki revealed a longing smile. Articuno, show what you can do. Use Ice Beam. The Ice Beam shot towards Mute-Wo, which evidently had an inexplicable confidence and did not attempt to dodge, but chose to take it head-on. As the Ice Beam hit Mute-Wo, ice began to spread over its body. Mute-Wo clearly did not anticipate the power of the Ice Beam. Mute-Wo forcefully shook off the ice shards, but Su-Chi would not give it a chance. Articuno, show your strength. Use Ice Binding, Absolute Zero. What? A look of surprise appeared on Sakamaki's face, and Mute-Wo's expression also changed slightly. As for Black Dragon and the others, they had been stunned since Articuno's appearance. Articuno let out a long cry, and the surrounding cold air condensed, causing Articuno's body to start changing. The cold air rippled around, and Mute-Wo activated its mysterious protection to resist this cold. Meanwhile, Sakamaki's helicopter was almost falling due to the freezing, prompting Sakamaki to hurry and instruct the pilot to fly higher. This was truly impressive. With a cold and fierce gaze, Articuno looked at Mute-Wo as if to say, "So you look down on me, huh? Let me show you my power." The Absolute Zero attack surged in, and Mute-Wo's mysterious protection began to show signs of icy crystals penetrating it. Cracks appeared on the shield, expanding as Mute-Wo increased its output. However, it was of no use. The shield shattered, and in an instant, Mute-Wo was frozen into an ice pop. I wonder how much it could sell for. This could be considered a popsicle assassin. Chapter 43. Defeating Team Rocket. The frenzied Mute-Wo. You could see Mute-Wo trying desperately to break free from the bonds of ice, but after struggling several times, it was futile. Su-Chi looked at the Mute-Wo encased in ice and felt a surge of confidence. Mute-Wo was nothing special after all. Banky was astonished that the Mute-Wo he had painstakingly nurtured was so easily defeated, and he began to doubt whether he had overestimated its value. However, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Banky took out a remote control and said, "Let me show you the power of technology." He pressed the red button on the remote, and the antenna emitted waves of red electromagnetic energy. Su-Chi watched as Mute-Wo's eyes gradually turned bright red, and its aura began to grow stronger. The ice on Mute-Wo started to melt, and soon it turned into a puddle of water. Su-Chi looked at the Mute-Wo in front of him, feeling a bit shocked. The power of technology in the Pokémon world is truly amazing. Name, Mute-Wo. Qualification, Level 1 God. Ability, Calm Mind. Skills, Psychic, Quick Attack, Hyper Beam, Oblivion Wing, Mega Punch. Su-Chi looked at the data of Mute-Wo, and at this moment, Mute-Wo had actually attained the power of a Level 1 deity. Not far away, Mute-Wo's veins bulged, and its eyes turned blood red. The violent power made Sakaki a bit afraid, and he could barely hold onto the remote control in his hand. As for the others, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. "Captain, let's run." The Black Rock Black Panther brothers grabbed Black Dragon and were about to flee. Mute-Wo went berserk. and it used its incredible speed, so fast that even Su-Chi couldn't catch its movements. It was as if it teleported. Mutuo suddenly appeared in the air, its right hand glowing with light, unleashing a million-ton punch. It struck fiercely at Articuno, which wasn't weak either, and countered with Brave Bird. The two sides collided, creating a mushroom cloud in the sky, and all the surrounding trees were destroyed, stirring up a violent wind. Su-Chi recalled the other Pokémon and quickly used the wave shield to block the impact, but he still felt a surge of blood, and a bit of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The helicopter of Sakaki was knocked down by the violent shockwaves generated by the two Pokemon's attacks, and it exploded upon crashing. Sakaki, who was wearing clothes made of some special material, seemed unharmed, only suffering a scrape on his head, while the unfortunate pilot perished in the flames. In the distance, the two Pokemon in the air were still confronting each other. The Articuno had some wounds on its body, while Mutuo's aura seemed to grow stronger. It was unclear what kind of stimulation the electromagnetic waves in Sakaki's hand were giving it, as it seemed to be empowered like it had consumed something extraordinary. Su-Chi stood up and said, "Articuno, use rest to recover your strength." Articuno used rest, and the scars on its body disappeared. Mutuo had already launched an attack, and the hyper beam emitted devastating energy. Articuno used Reflect. The Reflect barrier directly bounced back Mutuo's attack, and the hyper beam struck Mutuo, slamming it to the ground and creating a person-shaped dent in the earth. Articuno, use Ancient Power, Su-Chi commanded. Articuno flapped its wings, unleashing Ancient Power. Mutuo stood up and used Barrier to block it. Both sides exchanged blows back and forth, fighting for several rounds without a clear winner. On the sidelines, Sakaki watched this and said, "You can't win." Melissa, Sakaki laughed arrogantly. "What did you give Mutuo?" Su-Chi asked Sakaki with anger in his eyes. "Haha, what did I give it?" "Of course, it's the highest technology of Team Rocket, the Energy Enhancer. It is formed by the mental energy of tens of thousands of Soul Rock, and through our special device, it can unleash the Pokemon's fury even more." Sakaki proudly spoke of his achievements. However, to Su-Chi, this was simply shocking. Tens of thousands of Soul Rock's energy meant that Team Rocket had killed tens of thousands of Soul Rock just for the so-called mental energy. Su-Chi also remembered the Surillapu controlled by Yamadou and Sanglang in the original work, which must have been for this insane experiment. Unforgivable. Blue wave, guiding power, surged from Su-Chi. His eyes turned blood red, and the aura around him grew heavier. Sakaki looked at the scene before him in astonishment. "What is happening? What is this? What do you want to do?" Sakaki kept retreating, and the two people fighting in the sky also sensed Su-Chi's power and involuntarily stopped. Ding! The host's wave-guiding power is being fully developed. At this moment, Su-Chi looked at Sakaki with nothing but infinite hatred. A series of propeller roars echoed in the sky. The helicopters all bore the letter R, and Team Rocket had arrived, led by Dolan. Seeing Sakaki in danger, Dolan quickly ordered his subordinates to move forward, and dozens of helicopters flew into the air. Sakaki looked at Su-Chi in front of him, feeling a bit scared, and he kept backing away as a ladder was deployed from the helicopter. Su-Chi extended his hand, and countless blue energies rushed towards Sakaki. But at that moment, Mutuo suddenly moved, blocking Sakaki's path. It seemed that even in its frenzy, some rationality remained. Truly a remarkable Pokémon created by humans. Taking advantage of the time Mutuo bought, Sakaki had already escaped to the helicopter. He quickly shouted, "Damn it, retreat," not forgetting to turn back and say, "Mutuo, you need to stop him, kill him." Mutuo did not look back, its cold gaze fixed on Su-Chi. Doran did not dare to delay, and quickly directed Team Rocket members to retreat. Sakaki's secretary took out a handkerchief from her chest and gently wiped the blood from Sakaki's forehead, looking heartbroken. Su-Chi looked at the Mutuo blocking his way, knowing that only by defeating Mutuo could he go on to kill Sakaki. Mutuo stared back at Su-Chi, and Su-Chi spoke up. "Mutuo, I know your nature is not bad. You've just been used by Sakaki. The Rocket team is notorious, and with your immense power, you could be doing good things. Don't you want to know your origin?" Upon hearing this, Mutuo's eyes brightened. Origin. Indeed, Mutuo was created from the genes of Mew, and it had no memories, so it had always longed to find its own background. Su-Chi's gamble was not wrong. The consumption of aura was too great, and he was starting to struggle. The man in front of him actually knew his origin, and Mutuo was shocked. In Su-Chi's mind, Mutuo's voice echoed, "Do you know my origin?" Of course, Su-Chi thought to steady himself. Then, he told Mutuo its origin, including that it was a genetic clone of Mew. and that its existence was a weapon artificially created by the rocket team to dominate the world. A trace of sweat appeared on Su Chi's face. If this couldn't persuade him, he would really have to fight with all his might. I believe in you. I will find my other side in the dream. Thank you. The chaotic aura on the super dream gradually weakened until it disappeared. After saying that, he pushed himself up with his legs and jumped forcefully into the distance. Su Chi let out a sigh of relief and slumped down on the ground. At that moment, the frostbird also flew down and protected Su Chi's side. Su Chi retrieved the Articuno, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. He thought to himself that this meant he had made a mortal enemy of Team Rocket. By the way, what was that about developing the power of aura just now? System. Ding. Responding to the host. Although the host's aura power has reached 100 awakening, the aura within the body needs to be continuously developed through constant battles for the host to fully master the aura power. The system only has an awakening function and cannot help the host flexibly utilize the aura power, so the host should exercise diligently. So that's how it is. No wonder I got so exhausted after using it for just a little while. It turns out like this. It seems that in the future, not only do I have to battle Pokémon, but I also have to fight myself. Hee. Sakaki, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Su Chi thought, looking in the direction Sakaki had left. At this moment, Sakaki on the helicopter could not help but explode in anger. What useless? Why can't we contact Mutwo? You are all a bunch of useless people. Doran and the others were too scared to raise their heads, obediently bowing and listening to Sakaki's scolding. The glasses girl timidly spoke up. Boss, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Sakaki looked at his delicate secretary and felt a little better. Doran and the others had narrowly escaped disaster. By the way, where are those 3 useless people? The glasses girl quickly replied, Boss, they're tracking a kid named Ash. It is said that he has a very strong Pikachu, and they're preparing to capture it to present to you. Pikachu, how strong can a stinky rat be? Call them and tell them to closely monitor Su Chi's movements and report to me at any time. Yes, boss, the glasses girl obediently replied. At this time, Su Chi rested for a while and ate something to recover. He opened the system store and saw that he had accumulated 7,200 battle points from these battles, which was not bad. By the way, system, what about my mission rewards? Chapter 44, Shallow Red City, Professor Oak's Call. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random Pokémon, a Abomasnow, 1 bottle of Aptitude Enhancement Liquid, and a Pokémon Learning Machine. Pokémon Learning Machine, what is that? Ding. The Pokémon Learning Machine contains all the skills of Pokémon from the Pokémon world, and the host can let any Pokémon learn any skill. Any skill? Does that mean my Gyarados can also learn Cliff Blade? Ding. Yes. The host needs to exchange battle points for the required skills. So that's how it is. Su Chi opened the Pokémon Learning Machine and found that skills like Cliff Blade and Thunderbolt were all available. It's just that the exchange prices are a bit expensive. Su Chi put away the Spirit Learning Machine and took out the Qualification Enhancement Liquid. Who should he give it to? The Electric Shock Beast or the Big Rock Snake? Forget it. Let's give it to the Electric Shock Beast. Su Chi released the Electric Shock Beast and handed the Qualification Enhancement Liquid to the Electric Shock Beast, which drank it. Su Chi began to check the data of the Electric Shock Monster. Name: Electric Shock Monster. Qualification: Champion Trait: Thunder. Skills: Thunder Punch, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Iron Tail, Electric Terrain. Another champion-level Pokémon, which made Su Chi very happy. Su Chi recalled the Electric Shock Monster. He opened the system all to see if there were any items to enhance his strength. Ding! It is recommended that the host purchase Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might? Isn't that the special ability of Champion Adu? Ding! Dragon's Might automatically and infinitely enhances the host's strength, which is beneficial for the development of Wave Guidance power. And it can release a huge dragon-shaped shockwave to attack opponents with a natural affinity for Dragon-type Pokémon. I'll buy this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon's Might. A burst of red light erupted from Su Chi's body, and streams of warm energy flowed into his meridians. Su Chi felt an intense heat and pain coursing through his body, and sweat poured down incessantly. He gritted his teeth and persevered. After half an hour, Su Chi gradually gained control over this power and took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Dragon Sovereign's power to be so domineering. As Su Chi moved his limbs, he caught a whiff of a foul sweat odor. Su Chi quickly went to the river in the forest, took off his clothes, and took a bath. It felt refreshing. After bathing, Su Chi came ashore, put on his clothes, and used his dragon power to dry his entire body before continuing on his way to Qianhong City. After about an hour, Su Chi finally saw the outline of the city. It had been more than a week since he last saw a city. Su Chi hurriedly entered Qianhong City, arrived at the magical center, and handed the Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Suchi booked a room and had a good sleep. He hadn't slept well for several days, especially after the battle with Mewtwo. Suchi was really a bit tired. He slept until evening. Suchi walked out of the room and went to Miss Joy to retrieve his Pokemon. As he turned around, he saw Ash and his friends walking in. Ash and his friends also noticed Suchi, and after a long time apart, Ash excitedly hugged Suchi. They only separated after a long while, leaving Suchi a bit breathless from the strong embrace. Suchi greeted Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, and he learned from Xiao Ji that they had already challenged the gym. After speaking, Xiao Ji also bragged to Suchi about the 6 badges he had already obtained. Looking at Xiao Ji's expression was really infuriating. Suchi used a wave guide to give a little lesson to Xiao Ji, causing him to fall flat on his face. Xiao Ji thought there was a ghost and deliberately twisted himself. At that moment, the sound of the Pokédex on Suchi's body suddenly rang out. It was a call from Professor Oak. Suchi took out the Pokédex and connected it to the phone at the Pokémon Center. Professor Oak, long time no see. Long time no see, Xiao Qi. Professor Oak, Ash, and Misty all gathered in front of the camera to greet him. Ash, Misty, Brock. You guys are all together. Haha, what a coincidence. Grandpa, did you call me for something? Suchi asked. Of course I have something to discuss. It's been so long, and you haven't sent me a single Pokémon for research. Even Shigeru and Ash have sent me many. Oh well, that's true. It has been a long time. And I actually haven't sent back a single Pokémon, Suchi admitted. Grandpa, I'll send you one right now, Suchi said as he took out a Pokeball and placed it on the nearby Pokémon transporter. After a flash of light, Professor Oak received the Pokeball sent by Suchi. Professor Oak said, I've received it. Let me see what Pokémon you sent. He threw the Pokeball, and a giant figure emerged, clad in metallic armor, nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp claws and several spikes protruding from its sides. Its red eyes were sharp and intimidating, leaving Professor Oak in awe. This Pokémon was the ancient dragon he had obtained at the Shalabi Temple. Professor Oak excitedly asked Suchi, Xiao Qi, this is an ultra-ancient Pokémon, the ancient dragon. That's right, Professor. This is the Pokémon I captured with Dr. Karido at the Shalabi Temple. Ancient dragon? Ash asked, confused. The ancient dragon is an ultra-ancient Pokémon, very rare and powerful in ancient times. Professor Oak explained to Ash on the other end of the line. An ultra-ancient Pokémon? Suchi, you're amazing. Ash expressed his admiration for Suchi, as Suchi was indeed dazzling. Did you hear that? Aha, Pokémon. Outside the Pokémon Center, Team Rocket was eavesdropping on Suchi's conversation with a listening device. Meowth said, the boss asked us to keep an eye on that little brat, Suchi. If we can steal a few Pokémon from him to present to the boss, a promotion and a raise will be within reach. Exactly. With Boss Sakaki's support, we won't have to worry about the Ice Princess's mood anymore, Musashi said, gritting her teeth at the thought of the disdainful look and attitude of the Ice Princess. Kojiro added, hee, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The 3 quickly retreated to prepare their Meowth hot air balloon to steal Pokémon. Meanwhile, Suchi and the others were still on the phone with Professor Oak. Suchi, Ash, how many badges have you collected? The court's conference starts in 3 months. You need to work hard. Professor, I've already obtained 6 badges, Ash said, taking out his badges to show Professor Oak. Ha, very good. What about you, Suchi? I've obtained 5 badges and am about to get the badge from the Shallow Red Gym, Suchi replied. Then you both need to keep it up. Let's hang up for now. After saying that, Professor Oak ended the call, seemingly rushing off to do research. After hanging up, Misty said, we haven't eaten all day. It's all Ash's fault for being in such a hurry. She glared angrily at Ash. I didn't force you to come with me, Ash replied cluelessly. You. All right, let's go eat. It's on me. Soy quickly interjective. Ash, that big straight man is hopeless, he sighed. Brock spoke up. I know a nice restaurant in Shallow Red City. Let's go there. Okay, let's go. Suchi called out as they headed outside. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who is it? Sui Xiaoti Dangrili. Haha, since you asked so sincerely, Kojiro said, I'll generously tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, Musashi added. To protect world peace, Kojiro continued. To implement love and true evil, Musashi said. A cute and charming villain. Kojiro chimed in. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team traveling through the galaxy. Kojiro announced. The white hole awaits us. A bright tomorrow. Meowth concluded. That's right. Meow. Rocket team. You thieves. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt struck Team Rocket's Meowth hot air balloon, but it had no effect. What? What's going on? Ash asked in confusion. Ha, little brat. This hot air balloon is made entirely of rubber materials, so your Pikachu's attack is useless. Musashi laughed. Damn it. Ash glared at Team Rocket. Meowth drew out a gun-like weapon. I'll catch you first, Pikachu. As he spoke, he fired a projectile at Pikachu. The projectile released in the air, and a giant capture net ensnared Pikachu, with a connector at the end prepared to take Pikachu away. Su-Chi waved his hand and unleashed a blue energy slash, cutting the capture device in half. You little brat, you keep ruining our plans. Musashi glared angrily at Su-Chi. Go, Charizard. Fire Blast. Su-Chi released Charizard. And you're not afraid of lightning or fire. Let me show you our new Pokémon. Go, Musashi and Kojiro threw out their Pokeballs. Cotton Ball and Walking Grass. Nanny, Musashi and Kojiro were petrified on the spot. Didn't they say they had two powerful Pokémon? Why are these two? The two Pokémon looked somewhat similar, but they were so weak. How could they battle? Are they just cannon fodder? Charizard directly roasted the two Pokémon, even burning a large hole in Meowth's hot air balloon. Charizard, Dragon Breath. Send it back home. Charizard opened its mouth wide, and Dragon Breath poured out, sending Musashi and the others flying like meteors. What an annoying feeling. At that moment, Musashi, flying in the sky, angrily said, "It must be that glasses girl. Those two Pokeballs were sent by her. Damn it, don't let me run into you." At Team Rocket's headquarters, while sorting documents, the glasses girl suddenly sneezed. What is going on? Am I catching a cold? Could it be that I was too hasty that night with Boss Sakaki and didn't he close the window? Catching a chill. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The glasses girl thought, feeling a bit flushed. Back with Su-Chi. Team Rocket is so annoying, always coming to cause trouble. Really? Misty pouted as she complained about Team Rocket. Su-Chi listened and agreed, having not given up for 8 generations, and the Rockets also showed great perseverance. The staff of the gym hurried to repair the damaged roof, and Miss Joy also ran over. Thank you for your help. I have also informed Miss June Shah, so let's leave the rest to them. It's no problem, beautiful Miss Joy. It is my great honor to serve you, Brock said to Miss Joy with a loving expression. Brock, this sycophant, really flatters everyone he sees. It's just ridiculous. The group arrived at the restaurant, and Ash immediately started to eat and drink heartily, truly a food lover. After they were full, they returned to the Pokémon Center. After a night of rest, the starry night sky twinkled, peaceful and serene. Mr. Yuding, there have been signs of activity in the volcano. A handsome and witty middle-aged man walked into Yuding's office. What? So soon? Isn't it still early for an eruption? Asked Zavuki. Not quite sure. According to the reports from the scouts, it could erupt in just over 20 days, which will affect the Kanto and Chengdu regions. Zavuki said with a serious expression. Sigh, we can only hope for Su-Chi now, Yuding said, looking at the moon outside the window. Su-Chi, the boy you mentioned who possesses the power of wave guides, is just a teenager. How could he possibly solve such a matter? Are we really going to rely on a boy for a so-called legend? You're confused. Zivki's forehead was throbbing with veins. Zivki, you have always been right over the years. But this time I trust my judgment. You, forget it, I've already informed King Du Tian, and he is on his way back from the Chengdu region. His Dragon Mastery power is unparalleled within the entire Dragon Master family, and he's also one of the 4 great kings with the ability to resolve this issue. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yutong watched Zivki's departing figure and murmured, I'm betting on you, Su-Chi. I hope you won't let me down. The next day, Su-Chi got up early. Today he was going to challenge the Qianhong Gym. Seeing that Xiao Ji and the others were still asleep, Su-Chi didn't disturb them and headed to the Qianhong Gym by himself. Following the map, Su-Chi arrived at the Qianhong Gym, and he was quite surprised to find a Japanese-style izakaya before him. Is this really the Qianhong Gym? With questions in mind, Su-Chi entered the Qianhong Gym. As soon as he walked in, a steel shuriken flew towards him, but Su-Chi was quick and caught it. A voice of apology rang out from inside, and when Su-Chi looked over, he saw a girl with a cherry-like mouth and short hair, carrying a sword, who looked at him apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I was practicing ninjutsu and didn't expect anyone to come in. My name is Lingzi. Su-Chi saw that the other party's apology was sincere and that she was a girl, so he decided to be magnanimous. It's okay, just be more careful next time. This is the Shallow Red Gym, Su-Chi said. Yes, you are here to challenge the gym as a trainer, Lingzi replied. Is the gym leader here? At that moment, a serious-looking person walked out. I'm sorry, I almost hurt you. I apologize on behalf of my sister. I am the gym leader of Shallow Red, Aju. The competition area is at the back. Please follow me. Okay. Su-Chi followed the two to the back, where a huge competition area came into view. Aju walked to the opposite side. The referee spoke, Shallow Red Gym, 2v2 battle. During the battle, the challenger may switch Pokémon, but the gym leader cannot. Now, here comes Su Chi from Jinshin Town against gym leader Aju. The battle begins. You go first, Greninja. A shiny Greninja, a Pokémon from the Kalos region, appeared. Nice. Aju smiled. Looks like it's time to show some real strength. Go, Dustox. An extremely ugly Pokémon emerged. Dustox, huh? It seems you didn't use your real strength when battling Ash. No wonder a poison-type champion could lose to a rookie. Excluding myself, Su Chi thought. Greninja, water gun. Su Chi commanded. Dustox, toxic spikes, Aju ordered. Dustox sprayed deadly toxic spikes from its mouth. The two attacks collided, producing a sizzling sound. What a powerful toxic spikes. Dustox. Earthquake, Aju said. Dustox stomped its foot, instantly cracking the ground. Greninja, double team, use water, shuriken. In an instant, the field was filled with Greninja's figures. And a massive water shuriken was launched at Dustox. Dustox defend. Dustox's eyes sharpened as it raised its hand to prepare for the water shuriken. A barrage of water shurikens struck Dustox, causing an explosion. Dustox. Aju couldn't help but exclaim. After the smoke cleared, Dustox was hurt but still able to battle. Greninja. Let's use water shuriken again. Su Chi used aura to enhance Greninja's water shuriken. Greninja's eyes turned red, and the water shuriken in its hand grew larger, exceeding 2 meters. Go, Greninja! Sui Xiaoteeth. Greninja jumped up and threw the water shuriken. What? Aju looked shocked as the water shuriken hit Dustox, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Such strong power. It feels like your Greninja suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. Truly amazing power. Its ability must be torrent, Aju said to Su Chi. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Aju, Su Chi replied earnestly, feeling a bit awkward. My judgment is indeed correct. Aju said with a slight smile, revealing an air of mysterious confidence. Young man, tell me your name. Mr. Aju, my name is Su Chi. Su Chi, a nice name. I have recognized your strength. Here is the pink badge for you. Aju walked over and handed the pink badge to Su Chi. You got the badge this easily, even more effortlessly than the Hualan gym. Su Chi took the badge and said thank you. Su Chi, I have high hopes for your performance at the court's conference. Goodbye. Su Chi raised the badge, said goodbye, and walked out of the dojo. Chapter 46. Pokémon Flying Contest. Su Chi returned to the Pokémon Center, and Ash and the others were also awake. Su Chi, you went out, Xiao Ji asked. I just challenged the Qianhong gym, Su Chi replied. You want to challenge the gym? Why didn't you call me to go with you? Xiao Ji was a bit unhappy. After all, Su Chi's battles were a good experience for him, and he wanted to see Su Chi's battle skills to secure a better ranking in the upcoming courts conference. Well, I saw that you guys hadn't gotten up yet, so I didn't disturb you, Su Chi said with a smile. Then the group went to the restaurant to eat. After the meal, Xiao Gang said, the Qianhong City is about to hold a Pokémon flying competition. Do you guys want to participate? Xiao Xia spoke up. I don't have a flying-type Pokémon, so I'll pass, you can go. Pokémon flying competition. Where is it? Are there awards? Xiao Ji, who was always enthusiastic about various competitions, quickly asked after hearing Xiao Gang's words. I'm not sure about that either. The venue is at Ming Lake. We could go see for ourselves, Xiao Gang said. Great. Su Chi, do you want to go together? Xiao Ji asked. Let us go. It's just right since I'm bored. Let us check it out. So the four of them headed to Ming Lake in Qianhong City. From a distance, the beautiful Ming Lake shimmered under the sunlight, the blue surface rippling gently with the breeze, and some water-type Pokémon were swimming around. The area was bustling with people, making it very lively, with colorful flags fluttering and huge billboards featuring Pidgey and Spearow, the two most common flying-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. It's so lively. Xiao Xia has always loved this kind of scene. It is lively, and there are so many beautiful girls. So many people. Xiao Gang displayed a love-struck expression, watching the young girls coming and going, feeling like he was hopeless in this lifetime. The three of them looked at Xiao Gang's behavior speechlessly, and it was Xiao Xia who couldn't stand it anymore, grabbing Xiao Gang by the ear and pulling him aside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xiao Gang was in so much pain that tears were almost coming out, and Xiao Xia finally let go of him. All right, everyone stop messing around. Let us go sign up quickly. We're south the registration place, Xiao Gang. Over here. Xiao Gang pointed to a sign with a rainbow ring advertisement while covering his ear. There's so many people lining up over there. The four of them walked over. Xiao Xia spoke up. I'll go buy a drink over there first. It's too hot, saying that she shaded her eyes from the sun and walked towards a nearby ice drink shop, leaving Su Chi and the other three in line. Xiao Ji complained, this terrible weather is too hot. I might get heat stroke. Xiao Gang, aren't you going? Don't you want to participate in the Pokémon flying competition? Xiao Ji asked in confusion. Of course, Xiao Gang proudly said. But where are you going to find a flying-type Pokémon? Your Zubat can't fly very far, Xiao Ji said. I've planned for this. Xiao Gang revealed a confident and charming smile. A smile usually seen when he was pursuing beautiful older girls. Come out, Noctowl. Huh? Noctowl? This left both Su Qi and Xiao Ji dumbfounded. When did Xiao Gang catch a Noctowl? As someone who had been traveling with Xiao Gang, Xiao Ji was surprised to find out that Xiao Gang had Noctowl. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, Xiao Gang explained that he had caught it when he encountered a group of Noctowl in the foggy forest while they were all incapacitated in battle. Since Noctowl doesn't tee like daytime, Xiao Gang could only release it at night. Understanding this, Xiao Ji couldn't help but sigh, wondering why he didn't have such foresight. Xiao Gang, this scheming boy, made even Su Qi admire him a bit. After waiting in line for about half an hour, both Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang were almost roasted, while only Su Qi used his aura power to form a protective shield around himself, avoiding some sunlight. Xiao Xia was sitting aside, enjoying her drink in comfort. Finally, it was their turn, and the three quickly bought their tickets and came out. Xiao Ji rushed to buy an iced drink and took a big gulp. Refreshing. Su Qi and Xiao Gang also went to buy a cup of ice cola. Taking a sip, it was refreshing and uplifting, instantly making one feel invigorated. The four of them found a spot to rest, waiting for the registration to finish. After about half an hour, the registration finally came to an end. Su Qi looked at the crowd and remarked that quite a few people had shown up. At that moment, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, instructing all participants to head to the competition venue. Su Qi and several others quickly rushed to the competition site. The venue was set by the shore of Ming Lake. All contestants would participate in the competition using hot air balloons along with their Pokémon. And those who could successfully retrieve the Phoenix branch from the small island in the center of Ming Lake and return safely would win the competition. After hearing the rules, everyone was eager to start, and they all boarded the hot air balloons arranged by the organizers. Su Qi chose a blue hot air balloon to sit in. With a command from the referee standing on the podium, everyone took out their flying-type Pokémon and soared into the sky. Brock naturally had his Noctowl, Ash had his Pidgeotto, and Su Qi threw his Pokeball into the air. Go, Aerodactyl! As soon as Aerodactyl appeared, it caused a stir. As very few people recognized this ancient Pokémon, Aerodactyl opened its massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, its gray armored skin providing excellent defense. What Pokémon is that? Someone pointed at Su Qi's Pokémon. After all, Aerodactyl was too eye-catching. It seems to be an ancient Pokémon, Aerodactyl, said a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Ancient Pokémon? The people around looked on with envy. After all, looking around, it was either Butterfree or Pidgeotto or ordinary Pokémon like Mothim. So what if it's an ancient Pokémon? If it doesn't have enough strength, it's just a vase. An unharmonious voice came from the crowd. Su Qi looked towards the voice and saw a teenager around 15 years old, with a sword hanging at his waist, resembling a warrior. His Pokémon was an armored bird, which seemed well-trained, making him a decent competitor among the crowd. Su Qi silently observed him and gave him a look of disdain. The teenager noticed Su Qi's contemptuous gaze and felt a surge of anger in his heart. He said to Su Qi, "Just watch, the victory will definitely be mine." Su Qi obviously didn't want to undermine his confidence, thinking to let him be arrogant for a while. After all, he would be slapped in the face soon. Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji looked at the boy as if he were an idiot, knowing Su Qi's strength and how fierce this fossil pterosaur was. The Pokémon of the crowd quickly approached the central island of Ming Lake, with Su Qi's fossil pterosaur in the lead, followed by the boy's armored bird. The boy was instantly furious to see his armored bird only in second place. Armored bird, use air cutter. The armored bird let out a long cry and swung its wings, sending sharp blades of air towards the fossil pterosaur. Su Qi saw that the opponent dared to attack him again, so there was no need to hold back. The fossil pterosaur used stone attack, and several hard stone pillars appeared around it and were launched out. The two attacks collided, causing an explosion that even pushed the hot air balloons of the onlookers back a bit. The nearby Pokémon were caught in the crossfire and lost their combat ability, resulting in the competitors losing their qualifications. The young man saw that his attack missed and immediately commanded, "Armored bird, use Steel Wing to charge in." The armored bird's wings gleamed with silver light as it sped towards the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur countered with Dragon Rage. Su Qi no longer wanted to play with him. It was better to end it quickly. The fossil pterosaur gathered immense energy in its mouth, and even the slow-witted person reacted at this moment. The boy hurriedly shouted, "Armored bird, retreat quickly." However, the armored bird was too fast, and it was already impossible. A blast of dragon's fury struck the armored bird directly, sending it plummeting into the water. Armored bird. The boy shouted his Pokemon's name, a surge of resentment rising in his heart. Seeing this, Suchi's lips curled up slightly. You reap what you sow. Unsurprisingly, the victory belonged to Suchi. On the podium, the mayor of Qianhong City presented Suchi with a trophy and a prize of 1 million. Although 1 million wasn't much for Suchi, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, so he reluctantly accepted it. Suchi took the trophy and suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation behind him. When he turned around, he saw the boy looking at him with a face full of resentment. However, this did not affect Suchi. Everyone was cheering, and the surrounding fireworks were booming. Congratulations. Suchi, Xiao Gang, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Xia all came to congratulate him, and it was clear from their faces that they were genuinely cheering for Suchi. After the event, Suchi walked off the stage. The boy approached Suchi, still wearing a resentful expression. And Suchi looked at him, as if he were a wronged wife seeing her husband cheat. Dude, it's just one competition. Why are you so upset? Suchi asked, puzzled. One competition? That was $1 million prize. It's all money, my money, the boy said almost in tears. Suchi finally realized Sai life is not easy. This reminded him of the time when he had no money to trick Granny Jinhua. Being rich is definitely a better experience. Suchi said to the young man, buddy, next time choose a place where I'm not around for the match, okay? Suchi pretended to comfort him. Chapter 47. The Huge Vortex League Inspector. After bidding farewell to the young man, Suchi and Xiao Ji prepared to return to the Pokémon Center. The crowd at the competition venue gradually dispersed, leaving only some staff members to clean up the area. Suchi and Xiao Ji, along with others, were preparing to return to the Pokémon Center. After a long day, everyone was very tired. Suchi said, let's go. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Everyone knew that Suchi had just received a bonus of 1 million, so they didn't stand on ceremony and turn to leave. At that moment, the lake suddenly began to churn, the water surged, and a loud rushing sound came from it, instantly attracting everyone's attention. They all walked forward to take a look. Suchi and a few others walked over. They saw a huge vortex continuously forming, about 4 meters long, and the vortex was expanding, faintly showing signs of spreading towards the shore. People around pointed at the vortex in the lake and kept talking about it. The vortex was indeed expanding, and there were faint glimmers of light flashing within it. Ding! A diamond-level mission has been released. Investigate the vortex at the bottom of the lake. Reward: 1 diamond-level lottery ticket and 1 divine beast egg. A diamond-level mission. This was the first time Suchi had seen the system release a diamond-level mission. The previous ones in the Shalabi Temple were only epic level. Could this task involve a divine beast, even more powerful than Shalabi? However, the rewards were quite good. A diamond-level lottery ticket and a divine beast egg. Let's do it. Suchi and Xiao Ji said, you all step back. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Ji and the others quickly replied, how can we do that? We don't know what the situation is down there. Let's wait for Miss Junsha and the people from the Alliance. Xiao Gang also said, yeah, Suchi, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's wait for the people from the Alliance. Gyarados, come out. Suchi released his Gyarados and confidently said, it's okay, don't forget I'm also a league inspector. I'm a perfect fit for this. As he spoke, he was about to jump down. Hey, what are you doing? Step back. A strong female voice came from behind. The group looked over and saw a spirited woman walking towards them. It's Miss Joy. Brock couldn't contain his excitement and said. However, this Joy seemed a bit different from the usual one. She wore a military green cloak, and her gaze lacked the gentle and cute demeanor usually found in the Pokémon Center, instead displaying a hint of coldness. What are you doing here? Hurry back. It's very dangerous, Joy said with a serious expression, slightly angry as she addressed Suchi and the others. Miss Joy, what are you doing here? Suchi asked in confusion. I'm a Pokémon League inspector, specifically here to investigate the whirlpool at the bottom of the lake. It's very dangerous. You all should leave. Upon hearing League Inspector, Suchi immediately remembered that in the original story, there was indeed an inspector played by Miss Joy. Miss Joy, I'm also a League Inspector. Suchi said, taking out his inspector's badge. You're also an inspector? Joy looked at Suchi in surprise. This teenager, barely in his teens, was actually a League Inspector. She had worked for over 30 years to reach this position, and compared to him, she felt like she had wasted her life. Hello, Miss Joy. My name is Suchi. Suchi, I've heard of you from Champion Kina. You defeated her Regice, the youngest inspector in the league. I didn't expect to see you in person today, Miss Joy said, quite excited. Suchi felt a bit embarrassed hearing such praise and quickly changed the subject to ask Miss Joy. Miss Joy, what happened at Lake Ming? How could such a large whirlpool suddenly appear? You are an Alliance Inspector, so I won't hide it from you. Have you heard that there are legendary Pokémon living in Lake Ming? Legendary Pokémon, Suchi confidently recalled, but it seemed he didn't remember this scene. It is said that the sea god Lugia lives in Lake Ming. Miss Joy's words shocked Suchi and also surprised Ash and his friends. The three were astonished, as it was about a legendary Pokémon, while Suchi was shocked that this mission was related to Lugia, indicating that this task was not simple. The Alliance has stationed inspectors in places where legendary Pokémon might appear. When I heard about the huge whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, I immediately came over. Miss Joy said to Suchi, Lugia has been sleeping at the bottom of the lake for a long time. We don't know why this time it caused such a large whirlpool. If the whirlpool continues to expand, it will affect the entire shallow red city. So we have an obligation to solve this problem. Yes, Miss Joy, please let us go too, Ash said firmly. You guys. Miss Joy looked at Ash and his friends, and they all looked determined. Miss Joy decided to let them go as well. Having one more person means more strength. Suchi said, okay, but it might be dangerous down there, so you need to be careful. Understood, Miss Joy, we will take care of ourselves, they replied. At that moment, Miss Kunsa also arrived, and a large number of police officers had cordoned off the area around Lake Ming, with caution tape set up around. A large crowd of onlookers gathered outside the caution tape. Miss Kunsa walked over and saluted Joy, saying, we have secured the area, so I will leave the rest to you. Yes, leave it to us, Miss Joy responded. Oh, there are a few kids here. Miss Kunsa looked at Suchi and the others. This one is also an Alliance Inspector. Joy pointed at Suchi. These are his friends, and they will help me handle this matter. He is an Alliance Inspector? Miss Kunsa looked at Suchi in disbelief. A teenager in his teens was actually an Alliance Inspector? How is that possible? This is too crazy. However, Miss Kunsa did not say anything further, saluted, and left. Miss Joy, let's go down, Suchi said. Let's wait a bit. The Alliance people are really preparing diving suits. They waited for the diving suits to arrive, put them on, and strapped on oxygen tanks, getting ready to dive. Misty looked at the whirlpool in front of her with a hint of fear, but she did not back down. Suchi noticed her fear and said, everyone hold hands, don't spread out. Okay, the others agreed and held hands, jumping down together. As soon as they entered the water, a tremendous force pulled their bodies, causing them to spin continuously. The whirlpool's attraction was too strong. The icy lake water startled them a bit, and Ash exhaled, instantly feeling out of breath. Combined with the force of the whirlpool, Ash, Brock, Misty, and Miss Joy were all in danger of drowning. They hadn't expected the whirlpool's power to be so great. Seeing this, Suchi quickly used the wave guide to isolate the water around them. The power of the wave guide formed a blue protective shield, enveloping everyone as they slowly swam towards the bottom of the lake. The four of them instantly caught their breath, and, after a few minutes, they had arrived at the lake bed. Strange energy continuously surged from a cave at the bottom of the lake, stirring the surrounding water. Suchi pulled a few people closer and closer. The closer they got to the center, the stronger the attraction became, and Suchi was almost unable to hold on. Miss Joy pointed to the cave, indicating for Suchi to go there. Suchi continued to pull the others towards the cave. Chapter 48, Water Fleet. Frenzied Lugia, as they approached the cave, they finally managed to dive down to the bottom of the lake, where it was isolated from the upper water layer, creating a separate space. They removed their oxygen masks and breathed in the air here deeply. Everyone had just experienced a life and death situation. Without Suchi, they would have perished. Joy raised her head and asked, was that a superpower you used just now, Suchi? It was the power of Aura, Suchi replied. The power of Aura is a magical force that can communicate with the hearts of Pokémon. Miss Joy was very shocked. This boy had brought her so many surprises, and it was indeed the right decision to bring him along on this journey. They took off their diving suits and changed into casual clothes. After settling in, everyone noticed their surroundings. Looking up, they saw the upper layer of the lake water flowing above them, separated by an invisible force. Surrounding them were sapphire-like crystals illuminating the space, creating a hazy beauty. The surrounding space was quite vast, and the rock walls, carved by tools, appeared somewhat eerie under the light of the blue crystals. Everyone was mesmerized by the beautiful cave scenery. It's so beautiful, Xiaoxier exclaimed as she gazed at the stunning view. It really is beautiful. But let's focus on the main task first, Miss Joy said firmly. All right, let's continue moving forward, Suchi said. In the distance, a gravel path led deep into the dark cave, where an endless darkness seemed to swallow everyone. Xiaoxia, who was more timid, felt a bit scared and couldn't help but step back. Ash, standing nearby, couldn't resist teasing her, saying, Xiaoxia, are you scared? Huh? Who? Who is scared? I'm not scared at all. It's you, Ash, who might wet your pants from fear. Xiaoxia retorted. What did you say? Ash was very angry upon hearing this. How could a manly man like him be afraid? Suchi saw that the two were about to bicker again, so he hurriedly mediated and walked over, saying, all right, you two stop arguing. Don't forget our main business. Let's go. Xiao Xia snorted and stopped paying attention to Xiaoji. Just as a few of them were about to move forward, a sudden roar echoed, and a massive sound wave came towards them visibly. It was ultrasonic. Seeing this, Suchi quickly used his wave guiding power to form a blue protective shield to isolate everyone. Waves of sound waves hit, causing a ripple on the protective shield. After a while, the sound waves disappeared, and Suchi retracted the shield, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. What is going on? Xiao Gang asked with a furrowed brow. Miss Joy spoke up. This is likely a skill of Ligia. It must have discovered us and is trying to drive us away, urging us to leave quickly. No, that's not right, Suchi interjected. Just now, I clearly sensed a tremendous anger and wailing from the ultrasonic waves. If Ligia wanted to stop us from getting closer, why not come out personally? Relying solely on skill attacks wouldn't be very effective. The others found Suchi's words quite reasonable. After all, his abilities spoke for themselves, and everyone was definitely 100% convinced of him. In that case, we need to investigate further. Let's go, Miss Joy said decisively, taking the lead to head deeper. Naturally, the others quickly followed. Suchi and the others entered the cave, which was pitch black, and they couldn't see their own hands. It's so dark, said Xiaoxia. Charizard, come out. Suchi released Charizard, whose tail flame flickered, bringing a glimmer of light to everyone. In fact, Suchi could see clearly. After experiencing the baptism of wave guiding power, his overall physical quality had greatly improved, and he could see in the dark. The group followed Charizard for about 10 minutes, and some light began to appear ahead. They were close to the exit. Xiaoji's voice echoed in the hollow cave. In the distance, there seemed to be some voices speaking. Suchi, with his good hearing, told everyone to walk slowly. As it seemed there were people ahead, the group cautiously made their way out of the cave and arrived outside, where they saw gem-like crystals emitting a blue glow. Only then did they see the outside of the cave clearly. It turned out that the cave was built on a high platform, about 5 or 6 meters high when looked down from above, and below stood some people dressed in blue, with Ligia firmly restrained in front of them. Ligia's wings were trapped by 2 circular machines conducting electricity, and a huge iron chain was locked around its neck. Suddenly, someone among the bystanders let out a loud laugh. The sea god Ligia, captured by me, Melina. Ligia, stop struggling in vain. No one will come to save you. Hand over the sea pearl obediently, or I'll have to kill you. Sea pearl, what is that? Suchi thought. Ding, sea pearl. A mysterious token to summon the primal Kyogre. Whoever obtains the sea pearl during the transmission can summon the primal Kyogre to serve them. Summoning the primal Kyogre and making it listen to their commands? Who spread this legend? It's so unreliable. Just based on a pearl, these people are too insane. Just then, Miss Joy's sense of justice was about to explode. Go, Houndoom! Use flamethrower to burn the iron chains. Houndoom jumped off the platform, unleashing a massive flame aimed at the chains. However, it had no effect. The chains only glowed red for a moment, and not even a scrap of metal fell off. What? Miss Joy was somewhat surprised that her Houndoom's flamethrower couldn't break an iron chain. How would she show her face if this got out? The people below also noticed Suchi and the others, and the leader, Melina, turned around and said, Who are you? Seeing a Houndoom attacking the stone chains. A hint of disdain appeared on Melina's face. Low-level Pokémon, not worth mentioning. Poison Scorpion, use Poison Sting. Melina commanded loudly. The black-purple giant tail of the poison scorpion glowed red as it rushed towards Houndoom at high speed. Seeing this, Joy quickly shouted to Houndoom, Houndoom, use quick attack to dodge. Houndoom created afterimages around it, quickly dodging the poison scorpion's tail sting. The massive tail sting struck the ground, creating several cracks, deeply embedding itself in the ground and unable to be pulled out. Seeing this, Joy quickly said, Good opportunity. Houndoom, use flamethrower. Houndoom shot out a large fireball, turning the poison scorpion into a roasted scorpion, emitting thick black smoke. Useless Pokémon, Melina coldly said as she looked at the fallen poison scorpion, then glared fiercely at Joy. Melina whispered in confusion, Joy, a nurse, daring to stop us, Team Aqua? Team Aqua, you notorious trash. Today we will bring you to justice. Seeing this, Su Chi stopped hiding. How could he let a girl go in front while he acted like a turtle? This was not in line with Su Chi's style. He immediately jumped down, followed by Xiao Ji, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang. One must say that the physical fitness of the people in this world is remarkable. Jumping down from several meters high without any injury at all, Melina saw that more people had jumped down and, upon closer inspection, realized they were just a few kids. She disdainfully said, "A few little brats dare to block the water fleet's path, Everyone, attack." Chapter 49. Shocked Melina with Melina's command. All the water fleet members took out their Pokémon. Each member threw out 2 Pokeballs, and suddenly over 100 Pokémon surrounded Su Chi and the others. Nearby, Lugia struggled even more, with strong electric currents coursing through the chains on its body. Countless currents, as thick as arms, struck Lugia, causing it to let out a painful howl. But such cries were utterly useless. Lugia. Joy felt a surge of anger towards the despicable water fleet as she saw Lugia in pain. "Go, Chansey, Gardevoir." Joy sent out her 2 old friends who had been with her for many years. Xiaoji, Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Charmeleon, Xiao Xia, Lovedisk, Psyduck, Xiaogong, Onix, Vulpix, and Ocetul. Su Chi also released his Pokémon, Gyarados, Electivire, Lucario, Greninja, and Megastelix. Along with Charizard, he had a full team of 6-level cap Pokémon. This scene left Melina somewhat stunned. The powerful aura emanating from each of these Pokémon truly made her envious, especially for someone like Melina, who valued rare Pokémon immensely. How could she not be tempted by so many strong Pokémon right before her eyes? She immediately ordered, "Get them! Capture those Pokémon!" At that moment, a fervent expression appeared on Melina's face. She couldn't wait to see these Pokémon belong to her. However, reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. With Su Chi and Joy's 9 powerful Pokémon, this battle would undoubtedly end in victory. Blissey, use Egg Bomb. Shiny Gardevoir, use Moonblast. Arcanine, use Flamethrower, Joy shouted. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Electivire, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Onix, Rock Slide. Starmie, Psybeam. Waves of attacks poured out, landing on the water team's Pokémon. Explosions and thick smoke erupted. Melina looked at the battlefield in disbelief. How could her over 100 Pokémon fail to inflict any damage on the opponent's Pokémon and end up getting wiped out? This was illogical. After all, she had encountered Su Chi, the Cheat King. Such was Melina's misfortune. The scene before her was utterly unbelievable. On the ground, Nidoking, Spearow, and other Pokémon had all lost their combat ability and lay defeated. At that moment, a nearby teammate anxiously urged Melina, "Commander, we should retreat." Melina, looking at everything before her, felt her anger swell even more. Retreat? How is that possible? Melina gave a wicked smile and took out a Pokeball, saying, "Go, Darkrai." A Pokémon, completely black with white mane floating above its head and deep blue eyes that looked ethereal, appeared before everyone. "It's the legendary Pokémon Darkrai," Brock exclaimed loudly. Su Chi merely smiled contemptuously upon seeing this. Name, Darkrai. Qualification, Level 2 God. False. Ability, Infiltration. Skills, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Dark Void. Substitute, Dark Pulse. A false god, still acting tough here. Su Chi directly ordered an attack. Aluminum Steel Dragon, Cannon Beam. The bright energy cannon shot directly at Darkrai. Seeing this, Melina raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "Too slow, Darkrai. Dodge and use Dark Void." Darkrai's body created shadow, and the cannon beam passed through Darkrai's illusion, hitting the wall beside it. Darkrai flashed to the side, gathering Dark Void, and at that moment, Greninja suddenly appeared behind Darkrai. Just as Darkrai was about to turn around, a huge blue water shuriken smashed into Darkrai. Darkrai was slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What? Melina was shocked. What happened, my Darkrai? When did this stinky frog come out? Greninja, Water Shuriken. Aluminum Steel Dragon, Cannon Beam. The 2 streams of energy hit Darkrai directly, causing Darkrai to lose its fighting ability. Seeing Darkrai incapacitated, Melina stood there stunned. After a long while, she roared in anger. "Why, Darkrai, get up and continue fighting." "Forget it. We should retreat quickly," her subordinate said again. Just then, a group of Alliance personnel appeared from the entrance of the cave, arresting all the personnel from the water fleet present. Su Chi and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the League members arrive. They had finally resolved the issue. Next, they needed to help Lugia escape. The Aluminum Steel Dragon, Cannon Beam, and Gyarados unleashed devastating energy attacks on the chains. But it had no effect. How could this be? At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Chi's mind. Human, thank you for your help. Their chains contain the unbreakable stone, and with your current power, you cannot dissolve it. Unbreakable stone? Su-Chi asked in confusion. The unbreakable stone is a product formed from the dust of the creation plate left by the creator god Arceus, which fell into the magma. It is indestructible and requires a full strike from 10 first-level divine beasts to break free. The mention of 10 first-level gods crushed Su-Chi's previous thoughts. He had just been considering summoning Articuno to shatter the chains. Then how can I save you? Su-Chi asked. There is no need to save me. I am seriously injured and will transform into a Pokémon egg. Please help me keep it safe and wait for the right moment to come. The right moment? What moment? Before Su-Chi could finish, Lugia's body shone with light and transformed into a water blue egg with a bead beside it. Su-Chi picked it up, and Xia beside him said, "Is this the legendary sea god pearl?" Su-Chi looked at the bead in his hand. A water blue bead that seemed to have flowing water inside. He put away the egg transformed from Lugia. Joy was handing over the situation here to the arriving League official. This time, one of the Elite Four, the Dragon-type Master Dui, was among the visitors. Master Dui, it's been reported that the Water Fleet has imprisoned Lugia, and we learned from them that it was for a bead called the Sea God Pearl. The Sea God Pearl? I will report this to the Alliance honestly. Thank you for your hard work, Dui said. This incident largely relied on the help of these little friends. Without their assistance, I wouldn't have been able to complete this mission on my own, Joy said, pointing to Su-Chi and the others standing nearby. Master Dui looked up, momentarily shocked by their youth. Seeing the Pokémon behind Su-Chi, Dui suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening as he said to Su-Chi, "You must be Su-Chi." This was also the first time Su-Chi saw Master Dui, who just like in the animation, had sharp eyes, spiky hair, and a striking brow. "Hello, Master Dui, I am Su-Chi." "Haha, it really is you. I heard from your sister Kona that she recognized a powerful little brother in Blue Purge City last time. Seeing you today, it's indeed true." Su-Chi felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and just scratched his head and smiled. Master Dui, the Dragon-type Master, Xiaoji, standing by, was already very excited. He often watched Dui's matches on television and could be considered a fan. Seeing him in person was naturally exhilarating. "Master Dui, please have a Pokémon battle with me," Xiaoji said seriously, his eyes filled with excitement. Indeed, Xiaoji, the battle maniac, didn't care about the occasion. He wanted to fight whenever he could. It was only when Xiaoxia pulled him aside that he calmed down for a while. Chapter 50. Farewell, setting off again. After resolving the issues in Qianhong City, Su-Chi had helped a lot, and the League specifically allocated a sum as a reward for him. Not much, just 5 million League coins. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center in Qianhong City, everyone had a meal together and said good night to each other. A night without dreams. The next morning, Su-Chi got up early and went to Miss Joy to hand her a letter, asking her to pass it on to Xiaoji and the others. This was a farewell letter, confirming that he was indeed not suited for group living. Walking down the road, Su-Chi spoke. System lottery. After completing this task, Su-Chi had not yet drawn a lottery and almost forgot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Water-type Life Energy Slate and a Firebird Pokémon Egg, 100 Bloodline. Water-type Life Energy Slate, what is that? Su-Chi asked in confusion. Ding. Water-type Life Energy Slate. All Water-type Pokémon skills will have their power increased by 100, and recovery speed will be increased by 50. Su-Chi listened to the system's explanation. For Water-type Pokémon, he only had a few, so it seemed he needed to capture more Water-type Pokémon. Su-Chi took out the Firebird Pokémon Egg, and now he already had 3 Pokémon eggs. Su-Chi placed the Flame Bird's egg into his backpack. The egg trembled slightly, and the red shell emitted a glowing red light, but it quickly disappeared. Su-Chi understood at that moment that the Flame Bird must have sensed the presence of the Phoenix King. After all, the Flame Bird, as one of the 3 holy birds, was a follower of the Phoenix King. It was only polite for it to acknowledge its leader. What a clever little thing. Su-Chi put away his backpack, took out the Pokédex to check the map, and the next destination is the Crimson Badge in Honglian Town. Su-Chi remembered that the master of the Red Lotus Dojo was an old man named Xia Bo, who was a very amusing old man. Su-Chi looked at the direction he was currently facing. He was on Road 10. Observing the surroundings, he saw dense trees and a dirt path created by human footsteps leading into the distance, alongside a paved road that directly connected to Honglian Town. After contemplating which path to take, Su-Chi resolutely stepped onto the dirt road, heading into the depths of the forest. The reason for choosing this path was that before he crossed over, he had always fantasized about one day entering the world of Pokémon, wanting to explore the wild and see those Pokémon. He wished to discover the unknown Pokémon world and enjoy the thrill of capturing Pokémon. In fact, Suchi's motivation for coming to the Pokémon world was not solely to pursue power, but to have more interactions with Pokémon and understand them better. All right, he thought too much again. Suchi walked while thinking and had already entered the forest. The trees here were not very tall, and sunlight could reach the ground. It was quite a nice place. If it weren't for his own goals, Suchi would have wanted to settle down here. In the distance, he could hear the sound of flowing water, so he walked towards the source. When he arrived at the riverbank, he saw a river flowing gently, its surface quite wide, and the surroundings were very quiet, with only the sound of the water flowing. Suchi hasn't enjoyed such a close-to-nature life for a long time. Looking at the river surface, Suchi suddenly had an idea. Let's go fishing and see if he can catch a few powerful Pokémon. The system opened them all, and after all this time, Suchi had accumulated quite a bit of battle points, now totaling over 13,000. Especially during battles with Team Aqua, the battle points had accumulated so crazily that it felt like a bug. Wait a minute, why did the notification sound for battle points suddenly stop? System, explain. Are you trying to swallow my battle points? Ding, the notification sound has been automatically turned off for the host, and the specific battle points data panel is now open. A blue virtual light screen appeared before Suchi, allowing him to check every battle with Pokémon. Not bad. It seems I misjudged you, system. The system was silent. All right, let me take a look. This fishing rod is nice, Suchi observed in the system wall. It's made entirely of carbon steel and has added hard stone alloy, making it very sturdy. The price is not expensive, only 1,000 battle points. Suchi immediately exchanged for one, and it felt pretty good in his hand. The entire body was black, with a red flame logo marked on the rod handle. Suchi bought some bait and started fishing, or rather, fishing for Pokémon. After about half an hour, Suchi was almost out of patience. Finally, the fishing rod suddenly sank down sharply. Suchi quickly pulled on the rod, feeling the power beneath the water, such great strength. It seemed to be a big catch. Suchi exerted force and a huge figure appeared. Looking at the bouncing Kingler on the ground, Suchi fell into deep thought. What the hell? It really spoiled his good mood. This Kingler was quite large, significantly bigger than the usual ones, but it wasn't what Suchi needed. After all, Kingler was somewhat of a useless addition, and he already had its evolved form, so having another one was meaningless. Suchi took off the fishhook and sent it back into the lake to continue swimming. Then, Suchi put on bait and lowered the fishhook again. After waiting for a while, the hook sank. It was hooked. It was another big catch, very strong. The fishhook bobbed up and down, and the creatures in the water jumped around. Suchi pulled up the fishing rod. A blue Pokémon with a big mouth was caught. It was a little saw crocodile. The little saw crocodile looked up with its adorable big eyes, biting onto a fishing line. Suchi saw that it was just a small sawfish and quickly lost interest. He took the fishhook out of the small sawfish's mouth, preparing to release it. The small sawfish, feeling playful, took the opportunity to bite down on Suchi's hand when he wasn't paying attention. Although it didn't pose much of a threat to Suchi's physique, it still hurt quite a bit. The key point was that the small sawfish wouldn't let go. Suchi shook his hand, and the small sawfish showed no signs of letting go. Seeing this, Suchi had no choice but to use brute force to make it loosen its grip, activating the power of the wave. The blue wave directly knocked the little saw crocodile away. The little saw crocodile looked at Suchi with its mouth wide open, appearing innocent, with a hint of tears in its eyes. Just then, Suchi sensed the sound of wind behind him. He quickly dodged. Several flying leaves like sharp blades whizzed past and lodged into the tree on the opposite side. Suchi turned around to see a green frog carrying a big flower bag. Isn't that a Bulbasaur? At this moment, Bulbasaur looked at Suchi with a face full of anger and used Razor Leaf to attack him again. I didn't provoke you. Suchi had no choice but to dodge again. Seeing that this human had evaded its attack, Bulbasaur was also very angry inside. It extended its vine whip from behind and struck towards Suchi. Enough is enough. This Bulbasaur had finally angered Suchi. Suchi couldn't hold back anymore. He activated the power of the Wave Guide and threw Bulbasaur hard, causing it to crash against a tree. Bulbasaur lost its ability to battle. Suchi was about to move forward to take a look at the Bulbasaur. Just then, a voice rang out. No, Bulbasaur. Suchi looked out and saw a girl running towards him with a worried expression. Chapter 51, Pokémon Breeding House. The girl anxiously picked up Bulbasaur, which let out 2 cries before completely fainting in her arms. Seeing this, the girl quickly shouted, Bulbasaur, are you okay? Pull yourself together. The girl took a few steps back as she saw Suchi approaching. Who are you? What do you want? There was a hint of fear in her expression. Suchi looked at the girl who was continuously retreating and thought, I'm so handsome. I'm not scary at all. right? Hello, I'm a trainer from Jinshin Town. My name is Su-Chi, he said seriously while showing her his Pokédex to prove his identity. Jinshin Town? A trainer? The girl sighed in relief after seeing Su-Chi's identity information and quickly said, I'm sorry for bothering you. This child has good intentions. I feel so bad. My name is Reiko. I have a breeding house in the forest, and this Bulbasaur is also here to protect everyone. The mention of a breeding house reminded Su-Chi of the story in the anime. Ash's Bulbasaur must be this one. Indeed, it is a responsible Pokémon, not bad. Is it okay if I visit your breeding house? Su-Chi asked. Visit the breeding house? Reiko pondered for a moment, then said, Of course, please follow me. Just like that, Reiko held the injured Bulbasaur, while the Totodile occasionally jumped up to bite Su-Chi, having a great time. Totodile, you can't bite people. Reiko said to Totodile. Yay, Totodile lowered its head, no longer biting Su-Chi, looking a bit disappointed. Su-Chi saw this scene and thought to himself that Lingzi's words really work on these Pokémon. Lingzi, Su-Chi called out. What is wrong? Did you capture all these Pokémon? Of course not. These kids are ones that some trainers abandoned or those that are seriously injured. When I saw them, I brought them back to the breeding house, Lingzi replied. I see. What a beautiful girl with a kind heart. At this moment, outside the breeding house, 3 people were sneaking around in the bushes. These 3 were the Team Rocket trio. Meowth, Musashi said with a hidden smile. That's the breeding house up ahead, right? Of course. Let us go catch these Pokémon and report back to the boss. Besides, I've observed that there's no one around right now. It's the perfect time to strike, Meow. Kojiru said. What are we waiting for? Let us go double-egg gas smoke. Musashi commanded. Kabigan used poison sting. Meowth. You too. Nanny? Meow. I also want to join in. Meowth showed an expression of surprise. Of course, with so many Pokémon, we all have to go. You definitely have to join in too. After saying that, Musashi and Kojiru rushed in to catch the Pokémon, holding the latest capturing equipment. Seeing Musashi and Kojiru already charging in, Meowth showed an evil expression. Watch this, Meow. Crazy grab. Not far away. Su-Chi and Lingzi were walking towards the breeding house when they saw black smoke rising above the forest. It's in the direction of the breeding house. Something must have happened. Lingzi said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go take a look first, Su-Chi said, using the power of aura to teleport outside the breeding house. Upon seeing Su-Chi suddenly disappear, Lingzi's eyes revealed a shocked expression. As someone from the Pokémon world, Lingzi knew that some people had mysterious super abilities, and she didn't expect to encounter one herself. At this moment, Su-Chi arrived outside the breeding house and saw the Team Rocket trio preparing to take away all the captured Pokémon. You again, Team Rocket. Who is it? The trio, who had just captured so many Pokémon, were in a good mood when the sudden voice made them unhappy. They turned around to see Su-Chi glaring at them angrily. A little brat. Why is he here? Meowth. Didn't you say he was still in Shallow Red City? How'd this kid end up here? I don't know, Meow, Meowth replied. The Team Rocket trio had already been scared by Su-Chi. All their previous failures were because of him. I say, do you believe that we were just passing by? Kojiru said awkwardly. I believe you, which is why I'm preparing to send you on your way. Sui, are you saying that I'm blind? So many Pokémon are just for show? Charizard, Dragon Rage. Simple and brutal, yet extremely effective. It feels so annoying. The 3 of them flew into the sky alongside the sun with a loud explosion. Gas, hissing. Ding, congratulations to the host for earning 200 battle points. Su-Chi released all of his Pokémon, and many weak Pokémon were injured by Team Rocket's attack. Seeing this scene, an unnamed flame ignited in Su-Chi's heart. Team Rocket, one day I will uproot you completely. Su-Chi took out a healing spray from his backpack and carefully bandaged the injured area of the Pokémon. At that moment, Reiko ran over, panting. Seeing Su-Chi treating the Pokémon with such focus, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart, and a blush appeared on her face. Thank you, Su-Chi, Reiko said shyly. It's nothing, you're welcome, Su-Chi replied with a smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Under the sunlight, he looked dazzling, making Reiko's face even redder. Give me the Bulbasaur, Su-Chi said as he took the Bulbasaur from Reiko's hands. The Bulbasaur wasn't seriously injured. In fact, it had already woken up earlier on the road. Su-Chi fed him a few blue-orange fruits, and the Bulbasaur happily called out, Seed, Seed. Seeing this, Lingzi's face turned even redder. He had been too focused on looking at the person just now and forgot about the Bulbasaur he was holding in his arms. Su-Chi treated all the Pokémon and brought everyone back to the breeding house. Reiko was preparing to make some food for them when Su-Chi called her over. He took out an energy cube maker from his backpack, added the necessary materials, and soon energy cubes started coming out one by one. The mischievous Totodile was the first to grab one and eat it. Yay. Totodile laughed happily. Seeing that it was an energy cube left Reiko utterly shocked. As energy cubes are expensive, and energy cube makers are typically only held by prestigious families or the Pokémon League. Could it be that Su-Chi is from a powerful family? Moreover, this was a portable energy cube maker. Ordinary ones are usually very large, about 3 to 4 meters long. A portable energy cube maker must be quite rare even among prominent families, so he must come from an ancient noble lineage. Su-Chi continued to feed the Pokémon, unaware that behind him, someone had already imagined a powerful and mysterious background for him. After settling all the Pokémon, Su-Chi and Reiko had lunch in the breeding house. Although it was called lunch, it was actually just some berries like blue oranges and the like. After finishing lunch, Su-Chi prepared to say goodbye to Reiko and continued walking towards the edge of the forest, which wasn't far from Honglian town. Goodbye, Reiko. Su-Chi was very happy during the short time spent with Reiko, but he didn't have any other thoughts about her. Reiko watched as Su-Chi was about to leave, feeling very reluctant, but she didn't have the courage to express her inner thoughts. All she could say was goodbye. Just as Su-Chi was about to leave, the little Croconaw bit his pant leg and tugged at it. Fortunately, the quality of the pants was good. Otherwise, they would have been ripped apart. What's wrong, little Croconaw? Su-Chi squatted down and patted the little Croconaw's head. The little Croconaw chirped and made sounds. And Su-Chi used his aura to sense the little Croconaw's thoughts. Let me go with you. You want to come with me? Chirp. The little Croconaw danced around excitedly. Is that okay, Reiko? Su-Chi knew he had to inform its owner if he wanted to take the little Croconaw. Of course, it's fine. I found this little Croconaw by the river when it was still an egg. I saw it all alone, so I brought it home. Reiko said seriously. It's lucky to find a trainer like you. All right then, go Pokeball. Su-Chi threw out a Pokeball, and the little Croconaw jumped up and, upon hitting the switch, transformed into a red light and entered the ball. After capturing the little Croconaw, Su-Chi officially bid farewell to Reiko and walked deeper into the forest. Chapter 52, Ninja Academy, Spirit World. After saying goodbye to Reiko, Su-Chi walked through the forest, where Pokémon occasionally jumped out, all contributing to the little Croconaw's battle experience, earning 400 battle points. Speaking of which, the little Croconaw was quite strong and had not lost a single battle along the way. Name: Croconaw qualification, near champion ability, competitive spirit skills, bite, dig, water, oath, water gun, hydro pump. Su-Chi checked the data of the little saw crocodile. Although its qualifications were a bit lacking, according to Lingzi, this little saw crocodile had only been born for a few days, and its parents were likely quite strong. It should have inherited its parents' skills. Otherwise, how could it learn a high-level water-type skill like water, oath, right after birth? The little saw crocodile unleashed a water cannon, knocking a ground-dwelling ninja to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 battle points. 100 battle points, not too bad. After winning again, the little saw crocodile hurried over to Su-Chi to take credit, proudly raising its head with a gleam of pride in its eyes. This scene left Su-Chi both amused and exasperated. All right, drink this. Su-Chi took out a bottle of newly exchanged qualification enhancement liquid and handed it to the little saw crocodile. Open your mouth for the medicine. Su-Chi kindly offered the enhancement liquid to the little saw crocodile. The little saw crocodile looked at the unknown liquid in Su-Chi's hand, a sense of fear rising in its heart, and it instinctively took a few steps back. However, out of trust for Su-Chi, it stretched out its little short hand, trembling as it received the liquid and gulped it down. The taste was quite nice, like green apple. The little saw crocodile was immediately attracted by this refreshing flavor, making cute noises and climbing up Su-Chi's leg, indicating that it wanted more. Su-Chi saw this and said to it, "There's none left, little glutton." After all, the aptitude enhancement liquid is only effective the first time it is used. Drinking it again won't help. Su-Chi recalled Little Croc into the Pokeball and continued walking forward. After an unknown amount of time, the woods ahead began to grow dim, and mist started to spread through the forest, creating a white haze. The fog grew thicker and spread rapidly. This scene reminded Su-Chi of the heavy fog during his time at the Pokémon Academy. Logically, there shouldn't be such dense fog in the forest. It seemed to be artificially created. Who could it be? Su-Chi perked up, confidently observing the surroundings. Suddenly, several figures rushed through the white mist. Fortunately, Su-Chi had sharp eyesight and could clearly see what they were. A few ninjas dressed in black, stealthily hiding behind the trees with a katana. They thought they were well hidden and had not been discovered, not realizing that Su-Chi had already sensed their presence. At that moment, several ninjas suddenly threw shurikens, and Suchi felt the sound of them slicing through the air. He used teleportation to dodge the shurikens. A few poisoned shurikens embedded deeply into the tree, sticking in about 5 or 6 centimeters. Seeing that the shurikens missed, the ninjas immediately took out Pokeballs. In unison, 5 Iron Mask ninjas appeared before Suchi. Indeed, the ninjas' Pokémon were all ninjas. Go, Charizard, take care of them. As soon as Charizard appeared, it stirred up a whirlwind that blew away the surrounding mist. Charizard opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly incapacitating the 5 Iron Mask ninjas, turning them into 5 charred bugs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 battle points. Suchi sighed helplessly after seeing this, saying, "Ah, this damn strength." The few ninjas hiding behind the tree, witnessing the arrival's overwhelming power, were instantly filled with respect as they saw him defeat the Iron Mask ninja they had cultivated for a long time with just one move. Ninjas admire the strong, and a few of them respectfully stepped forward to retrieve the Iron Mask ninja with a Pokeball from the ground. They deeply bowed to Suchi and the others. Seeing the situation, Suchi thought to himself that these ninjas are really shameless. It reminded him of the days in his previous life in the little country of Japan, where the more you hit them, the more they respected you. But the better you treated them, the more they would bite back. Such dog-like behavior. The leading ninja respectfully addressed Suchi, saying, "Your Excellency, I apologize for the earlier incident. May I ask what brings you here?" Their respectful attitude was as if they hadn't just been the ones attacking him. Suchi said coldly, "What do you want? I was just passing by, and you attacked me for no reason, and now you ask me what I want?" The leading ninja felt the bad tone in Suchi's voice and became even more frightened, quickly kneeling down. This time, Suchi was taken aback by their lack of dignity. Forget it, considering they contributed a bit of battle points to him. He would let them go. He really was too merciful, sigh. Ding! Diamond level mission released. Stop the arrival of the Spirit Realm's Abyss. Mission rewards: 50 soul power, 1 diamond level lottery ticket, Spirit Realm cloth item, and 100,000 battle points. So many battle points, the system is generous. However, what is the Spirit Realm's Abyss? Suchi asked, puzzled. For an explanation. Ding! The Spirit Realm's Abyss is a hellish entrance from the Spirit Realm. At the entrance, there will be special spirit messengers and ghosts to take away people's souls. Please, host, stop the arrival of the Spirit Realm's Abyss. The Spirit Realm reminded Suchi of an episode from the anime, where Ash was almost taken away by a ghost. It truly was a childhood trauma, and he felt a bit scared now. Suchi still remembers that in order to stop the arrival of the spirit world, he needed ghost-type Pokémon. Back then, it was thanks to the Night Demon Giant. Otherwise, Ash would have said goodbye to everyone. His own ghost-type Pokémon seemed to be just a ghost pod, which felt a bit insufficient. Ding! Detecting the host's current status. Diamond level task, reward lottery ticket used in advance. Immediately, a spinning wheel appeared and started spinning rapidly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gonggue. Upon seeing the system's lottery result, Suchi's first reaction was not joy, but rather to ask the system whether the lottery results were predetermined by it. Otherwise, it seemed a bit unscientific that he had just been lacking a ghost-type Pokémon, and now he got one. The system remained silent and did not respond. Ding! Please complete the tasks as soon as possible. After the system said this, it ignored Suchi completely, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Forget it. The kneeling ninjas watched Suchi stand there motionless for a long time, thinking that he was angry. They were extremely scared, in their mindset. The strong have the right to dominate everything, while the weak can only endure. The leading ninja cautiously tried to ask, "Your Excellency, may we stand up now?" Suchi suddenly remembered that there were still these people living their little lives well. Oh no, they were kneeling here. "You all can get up now. Thank you, my lord." The ninjas felt a huge relief upon hearing this, and they all let out a sigh of relief. They stood up and bowed to Suchi, ready to turn and leave. Just as they were about to go, Suchi called out to them, saying, "Hey, wait a moment." Upon hearing Suchi call them back, the group of ninjas immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that perhaps this lord had changed his mind and wanted to kill them. Oh my god! Several of them knelt down again, and the leader was even in tears, falling down in streams. "My lord, please don't kill us, help." Suchi looked at these people with a feeling of nausea in his heart. They all appeared to be middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Yet they were crying like children. The sight made him want to kick them to death. "You all stand up. I won't kill you. I just want to ask you a question. Do you know where the Spirit Realm Cave is?" Upon hearing Spirit Realm Cave, several people suddenly turned pale, their eyes revealing a hint of fear. The leading ninja cautiously asked, "Your Excellency, the Spirit Realm Cave is a forbidden existence. No one at the academy has ever dared to approach it." Suchi's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "So you know about the Spirit Realm Cave?" "Of course I do." "All right, take me there," Suchi said casually. The leading ninja, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "What? You want to go to the Spirit Realm Cave? No way, it's too dangerous there. Everyone from the Ninja Academy who has gone there has died. Not a single person has come back alive. Stop wasting words. Just lead the way, or I'll castrate you right now." Upon hearing this, the other ninjas felt a chill in their legs and instinctively tightened them. "Well, okay. Please follow me, my lord." The leading ninja reluctantly agreed under Suchi's intimidation. Thus, Suchi followed them deep into the forest. After walking for a long time, ancient-looking buildings appeared in the white mist ahead, indicating a vast area. "My lord, please." The leading ninja respectfully extended his hand in greeting. Suchi walked into the academy and looked around. It was indeed a nice place, with clear mountains and waters and the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. It seemed these people really knew how to enjoy life. The ninja brought Suchi to a large hall, and in front of the door, the ninja quietly said to Suchi, "Sir, this is the residence of our dean. We need his permission to go to the Spirit Realm Cave." Suchi thought that since it was someone else's place, he should inform them. The ninja walked in, and at the moment he closed the door, a hint of a charming smile appeared on his face. Chapter 53. The Cave of the Spirit Realm. After a while, the door opened, and the ninja who had just entered let Suchi in. Suchi followed him inside. It was dimly lit, and in the middle sat an elderly man in his 60s, smiling. However, Suchi felt something strange, as he sensed a dangerous aura. The person from earlier stood beside the old man. At that moment, the old man spoke, "Welcome to our Ninja Academy. I've heard that you wish to go to the Spirit Realm Cave. May I ask what you intend to do there?" "Oh, I'm just going to take a look." "Sweetie, just take a look, huh?" The old man suddenly laughed. "To be honest, the Spirit Realm Cave is very dangerous. We don't dare to go near it." "Oh, maybe it's because you guys are too weak," Suchi said contemptuously. "You." The old man was taken aback and almost couldn't catch his breath. After a moment, he regained his composure, and his gaze turned cold as he said, "Attack." Suddenly, many ninjas emerged from the hall. Suchi remained unfazed, not taking them seriously at all. The old man spoke again. "Young punk, you are too arrogant. Today, let me show you that our Ninja Academy is not to be trifled with." With that, the ninjas all charged at Suchi, and just as they were about to get close, the power of the wave began to activate. A mysterious blue wave constantly surged from Suchi's body. "Break!" Suchi only said one word, and the blue waves around him directly sent these ninjas flying. A large group of people crashed into the pillars and walls of the main hall. "What?" the old man exclaimed in disbelief. "So many people can't defeat one person, and this boy is still a superpower user. It seems I have to take action myself. Go, Greninja." A well-developed Greninja appeared before everyone. The other ninjas, seeing it was Greninja, began to shout, "It's the principal's Greninja. Teach him a lesson." The old man looked at Suchi and said, "You haven't seen it before, have you, kid? This is our Ninja Academy's #1 battle Pokémon, Greninja from the Kalos region. If you lose to it, you should feel honored. Ha ha ha." The old man laughed wildly, and then Suchi also took out a Pokeball. "Go, Greninja." A tall and strong Greninja appeared before everyone, and Suchi's Greninja was a shiny Pokémon, its blue-black figure exuding dominance, and its blood-red eyes accentuating its noble aura. As soon as it appeared, the old man's Greninja felt a tremendous pressure coming from it. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. Strategically, it had already lost. "What? You also have a Greninja? Such a powerful aura. Such a strong Pokémon. Only I deserve to have it. Hand it over." The old man had a crazy idea in his mind. This Greninja was just too good, and it was a shiny Pokémon. Too tempting. The old man then commanded, "Greninja, water, shuriken." Seeing this, Suchi spoke up. "Let's use the water shuriken too." "Go for it." The old man's Greninja was somewhat reluctant, but it had no choice but to obey its trainer's command and braced itself to fight. The two Pokémon had completely different desires and energy for battle, and the result was as expected. The old man's Greninja lost its fighting ability and fell to the ground. Everyone present couldn't sit still. How could the director possibly lose? This couldn't be true. Faith often collapses in an instant. No one dared to believe that the strongest director in the academy could actually lose. The director, seeing his Greninja defeated, spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell to the ground. Suchi ignored him and grabbed a ninja, demanding, "Tell me, Where's the Spirit Realm's cave? The young ninja, looking quite youthful, obediently answered as soon as he was pressured. It's under the cliff at the back mountain. Please, let me go. I've been down here for 3 months. I don't want to die, he said, starting to cry uncontrollably. Suchi threw back his Koga Ninja Frog and released Charizard. He climbed onto Charizard and shouted, "Let's go to the back mountain." Charizard flew towards the back mountain. As for what was happening here, it was not Suchi's concern anymore. Let them self-destruct. Let them destroy themselves. Suchi arrived at the back mountain and felt a chill hit him as soon as he stepped in. As he slowly walked forward, both he and Charizard started to feel cold. Normally, with a body like Suchi's, he wouldn't feel cold unless it was several dozen degrees below zero, and Charizard, being a fire-type Pokémon, had an even higher resistance to cold. But now, both of them were feeling the chill, which was quite astonishing, indicating that the negative energy emanating from this Spirit Realm cave was indeed remarkable. As they continued to move forward, the coldness intensified. At that moment, Suchi noticed a cave not far away, from which visible negative energy was constantly seeping out, dark and ominous. This had to be the destination. System. How should I handle this? Suchi had no other options but to rely on the system. Ding! It is recommended that the host purchase a high-level ceiling sticker. How much is the high-level ceiling sticker? Ding! The high-level ceiling sticker costs 5,000 battle points. What the hell? That's so expensive. I don't have that many battle points to begin with. Can't the system provide some task items since it issued the mission? Ding! The host must purchase it themselves. Otherwise, it will be considered a mission failure. Fine, I'll buy it. You have to buy what you need. 3 words, not short of money. Charizard, let's go. Suchi and Charizard approached the Spirit Realm cave and walked inside. Chapter 54. Spirit Envoy vs. Gengar. As they ventured deeper, they could increasingly feel the chilling aura. Charizard, stay alert to your surroundings. Suchi could already sense a powerful aura coming from the cave. After hearing Suchi's words, the Charizard spread its wings, its gaze becoming sharper, and it braced itself on its legs, ready for battle. The interior of the cave was dim, resembling an endless abyss, making anyone who looked at it feel uneasy. Suchi focused all his attention and carefully observed his surroundings. The dark rock walls occasionally emitted a hint of sinister energy. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of whistling wind passed through, and Suchi suddenly heard some laughter at his ears. Hee 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 hee. The continuous laughter kept ringing in Suchi's ears. It seemed like something had emerged from deep within the cave. A white figure floated, ethereal and ghostly in appearance. Fortunately, Suchi, with his keen eyesight, spotted her as she approached. What kind of creature was this? A magical Pokémon. Suchi looked at the figure in front of him and decided to leave it to the system. Name: Spirit Messenger Qualification. Trait: Undead Miss Skills. Evil Wave, Dream Eater, Undead Robbery, Nightmare, Ghostfire. With data, it really is a Pokémon. System: What kind of Pokémon is this? Suchi asked in confusion. Ding! The Spirit Realm belongs to the ultimate otherworld, and the Spirit Messenger is a special creature of the Spirit Realm, not a Pokémon, and the Spirit Messenger is the only creature in the Spirit Realm. The forms of Spirit Messengers vary. Not a Pokémon, so that means it can't be captured. Suchi felt a bit disappointed. Ding! Recommend purchasing a Soul Ball. Soul Ball? Ding! Soul Ball, a special capturing ball for capturing creatures from the Spirit Realm. I see. The system is really helpful. Suismaïd. Bought it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing a Soul Ball. Consumed 500 combat points. Only 500 combat points. Not expensive. Alright, it's your turn now. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Charizard unleashed flames from its mouth, and a fire in the shape of a big character flew towards the Spirit Messenger. The Spirit Messenger showed no signs of dodging, and the fire blast passed straight through its body. What? Now it was Suchi's turn to be shocked that it had no effect. Just then, the Spirit Messenger suddenly charged at Charizard, and its body passed directly through Charizard. At that moment, Charizard froze, standing still, its eyes becoming dazed. It fell over. Charizard. Seeing this, Suchi quickly ran over to embrace Charizard. The fallen Charizard started to snore. It turned out it was just asleep, and Suchi breathed a sigh of relief, almost scared to death. That must have been a nightmare, but that speed was too fast, and it seemed like teleportation. Ding! Spirit Messenger creatures are soul-based and have no physical form, making them extremely fast. So that's how it is. Looks like I have to rely on you now. Go, Gengar. Suchi released Gengar. As soon as Gengar appeared, a whirlwind erupted around it. The Spirit Messenger, floating nearby, involuntarily retreated a bit. Suchi saw that, indeed, Ghost-type Pokémon had an advantage over it. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Sui shouted loudly. Hearing this, Jengar gathered its hands at its chest, launching a series of shadow balls at the spirit messenger. The spirit messenger quickly dodged several shadow balls, but was still hit by one of them. The spirit messenger was knocked to the ground by Jengar's shadow ball. Seeing this, Su Qi quickly said, Gung-Gue, chase after Chengsheng and use ghost fire. 9 purple flames of ghost fire gathered in front of Gung-Gue and were shot towards the spirit messenger. Just then, suddenly, the spirit messenger's body approached the rock wall and gradually disappeared, and the ghost fire hit the wall, causing a series of explosion sounds. This left the originally happy Gung-Gue a bit stunned. Su Qi was also confused. Disappearing like this, what kind of technique is this? Su Qi carefully looked at the dark black wall in front of him, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He closed his eyes and carefully used his wave guide to sense the energy fluctuations around him. Blue ripples of energy spread out in circles. In his mind, the surrounding terrain gradually became clear, revealing the figure of Gung-Gue, and a chubby figure appeared in his mind. Where's the spirit envoy? So he searched carefully. Suddenly, the figure appeared in his mind. It turned out to be right here. The spirit envoy was currently hiding behind Su Qi, preparing to launch a sudden attack. Su Qi smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and used the wave guide to speak to Gung-Gue. Gung-Gue, it's right behind us, be careful. Gung-Gue nodded seriously. After waiting for a long time, Su Qi felt a bit tired. This spirit was so patient. Suddenly it moved, and the figure of the spirit gradually emerged from behind, slowly approaching Su Qi. Su Qi had already sensed it and immediately shouted, Gung-Gue, use Dark Pulse. Gung-Gue quickly turned around, unleashing a stream of dark energy that hit the spirit. The spirit was a bit dazed, thinking to itself, I was careful enough. How could it still find me? Dark Pulse had already struck it, and Gung-Gue was very strong. After all, it was drawn from a diamond lottery ticket. After being hit, the spirit fell to the ground, constantly emitting white smoke, with wisps of smoke rising upwards. Go Pokeball! The dusk ball hit the spirit, and it transformed into a red light, entering the Pokeball. It shook 3 times, and with a ding, the spirit was captured. Finally captured. Su Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't easy to handle this trip. Come out, spirit messenger. Su Qi released the spirit messenger. The spirit messenger floated and spun around Su Qi, seemingly acknowledging him as a trainer. Name, Enkono, spirit messenger. Qualification, master characteristic, undead miss skills. Wave of evil, dream eater. Undead robbery, nightmare, will-o'-the-wisp. Su Qi glanced at the data on the spirit envoy and found that its name had appeared this time. Ankh-Nuo, a nice name. Ding! Ankh-Nuo is one of the spirit envoy races, classified as a rare spirit envoy. Once the host captures it, they automatically gain the identity of a Pokémon and can appear before anyone at will. Appear before everyone at will? Su Qi didn't quite understand the sentence. Ding! Spirit envoys are the guides of the undead, and death will naturally occur wherever a spirit envoy appears. The host capture will automatically remove this characteristic. I see. Truly my dear system. Ding! The spirit envoy has been captured. Please complete the task as soon as possible and seal the hole in the spirit realm. Okay. Su Qi immediately purchased a sealing sticker to complete the task, and the cold aura of the cave vanished, revealing the original rock wall. Su Qi also felt that the surrounding environment suddenly became warmer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task rewards have been issued. Finally completed. Aside from the already used diamond lottery tickets, there was also an increase in soul power as a stream of blue energy flowed into Su Qi's body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. It was so refreshing. His whole body felt like it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy. This feeling was wonderful. His pores opened up, greedily absorbing this energy. After it ended, Su Qi felt that his soul energy had become even stronger, and his wave guiding power had significantly increased. Then, Su Qi took out the fabric of the spirit realm, which is the evolution item for the Night Giant, to evolve into the Night Demon Giant. Let's put it away. It might come in handy later. This time, the system rewarded him with 100,000 battle points. Not bad. Su Qi retrieved Gung-Gue and Ankh-Nuo, leaving the cave. Chapter 55. Fairy Ibu. Su Qi left the spirit realm cave and stepped outside. The glaring sunlight shone on Su Qi, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. After a moment of adjustment, Su Qi slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside, Su Qi sighed, it's still better outside. Su Qi turned to look at the Ninja Academy and thought it was better not to go back and scare them. Charizard, let's go. Su Qi released Charizard and climbed onto its back. Charizard took off from the ground and flew into the distance. The principal saw that Su-Chi was leaving, and the students of the Ninja Academy hurried to inform the principal. He has gone. Thank goodness, the disaster has finally left. The principal sighed in relief. At this moment, Su-Chi, sitting on Charizard's back, was enjoying a blue-orange fruit while feeling the cool breeze, quite comfortable and very refreshing. Ding! A golden level mission was issued. Purchase a fairy badge to evolve Eevee into Sylveon. Mission rewards: 1 golden level lottery ticket, a complete set of Eevee evolution stones, and 1 champion level Eevee. While enjoying the natural air conditioning, Su-Chi suddenly heard the system's notification sound. It had been a long time since he encountered a golden level mission. However, he wondered, system, isn't it only by increasing intimacy that Eevee can evolve into Sylveon? Ding! Eevee's Pokémon has a significant defect in its internal evolution factor, allowing it to undergo different evolution methods through various external influences. The system produced the fairy badge, a unique item, the only one in the world. Note, the system is omnipotent. Awesome. Only the system could come up with such impressive words. Su-Chi suddenly thought of a question. Hey, since you're so powerful, where did you come from? Ding. Host permissions are insufficient. The cold notification sound extinguished Su-Chi's curious desire for knowledge. Fine, forget it. My permissions are insufficient. Where should I find an Eevee? Ding. System notification. Ahead is Zijin Town, where there are many Eevees living outside the town. Zijin Town. Su-Chi took out his Pokédex to check. Currently, he was on the outer side of Route 11, very close to Zijin Town. Su-Chi patted Charizard's back and said, Old Char, full speed ahead. Roar. Charizard let out a loud cry and flapped its wings vigorously, continuing to fly forward. 10 minutes later, Su-Chi saw a small town below and immediately instructed Charizard to fly down. Charizard dove down at high speed, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Old Char, be careful. Slow down next time. You're going too fast. Charizard revealed an embarrassed smile, grinning widely. When Su-Chi saw this, he was startled. Charizard, you better stop smiling. Your smile is too charming. One can imagine what Charizard's smile looked like. A huge dragon head smiling. It was indescribably wonderful. Su-Chi recalled Charizard and began to search on the ground. The area around was a grassy field, full of greenery. Some small Rattatas and Digletts popped out of the ground, but when they saw humans approaching, they quickly burrowed back into the soil to escape. Su-Chi looked around and saw not a single one. Where is Eevee? System, didn't you say there are many Eevees? Where are they? Ding. Please search for them yourself, host. All right then, if the system won't help, I can manage on my own. Su-Chi began to harness the power of the wave to search. In Su-Chi's mental world, the scenes around him gradually became clearer, as if he possessed a god's perspective, constantly overlooking the entire world. Since his soul power had significantly increased, Su-Chi could clearly feel that his wave power had also improved remarkably. For instance, he discovered that his wave power could now extend over 3,000 meters, and using it for extended periods did not make him feel fatigued. Su-Chi carefully searched for the figure of Eevee in his mind, and suddenly, he noticed a group of dozens of bouncing Eevees playing under the bushes in the east. Su-Chi climbed onto the Charizard and shouted, Old Fire, let's go east. Charizard took Su-Chi to the east, and from the sky, they saw dozens of Eevees bouncing on the ground. Old Fire, go down slowly. Charizard flew down with Su-Chi and landed gently on the ground. As Su-Chi jumped off Charizard, the Eevees nearby saw someone coming and scattered like startled birds. Only one little guy stayed in place, glaring fiercely at Su-Chi, and finally let out a huffing sound, getting ready to attack. Su-Chi really appreciates this little guy. While others have run away, it still has a sense of territory. Not bad. Name, Eevee, qualification, elite, ability, courage, power, skills, dig, shadow ball, double team, bite, mud bomb. Su-Chi looked at the data of this Pokémon. Its qualifications were not very good, but he had a qualification enhancement liquid. What he really liked was its ability. He wanted his Pokémon to have this commendable courage, and the more it got hurt in battles, the more it could unleash its potential. Looking at the little guy's bright eyes, Su-Chi teased it, saying, Eevee, let's battle. If I win, you'll come with me. Eevee responded to Su-Chi, indicating agreement. All right, Charizard, Dragon Claw, but remember to go easy. Charizard struck down with a claw, and Eevee let out a cry of pain, rolling a few times before collapsing on the ground. Didn't I tell you to go easy? Why was that so strong? Suiscoldi Cherithar. Charizard looked aggrieved. It couldn't help it. Its strength was naturally great, and this was already a lighter attack. Charizard gazed at Su-Chi with a mournful expression. It seemed that having a new favorite meant forgetting an old love. I'm a failed Charizard. Su-Chi picked up Eevee and applied medicine to its wounds. Eevee slowly woke up and, seeing the human trainer from earlier, struggled to get up, but it was still in pain and couldn't rise at all. Don't move around. Su-Chi scolded sternly, but his eyes were filled with concern. The Charizard beside them was quite jealous. Thus, Su-Chi stayed with Eevee for 3 hours. And by the time it was dark, Eevee had remarkably recovered and was bouncing around energetically. Su-Chi took out the fairy badge he had just bought. A pink gemstone badge. Su-Chi said to Eevee, Eevee, do you want to become as strong as Charizard? Eevee nodded firmly. Eevee. Okay. This fairy badge will allow you to evolve and become even stronger. Are you willing? Eevee. Eevee nodded, extending a paw to touch the fairy badge. A glow of evolution surrounded Eevee, becoming dazzling in the night. After the light faded, a Sylveon appeared before Su-Chi. Eevee happily jumped around, thrilled by the changes in its body. Its pink and white body, with 2 ribbons flowing down from behind its ears, looked ethereal. Truly, it was a Sylveon. Chapter 56. The temptation of home Sylveon was running around, admiring its evolved appearance. Not far away, a group of Eevees was quietly observing the situation. One by one, the Eevees perked up their ears, their round eyes watching the darting Sylveon with curiosity and envy. When Sylveon turned its head and noticed them, it exclaimed, Eevee. Sylveon happily ran over. Being of the same species, they naturally recognized Eevee. Eevee. A group of Eevees surrounded Sylveon, chattering nonstop. After a long exchange, a hint of reluctance appeared in the eyes of the Eevees. Su-Chi learned from their earlier conversation that all the Eevee were very envious of the fairy Eevee's current appearance. The fairy Eevee also mentioned that its transformation was due to its human trainer, and it expressed its intention to leave soon. Everyone was reluctant to see the Eevee go, as they had all lived together since childhood, and it would be sad for anyone to leave. After chatting for a while longer, the fairy Eevee finally returned to Su-Chi's side, while the Eevee clan quietly watched the fairy Eevee depart. Su-Chi was also feeling emotional. He too missed his parents on Blue Star. Unfortunately, there was no way to see them again. Su-Chi thought silently to himself. Ding! The host has obtained enough battle points to return to Blue Star. Su-Chi was still immersed in his memories when a line from the system suddenly made him unable to sit still. Can I really return to Blue Star? Su-Chi was too excited. Nothing could make him more thrilled at that moment than the prospect of going back to Blue Star. Ding! There are countless parallel worlds in the universe, and Blue Star is just a tiny speck in the vast cosmos. Real existing worlds can certainly be returned to. Therefore, host, please continue to work hard to complete system tasks, strive to earn combat points, and aim to go home as soon as possible. How many combat points are needed? Su-Chi asked. Ding, no comment. Please keep it up, host. The system's reply nearly choked Su-Chi. It was so frustrating to have half a conversation. I've already stripped down, and you tell me it's that time of the month. This was truly speechless. After that, the system fell silent and stopped talking. However, what the system said today gave Su-Chi a glimmer of hope, a hope of returning home. Thinking about this, Su-Chi couldn't help but laugh. Hee. Ibrahimovic at Su-Chi's feet watched his trainer, smiling foolishly, his big eyes filled with doubt, thinking that his master had lost his mind. Su-Chi saw the fairy Eevee at his feet, quickly picked it up, and gave a kiss. Instantly, the fairy Eevee's face turned a bit red. Why did the master kiss me? So shy. After that, Su-Chi put the fairy Eevee down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. System, use the golden lottery ticket. A huge spinning wheel appeared, and with a lever like a slot machine pulled, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ditto. The reward this time surprised Su-Chi a bit. He was eager to see this pink creature that could change into any being like clay. Su-Chi released a Ditto. A pink lump of clay appeared on the grass, and Su-Chi squatted down to pick up the Ditto. The Ditto's small eyes were hard to see unless you looked closely, resembling a singer from a previous life. The Ditto was very happy and smiled at Su-Chi. Ditto, transform into a Dragonite. The Ditto's body began to emit colorful, strange lights. Its body stretched and expanded, and a Dragonite appeared right before Su-Chi's eyes. This is the first time Su-Chi has seen such a magical scene. It seems that Zoroark can transform at will. Come out, Zoroark. Su-Chi hadn't let Zoroa out for a long time. As soon as Zoroa was released, it jumped onto Su-Chi and affectionately rubbed against Su-Chi's shoulder. Su-Chi is very fond of the little Saloya whose mother has passed away. Every time they have a meal, he makes its favorite spicy fruit-flavored energy cubes. The little guy has gone through so much, yet remains so strong, which is truly a testament to Su-Chi's careful nurturing. He has not let its mother's wishes down. Su-Chi believes that one day he will resurrect Zoroark. Su-Chi retrieved 2 Pokémon. A troubling question presented itself to Su-Chi: what to do with 2 EVs? He definitely wanted the fairy-type EV, but he also wanted a champion EV. However, with 2 EVs, would they end up fighting each other? Su-Chi was struggling with his thoughts. At that moment, Dr. Oki's call came in, and Su-Chi hurriedly picked up the guidebook to start the video call. "Hello, Grandpa." Su-Chi greeted Dr. Oki with a smile. "Little Chi, what have you been up to lately? You haven't called me in a while. Is the money enough?" Dr. Oki asked with concern. His kind gaze and warm words made Su-Chi's eyes a bit moist. No matter how impressive he was still just a teenager. "It's enough, Grandpa. I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. By the way, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Su-Chi asked Dr. Oki. "Haha, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask about your recent situation, and it's been a long time since you sent any Pokémon back. I've almost finished researching the basic information on the ancient dragon," Dr. Oki said eagerly. Su-Chi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Got it. I can hand over the fairy EV to Professor Oak, and that will solve the problem. I'm really quite clever. Grandpa, I've recently discovered a new evolution of EV. The fairy EV. I'll send it to you in a moment." "Fairy EV? A new evolution of EV? This is a major discovery. Hurry up and send it, Xiaoqi." Professor Oak eagerly hung up the video call, ready to receive the fairy EV. Looking at the ended call, Su-Chi couldn't help but say, "Grandpa is still so impatient." After saying that, he released Charizard and flew towards Zijin Town. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he arrived in Zijin Town. Zijin Town is a transportation hub, home to about 400,000 people, and it looks quite prosperous. Moreover, it seems like a large event is about to take place, as a giant stage has been set up in the center of the town. Su-Chi asked others and learned that a Pokémon contest was about to be held here. Contestants from all over the Kanto region would be coming, and a grand event was on the horizon. No wonder it was so lively here. Su-Chi stood on the street and saw some powerful and exquisitely dressed Pokémon walking around everywhere. Su-Chi arrived at the Pokémon Center in Zijing Town, checked into a room, and set the location on the Pokémon teleportation device at the center, sending the Fairy EV's Pokeball to Professor Oak. After doing all this, Su-Chi returned to his room, freshened up, and, after a long day, he just wanted to have a good dream tonight. Little did he know that receiving the Fairy EV would cause a storm in the world of science for Professor Oak. Chapter 57. The Pokémon Grand Festival the next morning. Su-Chi woke up from his dream, stretched his back, and felt really comfortable after sleeping for more than 10 hours. Su-Chi got up, washed up, and went to the dining room to have breakfast. After making some energy cubes for his Pokémon, he prepared to head out to watch the Pokémon contest. Just then, he saw a girl coming towards him with dark green hair and big, deep, charming eyes, wearing a green pleated skirt. It was Xiaolu, who had come out of Jinshin Town with him. Beside her was a well-cultivated Venusaur, looking particularly energetic, with a colorful ribbon around the flower bud on its back. It seemed she was also going to participate in this competition. "Are you Su-Chi?" Xiaolu asked, a bit hesitant to recognize him, as Su-Chi had changed dramatically compared to half a year ago. After the cleansing of aura and continuous battles, Su-Chi had undergone a tremendous transformation in both appearance and temperament. With his tall figure, handsome looks, and fair skin that seemed flawless, paired with his black outfit, he was simply handsome. Seeing Xiaolu made him blush a little. Although they had grown up together, he still felt shy meeting her now, and a faint blush appeared on Xiaolu's fair skin. "Hello, Xiaolu. Long time no see." Su-Chi greeted her with a smile. "Yeah, it's been a long time," she replied. Seed. The Venusaur beside Xiaolu happily greeted Su-Chi, as it was one of the starter Pokémon from Professor Okito's Research Institute, having lived alongside Su-Chi since childhood. "Hello, Venusaur, you've gotten stronger." Su-Chi affectionately patted the Venusaur's head. The Venusaur rubbed against Su-Chi's hand comfortably. "Xiaolu, are you also here to participate in the Pokémon contest?" Su-Chi asked. "Yes, I heard that the champion of this Pokémon contest will receive a dazzling ribbon, which is incredibly valuable, and the world-class artist Macaulay will be present," Xiaolu excitedly told Su-Chi, her eyes sparkling with joy, almost overflowing with excitement as she leaned closer to him. Suddenly realizing her overstepping, Xiaolu quickly stepped back, her face turning even redder. "Macaulay, sui murmured instantly intrigue." He wasn't particularly interested in the contest itself, But Macaulay was not only a master of Pokémon performance, but also a champion from the Hoenn region, possessing strong abilities. Looking at the nearly completed stage in the distance, shimmering with dazzling lights, Su-Chi decided he must have a Pokémon battle with Master Macaulay. Seeing Su-Chi lost in thought, Xiaolu assumed he was shocked by the news of Macaulay's arrival. She raised her hand and waved it in front of Su-Chi, saying, Su-Chi, are you okay? What are you thinking about? Su-Chi suddenly emerged from his own world. Ah, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you know what happened to Master Macaulay? Well, I don't know the specifics, but he will definitely appear at tomorrow's grand competition. What do you need him for? Su-Chi's lips curled up, revealing a row of bright white teeth, and he said slowly, of course, I'm going to have a battle with him. What? Xiao Lu chuckled and immediately covered her mouth. You want to battle Master Macaulay? Su-Chi, let's be realistic. Master Macaulay is a champion-level figure, and we are just starting out. Let's focus on doing well in the quartz conference first. It's no wonder Xiao Lu said that. After all, the two hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in Jinshin Town, so they naturally had no idea how strong Su-Chi was now. Just then, su izquierda familiar voice. Su-Chi, over here, Ash shouted, his mouth wide open, across the street, completely oblivious to the strange looks from passers-by. Accompanying him, Misty and Brock silently covered their faces and stepped aside, indicating that they didn't know this person. Ash quickly ran over, with Misty and Brock following closely behind. The three of them, panting, reached Su-Chi, and before catching their breath, Ash, the clumsy one, said, Su-Chi, long time no see. Let's have a battle. Ash's eyes were determined. Meanwhile, Pikachu on his shoulder looked spirited and greeted Su-Chi with a smile. Pika, Pika. Pikachu, it's been a while. Su-Chi also greeted Pikachu. Ash, don't just jump into a battle when you arrive. That's too rude, Misty said angrily as she walked over to block Ash. What? Good friends don't need to worry about that. Misty, you old witch, don't interrupt others casually. Ash's anger was provoked by Misty. The two glared at each other, and the flames behind them seemed ready to ignite. Seeing the situation was off, Su-Chi and Brock quickly separated the two, and they calmed down. At that moment, Ash noticed Xiao Lu standing aside and curiously asked, Hi, who are you? Ah, Ash, you clueless goose, you don't even recognize your childhood friend. You're really a straightforward guy, with low emotional and intellectual intelligence. No wonder you can't find a partner. You can't even understand such obvious hints from Saimi, and you ended up saying, next time we meet, I'll be stronger, let's battle. Pokémon Sword and Shield. Is this a normal brain circuit for a carbon-based life form? Su-Chi had to step in to ease the situation. This is our travel companion from Jinshin Town, Xiao Lu. We used to play together a lot when we were kids. Xiao Lu. Ash, confused, thought for a while, and then exclaimed, Xiao Lu, Aunt Yi Yu's daughter. What a coincidence. Misty and Brock, standing nearby, greeted Xiao Lu. Ash urged to battle Su-Chi, boasting about his significant improvement in strength, declaring that he would definitely not lose this time. Su-Chi thought for a moment and decided to give Ash a bucket of cold water to wake him up. At that moment, Ash didn't have the maturity he exhibited in XVEZ. He was just a simple, clueless goose. Well then, let's have a match. Su-Chi said casually. Yes. With Su-Chi's affirmative response, Ash was very happy. Everyone arrived at the battle arena in the Pokémon Center. Ash took the lead. Go, Scyther. Scyther? Why don't I remember it? Su-Chi thought, feeling a bit puzzled, since Ash didn't have a Scyther in the original story. Chapter 58. The Gorgeous Contest, Dazzling Collision. Ding. The real world has many variables and cannot fully replicate the plot of the animation. Su-Chi agreed with this point from the system. Just like at the beginning, Ash and Misty never actually met in the Viridian Forest, and Ash came to Pewter City first, just like Su-Chi, instead of Viridian City. Since that's the case, then it's your turn. Garchomp, Dragon Starfall. Su-Chi didn't want to waste time and directly used his ultimate move. Mega Garchomp roared at the sky, and many blazing meteors fell from the sky. Scyther was stunned by the sight of the meteors and felt like crying. Ash, looking at the sky full of dragon stars, remained unfazed and comforted Scyther, saying, Don't be afraid, Scyther. Dodge continuously and then use X-Scissor. Scyther turned its head in shock to look at its trainer, and Ash, seeing Scyther look at him, gave it a firm and trusting gaze. Scyther was on the verge of tears, and the outcome was obvious. Scyther fell to the ground, charred like coal. Ash couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why was his Pokémon so weak? Su-Chi said, Good job, Mega Garchomp, and then recalled it. Su-Chi walked past Xiao Ji and stopped, patting Xiao Ji's shoulder, and said earnestly, Xiao Ji, you need to be down to earth. I believe in you, and I am sure you will achieve great things in the future. Originally dejected, Xiaoji suddenly became excited upon hearing these words and exclaimed, "Really?" Looking at Xiaoji's excited expression, Suchi thought to himself, "Can I take that back? This kid can't even hear comforting words. He takes everything too seriously." Sigh. Everyone returned to the Pokémon Center together, and after dinner, they wished each other good night. Suchi went back to his room, and right across from the Pokémon Center was the stage for the grand contest. At this moment, the stage was basically set up. Suchi glanced at the stage and turned back to the bed. Everyone was looking forward to the glamorous competition tomorrow night. Sweet dreams. The next night, as night fell, people from around the world who loved and adored the glamorous competition focused on the glamorous competition in Zijin Town. A heavyweight figure was about to arrive here. The world-class glamour master, Mikoli, would be present in person. Inside the venue, the lights were dazzling and bright, with various spotlights shining, and the atmosphere was bustling with voices. It looked like nearly 10,000 people were seated, a dense crowd everywhere. Those who couldn't get tickets had to watch the competition at home, and at this moment, the television ratings soared, showing the popularity of this glamorous competition. Almost everyone came to see Mikoli, who was not only a master of the Pokémon glamorous competition, but also a regional champion, with unparalleled popularity. Today, Xiaolu and Xiaoxia were both participating in the Pokémon glamorous competition. Their eyes were filled with passion and vitality. This competition was also Xiaoxia's preliminary round. After learning about the upcoming Pokémon glamorous competition yesterday, Xiaoxia felt very excited. As a girl who loved beauty, how could she miss such an event? Xiaolu wore a green flowing Jotaro dress, while Xiaoxia wore a water blue high-waisted gown that exposed her back, showcasing her sexiness and charm. Suchi looked at the two of them and felt that their appearance had changed significantly after dressing up, and their overall temperament had been elevated. Suchi and his group arrived at the entrance of the gorgeous competition, and at this moment, there was 1 hour left until the opening of the competition. Suchi spent 300,000 Alliance coins to grab 3 front-row tickets, where he can watch the match up close. Suchi and the others took their seats, while Xiaoxia and her team were already backstage preparing. An hour quickly passed, and the competition officially began. With the host shout, the audience erupted in excitement as the Grand Pokémon Contest in Zijin Town kicked off. First, let us warmly invite the world-renowned Master of Glamour, Master Mikoli, to the stage. The host's words brought the atmosphere to a peak. Wow! The cheers from the audience rose and fell. Dressed in white, Mikoli slowly walked out. The crowd cheered, turning the scene into a large-scale fan meet. Mikoli smiled and nodded at everyone, continuously waving to the fans in the audience. Suchi sat there feeling the crazy fan effect, and he finally understood why so many people wanted to become stars in his previous life. This is the star effect, immersed in cheers and under the spotlight. It really is a kind of enjoyment. However, Master Mikoli gained such popularity and status through his own strength, which Suchi truly admired. Unlike some people who won the crazy screams of thousands of girls with just a line like "You're so beautiful," Suchi in his previous life was a bit of a hater. The host handed the microphone to Mikoli, who took it and said, "Dear fans on site and viewers in front of the TV, welcome to the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest." Oh, oh, oh. The crowd erupted in cheers. Mikoli continued, "As a grand event in the Pokémon world, the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest has gathered the expectations and love of countless people. Here, on behalf of everyone, I would like to express my gratitude to the contestants participating in the Gorgeous Contest. Please allow me to extend my highest respect to you." He also bowed in a gentlemanly manner. "All right, I want to say much more. I hereby announce that the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest in Zijin Town has begun." Mikoli released 3 Pokémon, a Duskull, a Milotic, and a Venusaur. Milotic, use Hydro Pump upwards. Venusaur, Sunny Day, Mikoli instructed. Milotic shot a Hydro Pump upwards, which spread out and formed a mist. Under the spotlight, the mist refracted and became dazzlingly colorful, shimmering in all hues. Under the shine of Sunny Day, the colors of the mist refracted even more brilliantly, weaving into a sea of rainbows. "Now, Duskull, use Swift." Mikoli elegantly turned and said. Duskull flicked its tail, releasing several huge stars that fell onto the rainbow sea, scattering like stars dotting the sky, transforming the rainbow sea into a sea of stars. At this moment, Sunny Day gradually faded, and against the backdrop of the night, the sea of stars appeared ethereal and romantic, simply breathtaking. Such a captivating scene and impressive skills left Suchi in shock. No wonder he was a master. Truly amazing. With Mikoli's performance complete, it was time for the contestants to compete. After Mikoli left, the host spoke. Dear audience, let us welcome the first contestant to the stage. The spotlight gathered, and the first person to come out was Chapter 59, Gorgeous Performance, Dazzling Badge. The first contestant was actually Misty. She appeared with a Starmie and a Dugong. Wait, a Dugong? Sui wondered. Flashback to last night. What should I do? I really don't want to miss this opportunity. Misty was troubled. This time, Master Macaulay was personally present. He was a master-level figure, and Misty really didn't want to give up. But practicing for the gorgeous contest in just one day seemed unrealistic. By the way, I could borrow Dugong from my sister. Misty suddenly thought of her sister Sakura's Dugong. Dugong often performed in the water with her sister, and its performing skills were unquestionable. Misty successfully borrowed Dugong from her sister Sakura, who couldn't help but mock her a bit. After a night of practice, Dugong and Starmie were almost in sync, but there were still many shortcomings. Without Dugong today, Misty would have been in tears. Dugong, Starmie, let us do our best tomorrow. Misty encouraged as she patted Dugong and Starmie. At the Hualon gym. What's up, sis? Misty just called, Iris said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Misty is going to participate in the Zijing Town Pokémon Gorgeous Contest and just asked me to borrow Dugong, Sakura replied. Misty is going to participate in the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest. Iris immediately woke up upon hearing her sister's words. They knew the prestige of the Zijing Town Gorgeous Contest and definitely supported Misty more. It's a pity we can't be there in person. We'll just have to cheer for her in front of the TV, Iris said. Yeah, I hope she can achieve a good ranking, Sakura said, looking at the twinkling stars outside. In fact, the three sisters cared a lot about their younger sister, but they were too proud to say it. Silently keeping an eye on her. Back at the contest venue, Misty took a deep breath and mentally encouraged herself. You can do this, Misty. With a smile, she stepped onto the stage of the gorgeous contest. In an instant, the spotlight focused on her, and Misty was taken aback. There were so many people. The audience was buzzing, and Misty felt a bit nervous. To be honest, it was impossible not to be nervous in such an environment, especially since it was her first time participating in such a competition. Her performance was already great. Misty smiled and bowed to the audience. The performance officially began. Dugong. Ice Beam. Dugong used Ice Beam as practiced yesterday, creating an ice ring that sparkled with silver light. Everyone watched eagerly for Misty's next performance. Starmie Bubble Beam. Starmie shot out a flurry of bubbles towards the ice ring, causing the ice to shake and fall. Now Starmie used Psychic. The red gem on Starmie's body glimmered with blue light, lifting the falling ice crystals back up. Dugong used Tackle continuously. Dugong leaped up with its tail, colliding with the ice crystals, which scattered and transformed into sparkling ice stars, scattering everywhere and shining with silver light, giving a dreamy color reminiscent of a fairy tale kingdom. Looking at her performance results and the audience's reaction, Misty let out a sigh of relief. Suchi watched Xiao Xia's performance in disbelief. Unable to believe that such a show could be completed in one day, Xiao Xia was indeed very talented. Xiao Ji was cheering wildly for Xiao Xia, proving that when it comes to cheering, we still need our GG. When Xiao Xia's performance ended, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Following that, there were a few more performances, and Suchi thought they were quite good. Everyone had put in a lot of effort. One performer left a deep impression on Suchi, not because her performance was particularly outstanding, but because he recognized Musashi. Musashi brought along an Arbok and a Lickitung. The performance was good and earned cheers from the audience. Soon it was Xiao Lu's turn. Xiao Lu had already participated in several grand competitions before. Although not on this scale, she had still accumulated valuable experience. Xiao Lu's Pokémon were Venusaur and Pidgeotto. Venusaur, Solar Beam, Xiao Lu commanded. A surge of yellow energy shot into the sky, and the solar beam exploded, scattering bright yellow points of light. Pidgeotto, Hurricane. Pidgeotto flapped its wings, creating a strange wind that formed a tornado, lifting the energy points from the solar beam and creating an energy storm. Pidgeotto, Air Slash. Pidgeotto continuously waved its wings, cutting through the energy storm with Air Slash, which caused the energy storm to explode, filling the entire venue with sparkling starlight, leaving the audience in awe. Seeing this, Xiao Lu smiled confidently and continued, Venusaur, Harden. The Harden move caused the plants to intertwine in a peculiar manner, covering the entire stage. The audience was a bit confused, wondering what was going on. Was this a joke? The previous performance was fine, but now she was just using some broken plants to fool people. What was this? In the face of the audience's doubts, Xiao Lu remained undeterred and continued her performance. Suchi looked at the composed and calm Xiao Lu, feeling that she must have her own thoughts. The fierce storm of the beak bird continued. The Venusaur used parasitic seeds on the hardened plants. As the storm gathered, the yellow energy scattered in the sky. The parasitic seeds spread continuously on the hardened plants, and the energy fell upon them, gradually causing the audience on site to gasp in amazement. As the energy kept falling, a yellow energy rose appeared on the hardened plants, dazzling and beautiful, with the hardened plants forming the outer petals and the plants grown from the parasitic seeds forming the flower's heart, creating a rose that was distinct in layers and full of three-dimensionality. The audience erupted in intense cheers and applause, and Suchi also clapped for Xiao Lu, truly amazed. Xiao Lu enjoyed the cheers from the audience. Years later, she stood on a larger stage, relishing the cheers from even more people. And she had indeed become a Pokémon contest master, but that was a story for another time. As all the competitions came to a close, the final results were about to be revealed. The hearts of the contestants were in their throats as everyone carefully watched the screen. The Pokémon contest results were determined by the votes from the audience's glow-in-the-dark collectors. What the audience felt was good was genuinely good. As the votes for each contestant continued to rise, the final results were finally about to be announced. The audience continually cast their precious votes for their favorite contestants, with glowing points gathering, causing the vote counts to soar rapidly. Time passed second by second. Xiao Xia, Xiao Lu, and everyone focused their attention on the big screen. The champion of this Pokémon contest is Chapter 60, Suchi vs. Macaulay, Part 1. The champion is. The screen displayed the two characters, Xiao Lu. Let's cheer for the birth of the champion, the host shouted excitedly. Xiao Lu was stunned. She was the champion. She actually won the championship, and she was overwhelmed with excitement, tears of joy welling up in the corners of her eyes. The Pokémon contest awarded the top 3 places. The second place was a girl named Xiao Ju, and the third place was a boy named Kufan. Xiao Xia also performed well, placing 6th, while Musashi, who was disguised as Vivian, only got 10th place. This scene made Musashi very angry. Why was it that despite working so hard, she received no reward? Why? Afterwards, Master Macaulay personally awarded the top 3, presenting a colorful ribbon to Xiao Lu. At the same time, Macaulay said, "Congratulations, contestant Xiao Lu. I hope you continue to work hard, and today I can fulfill one of your wishes." "Do you have a wish?" "Wish," Xiao Lu murmured to herself, wanting to voice it several times, but swallowing it back. It seemed she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, but ultimately, she seemed to have made up her mind. "Master Macaulay, I have a friend who really wants to challenge you. I hope you can accept his challenge as my wish today," Xiao Lu said with determination in her eyes. The audience gasped. This was a wish promised by a world master, and she actually gave it to someone else, letting someone else battle Master Macaulay. This. Suchi's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth involuntarily opened slightly. He didn't expect that when he casually mentioned it to Xiao Lu, she would remember it so clearly and even offer such an opportunity to him. He was deeply touched. "Are you sure?" Macaulay was obviously a bit shocked. Although his promise wasn't worth much, it wasn't given lightly either. The fact that this girl easily offered it to someone else made Macaulay look at her with new respect. However, she seemed quite young, and her friends couldn't be that impressive. Thinking of this, Macaulay agreed to Xiao Lu. "All right, you're really a thoughtful kid. Is your friend here?" "He's right there." Xiao Lu pointed in Suchi's direction. In an instant, all the spotlight focused on Suchi. Under the bright lights, his skin looked even fairer and more perfect, like an elegant and noble prince. "Oh, what a handsome guy. So handsome, I want to have his babies." Many female audience members were overwhelmed with affection. And at that moment, both the live audience and viewers in front of the TV focused on Suchi. Suchi slowly stood up, and Macaulay saw that it was a teenager in his teens. Apart from being more handsome than himself, he didn't seem to have any other outstanding features. Suchi stepped onto the stage. "Hello, Master Macaulay. My name is Suchi. It's a pleasure to meet you," Suchi said. "Hello, little handsome." Macaulay waved and greeted Suchi. "I heard you want to challenge me. That's good. Commendable courage. I accept your challenge," Macaulay said with a slight smile. "Thank you. Master Macaulay, I will do my best," Suchi said seriously. At that moment, Suchi suddenly heard Xiao Ji's loud voice saying, "Go, Suchi. You must win." Suchi gave him a firm thumbs up. Macaulay took it as a joke. He didn't believe that a boy who had just started traveling could defeat him. It was simply absurd. "Host, ladies and gentlemen, the battle between the Grand Master Macaulay and the unknown boy is about to begin." Only Suchi and Macaulay remained on stage. The battle was about to start. The host acted as the referee. Now it was the Grand Master of the Gorgeous contest, Macaulay, champion of the Hoenn region, versus a boy in a 6v6 battle. "Now, please send out your first Pokémon," the host said, quickly stepping aside as he didn't want to be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Macaulay took out a Pokeball and said, "Go, Catfish King." Catfish King is known for its strong defense. Its stamina is incredibly thick, making it almost impossible to take down. Suchi looked at the Kingler in front of him and thought that Macaulay sent out Kingler, which clearly showed he looked down on himself. Kingler's attack wasn't strong and couldn't possibly be considered a top-tier Pokémon. It seemed to be just a second tier. It looks like I need to bring out something big. Go, Garchomp! Garchomp entered the battlefield with an imposing presence, exuding a powerful aura. With a roar, Garchomp startled Kingler, making it jump. There was no way around it. Garchomp was just that strong, instilling fear in the opponent with its mere presence. Macaulay looked at Suchi's Garchomp in disbelief. This was a Pokémon owned by a teenager, and it was clearly much stronger than his Kingler. Macaulay began to take Suchi seriously as an opponent. Garchomp, take the initiative and use Earthquake. Sui Xiaoteeth. Garchomp let out a roar and stomped its feet, causing the ground to crack open. Kingler fell directly into the fissure and took damage. Kingler, use Water Pulse and jump up. Macaulay commanded. Kingler sprang out with a sudden thrust. Kingler, use Mud Bomb. Dodge at Garchomp. Garchomp was faster and evaded the Mud Bomb. How is it so fast? Macaulay wondered, unaware that under Suchi's special training and the effect of the Aptitude Enhancement Liquid, Garchomp's physical attack, speed, and defense had all significantly improved. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Suyodeath. Garchomp's claws glowed white and struck swiftly. Garchomp hit Kingler, causing it to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Garchomp delivered the final blow, using Dragon Breath to finish it off. Garchomp opened its large mouth filled with sharp teeth, gathering colorful dragon-shaped energy, and released a blast of dragon energy that hit Kingler. Kingler lost its fighting ability. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 600 battle points. Seeing Kingler's defeat, Macaulay showed no change in expression. He knew it was not unreasonable to lose to Garchomp. He was now certain that this Pokémon had to be a gift from an elder in Suchi's family. Macaulay recalled Kingler and quietly said, "You've worked hard, Kingler. Now it's your turn." Tentacruel. A well-trained Tentacruel appeared before everyone, its robust tentacles and eyes lurking beneath the cap resembling a venomous snake staring at Garchomp. This time, Macaulay took the initiative to attack. Tentacruel, Rain Dance. The sky gradually became overcast, and light rain began to fall. Suchi knew that this Milotic had the characteristics of a rain god in the anime, and with the blessing of rain, its strength would also increase. Next was the magnificent performance. Toxic Spike's Jellyfish, Water Cannon. Chapter 61, Suchi vs. Milotic 2. A huge water cannon came directly at him, and Garchomp crossed its blades to defend in front of itself. After a water cannon, Garchomp was drenched, and with the rain already falling, it was even less friendly to ground types, making it harder for Garchomp. "Are you okay, Garchomp?" "Shark." Garchomp howled to the sky to indicate that it was fine. "All right, Garchomp, Stone Edge." Sharp stones shot towards the Toxic Spike's Jellyfish. The Toxic Spike's Jellyfish dodged. It vanished from its original spot, as if it had teleported, and all the stone edges missed. What? So fast? Suchi almost didn't catch a glimpse of the Toxic Spike's Jellyfish's figure. Such speed was indeed worthy of a champion Pokémon. Toxic Spike's Jellyfish, Poison Sting Attack. Macaulay commanded. Suddenly, a dense barrage of poison needles came rushing towards Garchomp from all directions. Garchomp dodged at high speed, but still got hit by a few needles. "Shark!" Garchomp cried out in pain. "Garchomp, are you all right?" Suchi looked at Garchomp with concern. This Toxic Spike's Jellyfish was too fast, and, combined with the rain, it posed a significant restriction on Garchomp, Suchi thought. Suchi closed his eyes and began to sense the silhouette of the Toxic Stinger Jellyfish using the power of Aura, blue ripples spreading outwards in circles. This was when Macaulay saw the blue waves emanating from Suchi, who had closed his eyes. It was actually the power of Aura. Macaulay was somewhat shocked, as this was the second person with superpowers he had encountered in his life. The host standing nearby saw Suchi using the power of Aura and excitedly shouted, "What is this? Superpower? This young boy is actually the owner of Aura power. This is too surprising. In the world of Pokémon, people with superpowers are extremely rare, 1 in a million, and can be considered very precious and enviable, especially with a powerful ability like the Aura power." The surrounding audience and viewers in front of the television were excited. They didn't expect to see such an exciting battle beyond the gorgeous contest. "President, our ratings have gone up again," a staff member shouted excitedly from in front of the computer. "What?" The elderly president hurried over, adjusted his reading glasses, and looked at the ratings on the screen, which were rising straight up, so happily that his blood pressure shot up and he almost fainted. Very good. Immediately increase the broadcast in all regions. The president ordered. Yes. Thus, Suchi's match with Master Macaulay that night quickly spread across Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and other regions. At this moment, Suchi, standing on the stage, smiled slightly and said, "Found you, Garchomp at 1 o'clock. Use Dragon Rage with maximum power." Roar! Garchomp opened its mouth, gathering Dragon Rage, and shot a massive wave of energy toward the toxic stinger jellyfish. The toxic stinger jellyfish revealed its form, its eyes hidden beneath, its cap widening in disbelief. The Dragon Rage hit the toxic stinger jellyfish, sending it flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a nearby iron wall, followed by a whistling wind that swept past Macaulay. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,200 battle points. It was defeated. The audience was silent. They couldn't believe that Macaulay, the magnificent master of contests with champion-level strength, had actually lost to a boy twice. It was too unbelievable. No matter the outcome of the competition today, Suchi's name would echo throughout the Pokémon world. Suchi, you did very well. Your strength is impressive, and you will definitely have a place at the top of the world in the future, Macaulay said earnestly to Suchi. Thank you, Master Macaulay. I will continue to work hard, Suchi replied. Very good, courageous and commendable, truly full of vitality, very much like the young me, Macaulay reflected. This child next is my real strength. Go, Milotic. Milotic gracefully landed on the stage. Under the light, it shone brilliantly, truly deserving the title of the most beautiful Pokémon. Garchomp, are you okay? Suchi asked with concern. Suchi noticed that the Mega Garchomp was heavily exhausted after battling a champion-level opponent, and its Pokémon strength was certainly not weak. The Mega Garchomp looked firmly at Suchi, indicating that it could still fight. Very well, Mega Garchomp, use Earthquake. The ground cracked open, and a massive fissure rushed towards Milotic. Milotic, dodge and use Hydro Pump. Macaulay aimed to deliver a heavy blow to the exhausted Mega Garchomp by exploiting its type disadvantage. Mega Garchomp, use Dragon Claw to cut through it, Suchi said with determination and confidence, believing in Mega Garchomp's abilities. The Mega Garchomp's dual blades glowed with white light as they crossed in front of it and swiftly cut through the incoming Hydro Pump. The water attack was split in two, scattering water all over the ground. Milotic used Surf. A huge wave surged beneath Milotic as it soared into the oncoming tide. The Mega Garchomp couldn't evade in time and was hit by the massive wave, being pushed aside instantly. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Macaulay's face, not because he wanted to see his junior defeated, but because he believed in maintaining a man's dignity. When the Mega Garchomp stood up, it was soaked with water dripping continuously. It had become a drenched shark, and the ground type was quite disadvantageous. The Mega Garchomp was panting heavily. Are you okay, Mega Garchomp? Suchi asked with concern. Garchomp, it replied, indicating it still wanted to fight. You can't continue fighting. Come back, Mega Garchomp. Suchi took out a Pokeball, preparing to recall it. At that moment, the Mega Garchomp suddenly gave Suchi a knowing look, and Suchi understood. Do you want to use that move? He asked the Mega Garchomp. With a determined nod, the Mega Garchomp affirmed. Standing opposite them, Macaulay spoke up. Suchi, the Mega Garchomp has reached its limit. Don't put any more pressure on it. Recall it. Macaulay genuinely considered Suchi and Mega Garchomp's well-being. Right now, continuing to fight would only unnecessarily burden the Mega Garchomp, making it counterproductive. It would be better to let it rest. Ash and his friends in the audience also urged Suchi to let the Mega Garchomp take a break. Xiaolu, watching from the side, quietly advised Suchi as well. But only Suchi knew that the Mega Garchomp would not give up until it achieved its goal. Not letting it fight at this moment would not be good for it. Rather, it would harm it. Mega Garchomp, let's give it our all. Suddenly, colorful lights illuminated the entire arena, dazzling and bright. Chapter 62. Su UBS Micoli. 3. Mega Evolution. Suchi took out the evolution key, interacting with the key on the neck of the Mega Garchomp, and colorful rays of light burst forth, dazzling everyone present. Is this Mega Evolution? This was the first time Macaulay had seen it. Wasn't it still under research? How could it be applied so quickly? Those old guys never tell the truth. I wonder who Suchi is. His elders pamper him so much that they even gave him something like this. Garchomp, let's unleash our full power. Suishouti loudly. Garchomp was enveloped in a colorful aura, its body gradually growing larger, its blades becoming longer, and spikes appearing on its chest. A Garchomp emerged before everyone, exuding an overwhelming presence. Garchomp's height increased to about 3 meters, Readers previously said it was too low, and the skin on its head turned red, further emphasizing its ferocity and dominance. Is this Mega Evolution? It looks completely different, and its aura has changed as well, Mikoli said in shock. Garchomp, Dragon Dive. A dragon-shaped figure flashed behind Garchomp, surrounded by immense energy, truly astonishing. What powerful energy! It was Mikoli's first time seeing a Pokémon using a move after Mega Evolution. This is incredibly strong. How great would it be if he had one too? However, this wasn't the time to be sentimental. Mikoli quickly seized on Garchomp's weakness, which was its increased size, definitely having a fatal impact on its speed. Just as Garchomp was about to approach Milotic, Mikoli called out, "Milotic dodge." Milotic swung its tail and jumped up to evade the Dragon Dive. Su-Chi smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated this all along. The Garchomp continued. The dragon-shaped figure on Garchomp did not disappear after the skill was exhausted, but continued to gather energy, charging towards Milotic. What? Today, Mikoli had already been shocked multiple times, mainly because this young man, Su-Chi, was too impressive, completely unlike the strength expected for someone his age. The dragon god swooped down on a Milotic, causing a violent explosion in the air, followed by a cloud of smoke. Garchomp burst out from the smoke and landed on the ground. Milotic tumbled out of the smoke, losing its ability to fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,600 battle points. 2,600 points, this trip was worth it. A huge profit, Su-Chi thought joyfully. Looking at the fallen Milotic, Mikoli could no longer hold back. He desperately wanted to redeem himself. Otherwise, losing 3 times in front of so many people would be too embarrassing. In the audience, Ash, Misty, Brock, and May watched Su-Chi's spectacular performance with astonishment. Especially Ash, who was as excited as a monkey, but it was clear that he was genuinely happy for Su-Chi. On stage, Mikoli said seriously, "Su-Chi, your strength is too strong. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine." "Thank you, Master Mikoli. I will continue to work hard," Su-Chi replied. Hearing this, Mikoli almost stumbled. For the first time, he questioned himself. Could it be that I am not enough? "Garchomp, you did very well, come back." Su-Chi recalled Garchomp into its Pokeball. Seeing Su-Chi recall Garchomp, Mikoli let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was recalled. Having a good father in this society really allows one to do whatever they want, Mikoli thought to himself. Mikoli was convinced that Su-Chi was a descendant of some big family or high-ranking official in the Pokémon League. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess such powerful Pokémon. Mikoli, gaining confidence, casually took out a heavy ball. "Go, Boskich." Although his usual Pokémon were of the water type, Boskich had always been one of his trump cards, albeit not widely known. "Boskich, then it's your turn, Alchemy." The appearance of Alchemy shocked everyone present once again, as it was a Pokémon from the Galar region, which was rarely known by people from Kanto, and even in the Galar region, it was a very rare Pokémon. However, Mikoli frequently traveled to various regions and had seen Alchemy, though he could not hide his inner shock. "This is simply too extravagant. I envy you." "Alchemy, Su-Chi, you are giving me more and more surprises," Mikoli said. "Boskich, sacrifice and charge," Mikoli shouted loudly. "Boskich." Boskich let out a roar, its body glowing red, and dragged its heavy body forward, with a fierce and cold look in its eyes, charging towards Alchemy. Su-Chi saw Mikoli immediately engage in close combat, which showed his confidence in his Pokémon. However, we are not afraid of strength. Next up is Steel Dragon. Hearing Su-Chi's command, Steel Dragon planted its feet on the ground and stomped hard, causing the steel stage to crack and sink. Bashikadora charged forward, and Steel Dragon raised its large hand to press down on Bashikadora's body, instantly causing the ground beneath Steel Dragon to crack open, creating a huge fissure. Fortunately, underneath was just reinforced concrete and soil, with no hollow structures. Otherwise, both Su-Chi and Mikoli would have fallen through. The two Pokémon, Bashikadora and Steel Dragon, were locked in a stalemate, neither side giving way. What was originally a battle scene suddenly turned into a bullfighting arena. As it became clear that neither side would back down, Mikoli suddenly recalled Bashikadora. Steel Dragon lost its support and fell to the ground, stumbling. Seeing this, Su-Chi retracted the aluminum Steel Dragon with confusion. "Sui, how about we bring out our strongest Pokémon and settle this in one match?" Mikoli said seriously. "A one-match showdown?" Su-Chi was taken aback for a moment. Then a confident glow appeared on his face. "All right, let's settle it in one match then." Seeing Su-Chi agree, Mikoli took out a Pokeball. This Pokeball was set with a ruby, which made Su-Chi feel a pang of regret. After all, it was a ruby, not something like agate or tourmaline. Macaulay kissed the Pokeball. Go, Wylord! Su-Chi was shocked. It was actually Wylord. But how could Wylord fight on land? This was something Su-Chi couldn't understand. Step back a bit, Macaulay said to Su-Chi. Okay. Su-Chi used his aura power to instantly teleport to the side. Macaulay snapped his fingers, and suddenly the stage began to sink, dropping about 4 or 5 meters. Wylord, use surf. Macaulay shouted. It's basically a whale-like sound. Feel free to comment on it. As Wylord called out, huge waves surged behind it, instantly filling the entire venue, and Wylord jumped in, swimming happily. Su-Chi thought to himself upon seeing this scene. Is it possible to play like this? I have been so ignorant. Chapter 63. The battle ends, departing for Honelian Island. Su-Chi took out his Pokeball. Go, Articuno! The appearance of Articuno was accompanied by a sharp cold wind, causing moisture in the air to condense, with snowflake-like ice crystals falling down. The feathers of Articuno shimmered with tiny points of cold light, swirling around it like ribbons as it flew. Articuno spun around the arena. Everyone present shuddered, feeling how cold it was. Articuno's gaze was icy and ethereal, exuding a noble aura. The unique pressure of this legendary Pokémon made the Wylord uneasy, constantly flipping and swimming in the water. This is Articuno, Macaulay thought as he looked at Su-Chi, feeling a sense of admiration. Could this be the favored child of heaven, the darling of the world? The audience was also in awe, exclaiming about what kind of celestial trainer this was, even having a legendary Pokémon like Articuno. They gasped in admiration, as very few people had seen these legendary Pokémon. Articuno, Blizzard. Su-Chi wanted to end the battle quickly. The blizzard rushed past, lowering the temperature in the arena even further, making everyone shiver with cold. The water's surface quickly froze, instantly becoming covered in ice. Wylord, break the ice. Wylord opened its massive mouth and bit through the ice on the surface, shards flying everywhere. Wylord, use Hydro Pump. Wylord roared loudly, directing its mouth upward to gather a huge vortex of water, which surged straight towards Articuno without any hesitation. Articuno Ice Beam. A cold, white energy gathered together and struck the vortex like lightning, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. The ice beam continued to pour out, freezing Wylord in place. Wylord used Ice Fang to break the ice and escape. Macaulay was completely unfazed, confidently speaking to Wylord. After using his ace Pokémon, he had absolute confidence in Wylord. Wylord shattered the ice that had trapped it. This scene felt familiar to Su-Chi, reminding him of his battle with Sister Kona and her Garchomp. He had to admit that Wylord's strength was quite impressive, being able to escape from Articuno's frozen state. Wylord, continuous water gun attacks. Macaulay shouted. A massive column of water gathered in Wylord's mouth and shot towards Articuno at high speed like a water dragon. Su-Chi no longer wants to waste time. Articuno, show your true strength. Articuno raised its neck, and a celestial cry resonated throughout the arena. All the spectators instinctively covered their ears. Standing opposite, Macaulay couldn't help but cover his ears as well. What is this? A look of awe appeared in Macaulay's eyes. The Articuno before him was surrounded by cold blue energy, emanating terrifying power that continued to condense. It was as if Articuno was evolving, its aura growing stronger. A cry echoed, and the figure of the frozen Articuno appeared, with 7 feathers on its tail, its entire body shifting from sky blue to deep blue, its gaze sharper, and ice crystal-like sparkles emerging from its feathers. The frozen Articuno stood before everyone. This, Macaulay showed a look of confusion. It seemed like this was not a mega evolution. Su-Chi did not answer him, as he also didn't know how to respond to the question. The frozen bird used absolute zero to deal with it. The cold energy radiating from the frozen bird's mouth directly froze all the water, turning the Roaring Whale King into an ice pop. Roaring Whale King, bite through the ice. Macaulay shouted loudly at the Roaring Whale King. However, while the Roaring Whale King could hear him, it could not move. This battle ended with Su-Chi's victory. The host announced the results of the match, and the audience was in shock. They couldn't believe the champion had lost just like that. After the match ended, everyone left the arena. Outside the venue, Su-Chi and his companions bid farewell to Master Macaulay. Su-Chi and Macaulay agreed to continue their battle next time. After that, Macaulay went to catch his flight. The group returned to the Pokémon Center, had a meal, and everyone was tired after a long day. They wished each other good night and went back to their rooms. Just as Xiao Lu was turning to leave, Su-Chi called out to her and said, Xiao Lu, thank you for giving me such a precious opportunity. You're welcome. Aren't we friends? There's no need to say so much between friends, Xiao Lu replied. All right, then you should get some rest, Su Qi said. After that, Su Qi turned and left. Xiao Lu watched Su Qi's departing figure, and a hint of daydreaming surfaced in her heart. So handsome, but really so oblivious to romance. Can't he see my obvious hints? What a waste. Xiao Lu pouted as she looked at Su Qi's back. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. It was another beautiful day. Su Qi was about to set off for Red Lotus Island. Since Ash and the others were also going, they decided to go together. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, was heading towards Shua City. The group boarded the ship heading to Red Lotus Island. As soon as they got on the ship, Ash looked around excitedly, as if he had never seen the world before. Su Qi couldn't help but internally complain about Ash. Didn't he watch The Saint? And when it was happening? What country bumpkin? When Su Qi arrived again, he booked 4 luxury suites, as the itinerary would take about a day. Honglian Island is located in the southern part of the Kanto region, and the journey is long, taking about a day to reach. The group enjoyed the sea breeze, watching the occasional jumping golden koi or white sea lions, and sometimes sun corals would appear above the water surface. It was a rare and pleasant time. The 4 of them savored a luxurious set meal and drank freshly squeezed fruit juice, feeling quite content. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Black Organization, Hailang stood respectfully, while a handsome middle-aged man sat in the main seat. Although the passage of time was evident on his face, his features were well-defined, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, making him a strikingly handsome man. This person was the leader of the Black Organization, Haitian. Hailang, how is the matter I assigned to you? Please rest assured, boss, I've taken care of everything, and you will soon see the world you desire. After hearing this, Haitian nodded in satisfaction and let out a sinister, villainous laugh. Hailang noticed Haitian's cold gaze and fierce expression, feeling a bit intimidated. Hailang couldn't help but think, the boss is too terrifying. At the headquarters of the Fire Rock team, boss, the volcano shows abnormal values, and the activity level is very high. It should be in these days, said Huolin, the leader of the Fire Rock team. At the headquarters of the Water Fleet, boss, the underwater fissure shows a large amount of underwater sulfur being expelled, and there may be unstable factors in the fault seal. A researcher replied to Kima, the leader of the Water Fleet. The underwater fissure? Ha ha ha. It seems we can finally awaken that guy. At this moment, Su Qi was still unaware that a world-ending disaster was waiting for him on Honglian Island. Meanwhile, the Water Lord of the Kozner River suddenly opened its eyes and immediately got up to run towards Ziyuan town. Chapter 64. Honglian Volcano, Turbulent Undercurrents. The next morning, everyone was sleeping quite soundly. Su Qi and the others played all day yesterday and were exhausted, but they had a good night's sleep. Xiao Ji and the others were still sound asleep, while Su Qi woke up early to breathe in the fresh air. The morning air was refreshing, and Su Qi greedily took a few deep breaths. In the distance, the outline of Honglian Island was already visible. Honglian Island was formed by a volcanic eruption, so most of it consisted of volcanic rock and black soil, with lush vegetation and a variety of Pokémon, especially many fire-type Pokémon like Rapidash, Vulpix, and Charmeleon. However, few people had seen Charmeleon as it lived close to the volcano's crater for a long time. Finally, they arrived. Deep Red Badge, here I come, Su Qi said with determination and a hint of excitement as he looked at the faintly emerging Honglian Island. At that moment, inside Honglian Island, at Honglian Volcano, magma was raging in the crater, and occasionally bursts of hot air would rush out, causing the Charmeleons living nearby to flee rapidly. Deep within the magma, a pair of crimson eyes opened and then slowly closed again. It had a massive fiery red body. In the ocean trench, a bright yellow eye opened slightly, gazing out at the water surface. You have awakened. At this time, Xiao Ji and the others also woke up. I slept so well, Xiao Ji said. Yeah, after so many days on the hard beds in the wild and Pokémon Center, sleeping on this soft golden silk bed is just too comfortable, Xiaoxia said with a blissful expression. All right, we're almost at Honglian Island. Let's pack our things and get ready to disembark, Su Qi said to the 3 of them. Xiaoxia looked at the nearby Honglian Island in surprise and said, Is this Honglian Island? I heard they're the most popular volcanic mud baths and hot springs in the Kanto region. I want to go soak in them. I also heard that there are many big sisters soaking in the outdoor hot springs. How nice. Xiao Gang had a lewd smile on his face. His cheeks flushed as if thinking of something. Xiao Ji could no longer contain himself. As the largest island in the Kanto region, Honglian Island must have some impressive Pokémon, and he was determined to catch one and obtain the badge from the Honglian Gym. Amidst everyone's imaginations, the boat docked. The group disembarked. Su Chi felt the Phoenix King's egg in his backpack was constantly moving. In fact, on the way to Honglian Island, Su Chi had already noticed that the egg was continuously moving, as if it were about to hatch. However, there were no signs of hatching yet. Could it be that it sensed the third Phoenix King's feather? As everyone walked down the street, there were tourists from various regions everywhere. Su Chi and the others decided to find a hotel to settle down. As for why they didn't stay at the Pokémon Center, they wanted to fully enjoy their time on the beautiful resort island. And besides, Su Chi wasn't too short on money. They checked into a luxurious 5-star hotel. While Su Chi was unpacking, he suddenly received a phone notification. Su Chi took out the illustrated book and saw that it was Sister Kinna. Su Chi picked up the phone with confusion. "Hello, Sister Kinna. Did you call me for something?" Su Chi asked. Hee hee. Kinna on the other end of the line chuckled brightly before continuing. "Can I call you if there is nothing going on? You little brat. It's been a long time since you called your sister." Kinna's tone gave Su Chi goosebumps. Is this still the cold and glamorous Ice Queen? It seems a bit different. All right, let us get to the point. Kinna suddenly turned serious, as if she had transformed back into that cold and glamorous Ice Queen. As soon as Su Chi heard this, he realized it was the correct way to open up. "You say?" Su Chi replied. This time the Alliance has discovered that the leaders of the Black Organization, Magma Team, and Aqua Team have all arrived around Red Lotus Island. Their target should be the legendary Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre. The Alliance has sent me, Dudu, and Senior Juko here, Kona said seriously. Groudon and Kyogre. These two legendary Pokémon. How come they didn't appear in the original story? Has the plot changed so much since my appearance? Su Chi thought after hearing Kona's words. Su Chi, are you listening? Kona asked hurriedly when he saw Su Chi not responding. Su Chi suddenly came to his senses and listened as you continued to speak. The League requires you to assist us as a Pokémon prosecutor to complete this mission, Kona said. Su Chi didn't expect the League to be so shameless. Actually asking a teenager to fight. Were there really no one else? However, despite his complaints, the task still needed to be accomplished, especially since there were so many battle points he didn't want to miss. At this moment, in Yudo's office, Zivki and Yudo both looked worried and anxious. It's come so quickly. I wonder if Su Chi can resolve this matter smoothly, Zivki said with concern. Haha, I believe he can. As a bearer of the aura power, he will definitely help Kanto get through this crisis, Yudo replied. Although he said this, a hint of imperceptible worry still appeared on Yudo's face. It was impossible not to be concerned, especially since this was a world-ending disaster. Various forces were stirring, and amid the undercurrents, Su Chi was gradually becoming the key figure. After hanging up the phone, Su Chi suddenly realized something. Could the crisis that Shalabi mentioned back then be related to Groudon and Kyogre? Although his strength was decent, defeating two legendary Pokémon at the same time would still be quite challenging, but he had to protect everyone. Ding! A legendary mission has been issued. Defeat the soon-to-awaken Groudon. Mission rewards. Legendary mission lottery ticket. 1 level, 1 legendary Pokémon, and the power of Eternatus. A legendary mission. It really was Groudon, but why wasn't Kyogre mentioned? It seemed there was some discrepancy with the League's intelligence. Ding! Groudon and Kyogre have always been archenemies. Groudon's awakening will lead to the eruption of the Red Lotus volcano, with volcanic lava flowing out and spreading throughout the Kanto and Johto regions. What? So this is the disaster that the ancient war dragon faced back then? I will never let such a thing happen. I must protect everyone. Su Chi's gaze was firm, as if an endless courage had risen within him. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Su Chi went to open it. It turned out to be Ash and the others. Ash invited Su Chi to go to the Red Lotus Gym to obtain the Red Lotus badge. Su Chi thought for a moment that Xiaobo, who had long been living in the Red Lotus Dojo, might know something. So Su Chi and Xiaoji, along with 2 others, arrived at the Red Lotus Dojo. The dojo was built by a volcano, and the battle arena was set up inside the volcano. In the original story, Xiaobo's ace Pokémon, the Charizard, lived in this volcanic area. The group knocked on the door, but it suddenly opened by itself. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances and walked in. Chapter 65, Volcanic Eruption. Forces gathered. Is anyone there? Su Chi called out as he walked in front. The room was very spacious, causing a loud echo, and the dark-colored decor gave a rather oppressive feeling. Hey, do you think Xiaobo is not here? Xiaoji asked. Not sure. Let's go in and take a look, Su Chi replied. As they passed through the large door of the room, a wave of heat hit them, and they found themselves facing a massive volcanic crater. A bridge made of iron chains stretched across, with a volcanic magma below. Even Su Chi felt a bit scared. Xiao Xiao looked at the bubbling hot magma, which occasionally splashed up sparks, and suddenly took a step back, saying, "I don't want to cross such a dangerous bridge." "You guys go ahead. I'll go out for a stroll first," Xiao Xia said, unable to hold back her fear and stepping back a few more steps, her face full of dread. This was originally Su Qi and Xiao Zhi's affair, and they shouldn't be involved, so Su Qi said, "Xiao Xia, you go out for a stroll first. Xiao Gang, you can accompany her shopping. After all, Xiao Gang was just standing around here, and it would be better to let him pursue his interests, like looking at beautiful girls." Xiao Gang was instantly a bit tempted, but he still said, "Isn't that bad? Maybe I should just stay." Su Qi noticed Xiao Gang's distracted state and quickly urged them to leave. Xiao Xia felt a bit embarrassed at this point, having initially agreed to come but now hesitating. After Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang left, Su Qi and Xiao Zhi exchanged glances at the iron chain bridge. "Don't be afraid. Just keep your gaze steady," they said to each other. As they stepped onto the bridge, it immediately began to sway unsteadily. Su Qi was fine, but Xiao Zhi gripped the iron railing tightly without letting go. It took them nearly 20 minutes to cross what should have been a 2-minute bridge. In fact, Su Qi felt less scared once he was on the bridge, while Xiao Zhi kept hesitating, which caused a delay. After crossing the bridge, they suddenly encountered an old man. His white hair was parted in the middle. This part is based on the original text and does not imply any bias, and although he was old, his sharp eyes radiated authority. This person should be Elder Xia. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Elder Xia looked at Su Qi and Xiao Zhi with a wary expression. "Hello, we are trainers here to challenge the gym," Xiao Zhi quickly replied, handing over his Pokédex for Elder Xia to inspect. Elder Xia took a look and, feeling embarrassed, said, "Oh, you're trainers? I'm so sorry." He returned the Pokédex to Xiao Zhi with an apologetic look. "I advise you to leave Honglian Island immediately. A great disaster is about to happen here. Hurry and escape," Elder Xia said with a dejected expression. Upon hearing Mr. Xia's words, Su Qi thought to himself, "How does he know about this disaster? Could it be? Mr. Xia, can you tell us what it is? Maybe we can help you." "Yeah. What huge disaster could be a problem in front of my brother Su Qi?" Xiao Zhi said confidently. This made Su Qi, who was standing aside, feel frustrated. He thought, "Let us not mention calling me brother. If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? You get to say all the good things while I do all the hard work." "Well, it's actually no harm telling you. According to the legends passed down through our family for generations, there's a divine beast sleeping in the Red Lotus volcano called Groudon. Groudon awakens at irregular intervals. The last time it awoke was in the ancient times. Recently, I've noticed that volcanic activity has been unusually frequent, and a few days ago, some people claiming to be from the Magma Gang came here wanting to take the Phoenix King's feathers from me. I want to let them succeed, Mr. Xia said indignantly. Mr. Xia's words filled Su Qi with excitement. It was truly a stroke of luck to find the last piece of the Phoenix King's feather here without any effort. Su Qi then carefully took out the Phoenix King's egg from his backpack. At that moment, the Phoenix King's egg was radiating an unusually strong energy. Mr. Xia was thrilled to see the Phoenix King's egg. Although he didn't know it was the Phoenix King's egg, the aura felt the same as the Phoenix King's feathers. Could this be fate? Mr. Xia immediately shouted behind him, "Ducksbeak Fire Dragon, come up." As soon as he finished speaking, a column of lava shot up into the sky. Xiao Zhi, who was standing relatively close, was hit by a few sparks of lava and felt a bit at a loss. The temperature of the lava was very high, and even a small splash could cause injury. But in front of Xiao Zhi, a blue energy shield protected him. The lava splashed onto the shield, but the shield was completely unaffected. Could this be the power of the wave guide? Mr. Xia said in shock, his eyes wide. "Yes, this is my brother's wave guide power," Xiao Zhi said proudly. It's true, Mr. Xia excitedly repeated several times. This left Su Qi somewhat puzzled. Why was the wave guide power making him react so strongly? Seeing Su Qi's confused expression, Mr. Xia calmed his excited heart and said, "In our family's ancient manual, it is recorded that when disaster strikes, the inheritor of the wave guide power will lead people through the crisis." After hearing this, Su Qi felt very calm, as it was the second time he had heard this phrase. The last time was from Principal Yutong. What was going on? Why was there an increasing deviation from the original story? The basic plot was still there, but it seemed to have added some elements that shouldn't exist. The appearance of these people and events made Su Qi wonder if his arrival had changed the original direction of this world. If that were the case, then let me take care of the people in this world, Su Qi said, feeling the immense power within his body. Just then, a voice came from outside. The three looked over to see King Qina, King Du, and King Juzi entering with many members of the alliance. "Sister Qina," Suchi hurriedly walked over. Gena, who had always been indifferent, smiled and said, "Brother." The alliance members looked astonished, unable to believe this was the Ice-type king. Had she been possessed? This was too incredible. All right, no need for small talk. The detector has detected signs of a huge, unknown organism activity inside the volcano. Xiaobo, do you know what that is? Kina asked. It's Groudon, Xiaobo replied. What? The alliance members showed shocked expressions, the legendary divine beast. King Jiuzi spoke up, his voice hoarse, saying, "It seems this crisis is quite significant." "Yes, King Jiuzi, you'll have to work hard this time," King Du said. Suchi looked at the members of the alliance and felt speechless. Is their efficiency this low? It's simply ineffective, sigh of failure. Suddenly, several planes flew across the sky. Suchi's eyesight was incredible. It was the Fire Rock team. Chapter 66, Groudon, Sword of the Cliff. He saw several planes in the sky, flying rapidly towards the Red Lotus volcano, apparently wanting to awaken Groudon as soon as possible. Suchi looked at the airplane not far away and said, "The Fire Rock team probably wants to wake Groudon up as soon as possible. We must not let them succeed." Dragonite, Dragon Meteor. The Sky King released Dragonite and shouted loudly. Just as Dragonite was about to unleash its skill, suddenly the volcano began to erupt, with towering columns of fire igniting. The crimson lava gradually spread out, and the volcano started erupting on a large scale, with volcanic ash rising into the sky, reaching thousands of meters high, blocking out the sun. The entire Red Lotus Island was plunged into darkness. The thick smoke and erupting fire columns painted the sky a dark red, resembling the end of the world. The people of Red Lotus Island saw the volcanic eruption and began to flee in large numbers, scattering in all directions as the island fell into a huge crisis. Even from a distance, the eruption of Red Lotus Island could be seen, with the southern sky appearing entirely dark red. Above Red Lotus Island, a female reporter was broadcasting the news from a helicopter. "Hello everyone, I am Violet. We are witnessing a massive eruption of the Red Lotus volcano located in the Kanto region, and so far there have been no casualties." After speaking, she pointed the camera at the Red Lotus volcano. At this moment, people from Kanto, Chengdu, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Kalos, and other regions were all paying attention to this huge disaster. Suddenly, the camera captured what seemed to be a giant figure moving inside the volcano, with a pair of crimson eyes. "What is that?" Violet looked at the enormous figure before her, feeling a tremendous sense of fear and helplessness. She had no intention of resisting against the creature in front of her. At that moment, a loud voice echoed throughout Red Lotus Island. Groudon, the Sky King, looking at the scene before him, felt an immense shock. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of massive footsteps began to resonate, and the entire Red Lotus Island seemed to start shaking. Suchi and the others suddenly found themselves at a loss. "We need to stop him quickly," Duck-billed Fire Dragon shouted as he took out the Phoenix King's feather. The duck-billed Fire Dragon directly pulled out the Phoenix feather from its mouth. Suchi looked at the fact that the feather of the Phoenix King was hidden here and couldn't help but exclaim that it was so well concealed that an ordinary person would find it hard to think of this place. The Phoenix egg sensed this aura and actively drew the feather of the Phoenix King, causing the eggshell to gradually crack and a burst of dazzling colorful light to erupt. The Phoenix King was reborn through its nirvana. A loud cry echoed as the Phoenix King appeared, spreading its wings and shining with endless rosy light. The people of Red Lotus Island witnessed this scene. In the volcano, Gula Duo, who was about to move out, seemed to sense something, stopped in its tracks, turned its huge head, and looked at the Phoenix King flying toward it, its eyes filled with hatred. It still remembered that during the ancient times, it was thanks to the Phoenix King's help that it had been able to sleep for so long, and this time it must crush it. A massive fiery red energy gathered atop Gula Duo's head, seemingly burning the surrounding air and creating ripples. The Sword of the Cliff. Enemies meet with extra hostility. Gula Duo used its strongest skill. The Phoenix King was not to be outdone, flames igniting all over its body as it unleashed a colorful flame from its mouth. The Sacred Fire. The two attacks collided and exploded in an instant, creating a visible shockwave that spread outwards. Thus, the two divine beasts continuously attacked each other, unable to determine a clear winner. The spectators at the Red Lotus Gym were shocked by the scene before them. Was this the battle between divine beasts? Just as everyone was in shock, Suchi spoke up. "You all retreat. I'll hold them off." "How can we let child hold them off?" "I can't afford to lose you," Dus said. "I'm old. Let me contribute my last bit of strength," King Jiuzi said at this moment. "All right, everyone stop arguing. The Pokémon League exists to protect and maintain the Pokémon world. Since we are all part of the League, We should face difficulties together, Kona said. Yes, we should face difficulties together, the members of the League echoed. At this moment, Suchi understood that although the Pokémon League was inefficient, it was still respected by people because of this spirit of selflessness, which could not be compared to those villains. In that case, let's all go together, Suchi said. The crowd released their flying-type Pokémon and moved closer to Guladuo. Even Ash mounted his Pidgeot, ready to contribute to the world. Truly the main character. He stepped up when needed, always making a significant impact. At this moment, the Team Magma members, who had been awakened by Guladuo's disturbance, were now approaching Guladuo. Lord Guladuo, we are your loyal guardians. It was we who awakened you early. Help us conquer the world, said Huolin. Guladuo glanced at the noisy human before it and swatted out a hand. Several planes were instantly sent flying, landing who knows where. At this point, Suchi and the others had already approached Guladuo. Suchi released Charizard, and Garchomp directly initiated Mega Evolution, launching their powerful moves. All of Suchi's Pokémon, including Greninja, Guzzlord, Celesteela, and Electivire, were unleashed. Suchi ignored the stunned expressions of the crowd and directly commanded the Pokémon to unleash their strongest skills against Groudon. It must be said that Suchi's Pokémon strength was quite impressive, as Groudon was forced back a few steps. Seeing this, everyone released their own Pokémon. Dragonite, Dragon Rage, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Regice, Absolute Zero, Gengar, Dark Pulse, Houndoom, Flamethrower. Groudon looked at these small creatures in front of it and felt annoyed, opening its mouth to unleash a furious roar, sending shockwaves that caused the Pokémon to stagger back. Ho-Oh used Sacred Ash to enhance its own attack, and a Sacred Fire hit Groudon. Groudon was knocked back repeatedly, eventually falling into a volcano, where it was engulfed by molten lava. The crowd watched this scene and thought it was over. Miss Violet's camera recorded everything here. Good news, everyone! With the help of the guardian deity Ho-Oh and the Alliance, Groudon has been defeated, and the crisis of Red Lotus Island has been successfully averted. Cheers erupted from the people of Red Lotus Island and various regions, thanking the Alliance and Ho-Oh. However, Suchi and the others did not relax. It seemed a bit too smooth. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Black Organization, the plan can begin. Let those idiots from Team Magma be cannon fodder. This world ultimately belongs to me. Yes, boss. Chapter 67, Primal Groudon. Groudon, having fallen into the magma, began to emit a red glow all over its body. Groudon rapidly grew larger, yellow stripes appearing on its body, and its color deepened to a dark red, reaching over 8 meters in height. Groudon opened its eyes once more. Roar! A massive roar echoed as Groudon, filled with endless rage, stood up again. Haitian watched the large screen in front of him, unable to contain his joy. The catalyst he had spent so much time, energy, and resources to create was finally being used today. It turned out that Haitian had long ago poured a Pokémon catalyst into the crater of Red Lotus Island. This catalyst could greatly enhance a Pokémon's power for a short time, allowing it to unleash its maximum potential, similar to Mega Evolution. But this catalyst caused too much harm to the Pokémon. Once Groudon destroyed the entire world, its power would be nearly exhausted, and he could reap the benefits. Thinking of this, a twisted smile appeared on Haitian's sinister face as he watched his subordinates tremble below. On Red Lotus Island, as Primal Groudon rose, another volcanic eruption occurred, this time on a larger scale. Lava began to flow into residential areas. A large number of residents started to flee, plunging the recently stabilized Red Lotus Island back into chaos. In the midst of the confusion, a child lost sight of their family. At this moment, Misty picked up the child and, along with Brock, ran toward an unaffected area. Seeing this, Ho-Oh launched another attack. But due to Ho-Oh just being reborn in Primal Groudon's enhanced strength, its attack had little effect. Suchi and the others were also attacking the Primal Groudon frantically. So many attacks hitting the Primal Groudon were like mud sinking into the sea, having no effect. Groudon opened its large mouth and spewed flames, instantly igniting the mountains and causing trees to spread fire at an alarming rate. Groudon let out a furious roar, and a large-scale meteor shower suddenly fell from sky, not only on Red Lotus Island, but also in multiple places in the Kanto region. The terrifying rain of meteors began to fall in large numbers, with explosions ringing out, plunging the entire Kanto region into a sea of fire. Suchi looked at the tragic scene before him and recalled the great fire during the ancient dragon battle, which was also filled with despair. No, he could never give up. Suchi shouted loudly, and the power of the wave surged through his body. His black eyes turned blue, and his entire body was enveloped in blue energy, with his clothes moving as if there were no wind. Su-Chi extended his hand, and a large blue hand formed in the air, striking towards the primal Groudon. The primal Groudon sensed a dangerous aura, opened its mouth, and unleashed a destructive beam of energy that directly pierced through the large hand conjured by Su-Chi. Seeing this, Su-Chi gathered even greater energy and charged towards the original Groudon. Groudon stepped back a few paces, steadied itself, and let out a roar. Energy gathered at the top of Groudon's head, the sword of the cliff. The immense energy directly sent Su-Chi flying, and he was thrown into the sea by the powerful shockwave. Su-Chi felt that he had exhausted all his strength, with no energy left in his body, and could only sink with the seawater. In a haze, Su-Chi felt that he was about to die. Suddenly, there was a flash before his eyes, and Su-Chi found himself in a space. Where's this? Su-Chi looked around at the place, surrounded by brilliant starlight. Su-Chi was startled and said, "Is this the cosmic starry sky?" A sudden voice echoed, "Young man." "Who?" Su-Chi shouted. The sound in the surrounding space startled him. Not far away, the space rippled and a burst of light flashed, and soon a figure walked out from within. A creature resembling an alpaca, emanating a sacred aura, was surrounded by 18 stone slabs. "You are Arceus," Sui exclaimed excitedly. As the creator deity of the Pokémon world, every child who loves Pokémon would be as thrilled to see Arceus as Su-Chi was. Su-Chi took a moment to steady himself and suppress his inner excitement. Then spoke, "Arceus, the great creator god, do you have any way to save this world?" "Of course, young man, your power is evident. But you are an anomaly in this world. I cannot see the future through you. It seems you are not a being of this world." As soon as Su-Chi heard this, his heart trembled, thinking, "No wonder it's Arceus. It can see through this." As if sensing Su-Chi's unease, Arceus spoke, "The Pokémon world loves peace. Any just person can survive in this world. My purpose in creating this world is to fill it with vitality, not death. Now I will lend you my power, hoping you can resolve this matter." After saying this, a brilliant ray of light from Arceus struck Su-Chi, merging into his body. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 Arceus creation god power." Su-Chi felt a warm current surge through his body, as if wrapped in a hot spring. Warm and comfortable, waves of powerful energy emerged within Su-Chi's body, and he sensed this force. "What a powerful force," Su-Chi said as he clenched his fist. "Additionally, the Sea God Pearl can help you resolve this matter with Gyarados." After saying this, Arceus's figure gradually disappeared. Su-Chi instantly returned to the sea, using the power of wave guidance to create a protective shield around his body, and took out the Sea God Pearl. In the deep sea trench, Kyogre opened its eyes and sensed the aura of the Sea God Pearl. Kyogre moved its body and surged out of the underwater trench. The underwater fleet was still preparing to blast the trench open with torpedoes when suddenly the sea stirred, and Kyogre's massive figure swept past the submarine and flew towards Su-Chi's direction. What? How did Kyogre come out? The people in the underwater fleet were all stunned. Kyogre moved swiftly, stirring the seawater, and in just a few minutes arrived beside Su-Chi. Kyogre's enormous body stood before Su-Chi. Su-Chi reached out to touch Gyarados, and Gyarados closed its eyes, gently feeling Su-Chi's caress. Su-Chi looked at the Kyogre in front of him, its deep blue skin resembling that of a whale, and its sea blue eyes as pure as sapphires. Su-Chi never expected that one day he could make Gyoka listen to him. Su-Chi stood on Kyogre, patting its body, and Kyogre understood, heading towards Hoenn Island. At this moment, on Hoenn Island, the Alliance members were struggling to fend off Groudon. More than half of Hoenn Island had been destroyed, with wildfires spreading, and the entire island had fallen into silence. Champion Dui, Kinna, and Kuju stood at the front lines. Ash's side only had Pikachu continuing to fight, and one must say Pikachu was impressive. Misty and Brock were helping Miss Junsha evacuate the ordinary citizens. Kinna and Ash looked on with sorrowful expressions, partly due to Groudon's destruction of Hoenn Island, and partly because Su-Chi had been killed by him. They could only transform their grief into strength, fighting until the last moment. Various support forces from the Alliance had also arrived at Hoenn Island. Otherwise, it would have long since collapsed. People like Daigo, Julien, Mikoli, Dandy, and Shiba were continuously providing support to Hoenn Island. Regice was sent flying by a massive shockwave, along with Kinna and Ash. Just as Groudon was about to launch another attack, suddenly, 4 streams of water shot out rapidly, hitting Groudon. Chapter 68. The duel of the two gods Groudon was caught off guard by the sudden attack and fell to the ground. Kinna and the others looked in another direction, and before them stood a man on Kyogre, Suchili. Kinna looked at Suchili with tears in her eyes, unable to believe that he was still alive. Everyone worked together to attack Groudon. Suchili amplified his voice using the aura, and half of Hoenn Island heard him. After hearing this, everyone directed their Pokémon to continue fighting, but at that moment, Groudon stood up again, immediately spotting its nemesis, Kyogre. It said that enemies see red when they meet, and Groudon and Kyogre were natural enemies. One controlled the earth, and the other controlled the ocean. Water and fire were incompatible. Groudon unleashed the Cliff Sword, releasing a massive wave of energy that uprooted the surrounding trees. Kyogre used Origin Pulse. Suidi Kemandith. Kyogre's body began to vibrate in the void, and 4 massive water columns shot out, colliding with Groudon's Cliff Sword, instantly causing thick water vapor to rise in the air. The two forces were at a stalemate for a while, but gradually, Kyogre began to falter. The primal energy of Groudon was immense, and it was clear that Kyogre could not hold on much longer. Just then, Suchili suddenly thought of the Sea God Pearl. He took out the Sea God Pearl and slowly placed it on Kyogre's head. In an instant, the Sea God Pearl emitted a strange blue light, merging into Kyogre's body. Kyogre's body developed bright yellow stripes. Its skin and eyes deepened, becoming sharper, and its aura grew stronger and stronger as Kyogre evolved into Primal Kyogre. However, this was temporary. Once the Sea God Pearl was removed, Kyogre would revert to its original form. But this was still much better than the forced evolution of Primal Groudon, as at least its body wouldn't suffer damage. Primal Kyogre, use Origin Pulse. Suchili commanded again. This time, the clash between Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre was evenly matched, leaving Suchili unsure of what to do. At that moment, he heard a voice in his mind. Young man, I've just been reborn and my strength is unstable. Lend me your power to defeat it. Rebirth. This was the voice of Ho-Oh. Suchi looked up and saw that the Phoenix King had already flown to his side. Suchi said to the Phoenix King, "What should I do then? Transfer your power to me." "All right." Suchi nodded, extended his hand, and a surge of blue wave power erupted, transferring to the Phoenix King. Suddenly, a loud phoenix cry was heard, and the Phoenix King's aura erupted, flames spreading from his body. Sacred fire. Seeing this, Suchi directly said, "Groudon, Origin Pulse." Roar. 2 beams of energy struck Groudon, who let out a painful cry and staggered back several steps. Duju immediately urged everyone to attack together. Metagross, Hyper Beam. Mizmime, Ice Beam. Garchomp, Dragon Rage. Dragonite. Draco Meteor. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Waves of various attacks hit the Primal Groudon. While an individual's strength may be small, when combined, it becomes a powerful force. The Primal Groudon exhausted all its energy and reverted to its normal form. In this battle, everyone barely achieved victory, thanks to the assistance of Kyogre and Ho-Oh, as well as Arceus, the creator god who has always worked to maintain stability and peace in the Pokémon world. Just then, Groudon seemed to have a moment of resurgence, using its last bit of strength to gather energy and ignite the Red Lotus volcano, causing the magma to start flowing extensively. Suchi looked at the flowing lava and shouted, "Everyone, use Water-type Pokémon to block the flow of lava." After hearing Suchi's words, the crowd quickly took out their Pokeballs and released their Water-type Pokémon, but it was just a drop in the bucket. Kyogre was also using Water-type moves to stop the surge of lava, while the people in front of the television were praying. The main issue was that the area of the Red Lotus volcano was too large, covering over 20 kilometers. If the lava was not stopped, it would fill the entire Kanto and Johto regions with seawater. Although Kyogre had the power to extinguish the volcano, the people on the entire island would drown in the sea. Just as everyone was at a loss, 3 Pokémon suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the latecomers, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. The 3 Pokémon emitted their own powers. Suicune, with its blue water energy, precisely extinguished the lava. Entei's fire energy calmed the volcanic eruption. And Raikou unleashed its thunderous power, causing a revival of trees across a large area. This scene left Suchi feeling somewhat incredulous. The 3 legendary beasts had such strength. It seemed the anime had downplayed their abilities. Although they were Pokémon created by Ho-Oh, their true power was still formidable. Finally, the volcano ceased its eruption, and the lava stopped flowing. Trees began to regrow. If it weren't for the traces left by the lava and the destroyed houses, Suchi would have felt as if no disaster had occurred here at all. Suicune glanced at Suchi and then the three legendary beasts flew into the distance. The ordeal was finally over, and the great achievements of Su Chi and the Alliance members would be forever recorded in history. Through live television broadcasts, people from various regions also noticed the man commanding the legendary Pokémon in battle. Su Chi is finally popular now. After the battle, the sea god's pearl emerged from Kyogre's body and returned to Su Chi's hands. Then, Kyogre turned and swam back into the sea. The sworn enemy had fallen into slumber once again, and Kyogre was also returning to the depths of the ocean. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000,000 battle points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The mission rewards have been issued. Next comes the post-disaster reconstruction work. A month later, Su Chi officially set out on his way back. This trip was not in vain, feeling the immense energy within his body along with the power of eternity. The legendary lottery ticket yielded a divine beast, Dialga, while the divine beast egg was a Kyogre, young, especially with the 1,000,000 battle points. Although defeating Groudon required little effort from him, the system still rewarded Su Chi based on the damage dealt. As for the Red Lotus badge, after the disaster, Xiaobo gave Su Chi and Ash one badge each, stating that he had witnessed their strength during this battle. Just then, Su Chi heard Ash's shout. Su Chi walked over, and Xiaoji excitedly said, "Su Chi, look quickly." Su Chi looked in the direction pointed by Xiaoji. Where was the last stop of his journey in Kanto, Ibaraki City? Sakaki, I'm coming. Chapter 69, Ibaraki City, Rising Popularity. At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Black Organization, Black Heaven was almost furious. He never expected that someone like Su Chi would emerge. He was about to smash everything in the room. His subordinates watched Black Heaven in front of them, scared and stunned, all hiding outside the room to peek in. Then he smirked and said, "Ha, it's not over yet. No one can destroy my dream. No one can." By the end, Black Heaven almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. Black Dragon and the others, seeing their boss get angry and then smile, thought he had gone crazy. Suddenly, he heard a voice from inside the room. "Black Dragon, get in here." It turned out the boss wasn't crazy after all. Black Dragon walked in flattering. "Boss, what do you need me for?" "The second plan can begin." "Yes, boss." Black Dragon respectfully exited. At this moment, Su Chi had already set foot in Ibaraki City. Ibaraki City is economically developed and is one of the important pillars of the Kanto region. Su Chi and the others arrived at the Pokémon Center in Kanazawa City. By the time the boat reached Kanazawa City, it was already very late. After checking in, they each said goodnight to one another and went to their rooms. In the basement of the Kanazawa gym, Sakaki was stroking Meowth's head on a leather sofa, listening to his subordinates' reports. "Are they already here? He should know that I am the gym leader of Kanazawa. I wonder what kind of surprise it will be when we meet again. Do you think he will report me to the league?" Sakaki asked the girl with glasses beside him. The girl with glasses twitched her mouth slightly, thinking it was a life-and-death question, but she still smiled and said, "Boss, I think you shouldn't intervene. Let the subordinates handle it." "What? Do you think I will definitely lose?" Sakaki's cold gaze fixated on the girl. The girl felt a chill and couldn't help but kneel down to apologize, saying, "Boss, that's not what I meant." "Humph." Sakaki snorted coldly. "All right, you can go now. Prepare my bed." Sakaki closed his eyes and said, "Uh-huh." The girl suddenly seemed to think of something, blushed, and hurriedly ran away. At this time, on the rooftop of the tallest Nintendo building in Kanazawa City, a figure stood there, its Mewtwo. As if sensing Su Chi's presence, Mewtwo glanced in the direction of the Pokémon Center. Then, it instantly teleported away, disappearing from sight. The next day, Su Chi got up early because he was going to obtain the last badge today and would also see his old friend Sakaki. After Su Chi finished washing up, he walked out of the room and saw Xiao Ji had been waiting at the door for him. As soon as Su Chi walked out the door, he saw Xiao Ji looking at him excitedly. He was even happier than Su Chi himself. If Xiao Ji found out that the leader of Team Rocket was the owner of the judo gym, he would definitely be anxious to report it. However, Su Chi didn't want to report Sakaki and the others just yet, because he didn't want to lose this long-term source of battle points. Occasionally battling a few members of Team Rocket to earn some battle points, isn't that quite enjoyable? Su Chi and Xiao Ji arrived at the restaurant, where Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang had already started eating. "Our great hero has arrived," Xiao Xia said to Su Chi with a smile. "What?" Su Chi was a bit confused, not understanding what was going on. As soon as the people around saw Su Chi, they instantly became excited and rushed over to ask for autographs. It turned out that in just this past month, major news outlets have been reporting on Su Chi, and his popularity had even surpassed that of various champion kings. Su Chi has become widely known, and now he can truly experience what it feels like to be a star. Surrounded by people, there are crowds everywhere. Su-Chi broke free from the crowd and quickly escaped, using the power of the wave to move at high speed. After running about a kilometer, Su-Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one around. It was too frightening. This was the fan effect. At this moment, Ash and his friends were still searching for Su-Chi everywhere. Ever since Su-Chi ran out just now, Ash and the others, as Su-Chi's friends, have been surrounded by reporters. They were bombarded with crazy questions, all related to Su-Chi. They also had a hard time escaping. At this moment, Su-Chi was at the entrance of a Pokémon shop, wearing a mask and buying some materials for making Pokémon energy cubes. After paying, Su-Chi threw everything into the system space, preparing to head to the gym as usual. Just then, a call came in on Su-Chi's Pokédex. He saw that it was Principal Yudo. Why is Principal Yudo calling me? Su-Chi wondered as he answered the call. Hello, Principal Yudo. Sui, thank you for successfully resolving the recent crisis. I heard you have arrived in city. If you have time, please come to the Zavuchi Company. Zavuchi Company? Su-Chi was puzzled for a moment. He knew that Zavuchi Company was the largest store owner in the entire Pokémon world, operating many shops. And many Pokeballs and various energy cubes were made by Zavuchi Company. It could be said that Zavuchi Company held a monopoly in certain aspects. Sui, are you listening? Principal Yudo's voice came through the phone, instantly bringing Su-Chi back from his thoughts. I'm listening, Principal Yudo. Is there something you need me for? Su-Chi asked. Haha, it's nothing major. You'll know when you get here. Yudo's cheerful laughter came from the phone. I've sent the address to your Pokédex. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su-Chi looked at the address on the Pokédex and walked over. After about 10 minutes, Su-Chi arrived in front of a very grand and tall building. Looking at the hundreds of meters high building in front of him, Su-Chi could only say, they really have a lot of money. Su-Chi Wolktin. The people inside had already prepared. You must be Mr. Su-Chi. Mr. Zivkik has been waiting for you. Su-Chi hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Wasn't it you, Tung, who asked him to come? What? Su-Chi followed the guide to the top floor office. Inside the office, Yu Tung and Mr. Zivki have been waiting for a long time. Mr. Zivki, the person has arrived. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Zivki signaled, and the person bowed respectfully and exited. Su-Chi looked at the luxurious decoration in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that it was really wealthy. Everything exuded an air of luxury. Su-Chi Wolktin. Yu-Ting saw Su-Chi coming and quickly waved him over. When Su-Chi approached, Yu-Tang first exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then introduced him, saying, Su-Chi, this is Mr. Zavoki, the chairman of Zavoki Company. He is here to see you about something. Su-Chi looked over and saw a refined man in a suit and glasses appear before him. Zhivkov smiled and extended his hand to shake Su-Chi's, saying, Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You're truly unstoppable. I watched the battle at Red Lotus Island. You are a hero of the world. Su-Chi didn't want to listen to these polite words, since the other party had invited him and said so many courteous things. It was obvious that they wanted him to do something. He needed to see what it was. Chapter 70. The Jado Gym, Mutwo's Choice. Actually, it's not a big deal. Look, this Zivki picked up something from the desk. Zivki said, this is the latest energy cube for Pokémon developed by our company. It could provide higher energy for Pokémon and promote their evolution. Su-Chi felt like he was playing with magical candies in the game that directly boosted Pokémon levels, and that feeling was exhilarating. However, doing this in reality would lead to the premature consumption of a Pokémon's potential, meaning that even if it evolved, it might not be very strong. Moreover, this product is expensive, and ordinary people probably can't afford it, while high-end clients can't fully trust us. So we would like to invite you to be our spokesperson. The endorsement fee will definitely be substantial, around 2 billion Alliance coins. What do you think? Zivik said. Su-Chi was thinking carefully. Zafuki noticed the concern in Su-Chi's heart and said to him, Don't feel psychological pressure. In this world, people with strength like yours are still just a small minority. Most people's Pokémon strength is not strong, so this method is also helping them in a way. Su-Chi thought it made a lot of sense. After all, not everyone has a system like he does. What would his life be like without that advantage? Would he also live an ordinary life like countless others? Su-Chi thought carefully and decided to agree, but it was definitely not for the money. It was to ensure that the weak Pokémon in this world would have no regrets. In the end, both parties agreed that Su-Chi would come after finishing his own business to shoot the advertisement. Zivki Company paid a deposit of 500 million Alliance coins. After the agreement was reached, Su-Chi walked out of Zivki Company and looking at the 500 million Alliance coins credited to his Pokédex. He finally understood why everyone wanted to be a star. The speed of making money was just too fast. It felt like picking up money. Su-Chi put the Pokédex back and looked around, not knowing where Ash and the others had gone. But then he thought, it's probably for the best. It's better not to let him meet Sakaki, or who knows what kind of trouble would arise. After turning a few corners, Su-Chi saw the Tokiwa gym, and a luxurious villa appeared before him, with a Golden League emblem on top of the villa. Su-Chi looked at the Alliance emblem above his head. But the gym was actually the headquarters of Team Rocket, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Su-Chi pushed the door open and walked in, finding the venue completely dark. Is anyone there? Su-Chi shouted, his voice echoing in the empty room. With a sudden sound, a beam of light illuminated a section of the stands, while the rest remained in darkness. A figure sitting down was slowly pushed out from the back. As it came into the light, the figure gradually became visible. It was Sakaki. Su-Chi's lips curled up slightly as he spoke. Sakaki, to use the Alliance gym as your rocket team's base, you really have some guts. What? Sakaki felt something was off. It shouldn't be that he was the one getting shocked first before delivering a speech to show off his ideals. Why did it seem like Su-Chi already knew everything? He had lost the initiative, which was frustrating. Before Sakaki could respond, Su-Chi continued. Since you are the gym leader, when challengers come, you surely have to battle, right? No need, Sakaki said, directly tossing the leaf badge to Su-Chi, who reached out to catch it. Looking at the green leaf-shaped gym badge in his hand, Su-Chi thought to himself, finally collected them all. Ding! An epic quest has been issued. Participate in the Indigo Conference and win the championship. Reward. System upgrade once. 1 epic lottery ticket. System upgrade. Su-Chi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was a reward he had never received before. Su-Chi silently asked the system in his heart, what new features will this system upgrade bring? Ding! Please complete the task to check, host. What? Su-Chi was speechless at the system. Other systems are all open and forthcoming, but why does this require him to complete a task first to see? Can't it give a little motivation in advance? Sakaki looked at Su-Chi, who was frozen in place, not knowing what he was thinking. Could it be that he was moved by my badge and wanted to repay me? Haha, I'm just such a generous person, with such an imaginative mind. If Su-Chi heard this, he would definitely award Sakaki the Best Imagination Award. Su-Chi regained his composure and said to Sakaki, you gave me the badge so easily. Wouldn't you mind giving me another one? Upon hearing this, Sakaki replied, it's for that little brat, right? Do you think he deserves it? I don't know if he deserves it, but I am the one with the greatest qualification, Su-Chi said confidently and dominantly. Su-Chi exuded an imposing aura that made Sakaki feel somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the rooftop, and a figure rushed down at high speed, landing on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, a humanoid Pokémon appeared. Sakaki focused and instantly lost his composure, excitedly exclaiming, it's Mutwo, my Mutwo, you're back. Mutwo glanced coldly at Sakaki, then turned to look at Su-Chi. Seeing this, Sakaki's expression shifted from sunny to gloomy in an instant. From Mutwo's earlier gaze, he realized that Mutwo had already made up its mind to leave him. A surge of hatred rose within Sakaki. If he couldn't have it, then no one else could. Su-Chi looked at the Mutwo before him and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Could it be that it has come to a realization? Umans. I've figured it out. I've decided that I want to see this world for myself and find the one who gave me my genes. Mutwo communicated telepathically. Is it a dream? Su-Chi was very interested in this mysterious Pokémon. In the anime, its power was incredibly strong. As a Pokémon that possesses the genes of all Pokémon, it can use all their skills. If he took such a Pokémon out, it would be quite impressive. The legendary Pokémon had at least been seen by some, but apart from Ash and Go, it seemed very few had encountered this one. Is that so? Well, I respect your choice, Su-Chi said with a heavy heart. After all, who wouldn't love such a powerful Pokémon? Suddenly, Mutwo vanished before Su-Chi's eyes. Seeing Mutwo disappear, Sakaki couldn't help but ask, Su-Chi, tell me where it went. Sakaki really didn't want to let go of the Pokémon he had painstakingly raised. It was the culmination of his life's work. I don't know, why don't you ask it yourself? You. Sakaki was very angry. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Yet this person, Sai, he couldn't fight back. Seeing Sakaki's defeated expression, Su-Chi felt quite pleased. Who would have thought that the notorious leader of Team Rocket would be indifferent to a teenager? Sigh. How lonely it is to be invincible. Su-Chi couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 71. Back to Pallet Town after Su-Chi walked out of the Ibaraki gym. He put on a mask to cover himself and headed towards the Pokémon Center. At that moment, Ash and the others had been searching for Su-Chi for a long time, but couldn't find him. However, they weren't worried about Su-Chi, as his strength was so formidable, so they had already returned to the Pokémon Center to start having lunch. When Su-Chi returned to the Pokémon Center and saw that the others had already started eating, he walked over, got a plate of food, took off his mask, and began to eat. Seeing Su-Chi sit down, Ash couldn't wait to ask, "Where did you go, Su-Chi?" Looking at Ash, Su-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. They had clearly agreed to go to the Ibaraki gym together, but now he had left Ash hanging. Su-Chi didn't know how to start the conversation. "Well, Ash, on the way, I encountered someone who fell down, and it just so happened that person was the gym leader of the Ibaraki gym. To thank me, they gave me the green badge." "Oh, really?" Ash looked at Su-Chi with a face full of envy. Seeing this, Su-Chi thought to himself that it was still little Ash who couldn't figure it out. Otherwise, his lie would only fool a 3-year-old. However, the gym leader of the Pewter Gym had something to attend to, so he had already left Pewter City. "Little Ash, you need to find another gym to earn a badge." "Ah, I see, all right." It was obvious that Ash's expression was not good. Sitting beside him, Misty and Brock could clearly see that Su-Chi was indeed deceiving Ash, but they remained silent, knowing Su-Chi's character. They believed that someone as strong as him, a powerful Pokémon trainer, would not trick his good friend Ash. After dinner, Su-Chi took out the Pokédex and pointed to a location for Ash, Hayato City. The Hayato Gym specializes in grass-type Pokémon, which are relatively weak, making it suitable for a trainer like Ash. There is still about a month until the Indigo Conference, so there's plenty of time. Su-Chi then suggested that everyone return to Pallet Town first, since Hayato City is very close to Pallet Town and south of it. They could rest in Pallet Town before heading south. Misty naturally agreed 100, as she loved water-type Pokémon and had heard that Professor Oak's lab had many water-type Pokémon. Brock also agreed, as he wanted to ask Professor Oak some questions about Pokémon breeding. Thus, the four of them set off on their way to Pallet Town. Sitting on the plane home, Su-Chi marveled at the advanced technology of Pokémon, which not only offered beautiful environments, but also developed technology while taking care of the environment. This was something Blue Star could never achieve. Su-Chi Chao looked out the window, watching a flock of crows flying across the sky. Caw-caw. There was a sense of tranquility and peace. Su-Chi relaxed his tense nerves from the past few days, and as he gazed at the scenery outside, he felt a bit drowsy. On the plane, 3 people were sneaking glances at Su-Chi and his companions. "So it's you. You actually managed to get their flight information," Musashi whispered to Xiao Xilong. "This is my family's airline. I just had them check," Xiao Xilong said nonchalantly, though it seemed to hint at a bit of arrogance. Musashi widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is your family's airline." He could hardly believe that Xiao Xilong was actually a rich second generation. "Wow, so rich." Meow Meow's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Xilong, feeling that he suddenly seemed taller and more handsome. Could this be the power of money? 3 hours later, the plane landed safely. They had arrived in Shinshinto, and Su-Chi and his group couldn't wait to get off the plane. Everyone had their own little thoughts. Su-Chi wanted to go home to see his grandfather. Xiaoji missed his mom. Xiao Xia's eyes were already full of water-type Pokémon, and Xiao Gang remained relatively calm. But he felt a bit excited at the thought of meeting the authority in the research field. The group walked along the road to Professor Oak's lab, and as Su-Chi looked at the familiar surroundings, a deep sense of nostalgia filled his heart. Finally, after walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw the iconic windmill building. They had arrived at Professor Oak's lab. At the entrance, Professor Oak had been waiting for a long time. Before boarding the plane, Su-Chi had already called Professor Oak Grandpa. Su-Chi ran over, and the two embraced tightly. "Xiao-Chi, it's been so long since we last met. You've grown taller again. By the way, do you have any rare Pokémon? I saw in the news that you have many Pokémon I've never seen before. Let me research them." Professor Oak's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su-Chi, almost as if he were eyeing a juicy piece of meat, making Su-Chi feel a chill down his spine. "By the way, Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Xia, and this is Xiao Gang. They are friends traveling with Xiao Ji." "Hello, Professor Oak." Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang greeted him in unison. "Hello, welcome to Pallet Town," Professor Oak replied with a smile. "Professor Oak, I'm heading home first," Xiao Ji said nonchalantly and quickly ran back home. The lab was very close to Xiao Ji's house, about 200 meters apart, as everyone in Pallet Town lived quite close to each other. The group followed Professor Oak into the lab. As soon as the ancient dragon saw Su-Chi, it rushed over and knocked him down, affectionately rubbing against him. So heavy, Su-Chi felt as if a giant rock was pressing down on him. Fortunately, with the power of aura, his body had been greatly strengthened. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The ancient dragon had seen Su-Chi's battle against Groudon on TV and regretted not being part of the fight. It was very worried when Su-Chi fell into the sea, but seeing Su-Chi get back up and defeat Groudon made it extremely happy. Reuniting with its trainer filled its heart with excitement, and it couldn't help but hug Su-Chi and rub against him. At this moment, Xiaoxia couldn't hold back any longer. After asking Professor Oak a question, she ran off to the habitat of water-type Pokémon. Xiaogang, on the other hand, began to ask Professor Oak all sorts of questions about different Pokémon. Professor Oak was quite fond of this inquisitive Xiaogang and patiently answered his questions. Su-Chi returned home and naturally had to let his Pokémon recognize the place. Come out, everyone! Sui's Spray! All of Su-Chi's Pokémon have come out. Lucario, Electabuzz, Charizard, Garchomp, Steelix, Articuno, Nihilego, Guzzlord, Greninja. Over 30 Pokémon appeared in the yard. Everyone, this is my home, and it's also your home, Su-Chi said to the Pokémon. They all excitedly howled. Professor Oak was dazzled by the sight of so many powerful Pokémon and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 72, The Explosion at the Research Institute, Team Rocket. Especially seeing ultimate beasts like Nihilego and Guzzlord, as well as Pokémon like the Spirit Messenger Anaconda, Professor Oak had never seen before. He kept turning around and walking over. Hey, Su-Chi, where'd you catch all these Pokémon? I've never seen them before, Professor Oak said, looking at Su-Chi curiously. Grandpa, I found these Pokémon in a cave. There's a spatial anomaly inside, and when I went in, I discovered these Pokémon. Su-Chi said seriously. In fact, he had thought of this explanation the day before, as these two ultimate beasts really did come from an ultimate anomaly. As for Anaconda from the spirit world, Su-Chi didn't plan to mention it, as it was too significant, especially since the spirit world could pose a danger to humans. It would be bad if Professor Oak really went looking for it. So Su-Chi mentioned the ultimate anomaly. After all, the discovery of the ultimate anomaly was only a matter of time. Spatial anomaly? Where is it? Professor Oak immediately became interested. Su-Chi told him the location, and Professor Oak hurried off to gather his research team to investigate. However, the place had long been sealed, and nothing was left behind. So Professor Oak's trip was destined to be fruitless. After Professor Oak left, Su-Chi went to the courtyard of the Oak Research Institute. On the vast grassland, carefree Pokémon wandered freely, and Su-Chi felt an endless sense of peace. I really want to lie here forever, Su-Chi thought, lying on the grass and feeling the wind brush against his face, just lying there for a long time. As for Su-Chi's Pokémon, they had already scattered. Articuno and Greninja entered a high mountain range. Articuno preferred solitude and found a cave to rest in, while Greninja jumped up to a giant tree and lay on its trunk. Charizard, Steelix, Garchomp settled into the temperature-controlled glass house that Su-Chi had specially built for them. The interior of the glass house was spacious, featuring forests, rivers, mountains, etc., completely replicating nature. As for ultimate beasts like Nihilego, they had unique preferences and liked dark environments, hiding deep in the forest. At this time, Misty was also observing the water-type Pokémon in the water, looking very happy. Although the Cerulean Gym had many water-type Pokémon, they couldn't compare to those here. At Professor Oak's Research Institute, water-type Pokémon from various regions lived happily together. Rocket followed along due to Professor Oak's research. Back home, Ash was wolfing down the curry rice made by Hanako. Eat slowly. There's plenty more in the kitchen, Hanako said with a smile as she watched her son eat. She thought to herself that this child had been out for nearly a year and had a much bigger appetite. After Ash finished eating, he leaned back in a chair with a full stomach and said, "Mom, your cooking is so delicious." After saying that, he suddenly remembered something and ran out the door. "Mom, I'm going to Professor Oak's," he said, disappearing in an instant. Hanako looked at Ash, who had already vanished from sight, and helplessly said, "You just got home. Can't you take a break?" "Ugh, really?" Su-Chi, lying on the ground, was almost falling asleep when he suddenly heard a voice. "Su-Chi, I'm back." Su-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. He recognized the voice. It was Xiao Mao. He quickly got up. "Xiao Mao, you're back." Su-Chi exclaimed joyfully as he looked at Xiao Mao in front of him. It had been a long time since they last met. After exchanging pleasantries, they suddenly heard Xiao Ji's voice. Xiao Ji was grinning and loudly greeting the two of them. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the back mountain, causing the three to instinctively dodge. Xiao Ji was particularly startled by the sudden explosion and twisted his ankle a bit. Su-Chi looked towards the direction of the incident, where thick smoke was rising from a nearby mountain. "What's going on?" Xiao Mao asked. "I'm not sure, but let's go take a look. The rock types where Pokémon are currently in their breeding period are over there. We can't afford any mistakes," Su-Chi replied. So the three hurried over to check it out. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia, who was observing water-type Pokémon, heard a sudden explosion and looked up to see a mountain not far away, so she quickly ran over to investigate as well. At that moment, the culprits in the mountains were none other than the long-absent Team Rocket trio. Kojiro, this time we really hit the jackpot with so many Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. The boss will definitely reward us, Musashi said happily, looking up. With so many Pokémon, I told you following these little brats would never be a loss, Nyarth said with a wicked smile on his face. Hurry up and capture them. It won't be good if those little brats come over, Kojiro said worriedly. Right. Let's hurry up and catch them, Nyarth said as he caught another Hippowdon with the capture net. This one is too heavy. Kojiro, Musashi, come help me, Nyarth said, struggling to drag the capture net, which contained a Hippowdon that had just finished giving birth and was weak at the moment. The Hippowdon was struggling in pain, trying to break free from the iron net, but it was helpless. Musashi and Kojiro pulled the Hippowdon up into the giant Nyarth robot. They had captured so many Pokémon that they were all sweating profusely. Musashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and gasped. All right, this haul is pretty good. Let's retreat. The three pulled the last batch of Pokémon into the Nyarth robot and prepared to make their escape. Just then, an attack struck the Nyarth robot, but it was unharmed. The Team Rocket members inside the robot felt it shake, and Musashi picked up the telescope inside the robot to look outside. Outside, Xiao Mao's Manectric was staring intently at the Nyarth robot, with Suchi and Xiao Mao standing nearby. Musashi was startled and said, "It's those little brats. Nyarth, Kojiro, run." But at that moment, Nyarth confidently said, "No need to run. This robot is made of titanium alloy steel, and their attacks definitely can't break my Nyarth robot. Plus, that little brat, Suchi's Pokémon, isn't with him. Haha, no one can disturb us now." Haha, Nyarth, you did well, Musashi said happily. Damn little brats. This time I'll make you suffer a bit, Nyarth said, turning the mechanical arm of the robot to grab at the Manectric. Manectric, use flamethrower, Xiao Mao shouted loudly. The Manectric spat out a stream of fire that hit the mechanical arm, but had no effect. What? Xiao Mao was no longer calm. If the previous attack was ineffective due to distance, then being this close should be enough to damage the robot. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika, Pikachu. Pikachu gathered electricity in its cheeks, and a yellow current struck the Nyarth robot, but the current was directly deflected. Little brat, you have no moves left, right? Nyarth commanded the mechanical arm to grab at the Manectric and Pikachu. Just then, a figure flashed by, slicing the mechanical arm clean off. What? Looking at the severed mechanical arm, Nyarth showed an expression of disbelief. What happened? It's the Sharpedo, Xiao Mao shouted. When Suchi saw that the Sharpedo had arrived, he put down his hands that were gathering the power of the wave. He originally planned to deal with the robot himself, but it seemed unnecessary now. Sharpedo, cross-chop. Upon hearing Suchi's command, Sharpedo leaped into the air, its double blades shining brightly, and in a swift motion, it sliced the Meowth robot in half. The Team Rocket trio revealed themselves, looking bewildered. After a moment, Musashi spoke up. Meowth, didn't you say this robot was indestructible? How did it get destroyed so easily? Musashi yelled angrily at Meowth, looking ready to devour it. I don't know. Maybe Sharpedo's strength is just too strong. After all, it's not truly indestructible, Meowth said, looking wronged at Musashi. Team Rocket, you really never learn, do you? Sharpedo, send them to see the stars, Suchi said. Sharpedo gathered energy and unleashed a dragon rage that sent the trio flying into the sky, leaving behind a single remark. What an annoying feeling. Suchi and the others hurried over, opened the barbed wire, and rescued all the Pokémon. Seeing that Team Rocket had captured mostly freshly born or newly hatched Pokémon, a strange flame ignited within Suchi. Team Rocket, you are looking for death. Blue energy fluctuations radiated from Suchi. A massive surge of energy erupted, blowing up the hair of Xiao Mao and the others. Sui, Xiao Mao called out anxiously. Suchi regained his composure and looked at the disheveled three people. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back just now. It's okay. But those Rocket Team members are just too despicable, Xiao Xia said, brushing her scattered hair. After they settled all the Pokémon, they returned to the research lab. Suchi cooked a meal for everyone, and Xiao Ji, who had just finished eating, started to dig in again. So delicious. Suchi, your cooking is amazing. Xiao Ji mumbled with food in his mouth. Of course, when we don't go out traveling, all our meals are cooked by Suchi, and his food is especially tasty. Xiao Mao said. Suchi often cooked for himself in his previous life. After crossing over, he has been cooking for several years, and his culinary skills have improved significantly. Suchi took a bite and found it very good, much better than Michelin. After finishing the meal, Everyone tidied up and was ready to go to sleep. Suchi also returned to his room. He had a dreamless night. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, making it a good day. Today, Suchi was going to Hayata City with Xiao Ji to obtain the white badge. Xiao Mao said he would go to take a look as well, while Xiao Xia decided not to go since she wanted to continue observing water-type Pokémon. Suchi looked at Xiao Xia's infatuated expression and thought to himself, no wonder she is the future water-type Pokémon master. Her level of enthusiasm is impressive. Thus, the three of them set off on their way to Zhao Tian City, which is very close to Jinshin Town, just a half-hour drive. After getting off the car, they went straight to the Zhao Tian gym. The gym leader, named Maisie, runs a flower shop and is a very beautiful woman. The three of them walked in. Xiaoji spoke up, is anyone here? I'm here to challenge the gym. After waiting for a while, a mature woman came out, dressed in a black bodycon dress and sporting big waves in her hair, exuding a mature and charming aura. Little brother, are you here to challenge the gym? Maisie asked. Yes, please battle me, Xiaoji said seriously. However, Suchi found the phrase, please battle me, quite awkward, especially coming from such a beautiful woman. All right, I accept your challenge, Maisie replied. Follow me, the battle arena is in the back. After saying that, Maisie walked towards the back. Suchi and a few others followed to the back of the flower shop. Before them appeared a huge battle arena. Who would have thought that such a small flower shop had such a large battleground behind it? Little brother, the Hayata Dojo is a place where battles are decided. You must bring out your strongest Pokémon to defeat your sister. Come on, little brother, Maisie said charmingly. Go Charizard, Ash shouted. In this world, Charizard didn't disobey Ash. Instead, they got along very well, and its strength was impressive, still being a fire god. Charizard, huh? Little brother, you're so bad. Using a Pokémon that counters your sister, Maisie suddenly shouted seriously. Go Venusaur. Suddenly, giant plants shot up from the ground, attacking Charizard. Charizard dodge, Ash shouted loudly. Charizard weaved between the hardened plants as they continued to rise. Ash looked at the battle situation before him and felt it was unfavorable. Ash, stay calm and focus on utilizing Charizard's advantages, Suchi shouted from the sidelines. Upon hearing Suchi's words, Ash suddenly had a realization. Charizard flew into the air and used Flamethrower. It soared up, avoiding the attacks from the hardened plants, opened its mouth wide, and flames rushed down, turning all the hardened plants to ashes. It was clear that Charizard's strength was quite good. It was just that Ash's command needed some improvement. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, Ash commanded. Charizard's claws glowed with a green aura and directly flipped Venusaur over. One had to admit that Charizard's power was impressive. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. The Seed Bomb struck first, planting itself on Charizard. The seeds took root and sprouted, causing Charizard to grimace in pain. However, Charizard endured the pain and unleashed Fire Blast, sending a fiery explosion towards Venusaur. After the smoke cleared, Venusaur was unable to continue fighting. Ash wins. Yay, we won, Ash shouted excitedly, his joy evident on his face. Finally, Ash had collected all 8 badges. There were still 28 days until the court conference. Maisie handed the white badge to Ash and then swayed away with great charm. Seeing this, both Suchi and Xiao Mao were almost on their feet. Only Ash remained, admiring his precious badge. The group then exited the flower shop. Suchi said, there are more than 20 days until the league tournament. Why don't we have some fun here? Hayata City is built by the sea and has a volcano. The hot spring culture here is very developed, and most people who come here will go for a soak. Just then, Suchi's Pokédex phone rang. Chapter 74, Jingwei Lighthouse, Giant Dragonite. Suchi saw that it was Dr. Oak's call. Hello, Grandpa, what is the matter? Suchi asked. Little Chi, where are you right now? Dr. Oak inquired. Grandpa, we just finished challenging the Hayata gym and are on our way back to Jinshin Town. Suchi replied. Little Chi, I want to tell you that, Doctor. Jingwei from Kai City heard that you were back, and he has something he would like your help with. Do you have time? Dr. Oak asked. As soon as Suchi heard this, he thought of what it was about. It was that huge Dragonite that he had just captured. So Suchi said into the phone, no problem, Grandpa. I'll be there right away. That's great. I'll let him know right now. By the way, Xiaoqi, there hasn't been any significant discovery in this cave. I think the spatial anomaly you mentioned might have disappeared. However, we've detected many unusual special energy entities here. So Grandpa still needs to stay here for a while. Dr. Demu's voice came through. Suchi thought, since he had sealed himself, how could he still appear? Sigh. It really is hard on the old man. However, the technology in the Pokémon world is indeed very powerful. It can still detect ultimate energy after all this time. All right, Grandpa, goodbye. I will take good care of myself and Xiao Mao. With a beep, the call on the other end was disconnected. Su Qi put away the Pokédex and turned to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, saying, "Grandpa asked us to visit Dr. Jinghui. It's just in time for us to have some fun in Kai City." With that, the three of them set off on the road to Kai City. After arriving in Kai City, they took several detours and finally reached Dr. Jinghui's lighthouse, as all three of them were directionally challenged and didn't know the way. Su Qi looked at the lighthouse gate in front of him, stepped forward, raised his hand, knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock." After waiting for a while, there was no response. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qi knocked a few more times, and this time waited for a while before the door opened. A man with heavy dark circles under his eyes appeared in front of Su Qi and the others, his head hanging low and looking quite listless. Su Qi was momentarily stunned. "Who are you looking for?" Dr. Jinghui said weakly. "Hello, my name is Su Qi. Dr. Damu sent me. May I ask who you are?" Su Qi said. Upon hearing Su Qi's name, Dr. Jinghui suddenly brightened up and quickly said, "You are Su Qi." He pulled Su Qi inside with enthusiasm, leaving the confused Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji in disarray outside. The two exchanged glances and then walked in together. Su Qi was pulled into the room by Dr. Jinghui. Looking at the messy room in front of him, Su Qi could only think of one word: chaotic. It was filled with instant noodle buckets and packaging bags. "Doesn't Dr. Jinghui eat proper meals?" Dr. Jinghui noticed Su Qi's confusion and gave an awkward smile. "I'm often busy with research and don't have time to eat, so I just make do with whatever." Looking at the dark circles under Dr. Jinghui's eyes, Su Qi felt a sense of respect for this scientist. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji walked in, and both were shocked by the mess in front of them. At that moment, Dr. Jinghui suddenly knelt down, crying, and said, "Su Qi, help me. That Dragonite is too fierce. I can't sleep well at night." Su Qi looked at Dr. Zhenghui, who was crying and sniffling, and quickly helped him up. However, from what Su Qi knew, this Dragonite in the anime didn't seem to harm humans. Su Qi helped Dr. Jinghui up. Although he knew what was going on, he still asked, "Dr. Jinghui, what happened?" Dr. Jinghui said, "A few years ago, a huge Pokémon came here. I observed it to be at least 10 meters tall. At first, it was fine, just wandering around the surrounding sea. But in the past few months, it seems to have become increasingly agitated, howling every night and keeping me awake." As soon as Su Qi heard this, he felt he needed to take back what he just said. It turned out the dark circles under his eyes were due to the Dragonite making noise and disturbing his sleep. However, Su Qi was puzzled about why the Dragonite was howling late at night. It seemed he would have to ask it personally. "Let's stay here tonight and wait for it," Su Qi said to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji. "Okay," the two replied. In fact, both of them were quite excited after all. It was a huge Pokémon, and who doesn't have a sense of curiosity? So, the three of them, along with Dr. Jinghui, tidied up the room a bit. After cleaning up, they finally felt comfortable. Su Qi came to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Although Dr. Jinghui didn't cook, there were surprisingly ready-made dishes in the fridge. The dishes were served on the table, and the four of them began to eat. Jinghui hadn't had such a good meal in a long time. Everyone gets tired of frozen food and takeout every day. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, it was already around 7 o'clock. The sun had set, and only a trace of the evening glow remained on the horizon. They chatted back and forth like this. Around 10 o'clock, Su Qi checked the time and said to the three of them, "It's about time. Let's go out and take a look." "Okay," the three replied. In the pitch-black night, the waves rolled in, and the surroundings were completely silent with not a hint of light, except for the guiding light from the lighthouse flashing red. Su Qi and the others waited until around midnight, but still did not see the giant Pokémon. At that moment, Dr. Jinghui spoke up, saying that it wouldn't appear after midnight, so they should head back. With no other choice, they decided to return and rest for the night. The next day, it was another beautiful day. The sea breeze brushed against Su Qi's face as he looked out at the distant sea, pondering where this Dragonite really came from. There wasn't much information in the anime. Was it Gigantamax, or was it naturally that large? If it was Gigantamax, how could it maintain that size for such a long time? One question after another arose in Su Qi's mind. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to see Xiao Miao and Xiao Ji. Dr. Jinghui was still fast asleep. Xiao Miao asked Su Qi, "Do you really think there are Pokémon that big?" "Maybe, we'll find out tonight," Su Qi replied. "Ha, if there really is, I must catch it. Last time I caught the giant Tentacruel in Land Polky City. I could do it this time too," Xiao Ji said confidently. Su Qi looked at Ash and found his courage commendable. Even his strongest Pokémon, Pikachu and Charizard, couldn't withstand a single tail swipe from Dragonite. The gigantic Tentacruel had Xiao Mao looking curious. Seeing that Xiao Mao didn't know, Ash began to narrate, animatedly and passionately. Su Qi, watching from the side, felt that Ash had the talent to be an actor. This guy was simply a social butterfly. Suddenly, a mist appeared over the sea. It's coming. It always appears with the fog, Dr. Jinghui said. A figure gradually emerged from the thick mist. Chapter 75, Capturing the Giant Dragonite. The few of them looked at the mist, and Dr. Jinghui spoke up. It should be appearing. Every time the fog rolls in, its figure will show up. Su Qi listened attentively to Zheng Hui's words, staring intently at the mist before him. Suddenly, a huge figure began to emerge from the fog, a dark silhouette. The sound of waves crashing echoed across the surface of the sea, and the ripples on the water gradually increased, as the surging sea god's water continuously battered against the rock wall. It's coming, Dr. Zheng Hui said. Su Qi and the three of them tightly gripped their Pokeballs. Finally, the huge Pokémon approached, and a figure gradually emerged. It was Dragonite, and Ash shouted loudly. Name, Dragonite Gigantamax, Qualification, Gym Leader Ability, Multi-Scale Skills, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, Draco Meteor, Dragon Ascent, Thunderball. Dragonite lowered its head upon hearing the sound, looking at Ash, standing by the lighthouse. Ash was startled by Dragonite, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Su Qi stood in front of Xiao Ji and said to Dragonite, Dragonite, be my Pokémon. Go, Tentacruel and Articuno. Su Qi released his gigantic Pokémon and the strongest divine beast. Xiao Mao sent out Blastoise, Porygon Z, and Gyarados. Pikachu, it's your turn, Ash said. Tentacruel, use Supersonic. Articuno, Ice Beam. Waves of attacks hit the gigantic Dragonite, causing it to stagger back significantly. Stirring up the sea, Dragonite became angry. It was furious to be attacked for no reason. Energy gathered in Dragonite's mouth as it unleashed a hyper beam directed at the nearest Tentacruel. Su Qi saw this and hurriedly said, Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, use Water Pulse. Articuno, use Absolute Zero. The two attacks collided with the Destruction Beam, surprisingly resulting in a stalemate, which made Su Qi appreciate this Dragonite a bit, igniting a flame in his heart, thinking that he must catch this Pokémon. The giant Dragonite, having witnessed the strong abilities of the two Pokémon, began to reconsider and did not want to continue the entanglement. The massive Dragonite started to retreat, and upon seeing its hesitation, Su Qi quickly said, Articuno, freeze the sea behind Dragonite with Absolute Zero. Since this was shallow water, the depth of the sea was insufficient, so Articuno easily froze the water behind Dragonite. From above, one could see that the area behind Dragonite was completely frozen. Realizing it could not escape, Dragonite let out an angry roar, howling to the sky. Huge meteors began to fall from the sky. It was the Dragon Meteor Shower. Articuno, use Blizzard. Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, use Protect. Suischautif. The Dragon Meteor Shower is one of the strongest moves of the Dragon type, especially when used by a giant Dragonite, resulting in a steep increase in damage. The blizzard howled past. The biting cold wind mixed with heavy snow blocked some of the meteors, but many meteors still fell and struck the Protect. Fortunately, with the Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, otherwise, the lighthouse would have been destroyed. Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, Water Gun. Articuno, Absolute Zero. Su Qi shouted. The two attacks hit the giant Dragonite, freezing it in place. The frozen Dragonite struggled fiercely, and the ice blocks on it began to crack gradually. Bang! With a sound, the ice shattered, and Dragonite broke free from the ice. However, it was clearly not in good shape. Its breath was a bit weak, panting heavily, and there were still some ice chunks stuck to its wings. Seeing this, Dragonite attempted one last struggle, gathering energy to unleash Dragon Rage towards Shigeru and the others. This caught Su Qi off guard. This Dragonite was surprisingly cunning, attacking the weak instead of the strong, showing no martial ethics. Just as Dragon Rage was about to hit Shigeru, a blue energy shield appeared in front of him, and Dragon Rage struck the energy shield. It caused an explosion, but after the explosion, the blue energy shield firmly protected Shigeru. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiao Mao was fine, then turned around to look coldly at the giant Dragonite. The sharp gaze made the Dragonite feel uneasy, and it began to break out in a cold sweat. Blue energy fluctuations constantly emanated from Su Qi's body, creating ripples of blue energy. He gathered the power of aura in his left and right hands, condensing it into an aura sphere, which he slammed hard against the giant Dragonite. The giant Dragonite fell directly into the sea, creating a huge wave. Xiao Mao, Xiao Ji, and Zheng Hui were all stunned, glancing at their own fists and then at Su Qi, thinking this was too exaggerated. So strong a one-punch man. Incredible. Su-Chi was very angry. It's fine if you move me, but it's not okay to touch my brother. Then Su-Chi took out a Pokeball and successfully captured Dragonite. Su-Chi retrieved the Pokeball containing Dragonite and released it. As Dragonite woke up and saw the human in front of it, it instinctively took a few steps back. Don't come any closer. Dragonite showed a look of fear. The main reason was that the aura of the man in front of it was too terrifying. Su-Chi, who had merged with 3 types of powers, could be considered the pinnacle of human combat strength on this planet. Su-Chi spoke to the Dragonite, Dragonite, from now on, these Pokémon will be your friends, so you need to get along well with them. The enormous Dragonite could only nod in grievance while listening to Su-Chi's words. After all, one must lower their head when under someone else's roof. Then, Su-Chi asked Dragonite why it was wandering near the lighthouse. Dragonite explained the whole story to Su-Chi, and upon hearing it, Su-Chi suddenly realized. It turned out that the giant Dragonite lived in ancient times, when many Pokémon were gigantic. As time passed, many Pokémon's bodies began to shrink to adapt to environmental changes. The giant Dragonite had been in a deep sleep and, after waking up a few years ago, had been searching for its kin, but had not found them until it was attracted by the red light and the sound of the whistle from the lighthouse, which led it here. It turned out that it was just looking for its family. Su-Chi understood, but things had changed, and perhaps they had already been buried in the river of history. With the backstory understood, the issue with the giant Dragonite was resolved. Su-Chi and Xiao Mao recalled their Pokémon and returned to the lighthouse. They bid each other good night and went to rest. The next morning, Su-Chi and the others got up early. After breakfast, Dr. Zheng Hui tearfully said goodbye to Su-Chi and the others. Su-Chi took his meal and was going back to takeout and instant noodles. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zheng Hui, the group boarded the plane and set off on their journey back to Jinshin Town. At this time, there were still 25 days until the Pokémon League, and Su-Chi and the others needed to start special training. It wasn't just for themselves, as their strength was already quite strong, but primarily for Ash and Xiao Mao. Chapter 76, Kozna River, Underwater Passage. The 3 of them boarded the plane. On the plane, Su-Chi said to Xiao Mao and Ash, "Next, the Indigo Conference is about to begin. You 2 need to start special training to strive for a good result." Upon hearing Su-Chi's words, Ash became anxious and said quickly, "The Indigo Conference, I must win the championship." Ash had a confident look on his face. "You can forget about it. The championship is definitely Su-Chi's," Xiao Mao said, dousing Ash's enthusiasm with cold water. Hearing this, Ash suddenly realized that there was such a powerful person beside him, and his confidence immediately deflated. "Yeah, I forgot that Su-Chi is here," Ash said dejectedly. Seeing this, Su-Chi couldn't help but smile and patted Xiaoji's shoulder, saying, "It's okay. After you return to Pallet Town, I'll give you special training." "Really?" Xiaoji's spirit lifted upon hearing Su-Chi's words, and he no longer felt the lethargy from before. Su-Chi couldn't help but be shocked at how quickly Xiaoji had changed. About an hour and a half later, the plane landed on the runway. The 3 of them got off the plane, and Xiaoji was already eager to return to Professor Oak's lab to start his special training. It must be said that Xiaoji's love for Pokémon battles is immense. No matter where he is, as long as there is a place to battle, he wants to join in. It doesn't matter who he meets. It's always a battle upon meeting and a battle upon parting. He is definitely a battle fanatic. When they returned to Professor Oak's lab, Xiaoxia was already waiting in the yard. Su-Chi had called Xiaoxia before getting on the plane to inform her of their return. "You're back," Xiaoxia said. "Yes, we are. Nothing happened in the past few days, right?" Su-Chi asked. "Nothing much, but that day, I went to find the Yubo tribe living in the Kozna River, and I saw a lot of blue and pink Pokémon in the Kozna River," Xiaoxia said. "Blue and pink Pokémon?" Su-Chi asked in confusion. "Yeah, I've never seen them before," Xiaoxia replied. Su-Chi couldn't help but wonder what kind of Pokémon it was that even Xiaoxia, who loved water-type Pokémon the most, had never seen before. "Forget it. Let's go take a look." So Su-Chi said, "Let's go see it, and we can also do some special training by the Kozna River." "Okay," everyone replied. They entered the forest and began to walk forward. Su-Chi hadn't been here for nearly a year, and the surroundings hadn't changed much. The trees were lush and green, with dense foliage, but it seemed that there were even more trees now. As Su-Chi and his companions walked through the woods, they felt a sense of oppression. Surrounded by the towering trees, the sound of rushing water could be heard, and before them was the Kozna River. Su-Chi and his group arrived at the riverbank, where the water flowed swiftly. The Kozna River left a deep impression on Su-Chi. In fact, his first captured Pokémon was caught right here in the Kozna River. "Gyarados, come out." Su-Chi took out a Pokeball and released Gyarados. Back in familiar territory, it was time for Gyarados to see its former home. As soon as Gyarados emerged, It dove straight into the water, creating a splash. Gyarados swam joyfully back and forth, clearly delighted to be in its old home. Just then, Misty suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Everyone look!" The three of them turned to see a school of fish approaching, with blue and pink fish swimming quickly toward them. Su-Chi focused his gaze and saw that these were not the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish. However, how could such Pokémon, which only appear in the Orange Islands, be found in the Kanto region, and in such a large group? This puzzled Su-Chi. Seeing Su-Chi staring at the fish in the water, Xiao Mao walked over and asked, "Su-Chi, do you recognize them? What Pokémon is this?" "These are the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish, Pokémon that live in the Orange Islands." "But how could these two types of Pokémon exist in the Kosuna River?" Su-Chi has watched anime and is quite familiar with this Pokémon. This Pokémon's evolution requires Deep Sea Tooth and Deep Sea Scale. Could it be that there are Deep Sea Tooth and Deep Sea Scale down here? Su-Chi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. This was a major discovery. The main point was that these two types of evolution items were quite valuable. If they really existed in the Kosuna River, he could make a fortune. This way, he could create higher-level energy cubes. Watching the hunting catfish and cherry blossom fish swimming in the water, Su-Chi said to Gyarados, "Gyarados, quietly follow them and see where they go." Gyarados nodded and cautiously followed. "Su-Chi, what are you planning to do?" Xiaoxia asked in confusion. Su-Chi did not shy away from the truth and directly told everyone that the evolution of these two Pokémon required Deep Sea Tooth and Deep Sea Scale. Since there were a large number of hunter fish and cherry blossom fish here, it was certain that Deep Sea Tooth and Deep Sea Scale existed in this area. Moreover, we need to figure out where they came from. I suspect there is an underground passage at the riverbed, Su-Chi said. Before long, Gyarados returned. Roar! Gyarados surfaced and roared at Su-Chi, signaling that it had found something. "Great," Su-Chi said. He then turned to the three and said, "You wait here. I'm going down to take a look." "I want to go too," Ash shouted loudly. "You should stay. We don't know what the situation is down there. It's safer to stay on the shore." "I'll be back soon," Su-Chi replied. "All right, just be careful," Ash said. "Don't worry," Su-Chi said, and with that, he jumped into the water with a splash and disappeared. In the water, Su-Chi felt a bone-chilling cold as he submerged. Su-Chi thought to himself, "It's so cold, but at least my hands and feet can still move normally." Fortunately, they didn't come down. Su-Chi's body has already reached the pinnacle of humanity, yet he still feels cold. If Xiao Ji were to come down, he would freeze into a popsicle immediately. Su-Chi raised an energy shield around him to isolate the water flow and began to swim forward with the Gyarados. The Costa River wasn't as shallow as it appeared. As Su-Chi entered the water, he discovered that the lake was quite deep, nearly 20 meters. However, the water was very clear. The riverbed was filled with ravines, and there were many dark channels that were bottomless, making it very dark and impossible to see clearly. Su-Chi swam forward with the Gyarados, while the surrounding Pokémon were frightened by the aura emanating from the Gyarados and quickly moved away. After swimming for about 10 minutes, the Gyarados stopped and turned its head to signal Su-Chi to come over. After Su-Chi swam over, he saw two underwater caves appear in front of him, with the spotted fish and cherry blossom fish gathering in groups in front of one cave each. Su-Chi quietly leaned over. Chapter 77, Taming the Shiny Spotted Fish and Cherry Blossom Fish. Suddenly, it seemed like the fish school had discovered them, and the spotted fish and cherry blossom fish began to attack Su-Chi and the Gyarados collectively as if they had gone mad. Seeing this, Su-Chi's anger flared up, and he said directly, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam." Gyarados gathered a massive amount of energy in its mouth, and a beam of light shot out, sweeping away the destructive light. All the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish lost their fighting ability. Seeing this, Su-Chi took out several Pokeballs to capture a few hunter fish and cherry blossom fish, preparing to give them to Misty and Ash. Su-Chi looked down on such low-level Pokemon. If he was going to capture them, he wanted only the best among the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish. Su-Chi understood that the group of spotted fish and cherry blossom fish had collectively attacked him, completely ignoring the water overlord, Gyarados. It was clear that they were definitely protecting something. Su-Chi and the Gyarados swam into the cave, and as soon as they entered, Su-Chi's eyes were momentarily dazzled. Looking around, he saw that the cave was filled with dense clusters of pearl shells. At this moment, Su-Chi understood why the hunter fish were attacking him and the Gyarados so fiercely. It was to protect the pearl shells in front of them. As is well known, pearl shells evolve into hunter fish when they come into contact with the deep sea's teeth, and into cherry blossom fish when they touch the deep sea scales. Clearly, these pearl shells had come here for the purpose of evolution. He noticed that on the rock walls above, specks of white powdery substances were sparkling and floating down. When they touched the pearl shells through the seawater, each pearl shell began to glow with the light of evolution. Witnessing so many pearl shells evolving collectively, Suchi couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. It was simply beautiful. After the shimmering light faded, one by one, the hunter fish swam around, and many cherry blossom fish also emerged from the other side. It seemed that the powder on the rock wall over there was indeed the scales of the deep sea. Numerous hunter fish and cherry blossom fish swam together. Suchi and the Gyarados were watching from the side. The newly evolved hunter fish and cherry blossom fish were very bold, not afraid of Suchi and Gyarados swimming around them. At this moment, Suchi had a big idea. Since there were so many water-type Pokémon here, why not channel the water to create a lake and then build fences and villas around it? He could settle down here and enjoy the jungle life. After all, this area also belonged to the Oak Research Institute, making it more convenient to build on his own land. The main thing was that he needed a large place for all his Pokémon, as he was capturing more and more. Once Kyogre hatched, there would be a home for it here, so it wouldn't be left without a place to stay. Suchi was still lost in his thoughts when he suddenly sensed two presences approaching. Suchi turned around and saw a flash of deep blue light in his bright eyes as he looked into the cave. In the darkness, he could only see two magical creatures swiftly swimming towards him. Suchi smiled when he saw the two Pokémon swimming over. It was a perfect opportunity. The Pokémon approaching were a shiny Huntail and a shiny Gorbis. Both were supposed to be a blue Huntail and a pink Gorbis, but instead, they were silver-white. The triangular shell on Huntail's head was blue, while the tentacle extending from Gorbis's head was red. Name: Huntail qualification, champion ability, swift swim skills, hydro pump, water pulse, shell smash, rain dance, phantom force, water pulse. Name: Gorbis qualification, champion ability, hydration skills, whirlpool, water pulse, last resort, attract, illusion, water tail. Suchi checked the data of the two Pokémon, and they were quite standard. The Huntail used Water Gun against Suchi, which appeared even more powerful in the water. However, it was of no use to Suchi, as a blue light emerged from his hand, and with a wave missile, he directly hit the Huntail against the cave wall. Meanwhile, the cherry blossom fish used Charm on the Gyarados. Several pink little hearts flew toward Gyarados, but Gyarados let out a furious roar and unleashed its ultimate move. Water Gun. The cherry blossom fish was directly hit against the wall by the water gun. Suchi took out the Pokeball and was about to capture two Pokémon when he suddenly realized that the two Pokémon had disappeared. This was quite strange. It was not easy for them to slip away right under Suchi's nose. Suchi closed his eyes and began to use the power of the wave guide to observe his surroundings, as two figures appeared in his mind. Suchi couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be hidden here. Suchi opened his eyes and said to Gyarados, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam on that riverbed." A massive beam of energy struck the ground, and in an instant, the soil on the riverbed surged, revealing two Pokémon that had lost their fighting ability. It turned out that these two Pokémon were hiding in the dirt, nearly escaping from them. Suchi slowly approached them and took out the Pokeball to capture the two. The Pokeball shook a few times. Bang! The hunter's spotted fish and cherry blossom fish were captured. After capturing these two Pokémon, Suchi and Gyarados approached the rock wall inside the cave. What they saw was densely packed with small particles, which were indeed deep-sea teeth. Suchi was overjoyed. They then arrived at another cave, and sure enough, there were also particles of deep-sea scales here. Suchi gathered many deep-sea scales and deep-sea fong particles using the power of the wave guide. After collecting everything, Suchi and the Gyarados swam out of the cave. The hunting barracuda and cherry blossom fish outside had already awakened, due to the evolution of the pearl clam. These hunting barracuda and cherry blossom fish did not attack Suchi either. Suchi looked at these Pokémon and released the shiny Lurantis and cherry blossom fish. The Lurantis and cherry blossom fish swarm immediately became very obedient, swimming there respectfully upon seeing the two Pokémon. Suchi learned through the power of the wave guide that these two Pokémon were the leaders of their respective tribes. Upon hearing this, Suchi was delighted. This way, he could keep the spotted fish and cherry blossom fish here. Suchi's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Suchi did not recall these two Pokémon into their Pokeballs, but instead let them stay here to lead his clan. At the same time, Suchi was a bit puzzled as to why both of these Pokémon were white shiny Pokémon. The hunting fish said they didn't know either. They only lived in a place with a huge tooth and scales, and during evolution, these two Pokémon relied on the tooth and scales. When Suchi heard this, He wondered if it was the original forms of the deep-sea tooth and deep-sea scales. If that were the case, it would be a great opportunity. He then asked where they came from. The cherry blossom fish told Su Chi that they came from the deep sea of the Iru Bow Islands in the Orange Archipelago. The Orange Archipelago. It seems I need to pay a visit. Chapter 78. Building the Fairy Paradise. Knowing that the deep-sea tooth and deep-sea scales came from the Orange Archipelago, Su Chi decided that after the court's conference, he would seek out the deep-sea scales and deep-sea tooth and challenge the Orange Alliance while he was at it. With that decided, after releasing the hunting grouper and cherry blossom fish, Su Chi told them to live well here. The hunting grouper and cherry blossom fish nodded and returned to their caves with their respective groups, swimming around. Watching the hunting grouper and cherry blossom fish leave, Su Chi and the Garridos also began to return to the shore. On the shore, Xiao Mao and the others were anxiously waiting for Su Chi. Xiao Xia said, "Why isn't Su Chi coming up yet? What if something happened?" Xiao Mao confidently replied, "Don't say that. Su Chi is so strong. No one who could bring him misfortune has been born yet." Xiao Mao had an inexplicable confidence in Su Chi, not only because he was his brother, but mainly because Su Chi's strength was so formidable, along with having so many Pokémon, and his own psychic abilities ensured that he would not be harmed. They were still talking when suddenly a splash occurred. Su Chi and the Garridos surfaced, and Su Chi jumped directly onto the shore. Thanks to the power of wave guidance, he was almost completely dry. Seeing Su Chi back on land, Xiao Mao and the others were very happy and hurried over. Su Chi took out a Pokeball and recalled the Garridos. "Are you okay, Su Chi? What's going on down there?" Xiao Mao asked. I'm fine. The Pokemon Xiao Xia saw are the lurefish and cherry blossom fish that live in the Orange Archipelago. They're just down there, Su Chi said. Lurefish and cherry blossom fish. Orange Archipelago? Xiao Xia said in confusion. Su Chi noticed that several people were unfamiliar with these two types of Pokemon, so he handed them 3 Pokeballs. 2 were for the lure fish, which he gave to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, and 1 was for the cherry blossom fish, which he gave to Xiao Xia. The 3 of them released their Pokemon, and Xiao Xia's eyes lit up immediately. "This is so beautiful. It's stunning," she exclaimed, looking at the cherry blossom fish in front of her. The cherry blossom fish was very beautiful, with its pink body and streamlined shape, perfectly elegant. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji watched the lure fish swimming back and forth in the water, their faces full of frustration. "This is so ugly," they thought, feeling like they could cry. Su Chi noticed the thoughts of the two and walked over, saying, "Although its appearance is not great, its strength is quite impressive. I specifically chose these 2 Pokemon. They are both at the Quasi-King level." Upon hearing this, the two immediately felt better. Indeed, appearance pales in comparison to strength. Su Chi then thought of his earlier idea while underwater and shared it with the 3. "What? You want to build a Pokemon paradise here?" shouted Xiao Mao. "Yes. Our Pokemon are increasing and getting stronger. Living in a glass house is a bit limiting. I want to create a Pokemon paradise where everyone's Pokemon can stay. This way, they can enhance each other and we can improve ourselves as well," Su Chi said seriously. Xiao Ji and the others listened and found it very reasonable. They all agreed with Su Chi's idea. In fact, Su Chi had his own selfish motives. Once his Kyogre hatches, it wouldn't be wise to let more people see it, as the world is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface, and there are hidden currents beneath. Establishing such a Pokemon paradise would be beneficial for everyone. Without hesitation, they decided to skip special training and went directly back to Professor Oak's lab. Su Chi called Professor Oak and shared his thoughts with him. Professor Oak was very supportive and encouraged Su Chi to go ahead, assuring him that he would cover all expenses. Su Chi felt delighted upon hearing this. Having a good grandfather is indeed better than anything else. However, Su Chi also had money and didn't need to ask his grandfather for it. In the following 20 days, 2 construction teams entered the area around the Cosna River, bringing a touch of vitality to the quiet upper forest, with the foundation being laid and construction underway. Over 300 workers operated continuously under Su Chi's financial support, finally completing the work 5 days before the court's conference. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" the foreman asked with a smile. Su Chi looked at the scene before him. A beautiful 3-story Chinese villa with a large open courtyard designed for observing Pokémon. Surrounding it was an iron fence with barbed spikes to prevent anyone from entering and causing damage. Outside the villa was the Cosna River, and behind the house was a vast lawn. Su Chi had also built ecological tree holes and caves in the nearby forest for the Pokémon to live in. He resided in this villa himself. With lush greenery and picturesque mountains, the scenery was beautiful and undisturbed, making it the ideal residence for humans. Su Chi looked at the villa in front of him, where two stone fire-breathing dragons had been specially placed at the entrance, looking quite impressive. The next day, Suchi brought Xiao Mao and the others over to visit the Pokémon paradise he had set up. The yard was filled with Suchi's Pokémon. He had already moved all his Pokémon there the day before. The Gyarados and Dragonair were playing in the water, while the quiet Greninja and Absol were hiding in the trees. In the yard, Charizard and Gengar were having fun, and in the woods, the three Pokémon, Shiny Celebi, Ankhorn, and Ghost Potted Plant were enjoying themselves. As for Articuno and Deoxys, Suchi had no idea where they had flown off to as they disappeared the moment they came out. It was necessary to let the Pokémon get some exercise. Otherwise, staying in their Pokeballs all day could make them sick. Xiao Ji and the others couldn't help but be moved by the warm scene. Everyone come out. Xiao Ji threw his Pokeball. Pikachu, who was perched on his shoulder, also ran out. Seed, the various Pokémon, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Pidgeotto, and Squirtle were naturally very happy to see so many Pokémon. Go play, everyone, said Xiao Ji. Xiao Mao and Xiao Xia also released their Pokémon, instantly adding more vitality to the yard, which was exactly the scene Suchi wanted. Look at our Xiao Ji, who has already blended in with all kinds of Pokémon and is having a great time. What are your plans after challenging the league? Xiao Mao asked. I want to visit the Orange Islands and challenge the Orange League while I'm there, Suchi replied. In fact, there were two more reasons. One was that the Deep Sea Scale and Deep Sea Tooth were located in the Orange Islands. The other was that after the court's conference, according to the original story, Professor Oak would send Xiao Ji to the Orange Islands to get the GS Ball from Professor Oak, which is an item to summon Celebi. And he couldn't miss that. At the same time, he needed to accumulate battle points to revive Zoroark and hatch the three little ones. What about you, Xiao Mao? Suchi asked. I haven't thought it through yet. I'll decide later, Xiao Mao said. While Xiao Mao and Suchi were chatting, Xiao Xia and Xiao Ji were playing with their Pokémon. No one noticed a little fellow sneaking into the villa and happily devouring the energy cubes Suchi had prepared for the Pokémon. Chapter 79. The Thief Mew. Outside the house, everyone was chatting and playing. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Suchi called everyone to get ready for dinner, and all the Pokémon ran over. Entering the villa, Suchi went to the kitchen to take out the food that had been prepared for the Pokémon. However, upon looking, Suchi hesitated for a moment. The food that had been prepared in the morning was now nowhere to be found, leaving only some food scraps. There was a thief. This was Suchi's first instinct. Suchi used teleportation to arrive in the courtyard, where a group of Pokémon eagerly looked at him, waiting for their meal, only to see that Suchi was holding nothing. Suchi, didn't you go to get the Pokémon's food? Xiaoxia said as she watched Suchi enter the kitchen. A thief broke into the house, and all the food was eaten just now. Suchi said helplessly. What? All the food was eaten? Who did it? Ash's face showed anger. He hated thieves the most. The Pokémon also displayed angry expressions after a long day of work. All they wanted was a warm meal, especially those delicious energy cubes that made them crave for more. Now that everything had been stolen, how can anyone not be furious? Suchi looked at the angrily distressed Pokémon and said, it ate so much, it definitely won't run far. Everyone spread out and chased after it. After hearing this, Suchi's Pokémon all sprang into action, full of enthusiasm and determined to find the thief. Xiao Mao, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Ji also sent their Pokémon to search. Thus, by the banks of the Kozna River, many Pokémon began to continuously search for the food thief. Suchi also released his aura power to see if he could find any trace of this guy, but after checking around, he found nothing. This made Suchi very puzzled. A Pokémon that could consume so much divine food must be quite large, not unlike a Snorlax, which is known for being a glutton. Therefore, it should move slowly. His aura detection range was already several kilometers, but how could he not sense anything? Suchi and the others arrived nearby to investigate and found that the iron fence surrounding the yard showed no signs of damage. Seeing that the iron fence was intact, Suchi suspected that this Pokémon might be able to fly. However, the question arose, how many flying Pokémon could have such a large appetite? It was very strange. Just then, a sudden explosion was heard from the forest, and they turned to see the Articuno being hit by a fast-moving figure and flying backward. It was a self-sacrificing impact. What kind of Pokémon could hit a level 3 deity like Articuno like this? Could it be a level 1 deity? Yes, it must be a level 1 deity. Only a level 1 deity would have such strength. The figure moved at an extremely high speed, and Suchi could barely catch a glimpse, seeing only a blurred white silhouette. In the forest, Deoxys took on its attack form and gathered psychic energy. Psychic pressure. A wave of light shot towards that Pokémon, but there was only a flicker and the Pokémon surprisingly disappeared. Its speed was so fast that Deoxys couldn't see it clearly. Faced with an invisible enemy, Deoxys had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture. Suddenly, an energy blast hit it from behind, causing Deoxys to cry out in pain and crash into a nearby tree, bringing the tree down with its massive energy. As Deoxys fell, the mysterious Pokémon finally revealed itself. It was a creature with a long tail and pure white body. Smiling as it flew around Deoxys a few times, its tail emitting waves of green energy. Healing waves activated, and Deoxys was gradually healed. This Pokémon also healed Articuno. Deoxys struggled to open its eyes, and as the creature smiled, it suddenly vanished. At that moment, Su-Chi and the others arrived. Witnessing Deoxys struggling to get up from the ground, Su-Chi hurried over and said, "Daoki Shishi, are you okay?" Daoki Shishi called out to indicate that he was fine. Su-Chi helped him up and indeed saw that he was not hurt. At this moment, Articuno also recovered and flew over. "Who attacked you?" Su-Chi asked. Who? Articuno said that it was a completely white Pokémon it had never seen before that attacked it, and it was the one stealing food. Because Articuno had found its favorite chocolate-flavored energy cube on it, with crumbs of the energy cube at the corner of its mouth. After hearing Articuno's words, Su-Chi roughly guessed what Pokémon it was. All white, with such strong power to defeat two legendary Pokémon at the same time, it could only be Mew. Thinking of this, Su-Chi couldn't help but feel delighted. If it was Mew, just getting a bit of the energy cube would be enough to win it over. And he wouldn't hold back. Once he captured Mew, capturing Mutwo would be a piece of cake. The thought of both of these Pokémon being his made Su-Chi unable to stop smiling. Xiao Mao and the others looked at Su-Chi, who was grinning foolishly, and felt that something was a bit off with his mind. Su-Chi came back to his senses and instructed Articuno and Deoxys to gather everyone for dinner. They had been hungry all day, and it was time to eat. He then turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, I already know who stole the energy cubes." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly asked Su-Chi who the thief was. Su-Chi simply said two words, "Mew." Mew. Everyone exchanged glances, wide-eyed in disbelief. It was actually the legendary Pokémon that almost no one had seen, one that truly only existed in legends. This was too unbelievable, and they naturally believed Su-Chi's words. "So how can we catch it?" Ash said excitedly. Upon hearing this, everyone thought that Ash should not be called Ash anymore, but rather Ash the Fool, as it was impossible for a Pokémon that could easily defeat two legendary beasts to be caught by a human. "No, maybe we can," Su-Chi said confidently, revealing a subtle smile. "Here's what we'll do." Su-Chi gathered the three of them in a circle to come up with a plan. After hearing the plan, everyone revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. They decided to take action. The group returned to the villa to quickly prepare energy cubes for Pokémon, just in time for dinner. The four of them also made a batch of special energy cubes. Looking at the finished energy cubes, they exchanged knowing smiles, waiting for Mew to take the bait. After the Pokémon finished eating, they all returned to the courtyard. Su-Chi and the others deliberately piled the chocolate-flavored and vanilla-flavored energy cubes together and placed them on the lawn in the backyard, quietly waiting for Mew to appear. Meanwhile, their Pokémon had already communicated in advance and pretended to leave the area. The backyard was quiet, and Su-Chi and the others waited in the villa's attic for Mew to show up. Chapter 80. Mew appears. Mutwo's choice after waiting for a long time. Mew still hadn't appeared. Just when everyone was about to give up waiting, suddenly, a white figure flashed across the yard. Mew had arrived. Mew instantly teleported in front of the energy cubes, its eyes darting around as it focused on the energy cubes, completely oblivious to Su-Chi and the others. They watched as Mew devoured the energy cubes. In less than 2 minutes, a large bowl of energy cubes was completely eaten. After finishing, Mew did not leave. Instead, it began to spin in place. Su-Chi and the others waited for a long time, only to see that Mew was still happily playing by itself. "Did you add too few sleep berries, Su-Chi? Why does Mew not seem sleepy at all?" Xiaoxia asked. "I added at least 100 sleep berries. Even 10 Snorlaxes would be asleep by now," Su-Chi whispered. "Why isn't it sleeping yet?" Suyangshjisli Watif. After a long time, Mew still showed no signs of sleepiness. It seemed like it had played enough and began to fly towards the kitchen, apparently still hungry and wanting to eat. Mew flew into the kitchen through the open window in search of food. Su-Chi and the others saw this and directly entered the villa, coming to the kitchen, where they found Meng Huan searching around. "Meng Huan, stay here," Su-Chi said loudly. When Meng Huan saw someone coming in, she showed no fear. Instead, she smiled and suddenly disappeared, then reappeared behind Su-Chi, continuously teleporting and appearing before everyone. Suchi realized that Dream Fantasy clearly wanted to play and eat, and it wasn't afraid of humans at all. With this thought, an evil idea was born in Suchi's mind. Suchi took out the remaining energy cubes from the cabinet and placed them beside himself before taking them out. Xiao Mao and the others looked at Suchi's actions with some confusion, but still followed him outside. Seeing that everyone had gone out and taken the food with them, Meng Huan naturally didn't want to stay here either and flew out. Once outside, Suchi and the others sat down on the ground. And then Suchi said to everyone, "These energy cubes are delicious. Go call everyone over." Xiao Mao and the others understood and went to gather everyone. Before long, all the Pokémon had gathered together. Suchi distributed all the energy cubes to the Pokémon, and everyone enjoyed them deliciously. Watching from the side, you couldn't help but feel greedy, peeking out now and then, looking left and right. Suchi caught a glimpse of Dream hovering around, looking anxious. Suchi called out to it, "Dream, come here." Upon hearing the human call its name, Dream immediately rushed out, ready to feast on the energy cube in front of it. However, Suchi suddenly blocked the energy cube with his hand, causing Dream to miss its target. Suchi revealed a wicked smile and said to Dream, "Help me out. These energy blocks are all yours. After all, you wouldn't want to be without any energy blocks to eat, right?" Seeing Suchi smile, Dream instinctively took a few steps back, thinking that this human must be up to no good, and I definitely won't agree so easily. Suchi looked at Dream and did not immediately agree or say anything. Instead, he confidently said, "It's not a bad thing. You just need to cast a few skills towards the sky." Upon hearing this, Dream thought, "Is that it?" Dream then flew up into the sky and unleashed a dragon star shower. Seeing this, Suchi exclaimed, "Don't retaliate on purpose. These are all people." Suchi opened his arms, and an energy shield emerged, surrounding the villa. As meteors fell, explosions sounded on the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive shield Suchi had created almost shattered. The power of Dream was indeed formidable, and Suchi nearly couldn't hold on. Dream looked at the defeated Suchi and happily covered its mouth, laughing. This ignited a surge of inexplicable anger in Suchi. Subsequently, Dream used moves like Big Explosion Flame, Tidal Wave, and Dragon's Fury. Unsurprisingly, they all hit Suchi's shield. Damn it, Suchi wanted to curse. Just then, a white figure suddenly rushed through the sky at high speed. It landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. Seeing this, Dream also stopped and curiously looked towards the explosion site. Through the thick smoke, a tall humanoid figure walked out, gradually revealing its body. It was Mutuo. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Suchi's lips curled into a faint smile as he realized his goal had been achieved. Suchi wanted to use Mew's skills to emit an aura to attract Mutuo. Mutuo must have noticed the earlier commotion, but for Mew to use its skills on a large scale, Mutuo could better locate Mew, the position of this original life form. It seemed that Mutuo also realized that this Pokémon was different from other Pokémon. It felt an inexplicable and wonderful sensation from it, as if they were connected by blood. Mutuo approached Mew. It was indeed searching for Mew and had arrived at the Viridian Forest, suddenly sensing a familiar energy fluctuation. It now seemed that it was genetically copied from the Pokémon in front of it. Finally found it for the first time, Mutuo felt a different sensation in its heart. Mutuo, do you see? The Mew in front of you is your original form. You are created from its genes. Suchi said to Mutuo. With Suchi's accurate affirmation, Mutuo teleported close to Mew. The two began to communicate through telepathy, and it was unclear what they were saying. In the end, Mew nodded affirmatively, and for the first time, a smile appeared on Mutuo's face. That smile was one of calm and relief. Soon after, Suchi heard Mutuo's voice. "Human, thank you for helping me find my true self. I now understand that I am me, a new life. Not a copy of another life, but an independent brand new life. I have now decided to follow you." Mutuo said seriously. It was so simple. Suchi couldn't believe how easily it had succeeded, wondering what kind of motivational speech Mew had given. Then Suchi took out an empty Pokeball and threw it. "Go, Pokeball!" Mutuo entered the Pokeball, shook a few times, and was successfully captured. Seeing Mutuo being successfully captured, a look of wild joy appeared on Suchi's face. As a first-generation, highly popular Pokémon, Mutuo must be the target of countless trainers. Now that he had successfully captured Mutuo, how could one not feel happy? Seeing Suchi capture Mutuo, Xiao Mao and the others were stunned, especially Xiao Mao, who felt powerless when he encountered Mutuo during the challenge at the Viridian Gym. If someone else had captured Mutuo, he would definitely feel jealous. But thinking that it was Suchi who captured Mutuo, that feeling vanished. Afterwards, Mew began to eat heartily, finishing a bowl of energy cubes in a short time. Clearly, it was satisfied this time and disappeared before Su-Chi could speak. Just as Mew was leaving, Professor Oak's phone call came in. Su-Chi answered the phone and said, "Grandpa, is there something you need?" Grandpa replied, "Shao-Chi, the research here is basically finished. We'll be heading back tonight on the afternoon flight. The Quartz conference is about to start, and Grandpa is coming back to cheer you on." Dr. Oki's words reminded Su-Chi that the Quartz conference was approaching. He had been so busy these past few days with matters related to catching the speckled fish and cherry blossom fish, building the fairy park, and dealing with that sneaky dream thief, that he had almost forgotten. Now it was time to finalize the lineup for the conference. Chapter 81. The Eve of the Quartz Conference. After careful consideration, Su-Chi confirmed his lineup. As evening approached, Dr. Oki and his team returned. After a long period of research, Dr. Oki appeared even more invigorated. Su-Chi saw his grandfather from a distance, and it was clear that he looked different from when he had gone out for research before. Previously, every time he went out, he would often eat instant noodles and come back looking thinner. This time, however, he had gained some weight. Upon asking, Su-Chi found out that Chef Xiao Gang had taken over the meals for the research team. No wonder Dr. Oki had become increasingly plump. When Dr. Oki and his team returned to the research institute, Su-Chi and the others were already waiting. "Grandpa," Su-Chi, along with Xiao Mao, shouted in unison. Dr. Oki was greeted by Xiao Ji and Xiao Xiao respectively. After a round of pleasantries, everyone entered the house. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Oki Research Institute was knocked on. Su-Chi walked over to open the door, and to his surprise, it was Aunt Huazi. "Xiao-Chi, hello. Long time no see." Aunt Huazi greeted Su-Chi with a smile. He hadn't had a chance to greet Aunt Huazi since coming back. He had been too busy and forgotten. Su-Chi quickly said, "Auntie, please come in." Aunt Huazi walked in, carrying a basket of pastries. "Mom, Xiaoji hasn't seen you for several days by the Kessner River," she said. "Huazi is here. Please come in," Dr. Oki said. Dr. Oki, Huazi smiled and nodded. "Mom, what brings you here?" Xiaoji asked. "The Pokémon tournament is about to start, so of course I came to cheer for you. You must work hard in the arena. And you too, Su-Chi and Xiao Mao, give it your all." Aunt Huazi smiled and said to the three of them. Afterwards, Huazi skillfully went to the kitchen to prepare meals for everyone. After dinner, it was already past 10 at night. "Tomorrow we will head to the Quartz Plateau, so everyone should rest early," Dr. Oki said. Hearing this, everyone wished each other good night and returned to their rooms. Back in his room, Su-Chi lay on his bed, looking at the stars in the sky and reflecting on everything that had happened over the past year. So much had happened this year. The first official competition was about to begin, and thinking about it was quite exciting. Although Su-Chi felt that the first place was definitely his. This was not an anime, and unexpected variables could arise, especially hoping not to encounter a legendary Pokémon like a bug. A night passed without incident. The next day, everyone woke up early. Dr. Oki and Aunt Huazi were also heading to the Quartz Conference. Thus, the group of 7 boarded the plane to the Quartz Plateau. The journey took 3 hours, and after getting off the plane, Su-Chi led the group to the hotel that had been booked in advance. The group arrived at the contestant registration center for the Quartz Conference, handed in their 8 badges to the staff, and soon completed their registration. "Hello, your contestant information has been registered. Here is your badge." The staff member was a beautiful young lady with a sweet and friendly voice. After finishing this, the group returned to the hotel. After checking in, Xiaoxia suggested they go out for a stroll. Su-Chi thought that he couldn't stay here forever, so he agreed. Dr. Mumu and Aunt Huazi said they wouldn't go, as they were tired after a day of flying and would rest first. A few of them walked on the street, which was bustling with activity due to the upcoming Quartz Conference, with vendors selling all sorts of items, almost everything being sold in the form of Pokémon. There were Pikachu-shaped breads, takoyaki-styled like Wobbuffet, and candied hawthorn shaped like onyx. There were also super spicy Shin Ramen and teriyaki chicken rice. Su-Chi and the others felt quite hungry as they passed by a restaurant and saw exquisite food in the glass cabinet. They immediately went in and ordered a large amount of food to eat. As they wolfed down the food, they suddenly heard a voice. "Sui?" Everyone turned around to see a girl with green hair appear before them. It was Xiaolu, and beside her was a Butterfree. "Su-Chi, it's really you. I just saw you from distance," Xiaolu said happily. "Xiaolu, long time no see. Are you here for the Quartz Conference too?" Su-Chi asked. "Yes. The Quartz Conference is about to start, and I just arrived," Xiaolu replied. Then Xiaolu greeted everyone. Su-Chi, Xiao Mao, Xiaoji, a voice with a cold tone sounded. Su-Chi and the others turned around and were surprised to see Jinya. Since they parted ways at summer camp, they hadn't seen each other again. They didn't expect to run into him at this courts conference. Suchi introduced Jinya to Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang. After everyone greeted each other, Jinya began to share his experiences from the past few years. It turned out that after reaching the age for traveling, Jinya traveled in the United Regions. This time, with the opening of the Shuriwa conference, he successfully passed the Pokémon appraisal exam and was able to participate in the courts conference in the Kanto region. At the same time, he also wanted to compete with Su Qi, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Mao on the battlefield. Su Qi said, "No problem. We'll see the true skills on the competition stage." Meanwhile, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, who were standing nearby, exchanged mysterious smiles as they looked at the challenger, Jinyi. "Sai, if you don't seek death, you won't die." Over the next 2 days, Su Qi took the group to try all the food on the street. And after eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was time to get down to business. As night fell, Su Qi called Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji aside and handed them 2 bottles of aptitude enhancement liquid. He informed them that as long as they gave it to a Pokémon, any Pokémon could instantly be upgraded to champion quality. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. Could such a miraculous potion exist in the world? Was Su Qi's strength solely reliant on this? Seeing their shocked expressions, Su Qi warned them not to let this information leak. No one could know. The two understood the importance of this matter and promised to keep it a secret. After briefing them, Su Qi returned to his room. As for which Pokémon they would use it on, that was unknown. The next morning, the courts conference officially opened, and the crowd surged. The entire courts plateau was buzzing with excitement. At this moment, the Team Rocket trio, disguised as vendors, was preparing to steal Pokémon for the competitors. With so many people, it seemed there would be plenty of strong competitors with powerful Pokémon. Meowth was practically beaming with joy. This time, there would definitely be a bountiful harvest. "Meowth, keep an eye on those little brats, and try to sneak Pikachu and that little brat Su Qi's Pokémon while it's crowded," Musashi said fiercely. "Understood," Meowth replied. At this time, the conference president, Malanki, had arrived at the altar to collect the sacred fire, and all eyes were on him. Chapter 82. The conference opens. The sacred fire is lit suddenly. A flame erupted from the torch basin on the altar, and within the flame, a bird-shaped Pokémon gradually took shape. It transformed into a bird-shaped flame that landed in the torch basin, and a bright flame began to burn in the torch, marking the official opening of the Pokémon Courts Conference. President Malanki held the passing torch and lit the first sacred fire, which then began to be passed along. With each passing of the sacred fire, it reached the torch altar of the main venue, with the final torch being lit by Champion Dado. Dado solemnly held the sacred fire and carefully lit it, the flames soaring. Fireworks erupted above the venue, showcasing a joyful atmosphere. Following this, President Malanki delivered a speech. "Hello everyone. I am Malanki, the president of the Pokémon Conference. The Courts Conference is about to begin. Welcome to the Courts Plateau. All participants and Pokémon trainers who love Pokémon. From all over, Pokémon trainers will continuously battle for the championship in this arena. I hereby announce that the Court Conference is officially open." With President Malanki's command, fireworks ignited again above the venue. The audience was filled with excitement, continuously cheering, and the venue was alive with a festive atmosphere. Su Qi and several others sat in the venue, enjoying the event with everyone. Everyone had happy smiles on their faces. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the contestants to draw lots. In the first 4 rounds, each battle featured 3 Pokémon per person, held in 4 different arenas: water, grass, ice, and rock. The 256 contestants determined the arena for each round through a draw, and they needed to win consecutively to enter the 5th round. Starting from the 5th round, regular battle arenas were used, with each contestant still allowed to use 3 Pokémon, and the matchups were decided by drawing lots. From the 6th round onward, the top 8 contestants would engage in 6-on-6 battles. Su Qi, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Ji were not grouped together. Tomorrow, Su Qi's first match is in the afternoon, against a boy named Duo Wu on the water arena. In the morning, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji will have their match, and Su Qi believes that with their current strength, defeating them will be a piece of cake. After everyone registered their information, they prepare to leave. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting, my Pokeball is missing. Who stole my Pokeball?" A girl said anxiously. "Mine is gone too," a boy said. Many people also realized their Pokeballs were missing, and instantly, the venue was in chaos. Hearing this, Su Qi was not worried as his Pokeballs were all stored in the system space. Xiao Ji and the others also checked their Pokeballs. "Oh no, my Bulbasaur and Squirtle are gone," Xiao Ji exclaimed, panic showing on his face. "Don't panic. Let me use my aura to take a look," Su Qi said. After that, Su-Chi used his aura, which radiated throughout the venue, and in his mind, everyone in the venue suddenly became visible. Su-Chi searched carefully. Suddenly, in the waiting area, Su-Chi found the Team Rocket trio happily laughing, with a large sack beside them filled with Pokeballs. Team Rocket, it's you again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson, Su-Chi said. It was Team Rocket who stole everyone's Pokeballs. Everyone, follow me. Xiao Ji and the others naturally completely believed Su-Chi and hurriedly followed him. At this moment, the Team Rocket trio looked at so many Pokeballs in their hands, laughing gleefully. This place isn't safe. Let's escape quickly before those kids find out, Koger said. Yeah, let's get out of here, Musashi said. Just as the three were about to leave, the door was kicked open with a bang. The three turned around in panic to see the kids. Team Rocket, you really can't change your ways. Do you know how much effort these Pokeballs represent for the trainers? Haha, we're Team Rocket, we're bad guys. And bad guys are supposed to do bad things. Isn't that right? Musashi said with a smile. You can't escape. Quickly return my Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Xiaoji shouted. No way, Musashi said, then immediately threw down a smoke bomb, and the entire room was filled with thick white smoke. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, and Team Rocket took the opportunity to escape. Everyone was coughing from the smoke, but Su-Chi was slightly better. Seeing the three escape, Su-Chi used a teleport to chase after them. The three who escaped were happily laughing. Haha, we finally won once. We stole so many Pokeballs. The boss will definitely reward us, Meowth said, already imagining the day he would successfully take over after Giovanni kicked him out, with a look of ecstasy on his face. I'm afraid you won't be winning this time, Su-Chi said, leaning against a telephone pole on the street, smiling at Team Rocket. However, this smile was extremely frightening in the eyes of the three from Team Rocket, who knew Su-Chi's strength, which is why they used the smoke bomb to escape. No, Su-Grandpa, we were wrong. We won't do it again. The three, seeing no way out, quickly expressed their regret. You won't do it again? Save it for someone who cares. Su-Chi said. Garchomp, Dragon Rage. Su-Chi threw out a Pokeball, releasing Garchomp. Dragon Rage shot out, and the three instantly turned into 3 shooting stars, leaving behind a remark about how annoying this felt. After resolving the matter, Su-Chi took back the stolen Pokeballs. Su-Chi returned to the venue holding everyone's Pokeballs and said loudly, everyone's Pokeballs have been found. Come here to claim them. Instantly, the people who had lost their Pokeballs rushed over to find their own. At that moment, Ash and his friends also arrived. In fact, when the smoke cleared, they realized that Su-Chi was not in sight and understood that he had gone after Team Rocket. Since Su-Chi had gone, they figured they could just relax. Ash successfully retrieved his Bulbasaur and Squirtle. He then hugged Su-Chi tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face, and said, Thank you, Su-Chi. Otherwise, Bulbasaur and Squirtle would have been lost. Su-Chi noticed that Xiao Ji was about to wipe his snot on his clothes, so he quickly pushed him away in disgust. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized him. The person in front of them was Su-Chi, who had saved Honglian Island and the entire Kanto region. Instantly, it stirred up a huge commotion, and the entire venue erupted in excitement. Seeing that the crowd was getting larger, Su-Chi had no choice but to use teleportation to quickly escape. Su-Chi couldn't help but exclaim, this damn fame. There are people recognizing him everywhere. He left Xiao Ji and the others stuck in the middle. After returning to the hotel, Su-Chi went to have a meal and then went back to his room. About half an hour later, there was a knock on his door. Chapter 83. The competition begins, a smooth first match. Su-Chi opened the door and was taken aback. He saw Xiao Ji and the others with sorrowful faces, staring at him resentfully, which made Su-Chi feel a bit embarrassed. Looking at their disheveled appearance, Su-Chi felt a twinge of guilt and invited them into his room. I'm sorry, the situation was urgent at the time, and I was a bit powerless. I apologize to everyone, Su-Chi said awkwardly. Seeing Su-Chi like this, Xiao Xia couldn't help but laugh and said, just kidding, it's fine. Soon, Xiao Ji and the others also burst into laughter. It was then that Su-Chi realized he had been pranked, and he couldn't help but smile. After chatting for a bit, they each returned to their rooms. The next day, the elimination matches began. Su-Chi and others arrived at the viewing area. In the first match, Ash's Charizard successfully defeated the opponent. Su-Chi took a look and noted the details. Name, Charizard, qualification, champion, ability, blaze skills, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Steel Wing, Fire Blast. After reviewing Charizard's data, Su-Chi thought to himself that it was indeed used on Charizard. However, it was also expected, as Ash's Charizard could be said to be Ash's strongest Pokémon so far. Ash used Charizard to win 3 consecutive matches, securing victory. This made Ash feel elated, thinking he was very strong. After finishing the knockout rounds, Ash came to the viewing area and proudly said to everyone, "Look how awesome I am." Suchi looked at Xiaoji's proud expression and wondered whether enhancing his strength this way was right or wrong. Next up was Xiao Mao's turn to battle, and his opponent was a girl dressed in traditional attire, with bright eyes that blinked continuously and fair skin, making her a standard beauty. However, being beautiful was one thing, but her attacks were relentless. Steelix was entangled with Xiao Mao's Houndoom, and in the end, Houndoom's long-range attacks and speed gained the upper hand, causing Steelix to lose its fighting capability. It seemed that Xiao Mao hadn't used any potential-enhancing liquid on Houndoom. Xiao Mao's knockout round ended smoothly. While the beautiful girl couldn't believe she had lost, tears seemingly shimmering in her eyes, indicating she was overwhelmed. After their match concluded, it was Su Qi's turn. It was uncertain what the player Duo Wu would feel facing Su Qi in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Qi arrived at the competition venue early. After waiting for a while, his opponent Duo Wu arrived. He looked quite spirited, sporting a mushroom haircut and was fairly handsome, though slightly inferior to Su Qi. He wore overalls and was quite vocal, boasting that he would defeat Su Qi. The match began. Next up was Duo Wu from Golden City against Su Qi from Viridian City, with a 3-on-3 format, with a side that loses all their Pokemon's fighting capabilities would lose. The match started. With the referee's command, Duo Wu sent out his Pokemon first. Go, Lickitung! A pink Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Su Qi found himself on a grass-type arena, which was suitable for almost all Pokemon. Name, Lickitung. Qualification, Elite. Ability, Own Tempo. Skills, Rollout, Lick Dig, Toxic Explosion. Su Qi glanced at the data of the big tongue and couldn't help but smile inwardly. With such strength, he actually came to participate in the Quartz Conference. He really didn't know how he managed to enter the tournament. Ghost Pot Ego, Su Qi said. Big Tongue. Use Toxic, Duo Wu commanded. The purple-black poison struck towards the Ghost Pot. Ghost Pot, handle it yourself, Su Qi said, as he had no interest in a Pokemon with such weak strength. The Ghost Pot swiftly moved behind Big Tongue and unleashed an evil wave, causing Big Tongue to lose its ability to battle immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 battle points. Big Tongue, Duo Wu said anxiously as he saw Big Tongue knocked out in one hit. Duo Wu took out a Pokeball to recall Big Tongue and then glared fiercely at Su Qi, saying, "Dare to attack my Big Tongue? King Frog, teach this guy a lesson." Soon, a green frog appeared, its round eyes wide open, with a ring of brown circles on its belly. Name, King Frog. Qualification, Near Champion. Ability, Rain Dish. Skills, Hydro Pump, Hypnosis, Swagger, Water Gun, Surf, Water Pulse. Su Qi saw that this Pokemon had decent strength. It's worth noting that for an ordinary person to own a quasi-king level Pokemon is already very impressive. Let me show you the King Frog my dad gave me, Duo Wu said proudly. It turns out this Pokemon belonged to his family, so it seemed like another rich second-generation kid was here to show off. But unfortunately for him, he ran into Su Qi today. Ghost Pot, use Dark Pulse. King Frog, use Water Cannon. However, King Frog clearly wasn't listening to Duo Wu, and instead used Surf to charge towards Ghost Pot. Dark Pulse pierced through the Surf and hit King Frog in the stomach, causing it to fall to the ground in pain. King Frog stood up, its eyes filled with anger as it stared at Ghost Pot. Ghost Pot Chocolat, its piercing laughter echoing throughout the arena, which King Frog perceived as a provocation. It rushed forward, wanting to use a series of slaps on Ghost Pot. But Ghost Pot had no physical form, so all its attacks went right through. King Frog, please listen to me, Duo Wu said anxiously, but King Frog ignored him completely. Ghost Pot, use Will-O-Wisp, Su Qi commanded. Suddenly, 9 purple flames appeared around Ghost Pot, and all 9 flames shot out, hitting King Frog and causing continuous explosions, knocking it down and rendering it unable to fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 battle points. Looking at the fallen King Frog, Duo Wu lost his previous arrogance. His confidence, which relied on King Frog, collapsed in an instant. King Frog, Duo Wu said softly, his eyes vacant and his face filled with disbelief. Sometimes, a person's confidence can crumble in an instant. Then, Duo Wu knelt down and said, "I concede." His concession was a wise choice. After all, Su Qi's strength was evident, and futile struggles would only lead to failure. Duo Wu has conceded. So the winner is Su Qi from Pallet Town, the referee announced. After the referee finished, Su Qi recalled Ghost Pot and turned to leave. Ash and the others waiting in the spectator area congratulated Su Qi. They also understood that given Su Qi's current strength, the only way to defeat him would be if he voluntarily conceded. Otherwise, it was basically impossible. Standing nearby was a boy wearing a blue hat and green clothes, with a Pikachu with blue gem-like eyes resting on his shoulder. Pikachu, you saw that too, right? Such strong strength. I look forward to battling you, he said. Chapter 84. The elimination round ends, encountering a Hong. After defeating Duo Wu, Su-Chi returned to the hotel with everyone. For Su-Chi now, winning such a match with this level of strength is quite easy. Su-Chi and his companions arrived at the hotel restaurant, ordered dinner, and started eating. At the table, Xiaoji could no longer contain his inner joy. He didn't expect the court's conference to be so simple, and he proudly said, I will definitely take second place in this conference. Everyone felt it was acceptable. At least he wasn't being overly ambitious. However, Xiao Mao wouldn't let him have it easy. He also declared, second place in this conference is definitely mine. The two had just won a match and were filled with competitive spirit. So it wasn't the right time for anyone to intervene. Just as they were head-to-head, a voice interrupted their competitive exchange. Hello, are you Su-Chi? Asked a boy wearing a blue hat and green clothes, with a blue-eyed Pikachu on his shoulder. Su-Chi turned around in confusion and noticed the blue Pikachu at first glance. The owner of this Pikachu left a deep impression on Su-Chi, as in the anime. He was the one who defeated Ash, stopping him at the top 16 of the Indigo Conference. Su-Chi looked at the boy, who was dressed just like in the anime. Hello, I'm Sui. May I ask who you are? Su-Chi asked, although he knew who the boy was. This was reality, and it was impossible to know someone without having met them, so he still had to pretend a bit. Hello, I'm Aung. I didn't expect it to really be you, Ahong said excitedly, shaking Su-Chi's hand tightly. Su-Chi looked at his fervent eyes, feeling a chill run down his back. I'm not playing this. Ahong, realizing his inappropriate behavior upon seeing Su-Chi's reaction, quickly released Su-Chi's hand and apologized. He bowed several times, and Su-Chi hurriedly told him to get up, feeling embarrassed. He then asked, do you need something from me? Mr. Su-Chi, I'm your fan. Your battle on Red Lotus Island was incredible. I also want to become someone like you. I want to have a Pokémon battle with you, Ahong said with a beaming face. Su-Chi understood. It turned out to be his own fan. Su-Chi thought something serious was happening. Since you want to challenge me, just work hard, and you can only have the chance to challenge me after winning the elimination round. Su-Chi put on a cold demeanor. I will definitely work hard, Mr. Su-Chi. Ahong's eyes showed intense fighting spirit. I have one more request. Can you let me have a meal? I don't have enough money, Ahong said somewhat shyly. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that after all the talk about battles, the real issue was about getting a free meal. It's fine, go ahead. More people means more chopsticks, Su-Chi said. Thank you, then I won't be polite. Ahong sat down. He really wasn't being polite, devouring the food as if he hadn't eaten for days. In no time, several plates of grilled meat and pasta were finished, and his appetite was comparable to that of two Xiaoji. Su-Chi and the others quietly watched Ahong eat. Am I eating a bit too much? Ahong said shyly. Su-Chi thought to himself, what do you think, without a hint of awareness in his heart? After dinner, everyone left the restaurant. As they walked out, Ahong spoke up. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm so full, he said, then let out a big belch. Goodbye. Everyone, Ahong said and left. What a cute Pikachu. Those blue eyes are so special. Xiaoxia's girlish heart was overflowing, unable to move on seeing such a rare and beautiful creature. Then you can look at my Pikachu, said Ash as he handed Pikachu to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia pushed it away and said, I want to see that Pikachu. Pikachu, feeling wronged, drooped its ears. So does love disappear? Why didn't you say that earlier? You were just making excuses now, Ash replied. I was so engrossed that I forgot, Xiaoxia said, covering her face shyly. Hee hee, women, Su-Chi said. All right, let's look next time. Everyone go back, he added. The group returned to their rooms, and Su-Chi turned back to his own room. As soon as he entered, he noticed a flickering red light coming from his backpack. He hurried over, opened it, and saw that the Firebird egg was emitting a series of fiery red lights. It seemed like it was about to hatch. The red light flickered for a long time before falling into silence again. Is it not time yet? Su-Chi couldn't help but wonder. However, it seemed like this was a sign that the Firebird was about to hatch. Soon, he would have 4 divine beasts. Just thinking about returning to Blue Star with a bunch of divine beasts made him feel so cool, but then he thought too much. If he returned in such a flashy way, he would be dissected for research. However, this also gave Su-Chi a new goal, to capture all divine beasts, including ultra-divine beasts like Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, as well as the strongest in the Pokémon world. With a goal set, he would strive for it. Su-Chi firmly believed that with his clever mind and the system's assistance, his dreams would definitely come true. A night of silence. At night, the dazzling starry sky was occasionally streaked by shooting stars. The autumn wind was bleak, and the leaves were a mix of green and yellow. The winter in the Pokémon world was very short, lasting less than a month, and various Pokémon began to rest. Not far from Su-Chi's accommodation, in the forest, a Kangaskhan was running wildly towards the edge of the forest, being chased by many men in black. One of them took out a tranquilizer gun and shot it at the Kangaskhan, which stumbled and ran a few more circles before collapsing to the ground. The person who administered the tranquilizer and a few others walked over and threw the Kangaskhan into a pre-prepared cage. Finally caught it. This guy can run so fast. The man said, panting, "All right, this is the last one for tonight. Let us hurry back and report. Don't keep the doctor waiting," another woman said. Yes. The man seemed to become fearful at the mention of the doctor, his smile disappearing and a hint of fear appearing on his face. The group got into an armored vehicle and left. Not far away, under a decaying tree, a small Kangaskhan watched with teary eyes as its mother was taken away by bad people. After a long time, it ran towards the edge of the forest. Its mother had told it to run out of the forest and never come back, heading towards human settlements, and the little Kangaskhan was very obedient. With tears in its eyes, it kept running forward. It didn't know how long it had been running, but it had entered a human city, feeling a sense of desolation as it looked at the bright lights and concrete buildings around. It was both tired and hungry. After all, it was only 2 years old, and Kangaskhan wouldn't leave its mother's pouch until it was 3, but now it could only be alone. At that moment, it saw a beautiful hotel ahead, with exquisite dishes depicted on the advertisement outside. Chapter 85. Encountering the little Kangaskhan. The second match, the little Kangaskhan was so hungry that it quickly ran towards the hotel, avoiding the waitstaff at the entrance and sneaking inside. Upon entering the lobby, the little Kangaskhan looked around at the dazzlingly ornate space, feeling a bit dizzy. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the hotel staff began busily preparing meals for the participants. The hotel where Su-Chi was staying could be said to be the best one during the court's conference, as it provided free meals for the contestants every day, with unlimited supply. At this time, Su-Chi had already gotten up and went outside. Seeing that others were still asleep, he decided to take a walk around the hotel. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from the restaurant. "Catch it! Catch the thief! Quick, don't let it escape!" From Su-Chi's perspective, he saw a bag dragon running towards him with a piece of bread in its mouth. When the little bag dragon noticed someone blocking its path, it dropped the bread, and yellow energy began to emanate from its body as it used a self-destructive charge attack. Seeing this, Su-Chi finger, and blue energy shot out like a water column, hitting the little bag dragon's belly, causing the injured little bag dragon to fall to the ground. At this moment, the hotel security personnel also rushed over. The security captain, feeling embarrassed, said to Su-Chi, "I'm sorry, guest, for disturbing you. We will handle this." After saying that, he prepared to capture the little bag dragon. At this time, Su-Chi spoke up. "Wait a minute, let me handle it." The security captain replied, "But guest, it stole something from the hotel. If I let it go, I won't be able to explain." Su-Chi directly took out a water stone that had been in his pocket for a long time and threw it to him. The security captain caught it and took a look, and to his surprise, it was actually a high-quality water stone, which could sell for at least 100,000 Alliance coins. "That's a lot of money. Can I have it now?" Su-Chi said coldly. "Please, go ahead," the security captain said obsequiously. The little bag dragon lying on the ground was already injured, and now it couldn't get up at all. Su-Chi walked over and crouched down, ready to reach out and hug it, but unexpectedly, the little creature was quite alert and dragged its body back. In the eyes of the small pouch dragon, this human was not a good thing either, although it had come to human society to avoid those people. The small pouch dragon still did not dare to easily trust anyone. Su-Chi extended his hand and activated the power of the evergreen. A stream of green energy flowed into the body of the little pouch dragon, continuously repairing its body. The wounds on its body vanished, and the little pouch dragon felt a warm sensation inside, as comforting as its mother's pouch. Thinking of its mother, the little pouch dragon couldn't help but shed tears. Su-Chi saw the little guy, still shedding tears, and thought it was moved by his treatment. With the infusion of the power of Everwood, the little bag dragon's wounds had almost healed. Su-Chi retracted his hand and said, "Little guy, how did you get here? Where's your owner?" Su-Chi believes that the Pokémon in the city definitely won't be wild trainers. The little bag dragon is silent. Clearly, it hasn't fully trusted Su-Chi yet. Su-Chi noticed that he wasn't speaking, so he picked him up. The little bag dragon didn't resist, as there was no point in doing so. Su-Chi carried it back to the room and poured some energy cubes into a plate for it. The little bag dragon was very alert and completely ignored the food that Su-Chi offered. Although it smelled delicious, it would rather starve than eat it. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Su-Chi walked over and opened the door. It was Xiao, who had a competition this morning and came to invite Su-Chi to go with him. Su-Chi suddenly remembered that he also had an elimination match this morning. Su-Chi said good, and after chatting a few more sentences, Xiao turned and left. Su-Chi closed the door and walked over to the little bag dragon, saying, "Little guy, I'm going to the competition now. You stay here and be good." After saying that, Su-Chi packed up his things and left. The large room was left with only the little bag dragon. The little bag dragon looked around and suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious smell. It turned out to be the food that the previous human had poured out for him. It smelled quite good. The little bag dragon leaned closer to sniff it. It was so fragrant. Without thinking, he decided to eat. The little bag dragon directly grabbed a piece and threw it into his mouth. So delicious. He picked up the plate and started eating. Meanwhile, Su-Chi and Xiaoji's second match had begun. In the viewing area, everyone was cheering and supporting the two. Xiaoji's opponent was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. The Pokémon he used wasn't very strong either. One Nidoking, one Javelin. And he hadn't used the third one yet. It seemed he was a trainer skilled in fighting-type Pokémon. On Su-Chi's side, there was a girl using a grass-type Pokémon. The girl said, "Go Jumpluff." Su-Chi was speechless. Is Jumpluff that weak? Go Charizard, send it back home. Charizard ended the battle with a Dragon Claw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 battle points. Just over 100 battle points? Well, a mosquito is still meat. Su-Chi commented. This time, Su-Chi's battlefield was a rock arena, which suited both Pokémon perfectly. The girl, seeing her Pokémon didn't last a single move, didn't get discouraged. After recalling Jumpluff, she said to its Pokeball, "You've worked hard, Jumpluff. Next, you go Rosalia," the girl said. Rosalia gracefully landed on the ground. One must say, Rosalia had a higher aesthetic value among grass-type Pokémon, and its strength was also impressive. Rosalia, use Seed Bomb. Rosalia's buds shot out a multitude of energy seeds towards Charizard. Too weak, Su-Chi said. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth wide, and a huge pillar of fire shot out, incinerating the incoming seed bombs into ashes. The Flamethrower continued to hit Rosalia, causing it to lose its fighting ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 battle points. Su-Chi smiled slightly at the additional 300 battle points. My third Pokémon go, Leafeon, the girl said. Leafeon, this Pokémon is good. It should provide a decent amount of battle points, Su-Chi remarked. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Su-Chi wanted to end the battle quickly. Leafeon dodged and used Magical Leaf, the girl said. Suddenly, Leafeon disappeared as Charizard approached. Such speed, Su-Chi was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a Pokémon in the knockout rounds. The previous Leafeon jumped up at an incredible speed, and anyone else would surely think Leafeon had vanished into thin air. In the air, magical leaves swept towards Charizard, forming a storm of leaves that acted like sharp blades. Cutting into Charizard. Charizard, use Earthquake, Su-Chi said. As soon as Su-Chi's voice fell, the fire dragon suddenly opened its eyes, broke free from the attack of the magical grass leaves, and grabbed the leaf sprite, which clearly panicked for a moment, looking at a loss. The fire dragon seized the leaf sprite and flew into the sky, then slammed it hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, the leaf sprite lost its combat ability. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 550 battle points. Thus, Su-Chi's second round of the knockout match ended in victory. Meanwhile, Ash's match had also concluded, and he won without any suspense. Chapter 86. Shopping, the uncle selling Magikarp. After finishing the match, Su-Chi and the others returned to the hotel. As soon as Su-Chi entered the room, he saw that his room was in a complete mess. The sofa was torn apart, revealing the cotton inside. The table was overturned, the chairs were kicked down, and even the carpet was thrown onto the bed. Seeing this, Su-Chi was furious. At this moment, Su-Chi just wanted to find that bag dragon and give it a good beating to vent his anger. However, after searching all around, he couldn't find the bag dragon. Meanwhile, the bag dragon, unable to find anything to eat in Su-Chi's room, ran outside, having eaten all the energy cubes it could find before leaving. Su-Chi was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. The bag dragon had already run away. Su-Chi had no choice but to notify the hotel to clean the room again and compensate for the damaged items in the room. Su-Chi came to the corridor, and a rustling sound reached his ears. He went towards the sound. It turned out to be a bag dragon searching for something to eat in the storage room. But all that was stored here were toiletries, with nothing to eat. Suchi used the wave guide to lift it up. The bag dragon was rummaging for something, and suddenly realized its body was floating. What was going on? It shook its head anxiously. Little thing, making my room so messy and still daring to run away, Suchi said, and with a flick of his hand, the bag dragon's body crashed down onto the floor, causing it great pain. For the past 2 years, the bag dragon had lived in the forest, unaccustomed to cohabiting with humans. When it couldn't find food in the forest, it would push through the bushes and flip over stones to find something to eat. There was no basic order of human society at all. Suchi looked at the little bag dragon in front of him and felt somewhat helpless. Forget it, let it be. After saying that, Suchi took the little bag dragon outside the hotel and returned it to the forest. Then, Suchi turned and left the outskirts of the forest, leaving the little bag dragon behind. Back at the hotel, Suchi saw Xiaoxia and the others getting ready to go out. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to join them for a stroll. They arrived at the food street outside, which was bustling with people coming and going. Xiaoxia was captivated by various gem perfumes, holding them in her hands. They entered a cosmetic store, and Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Gang went to be free laborers, while Suchi wandered around out of boredom. It must be said that most of the things in the Pokémon world are quite good, and even street vendors wouldn't sell counterfeit goods, except for the person in front of him. Suchi's eyes landed on a man selling Magikarp, who was still calling out his sales pitch. Magikarp for sale. Guaranteed to evolve into Gyarados. No evolution, no charge. The people around were from various regions. Many had never seen a real Gyarados, but they knew how powerful it was. Soon, a crowd gathered around the fish stall. Boss, how much are you selling your Magikarp for? A middle-aged man asked. Sir, please take a look. The small one is 50,000 Alliance coins. The large one is 100,000 Alliance coins, and this golden Magikarp is 1,000,000 Alliance coins, the stall owner replied. So expensive. This is way too pricey. The man frowned and said. Suchi was watching the uncle cheat people, recalling how in the past, little Zilong was tricked out of 30,000 Alliance coins and became a big fool. Sir, let me tell you quietly, this golden koi can produce gold. If you buy it, you'll make a fortune, the uncle selling the koi said softly. Suchi, with his keen hearing, thought to himself that this uncle was still using the same old trick, aside from the foolish little Zilong, who would really buy it. If a koi could produce gold, wouldn't you want to keep it for yourself instead of selling it to others? Meanwhile, outside the venue, little Zilong was selling spicy grilled fish skewers and handed a skewer to a little boy. Suddenly, little Zilong sneezed and said, Who just cursed me? A customer said, Give me a portion of grilled fish skewers, extra spicy. Sure, just a moment, little Zilong replied as he got busy again. Just then, a middle-aged man shouted angrily, Are you kidding? If it can produce gold, why would you sell it to me? You're a scammer. After saying that, the man turned and walked away. Hey, don't go. The uncle selling the koi called out. The onlookers, seeing that he was a fraud, angrily cursed and walked away. The uncle, seeing that everyone had left, sighed, What bad luck, I didn't scam anyone today. Just then, Suchi approached his stall and pretended to be unaware, asking Uncle, How much is this koi? The koi uncle looked up and saw a child, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, This kid clearly hasn't seen much of the world. I'll make a sale today. Young man, this koi can produce gold. If you buy one, you'll have endless money, the uncle said with enticing words. He had used this trick to scam at least a few hundred people. Suchi listened and pretended to have a greedy expression. The uncle felt even more certain that this deal was sure to succeed, and it seemed that he could enjoy a big meal again tonight. Suchi had just looked at the data of these Kinglers, and the highest was only at the elite level, which could be said to be utterly trash. Kid, pay up. Uncle only wants 50,000 Alliance coins, the uncle said with a greedy expression. But uncle, I have no money, Suchi replied. No money, no money. Get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm doing business. The uncle's expression changed immediately upon hearing that Suchi had no money, urging him to leave. Uncle, if you lend me a Kingler, won't I have money? Suchi said innocently. The uncle impatiently replied, If it could spit out gold, I would buy it for you. Go wash up and sleep. After saying that, he realized he had let something slip and quickly covered his mouth. Oh, so it's fake, Suchi said. Fake so what? Don't disturb me while I'm doing business, the uncle urged impatiently. Suchi took out the credentials of the league prosecutor and said, You are suspected of using Pokémon for fraud. Come with me to the police station. Suchi wanted him to say it himself, and just recorded the audio earlier. The Pokémon League prosecutor panicked immediately. He was just trying to scam some money. How did this happen? What bad luck today? Come with me, Suchi said. No way. Go, Galar, use Bone Club. The uncle was ready to go all out and directly attack Su Chi. Su Chi didn't even use a Pokémon. He simply extended a finger to block Galagala's attack. Galagala looked confused, and Su Chi directly grabbed the bone club and threw it away. My Galagala. The uncle immediately ran over to pick up his Pokémon. At this moment, Miss Jun Sha, whom Su Chi had just notified, also arrived. And Su Chi handed the recording to her. To dare to deceive people on the Quartz Plateau during the Quartz Conference. He would have to spend a few years in prison for this. After finishing all this, Su Chi returned to the perfume shop, where Xiaoxia was still busy trying various perfumes and other cosmetics. Su Chi is really drunk. Can it take an hour to finish? Women are indeed the main force in consumption. Chapter 87, The Ghost-Type Boy. After more than 2 hours of shopping, Xiaoxia came out satisfied. And only then did Xiao Ji and the others feel liberated. Everyone returned to the hotel for dinner and began preparing for the competition the next day. The next morning, Xiao Mao's match started, and Su Chi and the others went to watch the match. Since it was a water-type venue, Xiao Mao used Gyarados to take out the opponent in one go. It ended perfectly. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji had their last elimination match in the afternoon. Su Chi's 2 matches are both in the morning at 8:30 a.m. The match for Su Chi has begun. In this round, his opponent is a boy named Colin, who is about the same age as him. Colin stepped onto the stage without saying a word, wearing a black hat and dressed entirely in black, exuding a high-cold demeanor. After the referee announced the rules of the match, he immediately made his move without hesitation. Go Curstall, Colin said. As for the ghost-type Pokémon, you go. Gospod, soy responded. Colin's face showed no expression as he coldly commanded, Curstall, Shadow Ball. A dark energy ball quickly shot toward Ghostpot, which transformed into a shadow and dodged the attack. Ghostpot, use Nightmare, Su Chi commanded. A swirling mass of black mist appeared in front of Ghostpot. Nightmare is a move with 100 accuracy, so Curstall was successfully hit. After struggling for a moment, Curstall fell to the ground, displaying a look of pain on its face. Now's the time. Ghostpot, use Dream Eater. A black, ghostly figure condensed in front of Ghostpot and invaded Curstall's body. Curstall lost its fighting ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 battle points. Colin's face still showed no sign of fluctuation, as if it were not the one losing. He silently retrieved Curstall and then took out another Pokeball and pressed it. Go, Dream Demon! A dark purple Pokémon wearing a witch's hat and a witch's robe appeared. It was wrapped tightly, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes that emitted an eerie red glow. It seemed this person was skilled in using ghost-type Pokémon, Su Chi thought. Ghostbot. Use Will-O-Wisp, Su Chi shouted. 9 ghostly flames rushed toward Dream Demon. Dream Demon, with a strong mental command, coldly said, Dream Demon. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and an invisible force suddenly took control of the ghost flames, causing them to stop in place, pause for a moment, and then turn around to charge toward Ghostpot again. Su Chi didn't expect this ghost-type Pokémon to have such strong psychic power. The ghost fire hit the Ghostpot plant, and the Ghostpot plant let out a cry. Ghostpot plant, are you okay? The Ghostpot plant turned to Su Chi and made a face to indicate that it was fine. Su Chi saw this and said, all right. The Ghostpot plant uses the Wave of Evil. Dream Demon, Magical Flame. A dark black energy and a dark purple energy collided, holding each other in a stalemate for a long time, until an explosion sounded, and the air surged, stirring up a cloud of dust. After the smoke cleared, both the Dream Demon and the Ghostpot plant remained capable of fighting. The 2 Pokemon's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The Dream Demon used Illusion. The Dream Demon's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a wave of red energy spread outwards. After sweeping over the Ghostpot plant's body, the Ghostpot plant was momentarily stunned and then collapsed, not moving anymore. Ghostpot plant. Suishchauteeth. In the eyes of the Ghostpot plant, it had returned to the forest where it once lived, thick white mist enveloping it, obscuring the path ahead. The forest seemed boundless, with no end in sight. The Ghostpot plant wandered in its once familiar home, feeling both familiar and strange. The basic form remained unchanged, the only difference being that it was very quiet around. With no Pokémon in sight, as if this world had only it left, Su Chi looked at the Ghostpot plant lying on the ground, trapped in and felt very anxious. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Chi's mind, and he thought of using the power of waves to awaken the Ghostpot plant. Su Chi quickly closed his eyes, and waves of guiding power surged around him. Colin's face across from him showed an expression, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Ghostpot plant, wake up quickly, this is an illusion. Su Chi used a wave guide to try to contact the ghost bonsai, trapped in the illusion. At this moment, the ghost bonsai had already fallen into a loop. It couldn't escape this forest, and even the mist could not be dispersed. This made it quite distressed, and it gradually began to feel agitated. Suddenly, the ghost bonsai heard Su-Chi's voice. "Ghost bonsai, wake up quickly, this is an illusion." The ghost bonsai suddenly realized that it was still fighting. Damn illusion. A red eye flashed behind the ghost bonsai. See through. In the illusion, the ghost bonsai learned a new skill, see through. The ghost bonsai woke up from the illusion, looked up at the dream demon in front of it, as if to say, "You're the one who trapped me in this illusion. Just wait and see." The ghost bonsai used night assault. Dark energy flashed all over the ghost bonsai, moving so fast that it left no trace. By the time Colin noticed, the dream demon had already been slammed against the wall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 combat points. Colin was a bit unsettled now. He had originally planned to rely on the dream demon to defeat Su-Chi and successfully advance. But now, his once proud dream demon had been defeated. And a terrifying expression appeared on Colin's face as he angrily said to Su-Chi, "Let me show you my strongest power, go, Gonggue." When Su-Chi saw the opponent release a Jengar, he smiled. "Since that's the case, come back, Ghost Potted Plant." Su-Chi recalled the Ghost Potted Plant. Then he took out a Pokeball and said, "Go, Jengar." 2 Jengars appeared on the field, each staring at the other without backing down. Colin noticed that Su-Chi also had a Jengar, and his vigilance increased. Jengar used Shadow Ball continuously, and Colin said, "Let's use Ice Punch." Su-Chi's Jengar gathered white energy in its right hand and knocked the Shadow Balls away one by one, landing a punch on Colin's Jengar's head. Colin's Jengar fell to the ground but quickly got back up, holding its head, clearly in pain. Jengar used a series of absorb punches. Su-Chi said, "Jengar, quickly dodge." Colin shouted, but the strength difference between the 2 Pokémon was too great. Jengar landed several absorb punches on Colin's Jengar. Colin's Jengar was left feeling hopeless. It had never lost before, and now was being bullied by a fellow Jengar. How terrifying. Su-Chi's Jengar looked at the little Jengar in front of it with a grin, licked its tongue, and unleashed a wave of evil energy that knocked it out of battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 900 battle points. Another match ended, and as the top 32 tournament approached, Su-Chi thought to himself that he hoped to encounter some truly powerful opponents. Chapter 88. Entering the top 32. After finishing the 3rd match, Su-Chi had half an hour before the final elimination match would begin. Su-Chi rested for a while in the observation area, then heard the referee's voice and got up to head to the competition arena. Su-Chi arrived at the battlefield and saw that the opponent was a muscular man named Ollie. Indeed, he lived up to his name, with a body full of muscles, 6-pack abs, and 2 pecs that shook with every step and word. It was clear he trained a lot. Ollie was quite familiar and directly said, "Come on, let the muscles surge. Go my baby, Shavelin." Sui.